to Dub Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, before we give all our hot sports takes and home run derbies and quarterback lists, I'd just like everybody to look out the window here in Daly City. But we have sun in the morning. We have a non-foggy, it looks like actual summer in Daly City. I'm shocked. It's like affecting my my sensory perception in a positive way. Daly City, by the way, quite beautiful when it's not blanketed in unbelievable amounts of fog. So, hello, summer morning here in Daly City, celebrating the All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic. Daly City said we're going to celebrate the Midsummer Classic by giving you some midsummer vibes. That was a lot of fun last night. A lot of fun, other than the frickin' Netflix camera work. I don't want to see your nostril when I'm trying to see where the pitch is and how the swing is. I couldn't see any of that because I was seeing some guy's teeth. Come on, Netflix. Other than that, great show last night. Really, really, really fun. I know Marcus had his heart broken a little bit. He might have bet a dime or two on the guy Kyle Schwarber, who looked like he was a freaking lock, an absolute lock. He put on a hell of a performance. So he went out on his shield last night. But Jordan Walker, St. Louis Cardinal, 24-year-old prospect who's been up and down in his first 3 years, is now arriving as one of the forces in baseball. Puts on an incredible clinic down the stretch. Philadelphia booing his ass off, and he does the thing. So anyway, fun Monday night, Marcus, for a thing when nothing else was on. And good morning, brother.
Good morning, Murph. The sun is shining down here in Daly City. I'm with you. It's throwing off my body clock a little bit because we got a little bit of early morning sun like in the month of June. Then it's been dying out. It's been dark early mornings the last couple of weeks, but the sun is shining not only on us, but also Jordan Walker this morning. I'm with you. What a showdown last night between Jordan Walker and Kyle Schwarber. Really, throughout the entire night, even first round, you had Bryce Harper trying to chase down Kyle Schwarber, Wilson Contreras versus Kyle Schwarber, like some great head-to-head matchups last night. I'd say overall, plus on the home run derby participants and the actual players on the field. I'm with you. Netflix, what the hell are we doing with the zoomed-in camera angles? I mean, I guess there's one good thing we can say. There weren't people dancing on top of taxis and cable cars before the home run derby.
We've seen that. So Netflix is 0 for 2. Basically, their opening production against the Yankees and the Giants sucked and had ridiculous, some sort of like faux, low-level, low-rent, off-Broadway production that was totally out of place, and we didn't need it. Nobody asked for it. Nobody needed it. Nobody wants it back. And then, of course, it led to the curse of the Giants season, right? The Giants got swept by the Yankees, and Logan Webb coughed up, 5 runs in the second inning in that game or whatever.
Hashtag blame Netflix.
Yeah, right. We blamed Netflix for a while, and then after a while we realized it wasn't really Netflix's fault.
Yeah, the Giants got bigger problems than playing on Netflix.
But
they're not good on MLB Network. They're not good on NBC Sports. They're not good on any channel.
They're not good with 2 tin cans and a string, bro. But the story is that Netflix, though, left people wanting to. Remember I was even mad at the 7th inning stretch?
Yeah.
Remember that? They tried to redo Take Me Out to the Ball Game? I'm like, what are we doing here, bro? There's some things you don't need to redo. The reason we like Take Me Out to the Ball Game is because we aren't redoing it. It gives generation something we can frickin' count on, bro. You don't need to redo. So anyway, they sucked on opening night, and then they sucked again last night. So they're 0 for 2. They have the Field of Dreams game coming up. If you're into that.
I can't wait for them to ruin that one,
What are they going to do the cornfield? They're going to make it like a tomato patch or something, or make it like turn it into like a lollipop forest or something?
They'll probably have a camera just hanging out in the cornfield, not showing any of the game, just like filming a piece of corn.
Filming a kernel. Yeah, I don't know. They're going to do something to the cornfield. They're going to change it. Well, corn, they're going to be like, I can see some Netflix exec. Corn is too obvious. We can do something different here. Why don't we create a bed of psychedelic flowers?
Yeah.
So they'll do something. But anyway, the point was that the players overcame Netflix. And, every time at the format, I didn't really have a hot opinion going in. I'm like, all right, I'll check it out. The only thing you don't want the thing to do is drag too long. That's the only thing you want. Because in the past, they had dragged too long. That's why they instituted the clock after a while. And I actually had no problem with the clock. The clock was fun. It was hard on the players. They were sweating their ass. They were grunting and groaning and sweating. They had to call timeouts. Remember the guys used to have towels? They'd be chugging Gatorades. Like, I got to get back in and start cranking. But I was like, hey, for me on my couch, I'm enjoying it. I know these guys are dying up here, and who knows the physical effect it had on them after, maybe the next few days and weeks after. So I guess they get rid of the clock. They go into number of pitches, and you're like, all right, is this going to take too long? But it worked out. It worked out perfectly. 20 pitches, then 15, and it produced. I mean, they couldn't have drawn up anything more dramatic. Jordan Walker had to homer on his final 6 swings, and he homered on his final 6 swings. It was absolutely incredible. Plus, God bless his stroke. That was fun to watch.
Oh, it was unbelievable,
the easy
the performance
power
put
of
on.
Jordan Walker, right?
And I like the fact that they tweaked the rules where essentially the last swing turned into outs instead of just swings, because it still felt a little weird seeing the swing counter go down even when guys were launching balls. But I will say, I said this yesterday, my one problem with the clock and how they changed it over the last couple of years, it kind of felt like an NBA three-point competition where they're like forcing guys to just get up as many shots or as many swings as possible, where we didn't have time to admire some of these moonshots. And yesterday went back to that old school style where it was one pitch at a time, and you actually got to track each and every home run. You got to see Jack Caglione go third deck down the right field line. You got to see Wilson Contreras almost hit one off the scoreboard.
Yeah, right out of the gate.
I believe Bryce Harper left the ballpark in right center field on one of those home runs too. So I like the fact that we actually got to admire some of the power.
Totally.
And to your point, it came down to the last couple of swings, and Jordan Walker put the city of St. Louis on his back.
Absolutely. And that guy's an interesting story. We can talk about him just in general and how he relates to guys like Elliot Ramos and Casey Schmidt. But the Wilson Contreras was the first batter of the night and hit some of the longest homers of the night right out of the gate.
Bro, I was shocked. I was like, oh, man, there goes my bet on Schwarber. I was like, Contreras is not here to mess around.
I know. And he was the one who came in kind of with maybe some of the least credentials.
Yeah, and the reputation of being one of the biggest hotheads in the league, and it looked like he was kind of embracing the boos in Philadelphia because the Philly crowd was booing everybody.
Yeah.
From the players to the kids in the outfield dropping balls, they were booing everybody in Philly last night.
You got to give that Philly crowd a lot of credit. I mean, they're complete a-holes and everything, but down deep, they're kind of soft and fun. They were part of the drama.
Oh, they made a home field advantage.
I don't know if any other city would have created that kind of energy. I mean, they wouldn't in San Francisco for sure. People, I would sit down. People you sit down. But I mean, New York, you think, I don't know. Boston's a little bougie. No, I think the Philly crowd was a character in the drama last night.
Well, that's why I thought the Philly crowd, plus the combination of having a guy like Kyle Schwarber, was kind of the perfect combination.
Yeah.
Where you had the big vet who could sit back, take his time, take one powerful stroke at a time, pause, and then you had the crowd reacting to every single pitch, every fly ball, the highs and the lows. Some of the cheers for guys like Jordan Walker and Contreras popping out were almost louder than some of the cheers for some of the Schwarber home runs.
Schwarbino is unbelievable. This guy's having a late career surge, man. That is something else. He went from a guy you wouldn't even he wasn't even within 3 toll calls of Cooperstown. But the way he's going, he's bearing down on 400 homers now.
Yeah, I remember we had the conversation before the season started with Jason Stark, and I kind of popped the question on him. I was like, hey, is Kyle Schwarber a Hall of Famer? He goes, Marcus, I never really thought about it until these last couple of seasons and what he's done in Philly. He's almost changed his career so much this late. I know he won a World Series with the Cubs, but he's almost putting on a better second half career with the Phillies than he did his first half with the Cubs.
Oh, there's no question. His numbers, I was driving around. I was in the car a little bit. I had to drive Rory to a practice, and they were saying go look at his home run numbers. They have gone up, 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 up. He's a classic case of that old man strength. He had 56 last year.
It's insane.
Which he had never, I think his highest number with the Cubs was 28, something like that.
Wow.
So anyway, I mean, to take down that beast is an incredible feather in Jordan Walker's cap, because Schwarbino was born for A, that format, B, that contest, C, that park, D, that crowd. He was the perfect guy at the perfect place. It was a smart bet.
Yeah, it seemed
bet.
like the perfect bet.
It was the perfect bet.
Until Jordan Walker showed up in the final round, dude. Oh, so disappointing.
You were literally counting your cash. I was licking your thumb and just counting your cash.
And look, it's an old cliche in sports. You never count your chickens before the eggs hatch.
Don't touch the money,
but
right?
I'd be lying to say I wasn't sitting there thinking about all the winnings I was going to cash in on Kyle Schwarber last night. And Jordan Walker. Straight up stealing food from my family's mouth, Murph, taking money out of my pocket with that performance last night.
And his mom and dad and grandma were a part of the story,
that
too.
was awesome.
Yeah, they were having fun. Looked like his dad was having some fun, John, with some Philly fans. They were laughing a lot. Like, I could tell, like, you imagine just you bought tickets to a home run derby and you're sitting behind Jordan Walker's dad, who's up out of his seat the whole time, and looked like they were having some laughs. And by the way, Jordan Walker with a great endorsement for chewing gum, because he was working gum the entire time. And I'm a guy, I like to work gum. And it's become like, and Candace gets annoyed at home. She's like, God, that gum, you're just smacking that gum. I'm like, yeah, I'm getting my Pete Carroll on, But he was working it during that entire at bat. It almost created an air of cockiness about him. Like, yeah, I'm just going to chew my gum and hit 6 straight homers. Yeah,
well, I took it as more like confidence in how cool, calm, and collected that he was in the entire moment. And I also love anybody that rocks a backwards hat during the home run derby. A nice little tip of the cat to the kid, Ken Griffey Jr., of course. Schwarber did the first couple rounds, turned his hat around for the last round. Maybe that was the key to Jordan Walker having success.
It was unusual to see a guy go up there with no hat or helmet.
Yeah,
it was
a weird look for Ben Rice to go up there with no hat on, no nothing. I'm like, this is kind of weird.
He did hit the fewest, Ben Rice. He still hit 7. We've seen guys flame out worse than that. I couldn't get over the body of a Jack Caglione. The Royals are as bad as the Giants. Nobody's paying attention to the Royals. That guy is a physical freaking specimen, bro.
Yeah, he can square a ball up.
What is he about, like 6'5", like shoulders? And, dude, keep an eye on that guy.
Oh, he's an absolute stud. And I remember him down at Florida where he was a two-way player.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to see that guy on the mound
One of
either.
the best pitchers in the nation, too. Yeah. I remember one of my hot takes was I thought the A's should have drafted him over Nick Kurtz at the time. They went with Nick Kurtz and obviously did not go wrong, but that's the type of player I thought Jack Caglione was coming out of college.
He's kind of Bryce Eldridge-like in a way,
Big boy, lefty.
I'm telling you, Eldridge is a year or two away from entering that thing.
2028 All-Star Game at Oracle Park. Sign me up.
But home run derbies here are no good.
Speculation.
Every home run derby should be in Philly. The ball just absolutely, it's a trampoline there. The ball just
small
flies
little ballpark, yeah.
And it almost feels like it's easy. It feels like there's the way that, I don't know whether it's the jet stream or what, but it feels like it's easier for right-handed hitters to hit them than lefties, but not Schwarbino, of course, put the lie to that. Anyway, it was really, really, really fun. And it just remains, I say it every year, it's the best all-star game feature of any of the big 3. If you throw hockey in, the big 4, there's nothing. I mean, the slam dunk contest used to be
the
when
standard.
Michael Jordan and Dominique Wilkins and those guys did it. But we've sort of hit the ceiling on I think we all agree that in the last several years, A, the drop-off in talent, and B, just sort of like there's really only so many dunks you can do. And I understand it. Home runs is just a home run, but it's the competition aspect of the home run derby that can lead to some great stuff. And it just does every night. Like tonight's All-Star game is not going to be nearly as good as the home run derby. We say this every year. And, whatever, the skills competition in the NBA, the NFL Pro Bowl, what are you going to say? I mean, it doesn't even exist right now.
What about the skills
challenge? It was down
challenge?
at Moscone Center when you were hanging out with Trent Williams, right?
I saw Trent Williams and the boys play a little dodgeball and a little tug-of-war, Murph.
Dude.
I don't know, Murph. I might go with the tug-of-war over the home run derby.
There you go. Yeah, that's where we're at. And then hockey has, I don't know what they do. They skate around.
Yeah, they do a little 3-on-3 tournament, which is cool. But, yeah, I don't think like they're shooting off the post or anything like that. But to your point, it got so bad in the NBA slam dunk competition where Mac McClung is the biggest star.
Mac McClung.
And it's like, cool. All right, he's from the G League. Like, they have guys who aren't even like sniffing an all-star game competing in these competitions. At least a home run derby, you're getting actual all-stars. And I know Jordan Walker is not the biggest star until last night.
No.
But like that type of performance can almost make a star out of a player. Jordan Walker is definitely going to get some name recognition for what he did last night at 24 years old at Citizens Bank.
I just remember, it's one of those things when he broke in at age 21. So he was a first-round draft pick, 21st pick in the draft in 2020 out of high school, Decatur High School in Decatur, Georgia. Part of it is because I have one of the Millville Little League dads is a Cardinal lunatic, like a freaking lunatic. I was telling these guys this morning, you can see this guy on Christmas Eve. Be like, hey, Merry Christmas. You're like, hey, the Cardinals are doing this and that. You're like, bro, it's Christmas Eve. What are we talking Cardinals?
Wow.
Anyway, I hesitate to engage him because if I do, I have to set aside 15 minutes of Cardinal talk. But I was like, all right, I'm going to give him some love because his guy put on a show. So I texted him and said, hey, man, the Cardinal way, coach. Good job. And I hope your son, Thomas, watched it. Dude, he texted me back. He goes, we're on a family trip in Paris, France. He goes, I'm in a dark hotel room. I'm awake watching on my phone.
Dude, that's dedication. You're on vacation in France.
It was 4:42 in the morning in Paris, and he wanted to see Jordan Walker win the home run.
Well, you know what? He needed a little bit of...
I love baseball.
Oh, there you go. Good call. It is Bastille Day, and that leads us to the final moment of the opening segment, which is France soccer today, man. Noon. Are we down on the noon? How are we feeling about a noon start?
I don't mind because our show ends at 10 a.m.
but that's nap time,
But
quite
for
frankly, yes.
for the rest of the world, it's not the greatest time frame for a happy hour drinks
Or a Final
myself.
Four match, bro. I mean, this is it. I mean, you're going to have to. Is there going to be a watch party at noon on a Tuesday?
Most likely not.
Well, you have to find one. It is Bastille Day, so Bruce Bochy, Le Soccer.
Hello, baseball.
Thank you. All right, listen, let's say good morning to Walt on the other side, get the guest list going. Thanks to Major League Baseball for at least giving us a good Monday night of entertainment. No thanks to Netflix for the brutal camera angles. We'll say good morning to Walt on the other side, get the guest list coming on a sunny summer morning in Daly City on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jordan Walker took down Kyle Schwarber last night in the final round of the Home Run Derby to snatch away the title and to cancel my bet on Schwarber. 808 KNBR. It's the John Joe Curley and Waleezy question of the day. Was Jordan's Walker performance last night at the Home Run Derby the best you've ever seen? Give us a call, shoot us a text, or check in on the YouTube chat.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swings and he will tie it.
Got it. My goodness.
Drives one to left. It's 11-11. Walker swings deep into the night in left field. And Walker walks it off.
Oh, my.
4 in a row.
What a performance.
Schwarber gives him high fives. The Philly fans are all leaving. Jordan Walker, the home run derby champion. Amazing.
Fun stuff there. A little ESPN radio call of the home run derby. I actually listened on the radio. I had carpool duty. And by the way, shout out to Walt with a Philly little Philly tribute here from Philly's finest, Boys to Men, who, by the way, got adopted by the 49ers, oddly enough.
They did.
Played
That's
the last
right.
Candlestick Niner game. Was like, really? Where's Huey Lewis when I need him? We wish Huey well with his ear situation. But anyway, ESPN, you're like, wait a minute. Is there anything worse than listening to a home run derby on the radio? It's not that bad. It's kind of fun. And it was really fun when Junior Caminero was up and he was crushing a few. My pick, he fizzled out in the second round.
Yeah.
But he was hitting some unbelievable taters, and the play-by-play calls were so funny because we're in the car, and you would just hear the crack of the bat, and the reaction from the guys were, oh, ooh, ah! They were like just making noises before they would go.
Ooh.
So we were laughing. Me and Roy were laughing about just the crack. Oh, that one. So the guys were getting bludgeoned by the actual home run, and then you could hear the crowd go, oh. So
that is an interesting
good
way
audio,
to digest a home run derby.
Yeah.
But since you mentioned the ESPN broadcast, and since we were just trashing Netflix in the first segment, I got to say, the one thing missing from the home run derby yesterday, Chris Berman.
yeah.
Back.
Everybody misses him now. Everybody misses him now.
I need Berman at the home run derby.
Maybe just a nostalgic return. He's still around. He's still,
Yeah.
he's a friend of the program.
I mean, hell, we were just hanging out with him at the Bay Area Hall of Fame
correct.
not too long ago.
Yeah. So, we'll bring back Boomer. And Marcus and I were just saying this off the air. Hunter Pence, is trying to find his way as a broadcaster. And I think a lot of us feel like when he's doing Giants games, at least I'll say this, and I say this to Hunter's face, it's not, he's a great guy, obviously, and everything, but sometimes his enthusiasm when the Giants are getting swept in Denver, doesn't always hit your ear right. You're like, dude, you're way too upbeat and optimistic for a lousy Giants team that's throwing the ball all over the yard and walking fools everywhere. And I think a lot of Giants fans have been frustrated with his over-optimism and over-enthusiasm. That said, it was perfect for last night. I thought his Hunter Pence puppy dog enthusiasm was the perfect thing for that event.
His energy was a great match for the home run derby because, to your point, Hunter Pence is going to be Hunter Pence regardless if the Giants are 14 games under 500 or 14 games above 500.
What's this 14 above? What is
Yeah,
that?
you're not going to see that anytime
what is
soon.
this?
But that's the type of person that Hunter is. He's a very positive guy. Of course, he's Mr. Yes. So I thought last night on the home run derby was a perfect matchup for his vibe and his skill set, bringing some energy to the broadcast.
We were saying Elle Duncan, who I don't know that well. She came from ESPN. She didn't match that. She didn't have the right sort of vibe. Marcus had a comment off the air, said she treated it like a podcast, which I think was a good observation.
Yeah, I mean, she
It's
had
the
Barry
wrong
Bonds
format kind of for that.
and
you know?
Albert Pujols sitting right there, right near all the action, and she was like trying to interview them instead of doing play-by-play.
Yeah.
There was even a couple times where she screwed up on the home run call and said, "Let's just get back to Matt Vasgersian, the pro of calling home run derbies." I'm like, yeah, that's probably the better move here.
Yeah. Everybody's got their different skill sets. And so anyway, this was Hunter Pence, I thought was a good match for the home run derby. I enjoyed that too, for
Shout
sure.
out to Hunter.
Yeah. So anyway, Junior. So listen, guys, it took a Monday night with nothing going on. Let's little summer league hoops. No World Cup. Now today we're going to get an epic match between France and Spain at noon, and then we get the All-Star game. Despite all the players who are not playing, it's a little. This is now a couple years in a row now where guys are like tapping out. Now I understand if you're injured, I get it. I mean, Shohei Ohtani might really have something going on with his knee. He missed a start. He actually missed a start for the Dodgers on right before the All-Star break.
Yeah, I'd say that injury is actually legit.
Yeah.
I think if Ohtani was healthy enough to play in the All-Star game, he's the type of guy that would be
And
out
then
there.
even Jacob Mizorowski, they skipped a start for him. Do you see that? To rest his arm. He has a little bit of a dead arm thing going.
So is he planning on throwing today?
No.
Huh.
So I'm saying there's a list of guys now.
Oh, man. I just saw a photo of him with a Charizard Pokemon card kind of stitched into his glove.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to see the flamethrower on the bump
I
today.
guess he just showed up for the photo shoot. And then Paul Skeens, he pitched on Sunday, so he's not going today. So there's a number of guys that we're not seeing Skeens, Mizorowski, or Shohei, dude. That's pretty. Those are pretty significant misses.
Now, let me ask you a question. Is that more on the player or more on the organization for lining up their start to pitch the
Good
Sunday
question.
before the All-Star
We'll have to
game?
talk to Kipe about it. I mean, you see, again, here we go. Old man's going to start yelling at the cloud here, but, it was never even a question that you played the All-Star game. I hate to say this, man, but I remember writing a jock blog about this in 2016. I'm blaming our own Christian McCaffrey. He was the first big-name guy to skip the Sun Bowl. I get it, the Sun Bowl. Sun Bowl kind of sucks. But I remember thinking, wait a minute, you're skipping the bowl game. What are you doing? He's like, yeah, I'm going to go shut it down. And then since then now, by the way, the last 10 years, everybody's just, if you're not playing in the Natty, everybody's shutting it down. And I remember thinking, well, where are we drawing that line? Why aren't you just shutting it down the final 2 weeks of the regular season? Because, your team's out of it. You're not going to go win the conference. You might as well just shut it down when you're playing, New Mexico State or something. So, I mean, this whole concept of not playing. Yeah, what do you do for a living? Well, I'm an athlete. So what are you doing? I'm not going to play. What do you do for a living? I'm a radio broadcaster. I'm turning off my mic.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk.
So-
I refuse to talk in the last hour of the show today.
It's a little delicate. Cam Schlittler, I think, is a guy who's
he's another guy
taking
that's
his ball and going
tapped
home,
out
isn't
as
he?
well. Yeah.
Dude, we're talking Schlittler, Shohei, Skeens, Mizorowski.
Yeah, it is a little different for pitchers. There's no chance in hell a guy's going to pitch on 2 days rest, especially if he is a starting pitcher. But again, that's more on the organization for not lining things up correctly, in my opinion.
Who was it? Was it Schlittler who said it's usually my bullpen day and I don't want to ramp up? It's like, yo, come on, what do you do?
Well, then go up there and
What are you-
serve up some softballs.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Logan Webb, too, is talking it's not really doesn't fit my schedule. Dude, why don't you go tell frickin' Steve Carlton and Juan Marichal that? All right,
Yeah,
brother?
You see, the way my bank account is set up, I don't think I'm going to pitch in the All-Star game.
So,
That's
Andy.
exactly what they're saying.
All right, guest list on a Tuesday, July 14, 2026. I'm not usually a Bastille Day guy. This is France's 4th of July.
The French Revolution, Murph.
Le Révolution. But pretty big day in France because they got their Mbappes. How's nobody done the Hanson Mbappe parody song for Kylian Mbappe?
Yeah, how are they not singing that out in France?
Mbappe, and I defend that song, by the way. I publicly
Mbappe.
have stood in front of the haters and defended that song to its dying day.
I still stand by my take that Hanson sodas are better than the Hanson brothers.
Are they still making Hanson
I don't think
sodas?
they even make. I haven't seen those in years.
Well, there's 3 Hansons. There's Hanson sodas, there's Hanson the band, and then there's the Hanson brothers from Slapshot, right?
Yeah, good
Give me
call.
Mount Hanson more. Is there a 4th one? Who are we forgetting? Is there a Kyle? Why am I thinking of the name Kyle Hanson? Is that a ball player?
Sounds like it could be.
Anyway, Walt Hanson is next up here. Walter Icabacetta wearing his USA hat as if we're playing in the semifinal tonight.
Yeah,
Yes.
well, what could have been, Murph?
Yeah, what could have been. Well, I don't know. What will never be. You mean, yeah, what will never be. That's a Led Zeppelin song. What is and what never should be.
Yeah, USA soccer.
How was your home run derby, Walt?
It was good. I went into it, I guess the way everyone should go into it. I went into it with very low expectations. I didn't like the roster, to be honest. I was going for my Southside Samurai, Munetaka Murakami. Didn't make it out the first round, but it turned out to be a pretty good home run derby, in my opinion.
Pretty good. think it was fantastic,
It was
right?
pretty good. It was pretty solid. It
Just
was
pretty solid. Kind of media, tempered praise from Walt over there.
Sounds like you had some money on Murakami.
What, you want something different than 6 straight swings to win
No,
it?
that was really impressive. That was really impressive from Jordan Walker.
And are you in this fantasy baseball league with Marcus and them? Are you
Oh
guys-
yeah. I'm trying to
Cameo
catch his
Fantasy
ass right
League?
now. Yeah.
Who has Jordan Walker?
That would be Rolf Han Zaidi.
First seed
his
in
team
our
name?
Yeah,
KBR,
Weatherman Raf.
His team name is Rafan Zaidi.
Yeah, Rolf Han Zaidi.
Well, because RAFFAR.
Yeah.
I get it.
Oh, dude,
All
he
right.
literally is the Farhan of the league. I had to put a cap on how many moves you can make per year because he was literally just picking up and playing players every single day. I had to cap him off.
Raf has that kind of time?
It's true.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Oh, dude, he's got too much time.
Yeah. I
Marcus
mean,
now has it set. We have 75 for the year, 75 transactions, and 5 per week.
And I think Raf
Hindering
might
my
be
progress,
Raf
yeah.
might be running out of guys already.
Raf's just sitting around waiting for A, his next gig at a bar, and B, a Marty show. So he's might as well make a transaction, right? You know what I mean?
He's making transactions right after midnight when the window opens.
my
Yeah,
gosh.
no, he would literally set an alarm for midnight, wake up at 12:01 so he could be the first guy to add guys.
Is he winning the league every year at
No,
this point?
he's pretty competitive. I think he's definitely won before.
It was me and Raf in the final last year, and I won that one.
You beat back the analyst.
Yeah,
I did. Yeah,
The analytics.
won it
stream.
old school.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because Raf literally ran out of moves. He
did.
He
Yeah.
couldn't pick anybody up in the championship match.
Well, he was smart enough to get this guy Jordan Walker. Is Jordan Walker, my 14-year-old suggested dark horse NL MVP candidate? I mean, obviously you think Shohei right out of the gate. And, Shohei is always a safe bet. But you look at Walker's numbers right now: 22 bombs, 74 ribs. He's hitting, his OPS is like 900, and the Cardinals are in the hunt. So I don't know. He's a 24-year-old kid who's been up and down, shuttled back and forth. Marcus made the Elliot Ramos comp to, sometimes you got to just stick with a prospect, even if they're flailing a little bit. And man, he flailed in 22 and 23, and they could have given up on him, but now his ship's coming in, man.
Yeah, and I'm one of those guys that did give up on him. I've got a little bit of FOMO not owning Jordan Walker in the league because I had him his rookie season when he came up as a prospect, when he was still playing third base for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Third base.
Had a decent season his first year and then kind of fell off a cliff his sophomore year, got sent down to AAA a few times. It's been bouncing back and forth. So last 2-3 years, I was like, this is kind of one of those late prospect busts potentially. But no, he's one of those late prospect bloomers. And last night, this entire season, has really been the breakout year for Jordan Walker.
650 text in says, helpful reminder, the All-Star game is even more meaningless than the Sun Bowl. 650, I can't help you, bro. What are we doing here? I mean, we have traditions in this nation that go back to frickin' Babe Ruth, bro, and Lou Gehrig and Willie Mays and Ted Williams. I mean, sorry, 650, if I don't, why are we even playing the stupid game? What are you going to do? Why don't you just go to the frickin' library and check out a book, all right? I mean, not a bad idea, I guess, to read.
Well, I guess
So,
650
listen, what are we
going to
do? We're like, we got the game. We got the All-Star game. It's part of our, a culture. It's part of our cultural fabric, bro.
Yeah, I guess 650 just doesn't like any All-Star game then because
Well, what are we doing?
baseball, I'd say, is the
Let's
most
just shut the
competitive
whole thing
All-Star
down.
game
Let's
also.
just shut everything down because it's all meaningless. I got news for you. The Super Bowl's meaningless, all right?
Yeah, why you listen to the show? It's meaningless. Why are we even talking sports?
I got news for 650. Life is meaningless.
That's deep.
All right?
That's deep. That's too deep for me.
707 asks, is the World Cup getting a pop culture showdown? And hey, Curly, the answer is yes.
Oh, let's go.
Every 4 years.
Pop culture.
If you know, you know. It's the only time it was ever defeated, 2010.
Shout out Paul the Octopus.
And then Paul the Octopus died.
Yeah.
Days later. All right.
You won't
the
see Paul no more, Walter.
Guest list was sponsored by El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership, we're family. What is it, Walt?
All right, so we're going to go ahead and start it off with Jackson Flora replay at 650.
Yeah, let's go. The
Future
Gaucho,
All-Star, yeah.
This was great. We had the first long public conversation because the beat writers had it, but nobody heard it on Saturday. The first Jackson Flora as a Giant interview on our show.
An interview so nice, we're going to play it twice.
Well, for the 650 crowd, it was at 9 yesterday, so totally different audience, yes. Unless for those P1s who are going to be like, the replay leader.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're our best listener ever.
yeah, thank you, P1s.
If you're sending in that you listen to us 24/7, God bless you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And you might learn something that you didn't learn yesterday. So
Absolutely.
we're doing that with the Flora replay at 650. Then Dwayne Kuiper at 730.
Well, we'll talk to Kipe about the Derby and the All-Star game. And
Yeah,
all that.
it's a conversation with Kipe that's not following a Giants loss, so that's a
true.
positive.
It's true. Well, it's following a Giants win. They won on Sunday.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey now, cooler of content at 8:30.
Some LeBron stuff, I imagine.
Some good stuff in
Yes,
the cooler of content.
And more LeBron stuff with Marcus Thompson at 9:15.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you, now all of a sudden the pendulum swung back a little bit yesterday. We'll have to get into that on the other side. Go
Draymond
ahead.
the recruiter.
Yeah,
And Warriors Summer League, Graham Ike at 9:30.
Yeah, I got hopes for this guy. He's a big body. He played at Gonzaga, and it'll be fun to talk to him. So let's do that. What is the latest on LeBron? Is it the pendulum swinging back to Golden State? Next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
When I saw that, I was on an airplane. I was like, come on, man. I think Shams is great at what he does, so more power to him. In saying that, I'd be remiss if I don't take the opportunity to throw my pitch in there. I'd be crazy if we're together for X amount of days and at no point am I like, yo, we need to chop it up. What the hell going on? What we doing? Of course I did that. And of course the pitch was crazy. I think I'm pretty decent at it. Does it change anything? Does it make anything happen? I don't know. I hope so. With the things that I shared in it, it definitely is going to make the brain work a little bit. I don't think there's a decision that's been made, but say if there was, it'll make you think twice about it, And so that's that. But we wasn't going to hang out for a recruitment pitch.
Or as Draymond Green would say to LeBron James, you're going to get this pitch.
You're going to get this podcast.
Yeah, there he is, man. Of course. And by the way, in the way that Draymond pod is edited, you get the quick cuts of him say that I'm going to. It's an interesting strategy, too.
Yeah, it's that TikTok brain that's kind of taking over social media. Yeah, everybody cuts up their stuff with edits. Do it live like us, Murph. We're live on 50,000 watts every day.
So when you go like, what's that guy's name again? Then it comes across instead of it being cut.
Yeah. Yeah, you get all the stumbles and us misspeaking and stuttering.
The flaws, like we were talking about, the beauty of life, the tragedy and the comedy of life.
Yeah, we don't have a blooper reel here on the Sports Leader.
On the Sports Leader. All right, if you're doing the Draymond cut on podcast. Yeah, guys. Well, here we go. Day whatever, Tuesday, July 14. No decision.
I'm losing count
for LeBron. However, guy named Brett Siegel for Clutch Points. Do you follow ClutchPoints.com?
I do not follow ClutchPoints.com. Should I be following ClutchPoints.com?
Let me ask you a question as I digress here for a moment. Do you judge a man on his Twitter followers and following count?
I personally do not.
Interesting.
Do you?
I mean, I ain't going to lie. If I click on a thing and the guy's got like 11 followers and nobody follows him and he says LeBron's coming to the Warriors, I'm like, yeah, probably not.
Yeah, that is a good point.
But if I click on a guy who's got 51,000 followers and is followed by 55 people I know, including Rory Murphy, I just saw that. I have no idea who my kid's following. But because I follow my own kid and I clicked on this guy, Brett Siegel's bio, it says followed by Dubs Vault, Rory Murphy, and 55 others you follow. I'm like, so my kid follows this guy.
Oh, well, if he's followed by Rory the Greek, then he's definitely credible.
Ira Gorawa, she's a great writer I like, follows. Brandon Pajemski's dad follows. Oh, and follows me too.
Oh.
Pods' dad follows me.
How about that?
I better watch what I say.
Yeah,
about
careful.
Pods.
Yeah. Watch your lips about SciShow Pods.
I'm just looking at the people who follow this guy. Dalton Johnson follows him.
Okay.
Tim Roy follows him.
Okay. Then I'm in.
Kevin Dana follows him. Jay Dela Cruz from Vegas. Joe Hughes follows him. Johnny Lund follows him. So anyway, that's just to establish this guy. John Dickinson follows him.
Can I go on a quick...
JD follows him.
Can I go on a quick digression?
Yes,
I miss the old blue check marks on Twitter, where that was simply the verification process. Now everybody can buy a blue check mark and you can make money off of social media. Woohoo, great, whatever.
Dangerous.
Yeah, but now you don't know who's credible, who's not. There's all these fake parrot accounts that have a blue check mark.
It's like
I'm like, what's going on here with the verification process?
It's like AI, and shout out the upcoming 2028 U.S. election.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you used to have to earn the blue check mark. You couldn't just buy it. What is this, pay for play?
Janie McCauley follows him. So listen, we've established all sorts of great, credible people follow Brett Siegel. What did Brett Siegel write? He wrote, although the focus of the trip the two NBA stars took together was to get away and enjoy their vacation, it also served as a key moment for Green to speak on behalf of the Warriors directly to LeBron, something other teams have not been able to do since his agent Rich Paul has been fielding all interest in voice recordings for the 22-time All-Star.
Those damn voice memos.
And then listen to this here. He says, the Warriors, as an organization, remain very much of the belief that they are a top suitor for LeBron. And here's the key sentence in the whole thing. With sources close to the situation telling Clutch Points, this guy Brett Siegel, that Green's recent conversations with James have left him given even stronger consideration to the idea than before.
Mm-hmm.
What's really there? Nothing. Is there like a little sizzle rumor? Yeah. What does it mean? Nothing. So that's what we got.
It means something for the betting markets, Murph.
Oh.
Since these comments have came out, the Warriors have shifted over the last 2 days to the second most likely option for LeBron James, right behind the Cleveland Cavaliers.
So here's the problem. This guy, Brett Siegel, who we all follow, he wrote that 14 hours ago, and then 15 hours ago posted, as the Warriors and other teams await word from LeBron and Rich Paul, the overarching consensus among rival team personnel in Las Vegas is that James will choose the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah. That's what it seems like it's lining up to be. Now, didn't Brian Windhorst have a report this weekend where he said he's hearing it's a different team, not named the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Didn't Bill Simmons say it's done with the Cleveland Cavaliers?
Yeah, so there's
Meaning
conflicting
it's official.
reports. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so I mean, who knows at this
just
point?
Guessing? So Anthony Slater, our old buddy, who left the Oklahoma City Thunder to write for the Chronicle, and then
Very traveling with the Oklahoma.
and then went to the Athletic, and now is at ESPN. He's our bud. He was in Vegas, and he spoke on ESPN Sports Center yesterday. This is Slater on ESPN Sports Center.
Yeah, their decision makers really from the beginning of this free agency have not expressed much optimism to me that they're going to ultimately be the destination. They know they're in on it. They've identified from the beginning Cleveland as what they believe is the most likely destination. But they also have an advantage, and they know it, and it's what you just played. Draymond Green is pitching LeBron James on vacation, and I was in Tahoe the other day, and Steph Curry said he's been in contact with him. Not many people in this process can reach LeBron James directly, but the Warriors players can. And I thought one of the most interesting parts of Steph's pitch is basically the historic nature of them potentially teaming up. With year 18 for Steph, year 24 for LeBron, the battles they've had, he called it maybe it could be one of the most unique stories in NBA history if they teamed up.
So there you go. Slater's, again, Slater said, though, what was interesting was he said talking to decision makers with the Warriors, they believe it's the Cavs. But they're not giving up. And that Steph has access, and Steph is saying, hey, listen, I'm one of the greatest of all time. You're one of the greatest of all time. Let's do something that's never been done before. Because, listen, the age of, crushing somebody for going to a super team, those days are over, right?
Oh, especially in the NBA, because people just bounce around left and right. There's no more loyalty. You're not going to get a Kobe Bryant or a Steph Curry, a guy that plays his entire career in one jersey.
It's 10 years since Kevin Durant did his, got killed by Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan. That's 10 years ago, dude. There's kids that have, gone from second grade through high school since then, It's so times have changed, Tomas. So anyway, there you go. That's the latest. By the way, that was a quote from the movie PCU.
Ooh.
PCU, an underrated hit from the 90s. And Jeremy Piven was trying to tell this nerdy kid that he was there to party. He said, times have changed, Tomas. We no longer swill sherry and blank goats for a good time.
Oh, hey now.
That's what he said.
All right, Pivens.
Tonight till you die.
Very good.
All right, Pivens.
All right, there's your update on LeBron. Still no decision. General Francisco Franco still dead. Okay, Jackson Flora, the number 4 pick in the Major League Baseball draft, the hometown kid from Pleasanton, California, from Foothill High School, from UC Santa Barbara, and is the San Francisco Giants' great hope to be the next pitching star for the Giants. And guess where he did his first big radio interview, his first big YouTube interview? With us. And we get to share it with the early crowd. Next, Jackson Flora, Giants ball. Next on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, early crowd, Giants fans, you get them. Jackson Flora, the number 4 pick in the MLB draft. Giants first-round draft pick. The great hope from Pleasanton, California, Foothill High, and we got him. KNBR, that's what we do for you, the sports leader. So on the UMA guest line, and you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. It's Murph and Marcus welcoming on the UMA guest line, Jackson Flora. And first and foremost, we just say to the kid, congratulations, Jackson. How you doing, man?
Thank you guys so much. I'm so excited to be here. My dad is a huge fan. Of course, he has been listening for years, so I'm pumped. Thanks for having me on. Let's do it.
What's Pops' name?
John Flora.
John Flora, KNBR head. I gotta love it. Yeah, let's go. So tell us about, who handed down the baseball talent? Mom or dad, uncle, grandpa? Do you have some in the family, or are you the pioneer?
I mean, I've got a lot of basketball players in the family on my mom's side of the family. Lots of college basketball and some pro basketball players. And my dad was really my first baseball coach, so he taught me how to throw and hit and all that good stuff. So
who are the Hoopers?
Of both.
Who are the Hoopers on your mom's side?
My mom's dad. So my grandpa played basketball at St. Mary's.
Nice.
And then two of my uncles and one of my cousins also played at St. Mary's. Ooh. And my cousin played overseas for a few years.
Huge.
He's coaching with the Lakers now.
How's the dude? Really nice. How's the Jackson Flora hoop game? Because you're 6'5", right? You're every bit of 6'5".
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I can shoot it, and I'm athletic enough to go dunk the ball, and I'm not really allowed to play basketball anymore, so I haven't played in a while.
But you can't throw it down. There's dunk in your game?
Big time.
Okay.
Big time. Yeah, come on.
Well, Jackson, we know you can throw it down. We also know you're pretty damn good at throwing the ball off the mound. Now, you're an East Bay kid, but we also heard that you grew up a Giants fan, so tell us about the origin story of you becoming a Giants fan and ultimately leading up to getting the phone call this past weekend.
Yeah, I mean, ever since I could remember, I was in Giants gear. My very first baseball team in Little League, I was the Giants. I grew up going to AT&T Park and watching those guys win 3 World Series. So, you know, a lot of my best baseball memories just revolve around San Francisco and being at that stadium and playing for the Giants in Little League. So, I mean, getting that call this weekend was more than a dream come true. I still can't believe it.
It's so great. Who called? Who was the phone call from?
Well, my agent called me before the draft and told me what was going to happen, and then I talked to Holmes and Posey after the draft and just said what's up and how excited I was. It was awesome.
Yeah. Now we know that it's every kid's dream to get that phone call saying that you've been drafted, but it's got to hit a little bit different when it's Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations calling up, right, Jackson?
Yeah, I think I've never really been nervous talking to people, but that might have been one of them.
And he's a pretty quiet dude. He's sometimes hard to read. Was he pretty chill?
Yeah, he was awesome.
You're like, are you still there, Mr. Posey? Yeah. But he's all business, man. He's all business. Well, tell us I'd love to hear your story because, you know, this day and age, youth baseball is such an industry, and there's travel ball rankings at like age 10 and things like that. But I was talking to a couple people who know you. Is it fair to call you like your progression was a little more just natural? Like, were you a phenom as a kid, or tell us about like coming through high school, and I guess ultimately how was your recruiting?
No, I was no phenom when I was a kid. That is for sure. I was very small growing up, especially going into high school, which I think part of the reason I fell in love with baseball, just because, I could still compete and be a good player and not have the size, unlike in basketball and football. So I was very small growing up. Just kind of kept my head down, kept working, and then my dad would always tell me, he's like, hey, like, I grew late too. I didn't grow till I was in high school. Like, you got time. And I just trusted him. And, eventually I started growing and getting taller, and I was able to kind of build off of that because I already had the skill and the mentality. And then, as I kept growing up, and then I fell in love with pitching. When I was about 16, I started pitching. I had a really good arm, and I really fell in love with it and realized that I could make my dream come true if I just keep working hard and continuing to love baseball and play for the right reasons. That just kind of took off from there.
Jackson, if we had to ask you to give yourself a scouting report, how would you describe yourself as a pitcher, and what can you tell us about your arsenal?
Yeah, I would just describe myself as a very aggressive and very competitive player. I'm not scared of anybody, just ready to go. I'm a winner, big-time competitor, just playing for the right reasons, playing for the name on the front of the jersey, just trying to go out there and win and help my team the best way that I can. My arsenal, it keeps getting better. It's been improving over the last 3 years at college, and I'm excited to keep it improving. Obviously, the fastball is fun to throw with the velocity, and I rely on that pitch a lot. And then got two different sliders, a slower sweeping slider and then a hard, sharp slider, which work very well off each other, and they make each other better when they're working. And then the newest pitch is the changeup, which was very successful for me this year. And, just completely changed my arsenal, and the fact that I could have a pitch that goes down and goes arm side just made all my other pitches better, and it's fun to strike people out with.
Awesome. Good self-scouting report. Look forward to all those pitches. Take me back now to coming out of high school recruiting. A buddy of mine told me that he knew you. Did you commit to LMU and then flip to Santa Barbara? How intense was your recruiting? Did you feel like, you had the goods to be a D1 pitcher?
Yeah, so I had committed to LMU for a while. My sister actually went to school there, and she loved it, and we had some family down in L.A., so it was a good decision for me at the time. And then the head coach that I committed to left that school and got a new job. So I reopened my recruiting when that happened. And honestly, as soon as I reopened my recruiting, I was pretty set on going to Santa Barbara. Somebody from my high school was pitching there already. He loved it. I'd heard so many good things about the pitching development there. And I knew that I was good enough to play Division I baseball and hopefully one day good enough to get drafted. And I knew Santa Barbara was going to help me do that. So that was a pretty easy decision for me.
I love it. Talk to us about the pitching development at Santa Barbara. Like who were the guys, if you want to shout out a name or two, and what you guys concentrated on to make you better?
Yeah, Coach Jones and Coach Tegetts have been awesome. Just brilliant pitching minds. They really understand the game and really know how to help pitchers individually and make somebody better at what they're already good at and then help improve them on what they're not so good at. I think the biggest thing for me was them just, teaching me how much more goes into pitching and how much more goes into baseball than just, bullpens and pitching in the game. Like how important catch play and putting on weight and your lifting routine, your weekly routine, and how important the mental side of baseball is, like things like that go into pitching that you don't really realize make you better and translate, like the stuff you do off the field that translates to you becoming a better pitcher. So I think that stuff was kind of the most important stuff that they helped me with to develop me.
Jackson, taking a step back from your time at Santa Barbara and even from your time at Foothill High School, what were some of your favorite Bay Area moments growing up playing baseball, Little League teams, Summer League teams, travel teams? What were some of the teams you played for here in the Bay Area?
Yeah, Cooperstown. Cooperstown was awesome. That's kind of immediately what popped into my head when you talk about travel ball. That I mean, I got to go play with all of my friends and all the people I grew up playing with, and we played awesome. I mean, I was still shortstop at the time, hitting dingers, so that was fun. You know, like I said, I played for the Giants like every year in Little League. My dad was my coach, and I just grew up with that jersey, so it's surreal to be able to, you know, look forward into the next steps and look forward into the future and hopefully wear that jersey again.
Who was it? Pleasanton Little League, was that it?
Yeah.
Well, how come you guys weren't winning? I didn't see you guys win All-Stars. Who was the beast in your district that beat you guys in All-Stars?
I never played in All-Stars. I switched to travel ball. I think I played Little League till like AA until I was like 8 years old probably.
Okay,
and then me and all my buddies just started playing travel ball in the summers, and yeah.
Who was your travel ball team?
I played for the Gamers, the East Bay Gamers, and then we switched to NorCal. We kept a lot of the same guys together. We just switched over to NorCal.
Yeah, I've definitely heard of NorCal for sure. So, man, what a story. So, Bay Area kid, grows up. And in high school, did you play any other sports or just baseball?
Just baseball.
Okay, even though you could have been out there throwing down some jams for Foothill. Because, you know, Brandon Crawford played quarterback for the Foothill High football team. Yeah, incredible. Now, have you guys ever met? I think I read that you guys have not met. Is that right?
No, I've never met Crawford.
Come on, Brandon. Brandon's got to get you down. He's got to take care of you. You're his boy.
No, dude, I'd be pumped.
Okay, well, we'll try to arrange that.
Yeah, Jackson, with you growing up a Giants fan, playing Little League for the Giants, you had a bunch of great players to choose from growing up. I know you're a little young for the World Series and the 3 championships, but who were some of your favorite Giants players growing up, some of your favorite pitchers, maybe a couple guys that influenced you on your path to the big leagues?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Crawford was one of them, me being a shortstop growing up and watching him play and him going to the same high school, so he was one of my favorite players to watch. I loved like all those players. I could go down the line on all those World Series teams of players I loved watching. I love watching Lincecum and Bumgarner and Vogelson and Samardzija and Matt Cain, like all the starting pitchers, Tim Hudson. I mean, I don't know, like Scutero, Joe Panic, Brandon Bell, all those guys that I watched growing up are just like I've got all their baseball cards saved and framed in our garage. Like it's pretty crazy that, you know, to think that I'll be one of those guys pretty soon.
It's awesome. We're talking to Jackson Flora a few more minutes here with the number 4 pick in the Major League Baseball draft to the San Francisco Giants. Dream come true for a kid who grew up in Pleasanton, rooting for the Giants, Foothill High School, UC Santa Barbara. By the way, your coach Andrew Checketts is going to join the midday show after us, Silver and Lasky at 10:50 a.m. So that'll be cool. You can tune in and listen to him. Tell him he said what's up. So just kind of following up, did they give you a roadmap yet of where you're going next? Like, what's the next thing on your itinerary?
Not quite. No, we just, you know, obviously got to get in and sign, and then I ship off to Arizona and get to work. You know, I'm ready to get to work. I'm excited, and this is just the beginning. So I'm ready to go. Is there,
if I'm going to give the negative question, you got to deal with negative media here, Jackson. What if somebody said the Big West isn't as intense as the SEC, therefore that makes you didn't face the most intense competition? Is that a fair criticism or is that unfair?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really like to look at it that way. We kind of preach at school just faceless hitters and executing pitches, and to me it doesn't really matter who's in the box. I just got to execute one pitch at a time and help my team win. So, you know, if it's my Little League Giants team or if it's the All-Star team, you know, I'm ready to go and just execute one pitch at a time and not worried about who we're up against.
Regardless of the conference, you were top of the charts this year across college baseball when it came to innings pitched, 102 on the season, also top 5 in strikeouts. Now, I know one of the tougher parts of the transition between the college game and the pro game is the workload and the amount of innings that you pitch. We just played a highlight of you earlier throwing a complete game, one of your many complete games throughout your college career. So how much do you think that can help you when you're making that transition from the college game to the pro ball game?
Yeah, I think that's super helpful. I think it's really important, especially as a starting pitcher, to, you know, be able to eat up those innings and help your team win week in and week out. So I think one of the biggest things for me, one of the most important things for me as a player and a person has been staying healthy. And I put a lot of time and effort and a lot of work into keeping myself healthy so that I can go out every week and help my team win. So I think as I continue to develop and get stronger and stay healthy, that, you know, I understand what it takes, and I've got a good routine that will help me, you know, stay healthy across the course of 162 games, and then hopefully some more after that.
Got to ask you.
But it's definitely going to help me be ready for that workload.
Yeah, sorry about that. The last one for me is like velocity. That's the word, right? Velo. How important is it to you? Is it something, because, you know, we talk to Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and he's like, there's throwing and then there's pitching, right? And so where does velocity play into you? Do you have a number you like to hit, or what's your theory on velo?
I mean, that's just kind of something that has just developed over time. I've obviously like fallen in love with velocity. I think especially when I first started pitching, it was just cool to be able to throw harder than everybody else, and I kind of fell in love with it, and I'd research ways to throw harder and all of that stuff. And then I think now at this point, I just have to continue to, like I said, keep myself healthy. And, you know, the more I stay healthy and the bigger and stronger I get, I think that velocity will just kind of come on its own naturally. So, I mean, I love it. I think velocity is sexy. I think it's really fun. I love looking up at the radar after I throw one as hard as I can. So, but there's definitely a fine line between throwing and pitching. So I'm trying to walk that line a little bit. But, I mean, it's fun. It makes my other pitches better. It allows me to rely on my fastball sometimes. And, yeah.
Was there a number that pleases you when you look at the gun?
I mean, 100 is pretty cool to look at.
And you have hit? You've touched it?
I'll be honest. Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
A few times.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. And, Jackson, I saved the toughest question for last. I read this weekend that you keep a list on your phone of your favorite fried chicken sandwiches. So on 50,000 watts on The Sports Leader, give us the Jackson, Florida fried chicken rankings.
Oh, boy. I know Lucille's Barbecue is number one right now. There's a barbecue spot. There used to be one close to my house, but it's not here anymore. There's one in Arizona, so hopefully I'll find my way over there when I go to training camp. That's the number one sandwich right now.
Have you been to Bake Sale Betty in Oakland?
I haven't.
Okay.
No.
All right. Put it out there, buddy.
Yeah, add it to the
list.
list.
Is that a good one?
Yeah.
Oh, dude. Famous. People line up for it.
Okay. All right. I got to get out there, then.
I'm sorry. I stepped on your number two. What was your number two?
No. Number two is a place that's called Egg and Bird, and it's in Long Beach. And my dad and I had it, and I wasn't really expecting much, and it blew me away. I mean, it just immediately climbed to the top of the list. Okay. And then the third one is, and I promise I'm not biased, but the sandwich that I make at home. I spent about a year perfecting it. I take bits and pieces from other sandwiches that I like, and I just combine them all. And it's beautiful. If you're ever lucky enough, I'll make you one.
Sign me up, Jackson.
That sounds like a pretty good promise there, man. Listen, everybody in the Bay Area is delighted. We all wanted you. I don't know if you saw this on social media, but Marcus.
I got to thank you guys for putting in a good work.
There you go, buddy. We were looking out for you, bud. We were looking out for you.
Glad to have you.
And listen, we're all rooting for you. Everybody wants good things for the local kid. Whenever a local kid gets drafted by anybody, whether it's the Toronto Blue Jays or the Miami Marlins, it's always exciting. But when you get the Giants and you get this high of a pick and a kid with your personality and your arm talent, it's all good. So I know you're all about the work. You're not taking anything for granted. So we'll let you get to work and we'll look forward to seeing you soon. So thanks for hopping on, Murph and Marcus. Yep. I know the Bay Area loved hearing you, and congratulations again, Jackson.
Yeah, thanks, Jackson.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. I'm excited to go to work.
There he is, Jackson Flora on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hey, let's talk about my friends at Kalshi because the FIFA World Cup is here. We're in the Final Four, man, and there's no better place to be than Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. So on Kalshi, you can trade every match. You've been doing it since last month, the opening stages all the way now to the Final Four and through Sunday's final. For example, to win the big soccer championship, England is trading at over 21% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $430 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Also, France to win the championship is trading at over 39% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $230 if France wins soccer's biggest prize. So, on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I, Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Walker swings deep into the night in left field. And Walker walks it off.
my.
4 in a row.
What a performance.
Schwarber gives him high fives. The Philly fans are all leaving. Jordan Walker, the home run derby champion. Amazing.
There it was, man. We opened the show talking all about it. We had a lot of fun last night watching that, except for the Netflix camera angles, which sucked. They sucked. Like, don't overthink it. Show me the center field camera angle so I can see where the pitch is, how the swing was, and the trajectory of the swing, other than literally all the way up until his winning home run, which was so dramatic. All you had was his facial reaction.
I do not need a close-up face shot of Jordan Walker, hell, of any of the participants, when they're launching absolute nukes last night in Philly. I mean, they had even the camera behind the hitters. There's a couple phenomenal shots of Harper and Schwarber launching balls into the crowd. Use that camera if you're going to use anything. But yeah, overall, Netflix, 2 thumbs down.
2 thumbs down. That said, the Derby overcame it. And Walt here with some Philadelphia tribute. We got Boys to Men last hour, and now Philadelphia's own Will Smith, who was last seen slapping Chris Rock.
Keep Netflix out your mouth.
Keep Netflix's name off my home run derby. By the way, they have the Field of Dreams game coming up. We were riffing earlier. What are they going to do to ruin that?
Great. Can't wait.
We think the corn is too cliche. Yeah. We're actually going to create a bed of lollipops and candy for them to walk out of.
No, Netflix are going to turn it into like the Field of Nightmares, and it'll be like sponsored by the Nightmare on Elm Street.
This kid, Jordan Walker, with the backwards hat and the gum chew and that smooth swing, man, and facing down the demons, 40,000 Philadelphians booing his ass off. Got to give the Philly fans credit. They played their role perfectly. They were villains. They were booing. They were loud. I can't think of another city in America that would have been as involved like that.
Philadelphia is the only city in America that's going to boo kids in the outfield for not catching pop-ups when the players hit them.
That's hilarious, man.
Like, that is so Philly.
I know you had a dime or two on Kyle Schwarber, and that was a smart bet, and he, in any other circumstance, should have won the damn thing.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bryce Harper, you damn mush.
I know.
Saying it's over after the first round before Jordan Walker even hits.
This kid, Jordan Walker, is an interesting character. He's a first-round draft pick out of Decatur High School down in Georgia, and had a good rookie year when he was, I have to look it up again.
21, I think he made his debut.
Is that what, and he was good, and then Major League Baseball got to him. Like, he had to struggle in 2024 and 2025, he got shuttled in and out. His WAR was negative, minus 1.7, minus 0.8. And if you're a Cardinal fan, you're like, we blew our first-round pick. Well, if you stick with it, man, he is going off this year. At the break, 22 bombs. He's leading the National League with 74 ribs. He's hitting 294 with an 887. He's kind of a dark horse NL MVP candidate.
Yeah, and it's one of the best stories in baseball this year, to your point. Being a top prospect, had a lot of hype on him. Came up as a third baseman, did pretty well his rookie year, then gets sent down to AAA, has to change position. The last couple of years, he's kind of been sputtering in AAA and trying to make a name for himself in St. Louis. Well, everybody knows the name now, Jordan Walker, after that performance last night in the Home Run Derby.
707 asks, how come the Home Run Derby wasn't on TV? Well, there you go. I don't know if you're riffing 707, but it was on Netflix. And so some people had trouble finding it, for sure. So anyway, it was very, very disappointing. We'll talk about that with Dwayne Kuiper. Other than that, I love it. I really did. I don't know. It's something about Midsummer Classic. Like we said, Daly City's celebrating Midsummer Classic with an actual sunny morning here. We can't even believe it. But the All-Star games tonight, I'm excited. I love it. It just reminds me of childhood. It reminds me of summertime. No school, no homework. Go play wiffle ball in the yard, the whole deal.
Oh, go put on your own little home run derby in the backyard. Yeah. We used to do that every year as a kid growing up.
You grew up with the home run derby. I did not.
Really?
Yeah. Because, we just watched the All-Star game. It was like there was nothing on Monday, bro. Nothing. You just had to go create your own thing.
Wow.
Play dice game or play baseball with your buddies down at the park.
What a scary world to live in. No cell phones, no home run derby.
Oh, I meant to tell you this, dude. Digression. So on Saturday, my big day when I did the Oakland Junior Giants League and then the speaking thing at the San Francisco League out at Balboa Park near Roxy Deli. And the guy I did it with was a guy from the Giants event planning, because what we're doing is talking to kids about careers, and I tell them, don't get into radio. But anyway... But I say I'm a YouTuber. That's what I say.
Yeah,
Kids all
become a
go, "Ooh."
YouTuber, not a radio host.
They all go, oh,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, you're a live
Yeah, yeah.
streamer, Murph.
Anyway,
You and I show speed.
The guy I was speaking with is probably your age, and he does event planning at the park, and he was offering them a career. And, you could be an event planner at the park. And they asked him, tell us about your background. He goes, well, I grew up, he goes, from the ages of 6 to 12, I watched The Sandlot every day of my life. I have the entire thing memorized. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's nice.
As
That's
a
nice.
true American.
I didn't tell him. I was like, yeah, what a mid movie.
Yeah, you
what a
didn't
mid
take
flick.
a chance to take a shot at arguably the greatest baseball movie of all time.
Another one of your generation. buddy,
Yeah,
your generation.
yeah, that's another conflict of interest where you were probably a little past the point of enjoying The Sandlot
Listen,
when it first
I'm
came
not
out.
telling you it's a bad movie. I'm just saying it's mid.
It kind of feels like over the last 6 years I've worked with you, you've kind of told me it's a bad movie.
Hey, where's Walt on The Sandlot?
Oh, it's a fantastic movie. Okay. Yeah, it's the best.
All right.
Best one there.
How soon until you show young Christian Sandlot?
Yeah.
Who's to say he hasn't already watched it?
Yeah, I'm guessing he probably has already.
I'll give you the Larry David. Yeah.
I was just thinking about Sandlot on 4th of July. I mean, one of the greatest scenes in movie history playing underneath
By
the
the way,
fireworks.
I hate to throw this guy under the bus, but it was good content. Some kid raised their hand. They said, any questions? The kid goes, what's your favorite quote from The Sandlot? And my man, I'm going to leave his name out because I don't want to kill him, but he choked. He goes, he went LeBron James Godfather. He goes, I can't think of one now.
Oh, man.
And I had to help him. I go, aren't you going with You're Killing Me, Smalls? He's like, oh, yeah, that one. I'm like,
Yeah,
dude, he froze up. He
yeah.
froze up under pressure. Unlike Jordan Walker, who came through and did his thing last night. Just a quick soundbite from Jordan Walker last night to getting booed. Cut D, Walt. This kid, Jordan Walker, 24 years old, staring down the Philly Demons. And, oh, by the way, the other feature was his mom, dad, grandma, and sister were there whooping and hollering in those Cardinals jerseys. So they were having fun, too. And Dad was awesome. Dad came down and was bragging about his son in a really sweet way, though, like not an obnoxious way. So here's Jordan Walker reacting to getting booed. Here you go.
They're still booing you. What's it like to have 40,000 people boo you?
I was once told you don't boo nobody, so it feels pretty good. Yeah.
That's right. How about your dad, Derek? Get over here. Get over here. How about your boy?
Oh, he was awesome today. I just loved everything about it. Just his attitude, his approach, the smoothness, his swing. Looked like his dad. But yeah, he just did a great job. We're so proud of him. We're proud.
You told me at 6 years old he hit a home run and hit his grandma's car. When did you know he could be this?
Oh, man. So that was an indication there. That was one good indication. I think, again, from early age, he always loved the game. He always loved to play baseball. He loved to sleep with his glove. He always had a bat. We traveled with it all the time. He, ate, slept, thought baseball. And he just kept progressing. He just kept getting better and better and working on his craft. And, again, we can't be more proud.
Yeah, really sweet. And then later on, they did a hit with Barry Bonds, and they brought out Grandma. Grandma was dead serious. She's like, I saw him when they didn't have cleats big enough for his feet. He wanted to play. And you got to love it. The family support of a Jordan Walker.
Oh, it was awesome. And seeing his mom and dad kind of go back and forth in a good way with Philly fans last night at the Home Run Derby as well.
They're having some fun.
That was great. And I want to hear some of that sound from the grandma because she can tell us all about that story that they told about him hitting a ball over the fence and knocking out the window of his grandma's car. Now, the rumor is the ball went over the fence and some dog named the Beast got a hold of it. Jordan Walker never got that ball back.
Here comes the Sandlot crowd for me on the text line.
Oh, get him.
I stand tall.
Get him, Sandlot crowd.
I stand
Get him.
tall.
Get him.
All right, guys. Listen to a little Home Run Derby. We loved it. It was great. And literally, no shame. Schwarber put on a phenomenal performance. And he just got one up by one swing. It was really, really, really
so
fun.
close to cashing that bet.
Yeah. You were. But, hey, that's the world of sports gambling, buddy. Be careful.
That is gambling.
Kids.
Yep.
Be careful out there.
1-800-GAMBLER.
Dwayne Kuiper will join us on the other side. Home Run Derby, Giants at the Midway Point, All-Star Game, and Kuip all coming up on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, let's talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, our tax attorney, Steve Moskowitz. And Steve, it's out there now. Online scams happen, but you as a tax attorney think that there's a way to actually help people, Steve, who get scammed. So tell us about it. Good morning.
Absolutely. The tax law changed and did away with most casualty losses, but there was an exception. The exception is for scams that qualify. And the IRS actually wrote out this long memo with examples, and they tell you exactly what you have to do to qualify. So first, if you were the victim of a scam, my heart goes out to you. I've seen people not only lose their life savings, but have to pay tax on it because they took it out of a retirement account or sold some stock, and now they got to pay tax on the money they gave to the scammer. Horrible. But there's a way to get back a huge amount of money from the IRS if you qualify. That's our job to see, do you qualify? And if you do, let's deduct it from your tax return and let's get a big check from the IRS. We have a free consultation. Let's see if you comply with this memo. If you do, that's how you would qualify to get the money. We have a free consultation. Find out if you qualify with this memo. And if you do, let's get your money. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, do I qualify?
That's what you do. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, it is the All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic. Fun stuff to talk about with Dwayne Kuiper, tonight's game, and last night's Home Run Derby, and the Giants' first half, and the Giants' second half. So much to talk about. Kipe, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kipe.
Good. How you guys doing?
We're great. We're kind of buzzing off the Home Run Derby. We loved it. We hated some of the camera angles from Netflix. They just refused to show the center field camera for some reason. But this Jordan Walker performance silencing the booing Philadelphia crowd with 6 straight homers to end it was about as dramatic as an exhibition event can get. Did you enjoy it?
I did, and I thought the format was good. I never did like the get as many swings as you can in 3 minutes or whatever that format was, because guys ran out of gas, and then the question was always, when can you let go of the next pitch? Can you have a ball in the air while the next pitch is coming? That eliminates all of this the way they do it now, and I thought it was great. And I got to tell you that I didn't really have a a choice of who I wanted to win until that whole stadium started to boo the kid. And when they started to boo him, I thought, I want Jordan Walker to win. I do. And I have nothing against Schwarber. I think he's awesome. I think he's one guy that everybody would like to play with in their career. But once that whole stadium turned on Walker, that was it. He was my guy, and I'm glad he won.
Yeah, hell of a performance last night by Jordan Walker winning the home run derby. And Kipe, we were talking about his path to the big leagues earlier this morning, about how he made his debut as a top prospect at 21 years old, had some success his rookie season, then struggles, has to change positions from third base to the outfield, got sent down to AAA a couple times, and now he's back at 24 years old, and he's winning the home run derby. It's a little similar to what we saw with Elliot Ramos not being an all-star, breaking out until he was 25 years old. A guy like Casey Schmidt at 27 breaking out this year. I think it's a good reminder that everybody has a different path to their big league journey, Kipe.
Well, it also shows you that sometimes you really have to be patient. If you're, when you're an organization that has some young talent, and they don't show it right away. I mean, they show it in brief spurts. They just can't consistently, do it day in and day out. And Ramos was like that for a while. And, once guys start to go back and forth, then it becomes a bit of a pain for everybody. And that's why I thought the way the Giants handled Bryce Eldridge was wonderful. Let him stay in the big leagues. Let him get his feet wet, and then just let him get after it. And I commend Walker for hanging in there. I know he's only 24, but if you look at this kid, he's like, well, that's what I want all of my big leaguers to look like.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah.
6'4", whatever, 240. Yeah, that would. Yeah, let's have a whole roster of those guys. So good for him, and good for the Cardinals for being patient with him so that he could develop and a couple of trips back and forth. But at some point, I guess he decided and he flipped the switch and now he's a threat. I mean, he is a threat. I always joke with people about, if you're the San Francisco Giants, that's what you're supposed to look like. You're not supposed to look like Tim Lincecum. and Walker is built like a San Francisco Giant.
Yeah, it's McCovey-ish. Like, it's so much fun.
Yes.
Yeah, I love it. Orlando Cepeda, Jack Clark, Kevin Mitchell, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds, all these guys. By the way, Giants Cardinals, if you are a Jordan Walker fan now, they don't play till September. They play 3 in September in San Francisco, Labor Day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then the Giants go to St. Louis. It's their last road trip of the year is 3 at St. Louis, 3 at the Dodgers before the final week of the season. So,
yeah, they're in the hunt.
Yeah, they're 5 over. They're 1 out in the wild card.
That's a little bit surprising. I mean, they've had some off years lately, and I guess they got some young guys to develop, like Walker, and they've got some decent pitching. So we'll see how that goes the rest of the way.
Yeah, it is interesting, and they are a case where their fans were very upset. Joe Buck himself criticized and said the fans should vote with their pocketbooks, kind of, and so lots of interesting stuff. But enough about the Cardinals. Screw the Cardinals. Let's talk Giants baseball here. Tonight in the All-Star game, I guess Logan Webb says only in an emergency. I hope Luis Ariz gets an at-bat, which would be fun, and then leads to the comments. He talked to the media yesterday in Philadelphia. Susan Slusser was there, and he's saying, he fully expects to get traded. He says he wants to get traded to a place that plays second base. And he says it's tough because he's made friends with Rafi and Elliot Ramos and Logan Webb and all these guys. And he said it's going to be tough to leave and Willy Adames. But he said it's a business, I understand. How are you feeling about all that, Kipe?
Well, I want to sign him. I do. That's not going to happen. But I just think that he's everything you would want in a ball player. Forget about the fact that he doesn't hit the ball out of the park. He's exciting to watch. Every at bat, it looks like he's having fun. And you know what? And you need that. And I get why you have to certainly make a grand effort to trade him. I get it. I mean, that's just the way it is. But you can tell he likes it here. And if he were given a choice, stay or be traded to a team that's in first place, I'll bet you he would say he would stay. So, good luck to him. And if he does get traded, whoever is lucky enough to have him should definitely keep him at second base. He's definitely shown everybody that he's an elite defender.
Kai, we had a couple former Giants on the broadcast last night for the Home Run Derby, and let's start with Barry Bonds because it seems like over the last couple of years he's been more open to doing media hits. I know Murph and I got to sit down and do an interview with him in the dugout. He was a part of the Netflix opening day broadcast between the Yankees and the Giants, and last night on the Home Run Derby. Just your thoughts on Barry Bonds kind of opening up to the media after his long-lasting kind of feud he had with the media and maybe showing off some of that personality post-playing career.
Well, he does have a great personality. I mean, he could, if he wanted to, he could work a room with the best of them. And I thought he was terrific. I mean, I thought both he and Hunter were terrific. And sometimes you're terrific because you're put in the right setting. And I thought Barry was put in the right setting with Pujols. Sitting on the couch, just kind of relaxing, cross your legs, talk a little ball. And with Hunter, I mean, Hunter needs excitement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He needs Christmas morning every day. He does.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's the perfect format for him. He can yell until he's hoarse. He can do all the things that Chris Berman used to do, except go, back. And I thought he was great. And, he's going to figure out the broadcasting part. I've told Hunter a number of different times, look, when it's 12-2, you need to back off. 12-2 where the Giants are not winning. And it's just like, well, I said, yeah, I know Hunter, but so anyway, he's going to figure it out. He's terrific. I really enjoyed him last night. You know what? I didn't pick apart Netflix. I mean, I wish it was, on Fox or ESPN, NBC, just because it's easier for the older generation to get to it. Young people can figure it out in a matter of seconds, but my group, not so much. So that's the only reason I thought it would be great if it were much easier to find. But overall, I thought they did a great job.
Yeah, I didn't like the angles. Other than that, I did enjoy. As you pointed out, Hunter is great for that environment, the adrenaline and all that. And it's different when you're doing a 162. So you said it's all a learning process for everybody. Kipe, we did, speaking of excitement, we had the Giants' new draft pick, the number 4 pick in the draft, Jackson Flora, on the show yesterday. And, boy, these young kids coming up, they're comfortable on camera because, I don't know if they're doing TikTok or whatever. They're just comfortable. And he was an easy talker. He, hopefully his stuff matches. He's touched 100 on the gun. He's 6'5". He was the best college pitcher in baseball last year. He's a local kid. I mean, there's what's not to like, Kai. What did you think of the pick? Because, there was talk of going for the outfielder from Mississippi or the shortstop from Florida, but they went with the pitcher. What'd you think?
Well, I mean, given if you look at the people that let you know who your prospects are in the organization and where they rank, given that the first 4, 1, 2, 3, and 4 before the draft were shortstops. So I get it. The more shortstops you have, life is much easier. But if you have a shot to take a guy like Flora, and then you've got 4 shortstops that are 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the organization, I just think it's a no-brainer. And, the icing on the cake is he's from here. He went to same high school as Crawford. I mean, that's all great stuff. I heard his coach on KNBR, and he was saying, this kid is going to be a media darling. He loves to talk. So good. You know what? I can't wait to see him now in uniform. and let's hope that the Giants, they got something now for the next 10 years.
Kai, beyond the Jackson Flora pick, any other standouts from this year's draft class? The Giants used 3 of their first 4 picks on pitchers, 12 of their 20 overall picks on pitchers, ended up taking the nephew of Barry Bonds, Peyton Bonds, in the 3rd round as well. Were there any picks or names that stood out to you in this year's draft class?
Well, I mean, when you don't really study the draft, and I don't, then, the names that pop up, you just kind of go by position and maybe where they're from. But when a name Bonds pops up, it kind of gets your attention. And, so the name pops up, and then your brain is going, is this any relation? And then inevitably the same sentence is, yes, this is a relative of Barry Bonds. So, yeah, that intrigued me a lot. And given his size and the position he plays and his last name, I think that would intrigue anybody, especially Giants fans. And look, not one time did I ever hear Barry talk about this. So that's kind of, for me, where it came out of nowhere. And I'm really excited now. Again, here's another guy I want to see in uniform, because he's, believe it or not, a little bit bigger than the guy who won the home run derby last night.
6'5", 2 something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They said the knock is, the knock type is that his chase rate, if I was reading a little deeper, like the knock on him is that he's got to improve his knowledge of the strike zone. Is that something you think? I mean, I guess that was sort of a knock on Bryce Eldridge, too, and Casey Schmidt, wasn't it? And so, I don't know, is that something?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's such a young thing. I mean, Casey Schmidt's the best example. Matt Williams was the really example where you threw him a breaking ball and he was going to swing at it. And he swung at it so much, he ended back in AAA. And then they brought him back up. And then all of a sudden one day he figured it out. And he went on to be a great player. So, yeah, it's just a matter of time before guys figure it out. I mean, and then, there are some guys that never do. And, that's where they get stalled in the minor leagues, and, they never see the big leagues. By the way, I think Casey Schmidt got ripped off. I do.
You mean when they chose that Ivan Herrera guy over him? Yeah.
I do. I think he got ripped off. And I'll tell you why I think he got ripped off. Because of the team records.
Yeah. Well, that's
I think
what
the
happens,
Giants had a better record. I think that he's the choice. But the powers that be went, well, the Cardinals are, a game out of the wild card. Let's take this guy who's got, 9 fewer home runs and 12 fewer RBIs. Let's take him.
Kipe, last question.
This stuff doesn't bother me, as you can tell, Merv.
Yeah, definitely. We had the same conversation with Mike yesterday. Last question for me, Kipe, just wrapping up this interview, circling back to the home run derby. We haven't seen a Giants player participate in the home run derby since Barry Bonds. Who would you nominate, or who would you like to see represent the Giants in maybe a future home run derby?
Yeah, probably Eldridge.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's going to come a time where people are going to stop when he takes batting practice and watch. He's just at the stage now where he's trying to figure it out, and he's doing a really good job. But I think eventually he will be, in that home run derby. And the Dakota kid in the minor leagues, he's coming fast too. And he's going to get here, and then he's going to be really fun to watch. So there's a lot of really good stuff happening. It's just right now it's not happening on the field. And we got to get that turned around.
I was going to end it with that the news Susan Slusser had, she went to the Futures game. Dakota Jordan laced a double off of a guy throwing a hundy or whatever, and he's going up to Double-A with Gavin Keelan, who's playing well, and Bo Davidson's going to Triple-A. And we've seen now Jonah Cox and Vic Barracoto and other guys get called up. So would you say going into the second half of the season that keep an eye on these guys maybe making their big league debut?
Yeah, you know what, Murph? It depends upon, it used to be you could call everybody up. Right. Anybody that's on the 40-man, you could call up. Now you can't do that.
Right.
I think you can only call up 4. And usually that's a catcher for sure. And then you want to kind of save your pitchers. So yeah, you know what, maybe, but I wouldn't actually count on it. There's one other point I want to make. I heard you guys talking about it coming in. about Webb saying that he really, would prefer not to pitch.
Yeah.
I think, my opinion, that if you pitched in the World Baseball Classic, then you get a pass if people are complaining that you might not pitch in the All-Star game. Because I think some of the difficulties Webb had early had everything to do with him being in that World Baseball Classic.
I think that's fair. We were talking about Mizorowski, Skeens, Shohei, Schlittler, all these guys not participating, and I was getting a little hot. Saying, somebody tell that to Nolan Ryan, Steve Carlton, and frickin' Juan Marichal, who just, was an honor to be in this thing. Now, some guys might really be hurt. Now, with Webb, your point of him giving his all to Team USA all through February and March, that's a valid point. I'll buy that.
Yeah, and you know what? And I don't know if he's got arm fatigue or not. Maybe he doesn't. But, him not stressing out if he has to pitch an inning, if that saves him a little bit in, for this season and even maybe in his career, fine. But if they need him tonight and they start running out of guys, he'll be first in line to say, yeah, I'm fine, go ahead.
Maybe maybe if they need him, maybe remember they went to a swing off last year. Remember that? And Schwarber hit the homer to win the game. Maybe Webby can grab a bat. He's hitting the last guy to hit a homer, last pitcher to hit a homer.
Yeah, let's have this thing won by having pitchers try to hit home runs.
Oh man, Webby could do it.
Anyway, I thought it was a good show, and hopefully it'll be a good show tonight.
Yeah.
Of all the All-Star games, this is the one that's most competitive.
Well, Philadelphia 250. I like the patch of the Liberty Bell sleeves and all that stuff. It's a little patriotic, so that'll be fun. Are you, by the way, I don't know your schedule. Is Seattle within your travel boundary or no?
I'm not in Seattle. Mike is not in Seattle, nor Kansas City. Right. So,
but will you
be well rested when they come back
to face the Angels on July 24? Will you be in San Diego at the end of July?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Kipe, I'll be there. Maybe I'll come by and say hi.
Yes.
Yeah.
We'll have the Murph cam on. San Diego.
I'll make sure not to pick my nose too deep. 2 knuckles in.
Well, if I was actually doing radio, which I'm not in San Diego, I would have you on again like I did in Kansas City.
One of the greatest honors of my life, honestly. One of the greatest honors of my life. I was thinking about that recently. I was thinking, what are some of the best things my career has afforded me? And honestly, doing an inning of radio with you in Kansas City is way up there. Way up there.
And then they won a World Series.
That's it. That's it. There you go. That's the book.
How about that?
All right.
All right.
In the same damn park. All right, Kipe. Enjoy the Midsummer Classic and your break, and we will look forward to next Tuesday.
Yeah, thanks, Kipe.
That away, guys. Let's go.
Dwayne Kuiper every Tuesday. We can react to that, to some stories on Matt Chapman's trade possibilities, Luis Ariza's trade possibilities, and your feelings on the Home Run Derby. Is it the best all-star feature in North American sports? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jordan Walker took down Kyle Schwarber in the final round of last night's Home Run Derby with an epic comeback with home runs hit on his last 6 swings. 808 KNBR is the number. Was that the greatest Home Run Derby ever? The greatest Home Run Derby performance? Give us your thoughts. Give us a text, shoot us a call, or check in on the YouTube chat.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Walker swings deep into the night in left field, and Walker walks it off.
Oh my!
4 in a row.
What a performance!
Schwarber gives him high fives. The Philly fans are all leaving. Jordan Walker, the home run derby champion. Amazing.
Who knew the home run derby could be like Bobby Thompson? The Giants win the pennant. The Giants win the pennant. But shout out Major League Baseball. They pulled it off. New format came with some risk, and the payoff was huge because it came down to that last swing for Jordan Walker to stun the Philadelphia crowd, the booing Philadelphians who were part of the drama last night. That Philadelphia crowd played their role really well. Kyle Schwarber, the Schwarbombs, the Schwarbino, Marcus's pick. Everything looked like it was all set up for the hometown kid to win it, and instead, Jordan Walker, this prodigiously talented kid for the St. Louis Cardinals, first-round draft pick a few years ago, who's had some struggles kind of finding his way as, Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos, guys like that. And this kid has all the talent in the world. He was a first-round draft pick out of high school in Georgia with his mom, dad, grandma, and sister cheering him on. And man, oh man, was he clutch. Backwards hat, chewing gum, and had to hit 6 straight homers and did hit 6 straight homers. So a lot of fun. Is it the best thing going in all-star North American sports, whether it's baseball, basketball, football? I'll even throw hockey in there. 808-KNBR is the phone number. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All that said, Marcus, I got one beef, and that's Netflix's camera work.
Yep.
When you're showing a home run derby, don't show me his nostrils, bro. I need the pitch. I need the angle. I need the swing. We would just see their facial reaction. All the way up until his winning home run, all you saw was his torso. You're like, wait, where's the pitch? Where's the swing? How's the trajectory? I don't know. So double thumbs down on Netflix's camera work. Other than that, I tried to have a good time on a Monday night in July with nothing else on, and I wound up having a really good time.
Yeah, it was a really fun home run derby. Despite some of the bad camera angles from Netflix, I'll say I'm a huge fan of Cal Ripken and Shane Gillis, but I don't need cutaways to them mid-final round.
Like at the peak drama.
Yeah.
Peak drama.
Yeah, Fast Kirsch was even checking. He's like, did Cal Ripken just sneak in during the last round? Like, it was kind of random. I don't think Netflix really did anything to improve the overall broadcast of the home run derby, but taking the broadcast partner out of it, it was phenomenal. The new format change work. You can't deny it. The drama was there. It came down to the last swing. I love the extra wrinkle that the last swing depends on total outs, not actual final swing. I think if you had to ask me my honest opinion, I still like the traditional home run derby where it's based on outs, not just swings. It was kind of weird seeing the swing tracker go down when these guys are launching balls to the moon, but you can't deny the end product. Jordan Walker had an all-time comeback and silenced the Philly crowd last night. That was not only booing Jordan Walker and Wilson Contreras, they were booing the damn kids in the outfield every time they missed a ball when one of these players swung and did not hit a home run.
There is some tough in Philly, man. If you're a kid out there in the outfield, you better put on your alligator skin, bro, because they're coming for you. I really like the format. My biggest concern is, does it go too long? That's like my biggest concern, and I think it was about the right time last night. I felt like, your internal clock will go off if you're like, this is boring me, and I didn't feel that way. And I liked the sort of the countdown of swings. Like, even if you hit a bomb, you lose a swing, and it's down. He has 3 swings left. He has 2 swings left. So I enjoyed it. Now, I think the time, I remember when they went to the timer, I was in favor of that too, because I thought, oh man, there's a little excitement here. The timer, 10, 9, 8, 7. 2 problems with that. One, the physical toll on these guys was undeniable. These guys were sweating their ass off. They're drinking Gatorade. They're calling timeout. They're mopping off their heads. But the other thing was, and you brought this up, this was your point, is so true. In the old timed ones, we couldn't see the actual home runs because they were trying to rush the next pitch in to beat the clock. So we literally, in the home run derby, we're not seeing the home runs. A little unclear on the concept here, you know?
Yeah,
So-
with the timer, it almost turned into like a 3-point competition where you're just trying to get up as many shots as possible and beat the clock. Now, with all that being said, I'm with you because I like sitting back and admiring Jack Caglione going to the third deck.
yeah.
Wilson Contreras damn near putting one off the scoreboard. Bryce Harper leaving the ballpark in right center field. Those were all great moments. But I do have a counter argument for you when it comes to guys gassing out with the clock because your guy, Junior Caminero, finished second last year with the time format. Last night with this new format, he looked like he gassed
Something
out.
happened to Junior. I'm worried. That might have just been a Junior Caminero.
Yeah, he might have his own things going on.
I actually thought about that because he was my pick. I mean, I didn't put a ton of thought into it. I just wanted to pick. I said I was
But it was
doing
a good pick. He was the
just for
runner-up last year.
sports radio conflict. You took Schwarber. I said, well, I'm going to take somebody else. Just like Walter took Murakami. How'd that work out?
The Southside Samurai.
The single-digit samurai. But anyway, so Caminero went out. It's almost like he had a fight with his girlfriend in between rounds or something. He was a different dude in round 2. Yeah, that or he got bad news from his agent. Like, you didn't trigger your claws.
Somebody stole his mojo.
He was completely different in the second round. His body language, his energy. So I was like, Junior, where are you, buddy? Anyway, I think what he learned is he needs to go get maybe more fit or something like that. But Jordan Walker, man, if you're a Cardinal fan, you're loving that kid, 24 years old, doing his thing. So let's listen to some of the sounds. It was fun. Barry Bonds. So you talked about Netflix, the good stuff. Well, apparently Barry's got a thing with Netflix because he did the opening day in San Francisco when the freaking taxi cab drivers and dancers and all that stuff.
A lot of dancers.
Blame Netflix, right? We're already ready for them to ruin the Field of Dreams game.
Yeah, they're going to turn into the Field of Nightmares.
Yeah, there's going to be they're going to do something with the cornfield. Yeah, we really feel like the corn is overplayed.
Yeah, the corn was blocking the view. Actually,
we're going to do a field of peas and pineapples.
Yeah, we got rid of that house behind the field. It's kind of a distraction.
Exactly. So, dude, don't overthink it, guys. Anyway, Barry Bonds, he was excited. Cut K, Walt. Number 25 talking about the Derby.
Barry Bonds, legend, 6 derbies. What did you say to me after what you saw from Jordan?
I thought that was the greatest home run derby I ever seen. I had to match 3 home runs to get to win 11 home runs. Amazing. What got me was this, Jordan, You were so calm and you used your hands well. You never cared how far the ball went. You actually used your hands well as a contact hitter and just hit the ball. You were just fluent. And it was probably the most amazing. And for me to say it, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've seen a lot of home runs, but to come back from 11 with only 15, we're talking only 15 swings. Brother, you got my trophy too, bro. You got my trophy too, and I'm gonna start getting some gum.
I'm gonna start getting some gum because the gum was a big thing.
Oh, he was chomping.
I'm gonna put Jordan Walker on maybe Mount Gum more with Pete Carroll, Burt Reynolds, and give me one more. Who else chomps? Candace should say me because I'm smacking it around the house a lot.
You do throw in a couple pieces at a time after the show.
Who else is a great? Because Burt Reynolds is famous for it.
Pete Carroll was my nominee.
Pete Carroll's the worst.
Of course.
And then Mike Ditka because he chucked his gum at a Niner fan in Candlestick in 1988.
Good call.
And drilled the fan in the head, and she sued him, by the way. She sued him. Yeah. You got a chance to get into Ditka's bank account. You do it.
You're trying to get some of those dollars, some of that gum. Would you agree with Barry Bonds? Was that the best home run derby performance ever?
Yeah. I mean, listen, every year you try to think of one. The one I keep going back to is Josh Hamilton. I don't know. His story was so great. He was such an incredible story because he was this phenom, was considered to be one of the most talented prospects of all time, who then had a drug problem that felled him from the game. I mean, he was out of baseball because he had an addiction issue. It was a terrible story. It was sad. Then he made a comeback. He beat the addiction demons, and his talent started to flourish. And then for him to do that at Yankee Stadium, now that was a case where he did it in the earlier round. He hit like 430 or whatever. It wasn't in the final round.
No, it was not. And
I
if
don't
I'm
even think
going
he won,
to
actually.
nitpick, I don't think he won it either. That's
Yeah.
one of the cases of maybe gassing out, which we saw a lot early on with the old school format of there being outs. But if I'm going to nitpick the format at all, I think when you limit the amount of swings, you also kind of put a cap on the total number of home runs that we can see. So we didn't see any 20 home run performances yesterday. We didn't get the chance to see Josh Hamilton hit 28 in one round at Yankee Stadium. I know that the final swing actually does come down to you making an out, but still, when you have 10 outs, it gives you a bigger kind of space for more home runs because I think overall, the total number of home runs were down versus the last couple of seasons.
There's no question. Buster Olney, and people are saying, is he trying to defend ESPN? Because ESPN didn't have the Derby for the first time ever. It was on Netflix, if you missed it. We were knocking Netflix's camera angles. And Buster Olney said last year's, he had the stat, I'll find it for you, but like last year's Derby had like 300 and something home runs. This year's Derby only had 130. Oh, here it is. Over the last 5 years, the home run Derby average with the clock was 275 homers. Last night, over about the same amount of time, 131 homers. But that's what you're saying. But to me, totally, and everybody's comment underneath is the same. Yeah, but this time we saw the home runs.
Yeah, but also, I can't really compare it to the format that we've seen on ESPN in the last couple of years because it's been time. Like, there haven't been any outs or swing limitations at all. So I'm wondering how many home runs per swing we're actually seeing. I think it's more of a fair comparison to compare it to the Josh Hamilton home run derby where he launched 28 in the first round. How many total home runs were in those type of home run derbies?
Yeah.
Because when you're with the clock, you can swing and make as many outs as you want.
So everything in life is a trade-off. Like you get with the Josh Hamilton, you get those incredible, memorable rounds that will forever stick in our head all these years later. So that's the plus. The minus is he wound up not winning it. Whereas in this case, I think we actually got last night a bunch of memorable homers. Like we'll remember Wilson Contreras going yard. We'll remember, as you mentioned, Bryce Harper. Even though Jack Caglioni didn't have a great day, he hit one in the third deck.
That was a moonshot, dude.
So I remember, and you'll remember Schwarber absolutely just rifling home runs, but you'll always remember Jordan Walker. So
yeah, and that's why I think it's hard to compare the different formats because if we're talking about the greatest home run derbies ever, 2018, Bryce Harper was down 8 home runs to Kyle Schwarber, came back with the bonus time with the shot clock. So a little bit different. He was chasing down Schwarber, but he was competing more against the clock than he actually was against Kyle Schwarber.
There's a lot of fun quotes after the game, too, because Jordan Walker wound up being a really likable dude. He had a quote last night. They said, you booed him. He goes, yeah, they don't boo nobodies. That's what he said. But grandma's the best. I mean, the fact that his grandma was out there, how are you going to beat that, man?
Awesome.
And she was like serious as a heart attack talking about her grandson playing baseball. So here she was standing on the field with her, I don't know if she's Jordan Walker's paternal or maternal grandma, but she was out there with Jordan's mom and dad, Barry Bonds, Albert Pujols, Elle Duncan. She was comfortable on camera, too. This is grandma talking about grandson winning the Derby.
I want to ask a question to Grandma. How are you feeling out there?
Oh my God, I can't express it, but he knows. I've watched him since he was illegal playing baseball. He was too young to play. And I've been following him since he started, when they couldn't find cleats small enough for him. Oh. And he was truly engrossed. And I do believe this is his life calling. I believe it.
Oh, grandma, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, and it was one of my favorite stories from last night that his dad told on air also about him when he was 6 years old, hit a home run so far over the fence that it knocked out grandma's back window, Murph.
Hey, man, that's part of the lore. By the way, he also won $1 million. That was the other things they tried to incentivize this thing. $1 million. You know what his salary is this year? $749K.
Good for you, Jordan Walker.
He made more. And here he is talking about, his dad might want a car out of this cut Q here. Jordan Walker, on that. Here it is.
It means everything. I mean, as much as they sacrificed for me, honestly, I mean, a lot of sleepless nights for them. I mean, I got 2 other siblings, and they both had things to do. My brother's in film and art, and my sister did volleyball. So it wasn't easy for them. But they figured out a way to get me to, all my lessons, all my games. And I wouldn't be here without them. And
that's a good thing. I like that. What you said.
Grandma's here too.
You made a valid point.
And Sister Maya. Yes.
You made a great valid point of when they sacrificed for you, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Mom and Dad.
Yes.
$1 million. What is your sacrifice?
Probably a new car.
What you gonna get?
I didn't even thought about that.
He wants a car. We know.
Fun stuff, man. So the Jordan Walker family steals the show. Sister played volleyball. She was cute. She was out there looking proud of her big bro. And just the whole thing was great. And Schwarber and the villain and the booze and everything.
Yeah.
So.
And Murph, as a Little League dad, as a Little League coach, how much time parents, invest themselves in youth sports, how they're always there. So the Home Run Derby is always a cool reminder of that. We had Ben Rice and his dad pitching.
Yeah, he didn't have dads.
He didn't have the greatest performance, but we've seen that before. Bryce Harper won it with his dad pitching in 2018.
Cagliano's dad was pitching last night.
Oh, that was his pops too. So it's always so cool to see that. Ben Rice actually posted a video on Instagram saying, "Here's me and my dad warming up for the Home Run Derby." He posted a video of him at 9 years old in a Yankee jersey in their backyard swinging and taking hacks.
Listen, this is where baseball wins the romantic war. In football, you can go to the backyard and play touch football on Thanksgiving with your family and your mom and dad, kinda. In basketball, Dell and Steph can line up and shoot threes. But is there anything like dad pitching to son? This is why this is why they're doing a Field of Dreams game in August. It's because of the freaking, hey, dad, you want to have a catch? Which is a line that, nobody says have a catch. But anyway.
See, in the Boucher household, it was, Dad, you want to line up for Oklahoma drills?
No, it was, I thought it was, Dad, can I get in the octagon?
Yeah. Dad, you want to throw the gloves on?
That's pretty good, man. By the way, the Gum Chewing Brigade, we're trying to fill out our Mount Gum more because you had Jordan Walker, Pete Carroll, Burt Reynolds. 209 pointing out in the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, one of the girls was a gum chomper.
Yes, what's her name?
Violet?
Veronica?
Was it Violet? Or was
yeah.
it Veruca Salt?
I think it's Veruca Salt.
Or was it Violet Burgard?
Well, she turned blue.
559 says JT Snow was a gum chomper over at first. 310 says don't forget Pablo Sandoval blowing lots of bubbles over there at third base, right? 319 says Iowa football coach Kirk Ferentz chews the S out of gum.
All right.
650 Tiger Woods. Tiger will chomp. 209 says Denzel, and remember the Titans was working some gum?
Yeah, he was chomping down
Was
on
he
that
chomping?
gum.
Was he
Yeah,
chomping?
he was. That's a good call.
925 says Kurt Bavakwa. I didn't know Kurt Bavakwa was a gum chewer, dude. And 408 comes in with the, you have to have one negative text. Ironic that Bonds was the host of a home run derby when he skipped the home run derby in San Francisco.
Yeah. Well, he competed a bunch.
Yeah, but there was a lot going on there. Peter McGowan wasn't giving him a contract. So he played hardball with him because, they were about to drum him out of baseball, which they did. They kind of just, the owners turned their back on him.
Yeah, they just waited for him to break all the records.
And by the way, go look at his 2007 numbers. You trying to tell me that guy couldn't go play baseball in 08? But the steroid thing got so bad and the pub was so bad that even Peter McGowan, who loved Bonds and loved the Giants, was just like, yeah, we're not going to re-up you. And that led to a terrible 08 season, by the way. But that's why Barry didn't do that, man. Business is business. So, all right, guys. Well, that was fun. That's your big hit, everybody. There you go. Hey, on the other side, the Giants are in the All-Star news, too. Luis Arraez talking about maybe getting traded. Scott Boras talking about Matt Chapman. Is he getting traded? Next on The Sports Leader.
He's a mother big mouth, I'll tell you that.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants first-round draft pick Jackson Flora joined our show yesterday morning to break down his arsenal, his time at UC Santa Barbara, his time at Foothill High School in Pleasanton, and his path to the Giants after growing up as a Giants fan here in the Bay Area. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and wherever you download your KNBR podcast.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's one of my goals. I know now I'm fighting with Otto Lopez. It's one of my brothers. If I win, good. If I lose, I'll be happy for Otto. But it's a first half. It's a first half, so I just need to stay healthy. I just need to go there and try to do my best.
Hey, Luis Arise, who, sad to say, may be gone between here and August 3rd, the trade deadline. What can the Giants get? And I guess this is something we can bring up today and tomorrow and Thursday and Friday and every day until. And that is, should the Giants trade Luis Arise, which is my vote? But I'm meeting people on the streets. They're stopping me on the streets, Marcus, out on the street. They're stopping me. They're saying, hey, man, why are you saying trade Arise? Keep Arise, some are saying. Have you heard? Have they stopped you on the streets, Marcus, to say, keep Luis Arise?
The streets are talking. Actually, PD Mike Holler asked me yesterday about my take on trading away Luis Arise. And I said, Mike, it's simple. The Giants are 14 games under 500. They're not even sniffing the postseason this season. If there was a scenario where they were 4 or 5 games back, maybe at the trade deadline, maybe that changes my opinion a little bit, but you still have to factor in the fact that he's on a 1-year expiring contract. There have been some talks about maybe a possible extension that he would be open to, but if I'm Luis Arise, I'm trying to hit the open market. I'm trying to get paid this offseason. So I think the Giants have to cash in while they still have some type of product to move at this year's trade deadline. If not, we're in the same scenario that we were in with Blake Snell, Carlos Rodon, and many others who walked away on an expiring deal without any return for the Giants farm system.
Whereas last year, the Giants traded Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval, and you could argue now the Giants bullpen's terrible. By the way, Doval as a Yankee.
Not great.
Right?
Yeah, I'd say it's looking like a win for Buster Posey and company.
Jesus Rodriguez had an RBI double and caught 7 innings on Sunday. And also Parks Harbor, by the way, is moving up, I think, to AAA, isn't he?
He's been swinging it well, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that one, Tyler Rogers is a guy they miss.
Yeah, well, Tyler was going to be a free agent, and I don't know if the Giants would have viewed him as a cost-effective move this offseason. I mean, he got paid pretty damn well by the Blue Jays. I don't know if the Giants were willing to invest that money into an extension with Tyler Rogers, so that's That's another case of an expiring contract and trying to get some prospects back in return, and they ended up with Drew Gilbert and Blade Tidwell and a couple other pieces. Jose Buteau, who I know is injured right now, who probably could be helping out the bullpen this year.
I mean, we mentioned Gilbert yesterday. Who is he? Is he eventually going to be a fourth, fifth outfielder? Well, there's a place for that, and who knows, he could continue to grow. Former first-rounder. Tidwell, I haven't heard enough about. I had hopes for that guy this year to be part of the bullpen.
Well, yeah, when he came out of the gates on the opening day roster, he actually threw pretty well out of the bullpen. Yeah. Then they wanted to send him back to Sacramento to stretch him out as a starter. Seems like he's kind of been leaped on the totem pole, definitely by Trevor McDonald, Carson Whisenhunt, and maybe even Tugboat Wilson. Now, I have not heard too much about Blade Tidwell lately.
I have him here in Sacramento. He's made 12 starts. He's 1-3 with a 4.40, 57 and a third innings, 65 strikeouts, so that's pretty good. 27 walks, so it's just okay. Nothing lights out, but you can't eat AAA ERAs. You can't make a whole lot of fuss about. I don't know. We'll see. By the way, when you said, now if the Giants were, closer at the trade deadline, are you going to force me to look up the wild card standings?
Don't do it, Murph. Don't do it.
I got him.
Don't even think about it.
I got him right here.
All right, give it to me.
10 back in the loss column.
Yeah. And that's of the third wild card spot.
That's the third
wild card spot. That phony third wild card spot that I still don't really like.
It exists, though.
Yeah, it's
now,
there. It's there.
That said, if you want to get there, you got to climb over the Cincinnati Reds, Washington Nationals, San Diego Padres, Arizona Diamondbacks, Pittsburgh Pirates, and Jordan Walker's St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, get in line.
So 10 back in the wild card, 6 teams to climb over. Hey, guys, you better go, 25-10. And even if you go 25-10, you're only one game over. So let's be honest here. So yes,
you idiot, shut up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Walt. Very good. To me, it's a no-brainer. You have to trade Luis Arraez. I'm sorry. It as you point out from the ultimate premise, they ain't going anywhere.
Nope.
The season's lost. So why are you keeping him other than he just pleases you? He is fun to watch. Friday night, for example, in that game that they wound up losing to the Colorado Rockies because Caleb Killian blew the lead in the ninth inning.
Another one.
The Giants rallied in the bottom of the ninth in that game and had the bases loaded with Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge coming up, but neither guy could come through. But Devers had an at-bat that night. Arraez had an at-bat that night. I don't know if you guys were watching. I was, because I'm a loser. Dude, he was like out of his mind. Every pitch, he was walking like he was like so jacked up. He would take a ball and like pimp it. He was jacked up. Like he gets in that box and Mike cares more than anybody in the building.
Dude, when he takes a pitch, he takes it like no other player. Like he starts staring down the pitcher before the pitch even reaches home plate.
Yeah, so we're going to miss that, but let's be real here, man. Guys, the season's going nowhere. Casey Schmidt could easily move to second base and play all the time, right? Plus you have other, if Schmidt wants to, if you eventually get rid of Chapman and Schmidt goes to third, then you could have any number of these kids coming up could play second base. So don't block a prospect. Get something for him. Now, the question is, what can you get for him? That depends on the buyers. That depends on who's out there. And, he wants to play second base. Susan Slusser had the quotes in the Chronicle. The Rays, I guess, might have a need for him. But, what could you get a reliever for him? That would be my dream.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any type of top 10 prospect from a team's farm system, really. Maybe one, maybe two.
Potential reliever, potential bullpen
arm?
arm?
If it's an arm in general, maybe a starter that you turn into reliever. I'm just looking for talent to restack the system. Like, I don't think you're trading for a guy that's going to step into the bullpen this year and start closing out games. That would be wishful thinking, but I don't know. At this point, I just want to get some return on the value because as I'm talking about Luis Arraez and his value going up this offseason, I think his value has also increased this year at the trade deadline. Like, before this year, we sat there on Super Bowl Radio Row and dealt with hundreds of texts from the anti-Luis Arraez crowd. And we both kind of scratched our heads like, you don't want a guy that has won multiple batting titles, a guy that leads the league damn near every year in batting average and in hits, but nobody wanted him because of how bad he was defensively at second base. Well, that narrative has changed. Ron Washington has worked his magic once again. Luis Arraez, by the numbers, by the eye test, is one of the best defensive second basemen in baseball. Hell, he's even stealing a couple bags this year, showing off some of the speed and some of the base running. So as I'm sitting here saying that his value is going to be higher this offseason when it comes to the open market, I think his value is even higher now at the trade deadline, which is why you have to cash in. And as much as I hate to say it, because he's been one of my favorite Giants to watch this season, you have to trade Luis Arraez.
Yeah, and here we go, right to the text line, 650. Do not trade Arraez. He's a solid two-way player. Re-sign him. Prospects are unproven. 916, all caps. Keep Arraez. 559 says, do whatever you have to do to trade Chapman and keep Arraez. 209 says, get to 500 first. 831 says, so with past trade deadline deals that have done little at best, why trade anyone? The Giants should pay Luis Arraez. They have money. Now, past trade deadline deals have done a pretty good job of replenishing their system, I think.
And I think, too, we should point out, like, of course, this might be a little bit of hopeful thinking, just like we were hopeful last year that maybe Tyler Rogers would re-sign with the Giants, but was priced out by the open market. There's a chance where the Giants could talk to Luis Arraez this offseason as a free agent and say, come back to the squad. Now, let me ask you this question, because John Shea did report yesterday that Luis Arraez would be open to have a conversation about having an extension with the Giants. Would you sign Luis Arraez to a contract extension if possible, knowing what you have in the farm system, knowing how bad this team is, but how good of a player he's been this year?
I mean, my lean is still no. I would trade him for something. This needs to be a rebuild, bro. This is about Jackson Flora. This is about Dakota Jordan. This is about Bo Davidson, Gavin Keelan, Blade Tidwell. This is about the future. So, no. I'm sorry. I love them. I do. But they need to, whether admitted or not, they need to rebuild.
Yeah, and
Casey Schmidt can play second base for you
immediately,
and just absolutely dominate.
Yeah, I mean, the preference obviously would be to trade away a guy like Matt Chapman, play Casey Schmidt over at third base. But yesterday, Scott Boras told John Shea that there haven't been any conversations about Matt Chapman being potentially traded. So I don't know how likely that's going to happen at this year's trade deadline. And all of these trade deadline rumors are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. For community for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
Here's a guy being salty. Says at 925, trade Arraez so you can develop a player to be maybe just like him. Okay, got it. Hey, 925, you ever heard of pitching? You have no pitching, 925. You trade him, hopefully, for a pitcher.
And you trade Luis Arraez so that he doesn't walk away this offseason for absolutely nothing.
Sorry, everybody. I mean, we've been through this road.
Trust us. We sat down with Luis Arraez in spring training. It was one of our favorite interviews. He pointed straight at the camera and said, I want you to make some noise this year, Giants fans. He was phenomenal. He's been a great Giant. But you have to capitalize on his success this year and the lack of success for the Giants. You can blame the organization. If they had a winning record, no, you're not trading Luis Arraez. But they're 14 games under at the All-Star break, and they're showing no signs of life. You got to make this move.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Hey, here you go. We got a little cooler content, a lot of fun stuff from last night's Home Run Derby. Marcus Thompson, 9:15, LeBron. And then another fun Summer League visit. Graham Ike, the kid out of Gonzaga who's playing for the Warriors at 9:30. So a lot of fun stuff to stick around for on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria and weeknight dine-in specials. I was in the break room, and I saw our friend Elena. She's like, how's it going? I'm like, it's Tuesday. How do you think it's going? It's Tuesday. Well, guess what? Amici says, great. Let's take the dreariness of a Tuesday and give you a weeknight dine-in special. Kids eat free on Tuesdays. One entree from the kids menu free for paid adult meals. That makes you say, hey, man, it's Tuesday. Cool. Let's take the kids out, take the family for dinner, take the night off from doing dishes, and you get one entree from the kids menu free for every paid adult meal. So that's pretty awesome. Last night was the half-price salads. Tomorrow's the half-price pasta night. I do love the pastas at Amici's. I really do. And that's any size. And then Thursday, look ahead. You start sniffing the weekend after 5 o'clock. $10 draft beer pitchers. 30% off all bottles of wine. So you get an early start in that weekend vibe. And every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, that's today, from 3 to 5, 20% off your entire happy hour check. So lots of good reasons to get into Amici's on a weekday. Lots of weekday dine-in specials. Let's get into an Amici's with family and friends, because Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza. All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Am I be on with son? Yeah, baby!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Hey, let's do it. The Cooler of Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. There's a ton of reaction to that Luis Ariz topic. But my favorite was the guy who said, where is it right? He says, stay strong, fellas. Where was I try to find it. There's so many texts in here. Oh, here it is, 707. My gosh, people, it's not a question of whether Luis Ariz is a good player or not. Everyone knows he's a very good player. The problem is when you sign a guy for 1 year, they can leave at the end of the year for nothing. So he says, fellas, stay strong, meaning you and me.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Marcus Thompson at 9:15 talking Warriors and LeBron, and then Graham Ike from the Warriors Summer League at 9:30. That'll be fun. We've been talking a lot about the Home Run Derby. It was really entertaining, and seeing Barry Bonds doing his thing there yesterday, that was kind of fun to see too. Now, he remembers in Philadelphia, he had to rush the mound. God, this is a vague memory for me now. I'm trying to remember, was Danny Darwin involved in this? Who hit him? Barry Bonds, rush mound in Philly. God, I know the old heads remember this. Barry Bonds, it was against Ricky Bowe. Wait, is that right?
Yeah, you don't include
Ricky Bottalico? Ricky
mound
Bottalico?
chargings in this date in Giants history, huh?
No. Ricky Bottalico, he charged the mound, 98. Here it is right here. Yeah, he got drilled in the thigh, and here he goes. He goes after Bottalico. He gets there. He grabs him in a headlock and throws him to the ground.
Oh,
and
nice.
then there's just a wrestle.
Almost put him in a nice little arm triangle.
What was the thing he's called it? A Darce?
Darce choke by Patty the Batty the other night.
So anyway, being back in the city where he once rushed the mound, Barry Bonds was asked about it on Netflix last night.
Barry, you actually did something here in Philly that you had never done before in your career. What was that exactly?
I'm trying to...
Well, you did. You were 4 for 4 this day. You stole a base when your team was up 9-2, and then what happened?
Oh, he fucked me. Oh, there.
Bottalico hit you, and you charged the mound. You'd never done it.
I never really had to do that. I think in that situation, what happened was we were having so much success up with him at that time, and I kind of felt it. I think when I got up there that something weird was going to happen. You know, he hit me, I charged the mound, we handed it out there, and then I think a couple of days later we said, hey, sorry about it, just part of the game. And we were always able to brush things off in that era.
Yeah, still to this day, he swears, like, it just got away from him. But you didn't.
No, it didn't. It did not get away.
That did not get away.
No,
That's what they say
he's
on
a
the
good pitcher and he's a good man. In that situation, it was part of the game of baseball during that time, and I accepted. He accepted what happened, and we moved on from that.
You squashed the beat.
Ricky Bottalico, there's a name from the past, man. He was how many years did Ricky play in the Bigs, man? He played 12 years in the Bigs. Phillies, Cardinals, Royals, Phillies, Diamondbacks, Mets, Brewers from 94 to 05. Just a guy, you know. He did make an all-star team, actually.
Yeah,
but,
that was not a pitch that got away. I'm looking at the replay right now. That was a fastball straight to the thigh. Then he had to deal with some of the medicine of Barry Bonds charging to the mound, but pretty smart move by him. He kind of fakes an overhand right, then shoots for the takedown on Barry.
And it's on the old AstroTurf at the Vet, too. Now, there were times, though, I mean, we don't want to get down and dirty here, but Bonds would get thrown at, and the Giants would not retaliate. That was always a sticky situation. Nobody ever on the record about that. Yeah, no. Let's move on. Barry Bonds glazing, as the kids would say, Jordan Walker for good reason, too, because Jordan Walker hitting 6 straight homers to beat hometown hero Kyle Schwarber last night. Super exciting. And here's just talkative Barry Bonds. Now, last year, Marcus and I had him for the Willie Mays birthday chat that we had, and he was very talkative then.
Yes,
Jeez, even kept us an hour
so much
after.
so that we spent an hour chopping up, talking ball, talking football, talking basketball, talking everything with Barry Bonds.
So here he is talking to Jordan Walker after the win last night on Netflix.
Barry Bonds, legend, 6 derbies. What did you say to me after what you saw from Jordan?
I thought that was the greatest home run derby I ever seen. I had to match 3 home runs to get to win 11 home runs. Amazing. What got me was this, Jordan, was this. You were so calm, and you used your hands well. You never cared how far the ball went. you actually used your hands well as a contact hitter and just hit the ball. You were just fluent, and it was probably the most amazing. And for me to say it, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've seen a lot of home runs, but to come back from 11 with only 15, we're talking only 15 swings. Brother, you got my trophy too, bro. You got my trophy too, and I'm gonna start getting some gum.
Barry, man. So yeah, you were talking to Kipe about it. Like this guy could be a phenomenal. Like you see those when Fox comes out with David Ortiz and A-Rod, and you're like, ugh.
Oh,
even your guy Jeets.
Oh no, don't take shots at Jeets. A-Rod had a blunder yesterday. He had Justin Verlander on the panel. He's like, yeah, talk to me about your career. You were DFA'd 2 times. And Justin's like, not me. You got the wrong guy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, had to check his stats.
Really?
Also, my guy Derek Jeter called out Colin Cowherd once again because Cowherd said, oh, you played against Nolan Ryan. He goes, no, Colin. Check your facts. I never played against Nolan Ryan.
See, that's what I mean. These guys are a mess, Jeter and this whole crew.
No, Jeter had his facts straight.
Okay,
A-Rod, your boy,
right.
did not have his stats correct.
David, I saw something they did with David Ortiz and Zlatan, and I was like, yeah, this is not
It's a lot of Big Papi.
Give me Bonds, right?
Bonds is great on the mic.
Way better.
A lot of personality, and he's right. That was one of the best performances we've seen in a home run derby. Now, it's not Josh Hamilton hitting 28 in the first round or Julio Rodriguez hitting 41 with the shot clock. But one thing that's slept on we haven't brought up, yeah, it was awesome watching him hit 12 home runs on 15-plus swings in the final round. How about in the semifinals when he took down your boy Junior Caminero? Yeah. Caminero only hit 5. Yeah. Jordan Walker came out and hit 6 home runs on his first 7 swings. Yeah. Like he made it look effortless.
He's like, what do I need to do just to move on to the next round? Yeah, this guy, man, and there's something about his swing, too. As Bonds was talking about, it is very handsy. There was a faint Mark McGwire vibe to it. His turn was so good, and it wasn't like he didn't overexert. It was like a nice, easy power,
that
man.
Was easy contact.
And the hands are so good. The hands are so good. So anyway, this is why he got drafted in the first round out of high school, and now has finally become a 22-homer, 74 RBI guy at the break for a Cardinals team that is, in the hunt. 1 game out in the wild card, 5 over 500. Giants don't play them till September. 3 at home, September 7, 8, 9, Labor Day week. And then the last road trip of the year is at St. Louis and at the Dodgers the week before they come home to face the Twins and the Dodgers. Why am I even saying like it's going to matter? They're 14 under.
Oh, they could be playing spoiler for the St. Louis Cardinals.
They could be. You're right. So here's Jordan Walker with the Netflix crew talking about getting booed in Philly, and then his dad comes in. His dad was great, had a great energy about him here.
They're still booing you. What's it like to have 40,000 people boo you?
I was once told you don't boo nobody, so it feels pretty good. Yeah.
That's right. How about your dad, Derek? Get over here. Yeah. Get over here. How about your boy?
Oh, he was awesome today. I just loved everything about it. Just his attitude, his approach, the smoothness, his swing. Looked like his dad. But yeah, he just did a great job. We're so proud of him. We're proud.
You told me at 6 years old he hit a home run and hit his grandma's car. When did you know he could be this?
Oh, man. So that was an indication there. That was one good indication. I think, again, from early age, he always loved the game. He always loved to play baseball. He loved to sleep with his glove. He always had a bat. We traveled with it all the time. He, ate, slept, thought baseball. And he just kept progressing. He just kept getting better and better and working on his craft. And again, we can't be more proud.
Yeah, Dad had a great energy. And hey, kids, you hear that? He kept working at his craft. It doesn't happen overnight, man. Got to get in the cage.
Yeah.
Take your cuts.
And also, no Philly fans throw any batteries or eggs at him, right?
That we know of. Yeah. Grandma was on the scene. He's lucky to have Grandma, and she looked great, too. She was cool on the mic. They kind of threw her up there, and she's like, yeah, I want to talk about my grandson. This is Jordan Walker's grandma here.
I want to ask a question to Grandma. How are you feeling out there?
Oh my God, I can't express it, but he knows. I've watched him since he was illegal playing baseball. He was too young to play. And I've been following him since he started, when they couldn't find cleats small enough for him. Oh. And he was truly engrossed. And I do believe this is his life calling. I believe it.
She's sweet, too. So the whole thing was really, really good. Hey, listen, man, it shines a light on what we've talked about, the problem of so few African-American kids playing baseball. And this has been a dwindling number. Like the greatest stars in the history of the game, Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, Frank Robinson, on and on and on. such a vibrant part of the game, going all the way back to the Negro Leagues too, and the dwindling number. It's great to see an American kid, a black American kid, and he addressed it after the game. Here's a quote. He says, I mean, I hope it means a lot to them. I want to be a role model for black kids. You know, I want more black kids in baseball. Hopefully this raises some awareness. I know a lot of them are playing basketball, football, but I want them to know the baseball route is open to them too. And there are a lot of kids that are athletic enough and mentally strong enough, black kids that can play this game, and I want to see them do it. So there you go. It's always good to see somebody that, that looks like you. Okay, I can go do it.
Yeah, and it was cool seeing guys like Ken Griffey and Barry Bonds and Ryan Howard and all those guys embrace him on the field after the game also.
Howard gave him a big old honking chain.
Yeah, and then spent a couple seconds talking to him.
Yeah, there's a long hug in the middle of that, too. One more, Jordan Walker on his family and what they did for him. Cut Q. Well,
it means everything. I mean, as much as they sacrificed for me, honestly, I mean, a lot of sleepless nights for them. I mean, I got 2 other siblings, and they both had things to do. My brother's in film and art, and my sister did volleyball. So it wasn't easy for them. But they figured out a way to get me to, all my lessons, all my games. And I wouldn't be here without them. And
that's a good thing. I like that. What you said.
Grandma's here too.
You made a valid point.
And Sister Maya. Yes.
You made a great valid point of when they sacrificed for you, right?
Right. Absolutely.
Mom and Dad.
Yes.
$1 million. What is your sacrifice?
Probably a new car.
What you gonna get?
I didn't even thought about that.
He wants a car. We know.
Well, yeah.
So Barry, look at Barry making it happen. Mom and Dad putting him on the spot. Barry's making content.
Well, hell, I'd say Grandma, too. After the story about Jordan Walker breaking her back winning her car, I think Grandma deserves a new car.
Very good. And then finally, let's get a little Schwarber in here talking about what did he have to say? He thought he had it. Hometown hero.
I thought he had it.
So I know you had financial considerations. Cut
man.
E.
I had investments.
Schwarbino in the
Schwarbombs.
Schwarbombs. He said he had to tip his cap here.
I mean, that was impressive. I mean, I didn't ever think I had it won because I know anything can happen, especially when it gets down to that last ball, right? And the big one was that the ball hits the top of the wall there and snuck over. Yeah, I was like, ooh, that one's not good for us. And then obviously you get to the last ball, you just got to go 3 the tie, I think, or it was 3 the tie or 3 to win, and 3 the tie, and he went 4th to win, and. You tip your hat to him. I mean, he was able to, I was saying they were willing against him pretty much to distract him, whatever it is, to try to will that ball not to go over the fence. And he was able to slow it down and be in the moment there. And he was able to get the job done. And he was hitting some laser beams. Like, I was like, dang, man, I'm hitting these high fly balls and this guy's hitting little laser beams out. But it was really impressive what he was able to do.
I think by all accounts, Schwarber's just a plus dude. Yeah. Like, everybody likes this guy, the way he handles his business.
Oh, he's the type of guy you want to drink some beers with.
Absolutely. And then just watch him hit frickin' tanks.
And hit dingers.
Dude, we're talking about him, man. I mean, I don't know how much longer he can do this at his age. He's one of these guys that some guys get old and they just keep hitting dingers. He might be one of those guys, and then if he bears down on 500, he's bearing down on 400 now.
Yeah, and to show up and play in that ballpark full-time for half the season has really boosted up those home run numbers, and that's why I thought last night was the perfect combination with the format change, slowing things down for Kyle Schwarber, and then you add in the Philly crowd on top. It was the perfect combination last night.
He's only 33, which I say that, and we're killing the Giants for having Devers and Chapman and Adames at age 30 and 29, but he's only 33, and he's at 32 right now. He leads the National League with 32 right now. He hit 56 last year. He's got 372. He could get to 500.
He's going to
128 over the next 4 years. Yeah.
Future Hall of Famer Kyle Schwarber.
I mean, I would have never said it 5 years ago. He still hasn't won an MVP award. He's finished second. And
won a World Series with the Cubs.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's let it play out. Let's let it play out.
Yeah, we'll see how the Philly fans treat him for the rest of his tenure in Philadelphia. And that's my last take. Because I know the Philly crowd is very polarizing with all their antics on and off the field. But I got to give credit where credit is due. I thought the Philly fans were phenomenal last night with the cheers for Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper to the boos of every single guy competing against Kyle Schwarber. And also, I thought it was pretty damn funny that they were booing the kids on the field, not being able to catch the pop flies.
So good. And there was a shot of Jordan Walker's mom, dad, and grandma, and they were whooping and hollering. It looked like some Philly fans behind them were having some fun. Looked like good-natured banter at the ballpark, like they were having some laughs. I was like, there you go.
Yeah.
That's what we should be
It
doing
was
here
a
at the
good
Ball Yard.
environment for the home run derby.
Last one is, I didn't see this. Schwarber gave his Mount Rushmore of power hitters. I haven't thought about that. I haven't, the easy thing is just to take your top, just Bonds, Aaron, Mays, and Ruth. I don't know. Griffey, I don't know. McGuire, I don't know. Well, what did Schwarber say here?
Kyle, you're one of the best home run hitters in the game right now. If you were to pick a Mount Rushmore of best home run hitters ever, who are the 4 you're picking?
Ever. Wow. Why you guys gotta ask such hard questions? Bonds, Aaron, Judge has got to be up there, and I'm just gonna throw out a wild card because I want to. I think it'd be fun. Adam Dunn.
Oh, yeah. Big country Adam Dunn.
Dude, Adam Dunn, people have made the Bryce Eldridge comp.
Oh, I'm an Adam Dunn head, Murph.
Are you?
I love those early mid-2000 teams with Dunn and Griffey on the Reds.
Dude, he hit 462.
Bro, he would hit 40 to 50 bombs a year.
Would you take that? Would you take an Adam Dunn career from Bryce Eldridge?
I always wanted to see Adam Dunn in a Giants uniform. Ever since they built the ballpark, I was like, oh, it'd be so cool to see Adam Dunn just launch balls into the bay, into McCovey Cove. Unfortunately, that never happened.
Dude,
but I actually think that Bryce might have a higher ceiling when it comes to batting average than Adam Dunn.
Yeah, his career batting average is 237. Yeah. But he did, and just in fairness, in 04, 05, and 06, in 24, when he was 24, 25, and 26, he led National League in strikeouts. He also led in 2012 too. So 4 times he had to strike out. He did lead the league twice in walks.
Yeah.
But here's a stretch from 2004 to 2008. His home run total 46, 40, 40, 40, 40.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I'll take Adam Dunn.
I know, right? All right, fun stuff, man. All right, guys, there you go. Good cooler content, all focused on the Derby last night. Okay, Marcus Thompson at 9:15 talking LeBron on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
All right, let's talk about my good friends at El Cerrito Honda. Driving my 2025 El Cerrito Honda CR-V Hybrid. Proudly love it. You can get one even better, a brand new 2026, by participating in our summer-long deal out at El Cerrito Honda, because America turns 250 this year, and El Cerrito Honda wants to celebrate. This July, we're on a mission to put 250 brand new Hondas in the driveways of you, our neighbors, which means you're going to get a great deal and a great car and great service and great selection. 250 families, 250 fresh starts to honor 250 years of America. Fun stuff. Come find the selection you want, the service you trust from a team that's been a part of this community for years. So help us hit 250 and you win, because you get a great car. You can check them out online, elcerritohonda.com, or you can go to the lot. Take the San Pablo exit right off of 80. 11755 San Pablo Avenue. You can go to elcerritohonda.com anytime you want. And when you're there, make sure to tell them your boy Murph sent you, because I like those guys. We have a great relationship, because El Cerrito Honda, we're more than a car dealership. We're family.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
When I saw that, I was on an airplane. I was like, come on, man. I think Shams is great at what he does, so more power to him. And saying that, I'd be remiss if I don't take the opportunity to throw my pitch in there. You know, I'd be crazy if we're together for X amount of days and at no point am I like, yo, we need to chop it up. What the hell going on? What are we doing? Of course I did that. And of course the pitch was crazy. I think I'm pretty decent at it. Does it change anything? Does it make anything happen? I don't know. I hope so. With the things that I shared in it, it definitely is going to make the brain work a little bit. I don't think there's a decision that's been made, but say if there was, it'll make you think twice about it, you know? And so that's that. But we wasn't going to hang out for a recruitment pitch.
You're going to get this pitch, Draymond Green said.
You're going to get this podcast.
By the way, when he gave him his pitch, did he talk in TikTok cuts like that? You have to come to play with us.
You got to get those clips cut down to fit into 15 seconds for TikTok, Murph.
Lord. Stop the world. I want to get off, man. Just talk to me, bro. You don't have to cut it up all like that. Anyway, Draymond Green making his pitch. We're going to talk to Marcus Thompson at 9:15. Hey, before we get into some more sound from the NBA experts of the world, three quick ones. One, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Two, how about this? Bob Nightingale reports that the way it's trending with the 2028 Olympics and that players would be, here, let me give the exact thing here. Bruce Meyer, this is one of the MLB Players Association lawyers, says that negotiations allowing MLB players to participate in the 2028 Olympics, which would be wild and fun, are in the early stages. And if that happens, the 2028 All-Star Game would be in San Francisco.
Ooh.
How about that?
Nice.
We'll be doing a little broadcast out there from All-Star. We did in 2007. The Ichiro, that's how long I've been doing this, bro.
Yeah.
I did the 2007 All-Star Game.
07.
Yeah. I remember meeting Fred Lynn at the My Idol, who Curly booked for the birthday there. Thanks, girls. Girls just replenished the coffee, which was huge. Anyway, so 2028 All-Star Game. Start making your reservations now. It's not official, but it's leaning that way.
I'm going to go buy a kayak so I can get out in the cove for Bryce Eldridge in the home run derby.
Remember, Eric Burns was out there and nothing happened.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
I'm sure Bryce could put a ball or two in the cove.
You think so?
Yeah. He just did it
Dude,
the other
we had
day.
Prince Fielder at the peak of his powers. He couldn't do it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm blaming the weather that day. Juice up the balls. Do something. I don't know.
The other thing I wanted to hit you with is a Greg Wyshynski tweet. Macklin Celebrini. You thinking about him on July 14th?
I am now.
He made video game history as the youngest ever cover athlete on EA Sports NHL video game.
I'm gonna pre-order my copy right now.
He is he's the cover athlete for both the standard edition and the deluxe edition of NHL 27. According to EA Sports, Celebrini is the youngest player ever featured as a cover athlete for its NHL series, beating Anaheim Ducks Zegras? Zegras? Yeah, I know. Anyway, he's wearing a white Sharks road jersey on the standard edition and a teal Sharks home jersey on the deluxe edition.
Hell yeah, the future is teal. I need to cop that and start a new franchise mode with the San Jose Sharks. I have NHL 2024, and I've been rebuilding the Sharks. Not nearly as good as Mike Greer has rebuilt them, but pretty damn good.
And so this is the time. I have never played NHL video games.
What video games have you played? Yeah, I just said I got NHL 24.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I created a whole franchise mode with like all the greatest all-time Sharks of all time.
Okay, and the only thing I know about NHL video games would be Vince Vaughn and Swingers saying, "It's not me so much as it's Roenick," right?
Nice.
Right?
Yeah,
when he's dominating and there's blood on the ice. Walt, you play NHL video games, buddy?
Not recently, but I used to when I was younger, and loved the brawls. They used to have you could actually fight people in the game. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the last video game I played, bro.
Yeah, do you ever play Madden?
No.
MLB The Show?
No.
NBA 2K?
No.
WWE?
No. I'm trying to think of the last one I played.
Grand Theft Auto?
Going back to like Atari or something?
Have you ever played GTA? Yeah, Pong?
No. I did play Pong. I did play Pong.
Super Mario?
No.
Donkey Kong?
No.
Super Smash Bros?
Pac-Man? Like what?
Pac-Man, big time.
There it is.
Lots of
We
Pac-Man.
found it.
Love Pac-Man.
What about GoldenEye? That's a no.
Golden Tee.
Oh, Golden
There you
Tee.
go.
Yeah, you found one. Little
That's
golf.
the last one I played.
Yeah.
And I played that within the last 5 years. Within the last 5 years.
Yeah, you
so-
look like a Golden Tee guy.
Do I?
Yeah, you're a golfer.
What does a Golden Tee guy look like?
A guy who plays golf.
Haven't you played Golden Tee?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right,
Anytime
so
I see it
there
at the
you go.
bar, shout out to Soli's up in Rockland. They got a Golden Tee.
Yeah, right. It's fun.
Oh, yeah, it's a great
It's a
time.
fun one.
Uh-huh.
Well, you got me going on Pac-Man. I love Pac-Man and Asteroids. And you remember Asteroids?
Yeah, I know what
You
you're
guys?
talking about. With the spaceship, right?
And Centipede. Come
Yeah.
on now, Centipede.
I'm more of I was more of a snake guy on like those Nokia phones that came out in the early 2000s.
Here's where I tell the old man stories, man. Early 80s, we had a Babe Ruth baseball game, kind of a bigger game, and one of our players, I'll give him a free plug right now, Aaron Shapiro was missing. And we were like, needed him because like we might have been short. Somebody were like, dude, where's Shapiro?
Where is he?
We're like, where's Shapiro? And somebody's like, dude, haven't you heard? He's at Toy Mill, which was the toy store on Miller Avenue in Mill Valley, but had 3 video games there. He goes, dude, haven't you heard, bro? He's at Toy Mill right now setting the all-time Asteroids record. He's been playing for like 2 hours. He can't leave. Dude, the guy was missing our Babe Ruth game because he was setting the all-time Asteroids scoring
He's got
record.
priorities.
Yeah.
He's
we
trying to
missed
put
him.
his like 3-digit name on the high score
Just
list.
freaking working away, man. Just working away. And they're like, it was only like a quarter of a mile away. Somebody's like, well, bike down there and tell him we need him. He's like, no, you can't, dude. He's setting the record on Asteroids.
That's the thing. Kids didn't have cell phones back then. You couldn't just make a call.
Anyway.
Where are you on pinball?
Sure, I'll play pinball.
Yeah, it feels like pinball's making a little bit of a comeback.
Yeah, well, why not? It's a classic. It's an eternal classic. Where can you play? Where's a pinball machine?
I feel like most like pizza shops, maybe.
Yeah,
I know,
I'll take a pinball.
Jake's down in Sunnyvale still has a pinball machine.
I'll do a little pinball. Gets frustrating when the ball goes right down the middle and you miss.
Yeah, what the hell? A swing and a miss.
So, Tiger Woods PGA Tour 2006. Somebody says, how about that?
Oh, yeah, PGA games. Those games are fun.
All right. And then I looked down at the text line. 408 says, worst home run derby ever. That's a hot take.
That's a worst text
That's a
ever,
hot
maybe.
take.
Sorry, 408.
Okay,
I disagree.
Where were we? We were at LeBron.
LeBron
That's
James.
where we were. We said the Brett Siegel. We talked about this guy from Clutch Points, and we determined the amount of people that we determined this early in the show. Can you judge a man or a woman by who follows them and how many followers they have?
It does tell you a lot about a person these days.
It does, and I hate to say it, but what's the size of your following?
Oh, hey now.
Yes.
Yeah, your following might be big, but mine's bigger.
And so Brett Siegel from Clutch Points, who's
Follow me,
followed by
follow me.
a lot of reputable people, including John Dickinson.
Oh, man, then I'm in. If JD's on the source, I'm in.
He has said, quote, LeBron James' recent time and conversations with Draymond Green have left him giving even stronger consideration to potentially joining the Warriors than before, citing sources.
Sources are saying.
So the pendulum swinging back. We have some Anthony Slater sound here. He was on SportsCenter from Vegas. This is our buddy Anthony Slater. And he admits that while the Warriors are not overly optimistic, they ain't out of it yet. Here's Slater on ESPN.
Yeah, their decision makers really from the beginning of this free agency have not expressed much optimism to me that they're going to ultimately be the destination. They know they're in on it. They've identified from the beginning Cleveland as what they believe is the most likely destination. But they also have an advantage, and they know it, and it's what you just played. Draymond Green is pitching LeBron James on vacation, and I was in Tahoe the other day, and Steph Curry said he's been in contact with him. Not many people in this process can reach LeBron James directly, but the Warriors players can. And I thought one of the most interesting parts of Steph's pitch is basically the historic nature of them potentially teaming up. With year 18 for Steph, year 24 for LeBron, the battles they've had. He called it could be one of the most unique stories in NBA history if they teamed up.
Okay, so there you go, the Steph pitch, man. And it's there seems to be appeal to it. I don't know. We'll talk to Marcus Thompson about it, but you said you looked at our friends at Kalshi in the prediction market?
Yeah, I'm reading the prediction market, and things are changing in the prediction stock market. Warriors are now currently up to 28%, right behind the Cleveland Cavaliers, as the second most likely destination for LeBron James.
It's kind of perfect because I have a Kalshi read coming up. By the way, I meant to tell you guys that we still haven't given away these tickets that yesterday, speaking of pinball, they always say the machine goes on tilt. Remember that you've heard that? It goes, Our freaking phones went on tilt for Danny Elfman yesterday. Not yet, everybody.
Yeah, calm down.
Not until you hear some boingo.
Yeah, the
All right,
Bongo
buddy?
Army coming
That's
after
right,
us.
I said it. Not till you hear some boingo.
Bingo, boingo.
We played yesterday Back to School. They were playing Dead Man's Party, and Robert Downey Jr. and Rodney Dangerfield said, "Look, you're a poster boy for birth control." You gotta love Rodney, man.
You got to.
So anyway, we will give those out between now and 10 o'clock. Not till you hear the boingo, though. And Walt, I have just the song for you. So,
Bingo.
all right, guys.
Boingo.
Marcus Thompson. No boingo talk with Thompson.
Oh man.
Lot of LeBron coming your way. Next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, the sports leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants first round draft pick Jackson Flora joined the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning for his first ever exclusive hit on KNBR, and he told us all about how he grew up in the Bay Area as a San Francisco Giants fan. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and wherever you download your KNBR podcast.
Told you a Kalshi read was coming because my friends at Kalshi aren't just staying on the soccer or the LeBron sweepstakes. It's baseball season, and you can trade every single game on Kalshi. For example, if you're looking at who's going to win the National League, you can look at Milwaukee trading at over 16% to win the National League, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $550. And if you're looking to win the American League, if you predict, maybe New York. That's for Marcus. It's trading at 14% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade pays out over $600 to win it all. So on Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there is no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. So for a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use the code MURPH, M-U-R-P-H, to get $10 when you trade 10. K-A-L-S-H-I. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, country road.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty, let's go. Another day, another LeBron speculation. Did Draymond Green's golf outing with LeBron in Puerto Rico swing the pendulum? I don't know. We can talk about that. Yaxel, you name it. Graham Ike is going to join us on the other side, too, from Vegas. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Marcus on the UMA guest line. Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, Marcus?
I'm not in Vegas, that's for sure.
Oof, Raymond's down there.
The Vegas flu.
Yeah,
where's down there?
Yeah.
I left in time.
Yeah, what do you think? What's that like down there? What's the Vegas scene, man? What's the Summer League scene?
Crowded, extremely hot. With those four, superstars in the draft, it's probably chaos down there. Vegas is you can do a few days and you get out. You gotta stay for a bit and then you get out of there. So I did my few days. Perfect timing too, by the way, I think.
By the way, before we get to LeBron, Yaxel, holding his own and then some, huh?
You ready, huh? You ready to call him? You ready, huh? You know the Yaxel what band? I hear you. He's better than what I thought he would be, especially offensively. I do feel like, the whole talk was, hey, he'll be ready. He'll be ready. He's a guy who can play now. They need somebody to play now. Like, that's actually true. I think he could play. I can see him even becoming a starter because of his size. But if he can shoot it like this and he can pass and they can grow him in other areas, he looks like a pretty good player for them. I'm surprised at how good he is, actually.
Yeah, and I was actually surprised about how good his pitch was for LeBron James to join the Warriors as well. But Marcus, he was not the only one making his case for LeBron James to join the Warriors. Draymond Green was out playing golf in Puerto Rico with LeBron. So how does all of this affect the Warriors' chances at landing LeBron James?
Man, if we knew. This is LeBron, right? Like, what is this, week 3 of the saga? You just never know with him. I feel like the Warriors have always had as good a chance as they're gonna have, right? Like, it's a very enticing play for him. Like, playing with Steph, he's friends with Draymond. It's a way to make sure Steph doesn't get a 5th ring before him, right? If they just go ahead and win it together. It just, it's close to LA. It's just a lot working to the Warriors' advantage in that situation. So did Draymond push it a higher percentage? I'm sure Draymond made some stuff very clear, especially telling him about like the inner workings. So I could see it helping. But in the end, what does LeBron actually want? What is the goal here? If we knew what that was, then we could probably decide. But LeBron, you just don't know. It still could be Cleveland, right? He still could set up and say, I'm going home, and it would make all the sense in the world. So the fact that they're still in the mix, I think, is pretty good for them. The original thought was they're getting used as a leverage play. That was they're using it to get money for AD, and he has no interest in coming to the Warriors. I think he actually does have some interest in coming to the Warriors, I just don't know if it's the most interest.
Yeah, you're kind of laying it all out perfectly for us. Now, I mean, like, I'll throw this out there just for fun, but Frank Vogel joining the Warriors staff, that's not going to swing LeBron James's decision, right? But he did coach him.
I think if LeBron hated Frank Vogel, there wouldn't be a Frank Vogel in the Warriors. Mm-hmm. So I think if nothing, it's like a wash, right? At best, it's a wash. Like, it doesn't matter. And if he comes, you know, we could probably conclude that there won't be a problem, because if the Warriors find out he hates Frank Vogel, they at least just wait till LeBron decides to do it, right? So I feel like it's not that big of a deal. Like, it doesn't mean a thing, but if he does come, it's another connection point where, you know, he could be more comfortable there. I don't think Frank Vogel is deciding this stuff.
Marcus, I have a theory I want to run by you, because we've all been waiting for now 3 weeks, as you mentioned, for LeBron James to make a decision. It's All-Star Week in Major League Baseball. I know there's a couple World Cup games going on this week. Any chance that LeBron James makes an announcement this week, Wednesday or Thursday night, so that he's the only story in town?
When is Trump talking? I feel like he might do it during the middle of Trump's address.
Thursday night.
I can see LeBron being petty like that. No, when is I think the answer that I heard that made me be like, is Fanatics Fest. The big you know, I think who's the guy that owns Fanatics Fest? I know they're all tight with him. Rubin, I think.
Michael Rubin?
Michael Rubin, yeah. And he throws a big party. And I think they're doing an episode of The Shop at Fanatics Fest. So it's giving me the Decision vibes, where basically LeBron announces it on his own show at Fanatics Fest. And if this was a bingo card, I'm putting my money on. I'm going with Fanatics Fest is where he announces it. Yeah. But when is that?
It looks like it's
got to be pretty soon.
This Friday, July 17th.
Wow, can't do Friday though, right? Can't do Friday's like news dump day, right?
For news, not for Bron.
LeBron supersedes the news cycle. I love it. I don't know. Are you sick of it? Are you? Where are you? Are you?
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, I this is wild. It's just, you know what it feels like. Even though this is more deserving, it felt like we just went through this last year with Jonathan Kuminga. Yeah. It's like, what? Every offseason now, there's something that's just hanging in limbo for weeks. And now, obviously, LeBron makes more sense than Jonathan Kuminga, right? Than hijacking the entire offseason. But still, it's yet another offseason where we're just waiting for something to happen. I'm not a fan of it. I like the other people who've gotten their moves done, and now you can get into, you know, analyzing and figuring out how the roster's going to work and all that. But, you know, this is the Warriors world, so we wait for LeBron.
Marcus, one last non-LeBron question. We're not going to have you in the rotation next week. Next week is the WNBA All-Star Game. Your thoughts on Gabby Williams representing the Golden State Valkyries?
I mean, I feel like it's dope for her, especially since she's a Bay Area girl, to finally get a shot, you know, to be a star in a WNBA. To go to a team is like, yeah, no, we don't see you as just a role player. Like, we want you to come lead this team. And for her to do it, you know, for her to say, like, yeah, I did have another level. Let me prove it to you. And then come out and become an all-star starter. Like, it's impressive. I feel like we appreciate Gabby's story in the Bay. It's just like a very Bay Area story about, like, you know, proving to people like you had more in you than you thought. Like, you're the star, and she's legit. I'm even like, yo, I didn't know Gabby was this good. So they're tops. Well, I guess Minnesota's above them now, but they're number 2 in the entire league, and that's a big part because Gabby Williams is indeed the truth.
Fun stuff. Well, since we're doing non-LeBron questions there, and one last 49ers one for you, and that is the Rams. They trade for Myles Garrett, and now you're seeing reports that Aaron Donald's like working out. Dude. It's like talking about Dream Team, like LeBron joining Steph, Aaron Donald joining Myles Garrett. I fully anticipate it, Marcus. Do you?
Yes. It feels like this thing is happening. And look, Aaron Donald was kind of hinting at this for a while now. He's been like lifting on Instagram for months, like hinting that like he's ready and showing he's coming back. Man, and then today the top 10 quarterbacks who are watching First Take and Brock Purdy's not on there, and now Brock Purdy might have to deal with Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. So like we need to pour out a little liquor for Brock Purdy. We need to celebrate like Brock Purdy right now, because this is this is gonna be a rough life if he's got to deal with those two guys on either end. Like it's just that would be insane. Those two together, it blows my mind. I really wonder why Aaron Donald hasn't already signed, considering how insane it would be.
I would say this. My only hope is that Aaron Donald's like, look, man, I'm coming back, but bro, I ain't going to Australia. Like I'll see you guys when you come back from Australia. So that's my ace in the hole, is that we won't have to deal with him week 1, because he's like, bro, you need me in December and January. You don't need me in Australia in September. That's my pitch, Marcus.
You don't think they want to go to Australia?
Dude, Kyle might be the biggest Australia hater of all time.
Yeah, no question. Kyle for sure is. But if you're a player, how often are you getting to Australia? Yeah. I guess you can go whenever you want to if you're them, but I don't know. It sounds kind of cool to me. But, hey, I mean, if you're Aaron Donald and you've been, chilling, and you get to just go be with the team again and just be around the guys on what better than a 15-hour flight to do that.
So you're pitching it. You're saying, well, plus he's going to be the 15-hour flight, though. He's going to be, he'll have a king-size bed and, catered meals and all that. Whereas we're like stuck in a middle seat.
And he'll be the man.
Yeah, and
right? He'll be the man out there.
Yeah,
they'll be lit for them out there.
That's right. I forgot the appeal of being the man. There's that.
It's the only reason he's here.
It's the only reason any of these guys do it, right?
Yeah, right. It's like he's done. He won a championship. He's got all the money. What's he doing?
He'll be the man.
He's ready to be the man again.
He'll be the man.
He still got it too. You look like it.
All right, Marcus has him in Australia, and poor Brock. He didn't make the top 10 list. Man. He didn't make the top 10 list, and then he took a snap and he got 2 steps back in the pocket, and here comes Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett.
Might be less than 2.
Oh, man.
Might be less than 2. That's correct. Yeah.
Well, Kyle's going to game plan it. Kyle's going to game plan it. We'll see. All right, man. Well, listen, I don't know what to say about La Fatigue, but you're in it. We're all in it together, Marcus.
Can this end, please? Can y'all do something to end this?
During Trump's speech tomorrow night. That's it. You nailed it. Because he'll want to eclipse. So, all right, man. Yeah. Oh, we got Graham Ike next. That's what do you think? Here's my hot take. Like Warriors bigs, I'm kind of down with Charles Bassey. Kind of liked him, and maybe Ike could do something.
Hey, Ike used to be a bully in the West Coast Conference over there, so I think he could play. He's got actual game, so I'm not surprised at all. You see, he's stepping back to 3 now. Like, okay, Ike, I see you.
Mm-hmm.
I see you.
Uh-huh. And he's joining us next.
Married, but.
Well, yeah, we're going to call him next. So, all right, Marcus, be good. Have a good rest of the week.
Yeah, thanks, Marcus.
All right, have a good one.
There he is, Marcus Thompson, right to Graham Ike, Warriors summer leaguer out of Gonzaga, next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader.
Hey, Provident Credit Union, the place to go for a good savings strategy. You have a couple of bucks. You want to grow it safely and smartly. Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificates are worth a look. You just pick the time frame, 3 months, 6 months, or a year. And right now it's earning up to 3.50% annual percentage yield. So that's it. You set it up, you let it sit, and let your savings work for you. So whether you're setting money aside for, I don't know, later this year, the holidays, or a big purchase you want, or whatever's coming in 2027, this could be an easy place to start. Learn more at providentcu.org or stop by a local community branch. The rate is effective July 1, 2026. Minimum balance of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Provident Credit Union. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. It is a limited time offer, so start saving today.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, let's have some fun, man. Let's talk Warriors Summer League hoops with a guy who's down there making a name. Graham Ike out of Gonzaga. Now down there chasing the dream at the Las Vegas Summer League with the Golden State Warriors. Pretty cool, pretty exciting. So, Graham, welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. We do the morning show up here in San Francisco on KNBR, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on the UMA guest line. How you doing this morning, Graham?
Hey, what's up, Graham?
Doing well, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
No, I appreciate you coming on, man. I remember you were a force at Gonzaga. Now, having you on, I think, is triggering some of our St. Mary's fans, Graham. Is that okay?
That's fine with me.
Hey, let's start there, man. Was that always like walking into that little tiny gym in Moraga? You were like, man, what is going on here? Is this a high school game or what?
Yeah, man, they tried to tell me, and I just didn't understand until I got there. But it definitely is like a small high school gym with great energy. The fans always show up and show out. It's always a war in there.
It was tough games, man, but you guys generally got the best of them, man. So what was it like being, playing for Mark Few and Gonzaga? Just, what that did for you as a basketball player? Because, man, you guys won a lot of games, Graham.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was a great experience. Every single day was enjoyable with the guys, with Coach Few. Coach Few is always teaching, making sure that we're always listening. And then with him going to Team USA, it was such a huge perk for our team, I feel like, because of the wisdom that he was bringing back.
Graham, you had the opportunity to play for one of the most successful college organizations in the entire country. Now you're getting this opportunity with the Warriors. What does it mean for you to get a chance with an organization like the Golden State Warriors?
Man, I'm just extremely grateful for the opportunity and this experience that I've been a part of so far. I've been learning so much on the fly, man, in these last 3 to 4 weeks I'm just trying to soak it up all as a sponge, but I give thanks that the Warriors have accepted me and allowed me to be a part of this.
Yeah, we're talking to Graham Ike, who's down there doing the Warriors Summer League and having some fun. So, listen, the Warriors, no secret, they need bigs. So can you talk to us a little bit about, what you bring as a big man and, and what you think you can do for the Warriors? This is the real deal now. You're going against the best in the world. So what's it like for you now adjusting as a big man, and what can you bring to the Warriors?
Yeah, it's been a great adjustment process, getting used to the speed. Obviously, Summer League is a little different with the talent, but still playing with great talent in Summer League. But whatever the Warriors need me to do, I'm willing to do that. Now, it's probably going to be grabbing offensive rebounds, playing great defense, protecting the rim, all things that I look forward to doing. Playing with Steph, Draymond, all those guys. It'll be a great experience. But in order for me to get on the floor, I must do the dirty work, and that's something that I'm looking forward to.
Some of the talent that you're playing with down in Summer League right now is the Warriors' first-round draft pick, Yaxel Lendenborg. So what's it like for you being on the court with Yaxel?
Oh, man, it's great. Even off the court, such a great guy to be around. You know, he's always bringing great energy. Obviously, he plays the game the right way on the floor, but, man, he's just always laughing, always smiling. Great character to be around, and as you see, he plays the game the right way and makes it a lot easier for myself.
I'm sorry I didn't research this exact question because it just dawned on me right now, but you guys did play Michigan last year, didn't you?
We did.
Yeah, so was there any leftover beef between you two? Come on, let's get it going.
Nah, the beef is cooked. Beef is cooked, man.
All right. They had the last laugh. They had quite a team, man. We're talking to Graham Ike, who is joining us from Las Vegas. The Warriors Summer League is underway, and he's chasing the dream here to make it with the Golden State Warriors as a big. Now, Coach Khaled Robinson, I'm reading the story, called you the heart and soul of the Summer League roster. What's it like to hear that?
It was a great feeling. You know, I didn't come in trying to do anything extraordinary, just be myself. Have a loud presence on the court and be a great presence off the court that guys want to be around. But ultimately, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to win games, and my competitiveness, you know, shows when we're on the court. And so it was just a great honor to be called that by Coach Lid.
Graham, give us a deeper scouting report into your game. You mentioned you're not afraid to get physical and do some of the dirty work. Are there any current or maybe former NBA players that you model yourself after?
It's a few that I like to watch, man. Love watching Chris Bosh, just like his face-up game and how he plays with great tenacity. Zebo is a comparison that I've been drawn a lot to coming up throughout my years, but it's just so many guys, man. I just love how Shaquille plays. Obviously, he's an anomaly, but he actually got me into playing the game just with his force and his ferociousness on both ends of the floor. There's just so many guys.
It's good stuff. Let's do a little personal bio of you. You know, tracing your background. You grew up in Colorado, right? You come out of high school. What's the recruiting scene like? I do see the first place you went was Wyoming. What was the recruiting process for you like coming out of Overland High School?
Yeah, I was kind of a late bloomer, so to say. I didn't get my first offer till like my sophomore year, going into my junior year, the sophomore summer going into my junior year. And it started off slow, a lot of mid-majors. And then as I hit my senior year, I played 3 games. I tore my ACL, and that was right before COVID. So everything shut down for me. And then I committed to Northern Colorado. And then at the time, the coach was Jeff Linder, and Jeff Linder ended up getting a job at Wyoming. And he was like, Graham, I got a spot open for you. I was like, it's a no-brainer. I'm there with you. And then that was that.
So you go to Wyoming, but then you transfer to Gonzaga, and I mean that's the word. The word transfer is just everything in college sports these days. So what was it like to be part of that transfer portal? How crazy is it? Like you make a decision to put your name. I don't know if it's like an email process or what. How you go about doing it, and then you just sit back and wait.
Well, you definitely tell like the compliance manager at your old school, like I want to get into the portal. And then after that, I saw my name go on this little list. And as soon as it hit, I'm telling you, my phone did not stop ringing, man, like for weeks. It was ridiculous nonstop. It's definitely a grueling process, but one that you must take your time with and be meticulous with as this is a big decision for your future. So I was just watching a lot of film, asking guys a lot of questions, former players, current players, and really trying to dive deep into my next decision. And ultimately, it was a great decision. When I stepped on campus at GU, I just felt at home. Like I could just feel like this was the right spot.
Oh, for sure. I mean, what a program, consistently one of the best in the nation. So it's funny. It's like you literally you're looking at your phone and they're calling, huh? They're just calling and they're making their pitch.
Everybody's calling, making their pitch. It was a lot to deal with, man. Hours and hours of phone calls. But I had a notepad. I was writing down notes so I could retain some information that was being said because it was just so much. It was like information overload.
Oh, man. All right. Well, then you finally wind up in Gonzaga. You have that great career. Now the Warriors, and here you go. So is it different being undrafted? Listen, you're a talented player. We know that. Is there something do you feel like you have more to prove having to come in as an undrafted free agent?
I definitely think it adds a chip on the shoulder. I've always had a chip on my shoulder, just being hurt, being counted out. But it definitely adds a little fuel to the fire. But it's a fun process, man. Like, you're supposed to be where you're supposed to be, so there's no doubt about it. I'm still here playing on the Summer League team, which I'm grateful for, and I just got to take advantage of every opportunity that I get.
Yeah. And Graham, last question for me. How much do you want to take advantage of this opportunity? Like, what is your goal for Summer League? What do you want to showcase not just to the Warriors, but the entire league?
That I'm a great competitor, that I know how to play the game the right way, and that I play the game with joy, man. Even though, I play with great force, I feel like I still play with joy. But ultimately, I want us to win. That's why I play the game, to win and have fun. So that's kind of what I want us to accomplish and show.
And then finally, we'll let you. You want to make a pitch for LeBron? You want to make a pitch for LeBron?
That's a great question. Brian, it would be great to play with you, man. You're obviously the GOAT. I don't got too much to say. I would just love to learn from you and those guys in those locker rooms. That'd be such a great opportunity. That's all I really got. Who knows
man,
how
that's
far
pretty
that'll
good.
Go, but,
that's pretty good. By the way, is he the GOAT or is Michael Jordan the GOAT?
That's up for debate. It's all subjective, I feel like, but they've had such great impacts on the game that it's hard to deny either of them. You can't deny either of them. Yeah, I look at it a little different. I don't like to get into all the argument about that.
Do you like the guys who play the game at the highest level, like you and you know, great college players and now professional players? Do you guys ever chop that up, like hanging out in the ice tub or whatever? Like, man, do you just for fun? You guys are hanging out in the sauna, saying, "Hey, LeBron or Michael."
It definitely the conversations do happen, and then when it comes around to me, I tell them I look at it as like a canvas, or like definitely like a canvas and like artistry, and like a painter. Each NBA player, like they've put strokes on the canvas. Some have had bigger impacts than others, but it's still like without each generation or each GOAT of each generation, there wouldn't be the next. You know, like the game is constant evolution, so we can't get here without those who have come before us. Is what I'm trying to say.
There you go. Well said. And besides, there's a guy in San Antonio who wants to beat them both, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever had occasion to play on the same court as Wemby?
I have not.
Okay. What would be your strategy to D him up?
Just be a physical game, man. Try to get as physical with him as possible from half court. Just trying to get under him. It would have to start with physicality.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah. And he shoots the three so much. How's your three ball?
Yes, he does. I feel like my three ball's pretty good. Still working on it every day, of course, but last year I shot 34. The year before I shot 36 from three. So it's coming along, no doubt.
All right, man. Listen, by the way, people are texting in saying enjoying your conversation. They're rooting for you, buddy. So let's make Graham. Yeah, no, we're getting a lot of texts. They're coming into our text line. We see it right here. So let's go, Graham Ike. We're rooting for you for the Golden State Warriors. So thanks for hopping on with Murph and Marcus, and we'll be rooting for you, man.
Yeah, thanks, Graham.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you.
Yeah, there he is, Graham Ike. Listen, easy to like.
That was a fun conversation.
Easy to like. Thanks to Raymond Ritter. Yeah, look at this guy.
Yeah.
209, dang, this guy's fun to listen to. 831, this dude rules. 707, this guy might be undrafted as a player, but he's a first-round blue-chip talker. Good interview. Mm-hmm. So a lot of people checking in, liking. Yeah, listen, the guy was a really good player. Somebody sent in and said they were, some guy said, who was it? One of the texts said they saw him in Santa Clara, and he was a man among boys. When he was playing with Gonzaga down there. So listen, do you think the Warriors need a big?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Desperately. Mm-hmm. They also need someone who can provide a laugh track like this in the locker room.
That's a great question.
Pretty good.
Nice. And that Graham Ike pitch to LeBron James was sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community. For 75 years, join RCU today at redwoodcu.org.
All right, fun Tuesday. Start a lot of home run derby and ends with the laugh of a Graham Ike. So good stuff. And don't forget, we haven't given away those Elfman tickets. We're going to wait till you hear some Boingo. And somebody's like, dude, he's not playing Boingo at the show. He's doing his movie. I don't care. He did the Boingo, so when you hear the Boingo, you call. Not yet. Not yet. On the Sports Leader.
That's a great question.
KNBR Sports Leader. Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Uh-oh. I have to queue up the Maniacs because they're out there.
Is this what I think it is?
The Boingo crowd knows what's going down here. Early Boingo. Only a Lad. Remember this one?
No, I don't. To be honest with you, no.
Of course you don't.
I've never heard this before in my life.
Well, you remember this one?
Absolutely not, no.
I want Curly to only give these tickets away to somebody who remembers 1981. Only a Lad. Here we go. Come on now. This is so early. This is so 81. It's unbelievable. Dude, new wave. Ready? Ready? This is how we did it. Why are we playing this? Danny Elfman tickets. That's right. He's made his fame now as a big, fancy movie score guy. Look at you, Walt. You're feeling it. Yeah, we're about to build up to the chorus.
Is that how you dance to it?
Yes, it's exactly how you dance to it, dude. Here we go. Come on now. I forgot to. There we go. There we go. Danny Elfman tickets. Saturday, October. Marcus is like, yo, man.
Wow.
This is the first and last time I will ever hear this song.
You're absolutely
This is a
right.
banger. This is a banger.
You like it? There you go.
I like it. I enjoy it.
Of course you do.
What a lad you are, Walt.
2 tickets to see Danny Elfman. He's a fancy movie singer guy now, movie score guy. He does all the fancy scores for all the, the frickin' all the movies. But anyway, he's coming to Masonic Saturday, October 3rd. And you can go see him. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR, 2 tickets. He's not going to play Only a Lad. But anyway, see Danny Elfman at Masonic on October 3rd. Prize furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. We'll be doing this all week. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. The fact that we get to dive into Boingo's catalog is incredible. And you guys are just baffled.
Yes.
Baffled by
that's a good word to
what
use.
was going down in the early 80s, man. So there you guys go. That's from June. That thing was released in June of 81. Ooh. Your boy was graduating from 8th grade that month.
Oh,
8th grade.
That must have been a fun summer.
Yeah. I was not listening to Only a Lad. That was like the new wave crowd. I was like, I don't know. I was listening to Giants games. That's what I was listening to, bro.
And look at you now.
Oh, there was a strike summer. That sucked.
Oh.
81 strike summer.
I don't want to start talking strikes.
I was bereft. I used to listen to Larry King instead. Overnight Open Phone America. Now the doctor's entered the room. Once again, the door opens and in walks Dr. Boucher.
Man, after hearing that rejoin, I might need to go see a doctor because
Only a lad.
it is time for today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. And Murph, I'm going to give you an all-star injury update for tonight's Midsummer Classic. You want to see Shohei Ohtani? You won't see him. He's dealing with a knee injury. You want to see Aaron Judge? You won't see him. He's still dealing with a rib injury. Oh, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he opted out as well. Nick Kurtz, he's got a right thumb injury. Oh, you're asking about the pitchers? Chase Burns, not going to see him. Tight groin. Ranger Suarez also has a groin strain. Paul Skeens is scheduled to rest, does not want to throw. And Jacob Mizorowski, the Miz himself, will be shut down tonight with arm fatigue. So all those All-Stars not participating tonight in this year's Midsummer Classic. And that was today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare.
Yeah, man. Enough of these guys hurt. Play hurt, man. You got to play hurt sometimes. Come on, guys. 831 says, it's amazing. It's crazy how many drugs were consumed in the early 80s.
A lot going on in the 80s.
916 says, instead of baffled by that song, I'm confused by that song.
Yeah, me, you, and Jason Kidd.
Because it was confusion.
415 says, you weren't listening to the B-52s and Devo back in the day, Murph? I was, but it took me until like 83 to hop on. I wasn't that hip when I was 13, 14. And then finally somebody wrote in and says, here it is, same guy, 415, Only a Lad, arguably Boingo's finest tune. And 408 says, Oingo Boingo, my first ever concert, age 13 at Great America. There you go.
Nice, dude. Shout out Great America, who I believe is in its final year this year or next year. I know it's closing down soon.
I saw something about that. What's going on?
It's a bummer. I don't know. Are the 49ers tearing it down and building something else? I'm guessing it's going to be more housing. I don't know, but it is a bit of a bummer as a kid that grew up with a WOW pass and used to go down to Great America damn near every day during the summer.
Iconic, dude. That's a tragic loss. Now, that said, you know which ones the kids all seem to go to now is Six Flags out in Vallejo. That's the one that goes. In fact, you'll be taking Christian out there.
Yeah. Well, just make sure when you're there taking Christian, make sure that E40 is not putting on a concert. You guys see any of those videos where E40, I believe, was at like the Water World out in Vallejo and had a huge concert, and people started like storming the concert because it was max capacity. It was like one of those FIFA World Cup watch parties.
No.
Yeah,
Did not
dude.
see
Yeah,
that.
check out that story.
I saw there was something going on with Jay-Z at Yankee Stadium that was causing a big to-do.
Yeah, I heard he showed up like after midnight, showed up super late, and a lot of people were upset about his set.
And Nas was there too or something. So anyway, we got to learn stuff. What do we got?
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
Yeah, I learned about the prevalence of NHL hockey video games because Macklin Celebrini is on the cover of NHL 27, a game I've never played.
Well, you should definitely, maybe I'll buy the game and I'll bring my PS5 into the studio so you can experience what it's like to be a god on ice, be a Macklin Celebrini.
Are you good at it?
I would say I'm pretty good. I don't think I play like on the hardest difficulty level. I don't play a lot of online matches. I'm a franchise guy, so I just like to rebuild the organization and build it from the ground up.
Be honest, when's the last video game you played? Was it like yesterday?
Oh, this past weekend I hopped on a little bit on GTA 5.
Okay.
I'm waiting for GTA 6. You can finally pre-order. I'm telling you now, I might take a month vacation just so I can play Grand Theft Auto 6 every day.
So you will hop on the sticks?
Oh, yeah, dude. I've been waiting damn near a decade. I was in college when GTA 5 came out. It's taken this long to finally get it.
Well, you're getting up early. You have a baby. When's the last time you got on the, did you guys call it hopping on the sticks?
Yeah, hop on the sticks. Pick up the sticks, kid.
It's been a while. I think maybe about a month, maybe a couple of weeks.
What was it? What was the game?
MLB The Show.
Okay.
Yeah, MLB The Show.
All right. Rory's playing that every day. Hey, you guys finally had to appeal to me and ask me what was the last game, and Walt finally said, did you ever play Pac-Man, Murph? And I got very excited. And Walt, you found something for me here, buddy? Yes. I'm juiced. Ooh. I just got a little adrenaline surge right then because that intro music meant you had to get ready to go. Like, yeah, we're eating now. We're eating. Now are we going to eat one of the bonus ones and get...
Oh, you get one of the cherries?
Yeah.
Next thing you know, the ghost turned blue?
I mean, there was a tremendous thrill. There's a Pac-Man at Char Pit in Kings Beach.
Now, you're a fan of Pac-Man. I was a bigger fan of Mrs. Pac-Man.
Oh, my God. 808 KMBR cartoon characters you thought were hot. Lady Bugs Bunny and Miss Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Anyway, me learning about Macklin on the video game was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And by the way, the E40 concert, as the text line's checking in, was at SeaWorld, not at Six Flags.
Okay. Well, everybody behave out there.
Yeah, everybody be cool now.
Papa and Silver's next. I think Krug. Did I hear that? Is that Krug? All right. Finney says yes. You're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I was once told you don't boo nobody, so it feels pretty good, yeah.
When I saw Roy Washington, I say, okay, he's my grandfather now.
He swears, like, it just got away from him. But you didn't.
No, it didn't.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Heodorichi, Akabundu, and Hioku. What do you say? We're all just mofos at the end of the day.
And whoever's available on the middays.
You okay, Tim?
4 hours starts right now.
Find your inner Greg.
You're excellent.
This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Swings, gets it hard and deep to center, and goes just over the wall for his 9th, and that was up there for a while. Aaron throws. Walker swings, gets another. He is going to be within one. Oh, man. What a performance. Both these guys, but wow. Back-to-back on swings with a magenta ball. Schwarber is out there egging him on. It feels like rooting for Walker. Swings and he will tie it.
Got it. My goodness.
Drives one to left. It's 11-11. Walker swings deep into the night in left field. And Walker walks it off.
Oh, my.
4 in a row.
What a performance.
Schwarber gives him high fives. The Philly fans are all leaving. Jordan Walker, the home run derby champion. Amazing.
Yeah, pretty cool for Jordan Walker, huh? Winning the home run derby as we get going on All-Star Week, and then the Midsummer Classic today. Don't expect to see Logan Webb unless we get some kind of emergency situation, as we learned yesterday. And, of course, as we talked a lot about Luis Arraez on the second half of the show, yeah, absolutely. Hope that you can see that man getting at bat. A deserved all-star for not just the batting, but the defense and the resurgence right there. So this is a time to enjoy it. This is a week to just do a lot of reflecting. And Krug hanging out with me for not just today, but for the next 4. So, man, we're going to talk Giants. We're going to talk youth. We're going to talk Jaxa Lendeborg. We are going to talk to Dalton Johnson later. And, of course, we got a lot of 49ers and some NFL coming definitely later this week. And so good to be with you, man. How's it going?
Man, great to be here. As a kid, this was one of my favorite days of the summer. I mean, the All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic, I always loved it. And I thought it lost its way there for a while with the muted uniforms and the no uniforms. I believe we're getting the team uniforms tonight. And I thought Home Run Derby was good last night. It's funny. Jeff Passan had panned the new format, and then he's like, it's gonna be bad, and then he retweeted himself and kind of called himself out.
He said Passan is a moron.
Jeff Passan is a moron. But you know what? There are flaws in that thing last night for sure. It really felt like the guy who went last had, since there was no time limit and he was able to kind of pace himself, he could really load up on those last 6 swings where, I don't know, credit to Jordan Walker. He was down to his last swing in Home Run Derby. And then boom, 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 6 home runs in 6 swings, and the Philly fans went home unhappy. But I loved it, man. It was a good show. I liked it a lot more than the rapid fire, swing, 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 swing. No, you're not going to be able to watch it land, but just keep swinging. That is not what Home Run Derby is supposed to be. I thought last night's format was better.
I agree. I mean, just like seeing guys run out of gas and everything, it was like, okay, when you're fighting the clock a little bit. I mean, look, you and I have both talked about the pitch clock. We're pro pitch clock. Now, we don't need the ghost runner, but as far as the pitch clock, that's been a welcome addition to the game of baseball. Sometimes to the point where if it's just a heavy defensive battle and guys aren't getting hits, we're talking about games that are barely over 2 hours to where I'm like, okay, it doesn't have to be sped up to that degree. Why do we need a clock for the Home Run Derby? I mean, Krug, this is supposed to be the week where we're just speaking a little bit slower. As the Counting Crows would say, talk a little lower. And now we have to do a clock on the Home Run Derby. It's like, I don't know, man. So I got to say, format overall was awesome. The fact that you had the hometown heroes, especially Kyle Schwarber, the one that looked like well-positioned to win it. Then he has to watch in suspense, and you got the whole crowd. Like, I love that the crowd was booing, man. That added to the whole
awesome
element of it. That was so Philadelphia, right? That was so
Totally.
LeBron James' new home. Now, I don't know. Maybe we'll see a separate discussion for later on. But to have Jordan Walker.
Do you have a source?
Nah, dude. I mean, every single source says something different. It's like, it's Cleveland. Then it's like, I got intel that it's a team that's not Cleveland, but it's a done deal, but we're just not going to see. I mean, I'll tell you one thing, Krug. World Cup semifinals going on today, tomorrow.
Yes.
It's going to happen definitely after tomorrow's second semifinal, maybe even after the whole final when the tournament's done. Like, LeBron James is 41. He's a pro at this. He knows how to milk the news cycle a little bit. So I'll just say I'm not too worried that we're going to get any breaking news before 2 o'clock today, although would love to be proven wrong for just a little bit of fresh content.
Yeah, and I may need your off-air assistance. I've been betting the World Cup.
Yes.
And it's a tough one today because it's like I kind of feel like France is the best team I've seen, but I don't know anything about soccer. People maybe listening would say, Krug, you don't know anything about anything. But but I definitely don't know a lot about soccer. So do I go Spain? Do I go Spain to beat France, or do I go France to beat Spain? But you're bringing up home run derby. I have to share with you.
Yeah.
Have you ever participated in a home run derby?
No, just a kind of like casual thing with my friends, but nothing formal.
Okay, so I got invited to a home run derby at Oracle Park back when it was Pac Bell.
Oh, nice.
And so I was before Patrick Marlowe, but after Jerry Porter of the Raiders. And Jerry Porter and Jeff Friesen, I think, was in it as well. Bill Lasky was on the bump. Jerry Porter pumped a couple into the bleachers, like right before I get in there. My very first swing, let the shaft out, pulled both of my hamstrings at the same time on the first swing. I mean, I can feel them just shooting up my legs, right?
Yeah.
But I can't duck out after one swing. So I did the rest of home run derby with dual pulled or slightly pulled hamstrings, just swinging as hard as I possibly could. I think I got one to the track and bounced off the wall. That was as close as I got no home runs. But it was, I'm telling you, man, you get up there at home plate, you think it's easy, and then suddenly it's like that wall looks pretty damn far back there.
Well, dude, you
Not
got
easy.
put in a brutal slot, first of all. I mean, talking about the scheduling of that's tough. Tim, we got to do maybe a poll today just for YouTube. Who would win a home run derby at These Sports Later? We got to select 4. I don't know. I'm tempted to put Oatmeal in, but it's like, I don't know if that's worth one of the 4 slots. Maybe we go, I feel like Dieter, just offensive lineman vibes. He could like hit one out of rage. Murph has enough rage pent up where he could definitely knock a couple over the fence, no question.
I actually have audio of Krug when he swung and tore both of his hamstrings. Yeah, I'll take another pitch.
Well, for Jordan Walker, didn't have to be as such yesterday. So, look, man, I loved the actual format of everything. I try to be the one who's, at least I think I'm supposed to be slotted in as the younger host who has a quote-unquote fresh perspective on life, and maybe I'm a little bit more naive and optimistic, Krug. I'm going to go a little bit into get off my lawn mode. Netflix, I like the creativity of it all. We don't need to do so many sporting events on Netflix, such as the upcoming 49ers opener. And you could say, hey, well, Silver, maybe you're scarred from the whole opening night catastrophe against the Yankees. Sure. That probably didn't help it. Camera angles, the broadcast itself, it was nice to see Barry Bonds in that setting after not being a big media guy. And the event itself, congratulations to Jordan Walker. I just don't need to see Netflix and sports mesh more than maybe once a year. That's kind of where I'm at.
I mean, you're not going to put that thing on network television,
right?
Do you not? I mean, Rob Manfred is a bozo. I mean, let's just say that straight out of the chute. He's a total bozo. He's a labor lawyer masquerading as somebody who loves baseball. He doesn't love baseball. He called the World Series trophy a hunk of metal. Putting this thing on Netflix and limiting your future fans. You're not letting little boys and girls around the country watch this thing on network television. I went and looked for it because I'm a baseball fan and was born in 1970, and it's part of my summertime, clock to check in on Home Run Derby. But guess what? That's the only reason I was there. What about the Greg Silver who's 10? What about the Larry Krueger who's 7? Who's sitting there, who doesn't have Netflix, or maybe he has Netflix, but is not going to stumble into it, right? Because there's nothing really driving you over to it. I mean, huge miscalculation by MLB. I thought that was lame. I'll tell you the other part that's totally ridiculous is this. We love Barry Bonds. We hate Barry Bonds. We love A-Rod. We hate A-Rod. Either decide that they're, persona non grata and not invited, or let's let bygones be bygones and put the whole steroid era behind. I don't know about A-Rod, but Barry Bonds was a freaking Hall of Famer before he ever touched steroids. I am sick and tired of baseball using him for what they can use him for. They're paying him, so it's not like he's getting nothing out of it. But this whole, we love Barry over here on Netflix, he's welcome. Oh, Hall of Fame? Hell no. Never, ever, ever. He's the Antichrist. I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, does anybody see the hypocrisy or at least the blatant inconsistency in that stance?
It's a good point. You bring up a good point on that, and you're right. He's getting paid, so it's not like, oh, Barry Bonds is a victim to Netflix. Like, no, he's making the own choice, and he's getting compensated for
money.
it. But it is a little bit of a hypocrisy from baseball itself, where it's like, we're not going to put him in the Hall of Fame, even though you can't tell the story of baseball without Barry Bonds in it. But we're going to crack down on the steroid era. But we're also going to bring him in A-Rod and romanticize the old home run hitters. And Barry, tell us that it was the greatest home run derby you ever saw. We'll play that sound coming up for you in just a second. It's like, yeah, I don't know. And by the way, on the Netflix front, my last thing. You talk about network television. Like, dude, last year I watched Cal Raleigh win the home run derby with his dad pitching. I watched that from the treadmill in the gym. It's supposed to be that kind of activity where you could just kind of pop it on and just access it anywhere. Last night, Krug, I watched it on YouTube. I'll level with everyone. I wasn't watching it live. I went back and did a lot of YouTubing, and I loved the suspense. Jordan Walker with his parents going nuts in the jerseys that said Jordan's dad, Jordan's mom. That was awesome. The event itself should be celebrated, but the way it was put on and the accessibility factor, it's like, can you just let the average fan have an easy way? I don't want to have to be a genius, and I don't want to have 4 different credit cards for 7 different subscriptions so that I could watch every little event. That's just what I'm saying.
One other idea. You just hit on it. From every game in every sport, I would love a fam cam. Give me the fam cam. Give me the fam cam. One person every game, or maybe more than one. But, like, how much did that make that a human experience? If you didn't see Jordan Walker's mom and dad there rooting for him in, like, the 4th row, you would just been like, hey, let's hope the hometown guy wins. And you're starting to root against Jordan Walker. But then you see his dad and the look on his face, and we've all been, Dad took Junior to the field, and Dad's the one that drove you and got you into baseball and all that stuff. And it's like he was living vicariously through his son, and it was awesome to see. And I don't know about you, Greg, but I love the nights when the Giants promote somebody from the minor leagues, and we get, it's Susak's entire generation. You know what I mean? It's like every Susak within 100 miles of San Francisco found their way to the ballpark. I love that. And they ought to just do a fam cam and invite one of the players' families to every game. And it would give the team. It's at least a good secondary story in the midst of a baseball game. I really enjoy it.
Well, it certainly was the story of last night. We'll play the Bonds audio coming back for you. Jordan Walker, congratulations. What a great story in terms of what he was doing in terms of back and forth in the minor leagues, not having a big role. And now he edged out Kyle Schwarber in Philadelphia to capture that. We got the Midsummer Classic tonight. And I'll tell you about our contest. Yeah, it's not going to be quite World Cup, but it's going to be Bay FC tickets, which we're still giving away. I will tell you about that coming up. Dalton Johnson at 11:30, Levi Weaver at 12:30. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on a Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Even with the crowd booing him down the home stretch, Jordan Walker wins the home run derby, edging out Kyle Schwarber. So congratulations to the St. Louis Cardinal. And what'd you think of the format? 808 KNBR to join the conversation. And other than Bryce Eldridge, who would you want to see represent the San Francisco Giants in future derbies? Join the conversation anytime between now and 2. And join the DraftKings Sports app. Dude, I mean, you're going to hear me hammer this all throughout the rest of the week. Like, LeBron is waiting on his decision because the DraftKings Sports app is live. so that you can bet on World Cup games. I mean, it really is that simple. One trophy, one champion. They've got you covered every single 4 remaining matches. And you can do it in California. All you got to do, sign up with the code TheSportsLeader, spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code TheSportsLeader, all capital letters, all one word. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19th. That's this Sunday. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the sports leader.
I'm going to lose my S.
Same here, bro. That's what this Tuesday's for. We're hanging out. It's Silver, it's Krueger, it's Tim Webb, 808 KNBR to join the conversation. Talking a little home run derby, because why not? I mean, Jordan Walker, congratulations to him, and that's where I got 2 words for you, although it's a question.
I got 2 words for you. Steve Nash and Chris Paul. Must-see TV.
That's more than 2 words.
And we put all the must-see TV on Netflix. I'll tell you that, first of all. The 2 words, as a question, greatest derby? Well, Barry Bonds said as much. Take a listen to the... I can't call him a Hall of Famer. Take a listen to baseball's love-hate relationship. Barry on Netflix last night.
Barry Bonds, legend, 6 derbies. What did you say to me after what you saw from Jordan?
I thought that was the greatest home run derby I ever seen. I had to match 3 home runs to get to win 11 home runs amazing. What got me was this, Jordan, was this. You were so calm, and you used your hands well. You never cared how far the ball went. You actually used your hands well as a contact hitter and just hit the ball. You were just fluent. And it was probably the most amazing. And for me to say it, brother, I'm gonna tell you right now, I've seen a lot of home runs, but to come back from 11 with only 15, we're talking only 15 swings. Brother, you got my trophy too, bro. You got my trophy too, and I'm gonna start getting some gum.
Well, pretty cool for Jordan Walker to get praise from Barry Bonds. By the way, the All-Star game later today is going to be right here on the Sports Leader. Dirty Work was so lazy. They're like, we don't want the last hour of our show. Let's just start it at 5. So that's exactly what's going down. And that's why Tim's with us now, because we work hard.
Hi.
There you go. All jokes aside. I mean.
Well, if Rob Manfred ran KMBR, it would be on KMBR 1050.
Yeah, Mike Holler's 1050. Holler /
Right.
Manfred's 1050.
He put it on 1050. You don't want too many people, listening to this. Let's not get crazy.
As far as Jordan Walker, the fact that he became the first St. Louis Cardinal to win a home run derby, Pujols never did it, Mark McGwire never did it, and 1 year ago, yesterday, Jordan Walker in 55 games had just 3 home runs and a .562 OPS in his 2025 season. Fast forward to yesterday, 22 home runs, an all-star nod, and your 2026 home run derby champion. So what an incredible story, but that also ties in nicely to a lot of what this week is going to be about with us, Krug. Look, the Giants are 41-55. We know that you know how these 96 games have gone. We know that you know they don't have a closer. They don't have a reliable bullpen, and it's been a lot of disappointment where they can't put together extended winning streaks. Seeing somebody like a Jordan Walker in that story, seeing the season so far that a Casey Schmidt has had, or what Lee has done after the IL, or what Eldridge certainly has done as a 21-year-old, this is all where we focus a little bit toward the next chapter. And while I'm not asking these final 66 games to turn into something where it's going to be the Giants making some kind of miraculous playoff push, it still matters for Tony Vitello. It matters in a major way for the players that are on this roster. It certainly matters for the guys that just got promoted that we learned about on Sunday at the end of the weekend. And so how can they build something to where they can set themselves up for the maximum success whenever there is baseball in 2027, certainly 2028, and hopefully some of the guys they drafted, certainly number 4 overall, Jackson Flora, can be a big part of that sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough, right? Because it's been an ugly year and it's been a frustrating year, and things have gotten, sideways in a bunch of different areas. Let's just be totally frank about that. But, I know there's a lot of people who are really passionate about the Giants. I see the, the different YouTube channels and the people that are talking online, and it all kind of bleeds through. We all kind of see that. And I know there's a lot of people that want to be like, this is the worst spot they've ever been in, and they've never been this bad, and it's never, they want to just, they want to use hyperbole to describe the ugliness of the 26 first half. But you know what? When you factor in what they have business-wise, what they have going in the minor leagues, and hopefully what they got going in this draft, I think that they could, we could see the acceleration towards a rebuild. And it's not going to be that long before you look up and there's Johnny Level. It's not going to be that long before you look up and there's Bo Davidson and Dakota Jordan. Those guys are going to be up. It's not going to be that long before a buddy of mine was at Jacob Bresnahan is a Giants lefty who's, I think, down in high A right now. And he was at one of his starts about 3 weeks ago. And he's like, Krug, this guy is definitely big league material. So you got Jacob Bresnahan coming. You've got your Wisenhunt coming. You've got Flora coming. I thought the lefty, what's the lefty they got, the high school lefty, looked really
29th pick. Yeah. Bowman. Yeah.
I mean, look what they got in that Bailey trade. Bailey couldn't hit at all, and they sent him to Cleveland, and they wind up getting both this lefty Carson Bowman, who looks like maybe the best lefty arm in this draft, high school pitcher who goes low to mid 90s. They say he's going to throw even harder. He's got 2 different impressive breaking balls. And they've got that other kid, right? Matt Tugboat Wilkinson. So they got 2 quality lefties out of him, out of Bailey, and obviously Flora. They got the top college arm, who's who's Bay Area kid, Foothill High School, Pleasanton. So, maybe these guys can be the future. Kane, Lincecum, Bumgarner, Vogelsong. Maybe this can be the next group that kind of leads the Giants to their next great run. I mean, it's that the Giants did not have awesome prospects coming up all throughout the Sabian era, but you know what? Right then in the mid 2000s, here comes Lincecum, here comes Kane, here comes all these guys, and all of a sudden you look up and you're like, Belt and Pablo and Buster and these arms, and then Boch, and all of a sudden you got 3 World Series titles. So it's been a frustrating year, but some years you win, some years you build, and maybe this is just happens to be a year that when we look back on it, it's just going to be a major year where the Giants injected their organization with a lot of the stars of tomorrow.
We had a great question that a caller threw out to us yesterday, and that's where I want to go to propel us moving forward. First, though, let's hear from Scarecrow in Sacramento, who wants to share some thoughts on the All-Star game. Oh, yeah, KNBR, right here, the sports leader, 5 o'clock today. I don't know if you'll be listening. I don't know if you'll be watching. What's on your mind, Scarecrow?
Well, I go back to an era when there were 2 All-Star games, so that kind of dates me right now.
Wow.
When dinosaurs ruled the earth. But the fact of the matter is, you get them where they're complaining about the steroid era. Let's remember who profited from that steroid era. None less than Bud Selig, who found his way into the Hall of Fame. I guess you can buy damn near anything when you get enough money to do it. Point being, he also killed the All-Star game, because I can remember when the A's showed up in Oakland and everybody was excited because we could now see the American League teams. You want to see American League ball? You went to the A's. You wanted to see National League ball? You went to the Giants. And now with the roster with schedule changes, I mean, you can see the Yankees. They're coming to town. You can see the Red Sox. They're coming to town. We couldn't see those guys before. But the point you made is that Rob Manfred, if he doesn't kill baseball, he is well on his way to making it damn near irrelevant. Because the only reason they're number 3 is there's not a viable number 4.
Hey, appreciate the call, Scarecrow. And, Krug, if we're talking about the Bud Selig factor of it, I'm just waiting for the next Hall of Fame announcements so that we can recycle a lot of the same conversation about bonds that we have yearly. Although maybe if it's a Bochy and Buster kind of year, then it could be something a little bit different for us. You think if Buster gets in, we're going to have so many people raging where it's like, oh, but he's not doing it as an executive. And I'm joking, because that should not be the conversation. But, yeah, that's just going back to that's how we're all feeling after the first 96 this year. It's been a long crawl to even get to this point in July, huh?
Well, and it's like baseball kind of knows what they kind of want. They just don't know how to kind of get it. You know what I mean? It's like they wanted the games to be faster, and then they put in the pitch clock, which made them faster. But now we still have this bastardization of baseball and extra innings. I hate extra innings. The guy on second base is totally fraudulent. That's not baseball. That's like that's not baseball. And I get it. You didn't want the games to go endlessly, but now you introduce the clock, and you know what? The players have adjusted and the pace has picked up, and it's very painless. I think the pitch challenge system adds a lot of juice to the game, and I think it wakes people up sometimes in the middle of a sleepy inning. Wait a second, he's challenging this. There was a ump the other night, and she was having a rough time behind the plate. I think I saw like 5 pitches challenged, and she was wrong. I think on a few of them. So I don't know. It's just kind of a weird. They have a bunch of ideas, and they instead of just saying, well, we'll try this one and see how we'll try them all. It's like we'll just do them all. And then now we're kind of figuring out that there's some junk in their game, and they got to eliminate some of these things. But I'll just say this: we all love baseball. We've all gone to baseball games. And yes, the 5-hour games were getting a little much, especially Yankees, Red Sox. It was over the top. Every game was ridiculous. It was like a marathon and, times 10. But how many people have you ever heard walking out of a baseball game going, man, if that game was just 20 minutes quicker, Never. I've never heard that ever. So it's like this idea that we need to, they ask the people who work at the game, the people who are working there, who punch the clock, whether they be media, players, people working at the game, announcers. Yeah, we all want to go home early from work, but the rest of us, it's joy, and we don't want it to end, and it's very expensive entertainment, and I'm not in a rush to get out of there. I'm just not. Maybe there are people that are, but man, if you're going to pay $1,000 for a baseball game, man, I want my money's worth. And if I get an hour and 58-minute game, I kind of feel robbed. I'd rather have a 3.5-hour game.
Well, Tim, on that note, do you think that's what Dirty Work did to our higher-ups today, saying, look, I want to get out there earlier. I want to get out of work earlier, just kind of like Krug was talking about what the people want. Sometimes you just got to ask and you shall receive.
We are not here to deprive the people of what they want.
And on that note, the phone lines are open, 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Here's the question, and where I wanted to go with this, Krug. A caller yesterday, while I was with Lasky, we were talking about people wanting to keep Arraez versus obviously you got to try to get something for him, and just the whole discussion of where the Giants go from here. Which current Giants, as in on the Major League roster, do you view as part of the next good team? Because that's really who this roster should be about. That's what the next few weeks should be about. It's not about Willy Adames if you don't see like he's part of the next good team. And I know you might be stuck with his contract, right? That's a different layer of it. Is it Eldridge? Yeah, I would say 99% of fans would say yes. Is it Jung-Hoo Lee? I'd say most fans would probably say yes. Maybe some, as we've heard on these airwaves, say no, I would look to try to trade him while his value's high. What about Casey Schmidt? What about Elliot Ramos? What about Logan Webb, who they've been very public about not doing? Is that something you wish they would like to change their mind on? 415-808-5627. Which current Giants in the bigs do you view as part of the next good team? That's the timeline that Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, Tony Vitello, etc. need to focus on. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger, only here on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or breaking news? Check out the Papa and Silver podcast page or go to thesportsleader.com and you'll never miss a beat. Now back to the show on The Sports Leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on The Sports Leader.
Actually, I'm better in poor lighting. I've noticed I'm a more attractive man in poor lighting.
I mean, I just hear intelligence when I hear that, aren't we all? I mean, unless you're extra privileged, I suppose, maybe then lighting could be a favor for you. But yeah, typically I value the lower lighting as well. So Krug knows what he's talking about, and that's why we got him not just today. We got him tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. And we have got you at 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. The question we're throwing out there, Krug, as we look ahead to the final 66 games and certainly the trade deadline on August 3rd is like, hey, look, who on the Giants roster in the bigs right now should be the focus of the timeline? We understand that there is some lack of flexibility where they're probably not getting off of Devers or Adames or Chapman. And if they can get rid of one of those contracts at the trade deadline, I think a lot of people would see that as a win. Then there's the Luis Ariz factor of like, you got to get something for him while you can. But a lot of fans have grown to love this guy because it was the one offseason move that by far and away worked the best. And he defensively and offensively has given this team something it desperately has lacked. So let's go out to Tris in Walnut Creek. Says 100% behind Buster Posey. Tris, you're on the Sports Leader. Talk to us.
Hey, so I just want to make a statement. I'm a third-generation Giants fan, and I'm not a fifth-generation. I'm obsessed. And let me tell you, the fan base is not 100%.
Hey, Tris, I'm going to jump in for a moment. Your connection's a little bit in and out, so try giving us a quick call back, and we'll give it a second take, all right? Yeah, it was.
I wanted to hear what Tris had to say there, but technology. What can you say?
Yeah,
she
I mean,
zapped.
Hey, look, we wanted to hear what she had to say, but we wanted to hear what she had to say. So hopefully she's able to give us a call back, and I am curious as well, but go ahead.
Here are my keepers, okay? No pitchers, because pitchers get hurt, and they get hurt at a moment's notice, and there's no warning. So anybody you got a big price tag on pitching-wise, that's like a ticking time bomb that's ready to go off, and you're the one that's going to lose. So I would say none of the pitchers am I tied to, including Logan Webb. But I would keep Devers, Casey Schmidt, Eldridge, and Ramos. I'm keeping the middle of my lineup.
Okay.
Everybody else, even Ramos I'd be open to, but I like Ramos. I'm a big Ramos guy. I consider him a good guy. I really like him. So Eldridge, Ramos, Casey Schmidt, and Devers. You're not moving Devers. There's no way. Nobody's taking Devers. You owe him $211 million. You'd have to pay, 50 to 100 million. I mean, you're just not doing it. So he's not going anywhere. And then I'm not moving Casey Schmidt. I'm putting him at third where he belongs. And then I'm putting Eldridge at first base. I'm DHing Devers, and I'm keeping Ramos. And my anchor point for the future is the middle of the lineup right there.
All right, let's go to second take here with Tris in Walnut Creek. Tris, sorry about that. Hope the connection works a little bit better on take two. Thanks for your patience, and what's on your mind?
Excuse me, I was just going to make a statement that I'm a third-generation Giants fan, and this season has been the most interesting season for the past 6 years, in my opinion, and that's because we're so behind Buster Posey and Vitello. My feeling is that you've got Bochy. They're all going to be gone. We've got to train up some of these young guys. So we're 100% behind Vitello. And then I just want to say I don't want to trade any of these young guys. I want to keep pretty much all of them. I would trade Adames if we could. But in terms of Arias and Lee, my grandchildren would be very upset if we trade them. And that's the heart of the fan base, and that's why the stands are full every night, whether they're winning or not. We love the Giants, and of course we want them to win, but these are the people that we come to watch, and we love Buster Posey. And, he just can do no wrong. The guy is a brain trust. So our opinion, the Carter family here over in the East Bay. Adames can go. Sorry, Willie. And like you say, DH, Devers, I agree with you what you just said, but keep Lee and keep Arias. Okay?
Appreciate the call, Tris, and thanks for giving us a take two on the connection right there. So there you got a lot of love and a lot of emotion. And look, the emotion was something that was very real that Lasky and I talked about yesterday when people said they didn't want to trade Luis Ariz. And we said, yeah, well, look, you're also 41 and 55. We've also seen instances with Snell and Rodon and guys walking for nothing off an expiring deal. In terms of Buster Posey, they're saying he can do no wrong. I think his tenure as president of baseball operations so far, I don't think it's too harsh to say it's been a failure. This team has not delivered on what the plan was supposed to be. That said, Krug, this is where Buster Posey can do a lot of right. It's just going to have to be pivoting over to a plan B and really executing on that. That's why I'm thinking about this timeline. So you told me all of the young Giants that you want to see a part of the core. For me, it's Eldridge, obviously. It's Jung-Hoo Lee is someone that I'm very high on trying to keep, especially seeing how he's adjusted to right field, which is not easy to do defensively at Oracle Park. And for the positional versatility and the hope that maybe you can get off of Matt Chapman's deal at some point in the next year or two, then I would say Casey Schmidt is another one. I'm a little bit more open on Ramos, certainly more open on somebody like Webb. And as much as I appreciate Luis Ariz, I would try to see what you could do to re-sign him this offseason. I think you have to be willing to accept you got to part ways with him, knowing that, look, when he's your best player, but you don't have any pitching, the season's going to go exactly how we've seen to this point so far. He alone is not going to take you into the playoffs and salvage anything this year. If he wants to come back because he loves Ron Washington, I would be more than happy. But to watch him walk for nothing and hold on to him to try to win, 5 more games in what isn't really going to count for anything at the end of this season, I think that's just organizational malpractice.
I mean, teams only want guys that are playing well, right? I mean, I'd move Adames. Well, what are we talking about? The guy's playing terrible. He's owed $150 million. Nobody wants Adames. So, yeah, we'd all move Adames. But, nobody wants to trade for him. They want to trade for Jung-Hoo Lee. They didn't want to trade for Jung-Hoo Lee in the offseason, but they do want to trade for Jung-Hoo Lee now. Nobody wanted Luis Ariz for the most part in the offseason. The Giants got a pretty reasonable deal. Not nobody, but very few teams. Now he's playing as good a second base as anybody in the sport, and tons of people want him. You got to strike when the iron's hot. You got to make good decisions, but you also got to think long term. I mean, why wouldn't you rebuild right now if you're the Giants? You've got a packed house. You've got an absolutely engaged fan base, and you can't win in the present. So, I mean, this is a perfect time. You've got a fan base. The game that you guys should have watched this weekend was the Futures game, because those are the guys that you should be trying to target. Those are the guys you should try to get. I watched Philadelphia's got a power righty named Gage Wood. And there's a lot of talk they're going to move Gage Wood. This guy throws 97 miles an hour. He's got a couple good breaking balls. He was blowing people away in the game over the weekend. That guy should be a Giant. That guy should be a Giant at the end of the summer or at the trade deadline. But you know what? You're going to have to bite the bullet. Now, here's the thing. If you loved Luis Ariz, loved him. First of all, the future at second base is not Luis Ariz. The future at second base is Johnny Level. Okay, go familiarize yourself with him. He's a big-time player. Lightning in his wrists, tons of power, tons of explosion. That's the future second baseman. That when the Giants win the World Series again, Johnny Level will be at second base, not Luis Ariz. Now, if you love Luis Ariz, he's the perfect transition piece until Johnny Level's ready. But right now, everybody wants him, and you could get a really top-tier package of prospects. You got to cash that chip in. Now, if you love them so much, you're the Giants, you're rich, go buy them in the offseason. I mean, that's the solution. What did the Giants benefit when they kept Bumgarner and Snell and Rodon? And they didn't trade any of those guys. All of those guys could have been cashed in by Farhan for big-time trade returns, but they didn't cash in any of those guys. And for what? So they could be slightly more competitive in the second half of the year, in a year where they're not going to make the playoffs. Nobody remembers or cares how you finished. If you finished fourth or fifth, whether you finished 7 under, 12 under, nobody cares. But if you can turn Luis Arraez into a big time, starting pitcher, and now you can add 4 or 5 real impact guys to what you've added already in the last couple of years in the international market and the draft this year, you might be ready to run with the Dodgers and every other team in baseball within a year or two. And I think that should be the focus, and the Giants should stay disciplined on that focus.
Couple of good texts I want to get to, and then we'll continue with the calls coming up shortly. 209. I don't know how you can have the mindset of we need to get something for Arraez because he'll fetch something good and not have the same mindset for Logan Webb. Trade them both. Let's rebuild this dumpster fire, and Logan deserves to win. And personally, 209, that's why I'm on the side of trading both, because you're right. It's hard to have one point of view for one and one for the other, especially when I look at Webb versus Arraez. In theory, Webb's the one that would be able to get you a lot more. Now, I know what the front office has said, and I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I am saying that as a talk show host where you work through scenarios, I would like to see them be a little bit more open-minded in that regard. 775 also, I lived through the Matt Williams trade. I was upset for a while and got over it, and I could do the same with Webb. Honestly, I feel bad for him and want him to be a contender, not the Dodgers or the A's. Well, yeah, that's certainly fair to not want him to go to those destinations. But yeah, look, that was something that was short-term unpopular, and it was uncomfortable. But the Giants have turned this operation into one where their hand is forced a little bit into maybe having to be willing to be more uncomfortable than they originally planned. 415-808-5627. James, safe at third. Pete, I see you hanging out. We'll continue with your calls when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Krueger's as sexy as Shania Twain.
Man, I feel like a woman. I was just waiting for that part of it. Larry Krueger hanging out with us. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's just it really is a grab bag of Krug drops. I've been trained after about segment 2, Krug, to just wait and see what's next in store. I think we got to start making a bingo card, though. Like, I'm going to lose my S. That was an easy starter. But I'm going to have to start going through Tim's file and all the sound probably after the show one of these days so that the next time we're doing this, well, I mean, we got 3 more for the rest of the week after today. Just make a Krug bingo card. Have everybody participate along. That's what the All-Star Week is for, right?
Like if the file for the Adriatic League is pretty shallow, I only have like 1 drop of the Adriatic League. I have about 10,000 Larry Krueger. So we're going to get quite a few. It's Random Krug Tuesday. Why not?
You got to dig up, just for me, I get to make one request. The Ratty, Let's Give It Up for Manure is one of my favorites of all time. If you can find the Ratty, Let's Give It Up for Manure. I think it had something to do with Franco Finn, I believe. But it was an epic Ratty.
Well, dude, and then that came in handy at the perfect time because the day that with all this construction going on out here in Daly City, we had some smell that was infiltrating the vicinities. Started on a Friday, still bled over into a Monday, and it's kind of slowly dissipated, but
everybody on your feet for manure.
It smelled exactly like that outside, and I know you were in for Marcus that day, so
yes,
prime time of all of that. But 916 also approves of Krug rocking some Sade as an intro song, so nice choice all around. Question we're asking you at 808KNBR is, who on the current Giants roster, the big leagues, who needs to be the focus of the timeline moving forward?
Look at that manure.
Because at 41-55, Tim, this season has been manure. One more time.
Look at that manure.
Yeah, that's kind of what I feel when I'm watching the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings play out. And no, I welcome all drops. We are a drop-friendly show. There is no question about that. So let's continue with the phones. 415-808-5627. James is in San Francisco. Says, keep a couple of guys. Everybody else, though, be on alert. James, you're on the Sports Leader hanging out with us. What's going on?
All right, good. Well, I know I said a couple, but I'm going Eldridge, Schmidt, and Ramos. Everybody else, I'm taking offers.
Wait a minute. Is this my buddy James from Cal?
Yes, that's me.
Oh,
Rick, that's me.
Let's go. What's up, James?
I'm doing great. Matter of fact, as soon as I get through talking to you guys, I'm heading over to Chase, go watch the watch party for the World Cup. So
nice.
Just want to get my baseball.
I like that. So who are the keepers in Cal land? I'm going JKS, Tosh.
Every transfer that committed, the class of 2027 and all the 4 stars, I would say, yeah, definitely for me. All right, so James, back to the Giants part of it, though. You say Eldridge, obviously. You said Schmidt, I believe, and everybody else you're putting on alert. And Ramos.
He's got Ramos.
Okay.
Those 3, everybody else is on alert. I'm taking offers. And Arise, I have debates with my friends on this, and I said, look, every time you try to keep, like you mentioned about, was it Bumgarner? What's the guy? I think he's pitching for the Yankees.
Rodon, Snell.
Yeah.
All of them. They kept them all.
And they'll say you end up coming up with nothing. So I'm just saying, hey, if you can get a bunch of trade Arise, and I'll go, and even though I like Jung-Hoo Lee a lot, I'll say if I get a good offer, I'll trade him too.
All right. Appreciate it, James. Enjoy the watch party. And just saw him at 58 Social last week. One of my favorite dudes. Come to all the Cal pregame shows. We actually did a couple of fan contests, and this was an early on thing, Krug. So we would take somebody from the crowd and did a couple of trivia games. And Patrick Laird, my co-host and former running back, we'd do Pat's Trivia Corner where we'd match him up against somebody else. We picked James for our first selection, and we're like, he's never getting selected for trivia again. He knows literally everything. And so, James, wealth of knowledge and one of the homies here at the Sports Leader. But, yeah, man, okay, so he's with you on the Ramos front. That's where when it comes to Schmidt versus Ramos, I'm much more inclined to keep Schmidt. When it comes to Lee versus Ramos, I'd be much more inclined to keep Lee. I'm not saying that you just trade anyone just to do it. you should listen to offers on everyone. And look, like in this discussion, it's hard, right? Because, Tim, we're not just trading Luis Arraez just so you could get like a couple of prospects or whatever. Like, you got to go and get something good, a couple of A-ball guys, right? You're not doing that. You have to assume that Arraez could get you something. Webb could probably get you the most. If Ramos could get you something of value, given that he has not had the best track record as a defender, he's a guy that strikes out a lot. That's one where I'm a little bit more open to moving, and that's kind of where I stand on that, Krug.
Well, I personally like Ramos quite a bit, and I like talking to him. I think he's a really good player. I know he had a rough year last year in left field. I mean, come on. I mean, Giants fans were ready to send him packing in the offseason because of how he played left field last year, and I get that. But, I mean, as you can see, he rebounded. I mean, this is a sport where your performance varies year to year. You couldn't have if you had said, get rid of Jung-Hoo Lee on opening day, there would people have been like, oh, yeah, for sure. But now in a league where everybody's hitting 148, this guy's hitting 300, you're like, wait a second, this guy's big time. Yeah. So either keep him and make him a foundation piece, but here's why you move him. He has an out clause at the end of 27. So the only way it's like you lose or you lose. If he plays terrible, he opts in, and now you're paying him the same money that the Astros are paying Yordan Alvarez, $19 million, and he's not worth it. Or if he plays great like he's playing this year, then he opts out at the end of 27. So he's a free agent at the end of next year. So, I mean, if you want to use him to build the next great Giant World Series championship team, which I think is in all of our interests, I think you got to bite the bullet. I think and I understand, I get it. When a guy's playing well, you're like, keep him. And when he's not playing well, you trade him. But everybody else is thinking the same thing as well. We don't want your bad players. We want the guys who are playing well. And so right now there's a big market for Jung-Hoo Lee. And I wouldn't give him away. I absolutely would not. In fact, I would ask for a lot. There's talk that the Phillies want him. I want Gage Wood. I want their top righty. I want somebody who's going to be, the net part of the Bumgarner, Lincecum, Kane, triumvirate that you're trying to recreate in 2027 and beyond. And he could be part of that. So,
yeah.
I just think that you gotta it's tough, but you gotta trade the guys when they have their peak trade value if you're going to build.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, at the beginning of the year, it's like trade Lee, and now it's like, no, we should never trade him. I think we had a texter 209 say they should have traded Jung-Hoo Lee while he was red hot, going full opposite end of the spectrum. But yeah, typically that's what you want. Like when Robbie Ray had those 2 starts against Atlanta, both with the crazy weather. It was the doubleheader one where it picked up in the second inning. And then the one at home, I was like, man, Braves are a good team. They're looking like a contender. They got a great record. They could use some pitching. I almost looked at that as like an audition or something. Let's keep it moving on the phones. Pete in San Mateo wants to weigh in on who the Giants should keep and commit to for the future. What's up, Pete? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Hey, so good. Hey, so coming from the perspective of a season ticket holder, I laugh at some of these calls. It's like, yeah, trade this guy, get prospects, and even you guys are saying, get this prospect. But the thing is, prospects don't turn out as often as we think they do. I mean, even top 10 picks in the draft, only about half of them, make it to be a everyday major leaguer. And even less than that become your all-star caliber type of player. So even the guy that we drafted 4, we have no way of knowing if he's ever going to be any good in the major leagues. And then these prospects that we trade for, one caller was calling in saying, yeah, I forgot about, the Matt Williams deal. Well, that only panned out because we ended up with Kent. But how many times do you make a trade like that and the guys you get don't pan out, right? So you have to keep some of these guys because for those of us season ticket holders who are backing the team with our money, right? I mean, I don't mind packing it in for the rest of this year because sometimes you have to do that in order, to build a future. But you have to have a team, hopefully, that, we field in 27 if there is a season. I mean, we have to have something because the bulk of our great prospects in our organization right now are in single A and double A. I mean, they haven't even proven that they can play in triple A. and we're banking on Johnny Level and the other prospects being really good. But we don't know how many great prospects have we seen in single A and double A that really end up making it.
Well, Pete, let me ask you a quick question with the sentiment. On Luis Ariz in particular, are you saying keep him, trade him?
Yeah, I mean, to me, he's the toughest one because I love him as a player. I love his grit. I love his attitude. He seems like a great teammate kind of guy, and I would love to keep him. And I know you guys were also saying, well, yeah, let him go and then sign him, next year. Well, how often have you seen that happen?
Yeah, right. It's always a
That
talking
happens,
point that you don't know if it's going to actually be executed. We just saw it with Tyler Rogers. I guess what I'm getting at, Pete, and I do appreciate a lot of the thoughts on it, but there's always going to be a risk when you go and get younger prospects, and you want to try to get the best haul possible. But you know what can guarantee a lack of upside is if you kind of stand pat and don't make enough moves and then go into the offseason with effectively hope being another strategy where it's like, well, Adames isn't going to have that kind of a year again. And Devers is going to look more like the all-star. And Chapman's going to have a resurgence, and he's a platinum glover at third baseman, right? Like, I almost look at it, and why I'm asking the question of who do you see as part of the next core is, hey, nobody wants to see certain guys get traded just for the sake of doing it. But if you're committed to, say, Casey Schmidt or Jung-Hoo Lee or Bryce Eldridge or some of these other young guys you see as part of your next core in addition to the farm system, well, don't you want to see the doors open where they can start getting everyday reps and have a little bit more room to make mistakes when the games are theoretically not going to matter as much in the final 66?
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. I mean, for me, like Schmidt, you can't trade. I mean, he should be an everyday third baseman on a really good baseball team. Okay? And Jung-Hoo Lee, I don't see the Giants trading him at all. One, because he's just now getting enough experience in the major league to show what he can do. And don't forget, he sells tickets, right? So you have to keep that in perspective, from the Giants' point of view, is that they're not going to trade him because he helps sell tickets. On Arias, I would love for us to trade Chapman. Okay, now he got hurt, unfortunately, but before he got hurt, I was hoping that we were going to trade Chapman, let Schmidt play third, and sign Arias to a 3-year deal. Okay, and hopefully by signing him to a 3-year deal gives enough time for those prospects that we all want to come up to actually make it to the major league. But Arias would be the guy I would love to keep.
Can I ask you a question? You're a season ticket holder. You've been a season ticket holder for a while, I would imagine, right?
Since the park opened.
Okay, so how would you rank the 2017, 2018, and 2019 seasons? Which season of those three? The Giants didn't make the playoffs in any of those three. Which of those three was the better season in your mind? Since you're a season ticket holder, you seem like you know this pretty good. 2019, 2018, 2017. What was the best season between 19, 18, and 17?
Sorry, because I don't remember each particular year. But
right. That's my point. That's exactly my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
My point is in 19 they went 70. They went 77 and 85. In 18 they went 73 and 89. In 17 they went 64 and 98. Here we are, just a few years removed from that. Nobody could tell you which of those teams was better. It's all forgettable at this point. So I don't see a big difference between going 64 and 98, selling off a few pieces, and finishing, fifth or fourth, as opposed to keeping these pieces, winning 77 games, and finishing fourth or third. It's like you're not going to the playoffs. You won 3 World Series titles. It's like I hear you. You're out there and you want to see a competitive product. But my point is just that there's not a big difference in seasons between if you win 65, 75, 77. I mean, it's you didn't win, right? So I would like to build. And I hear what you're saying. There's no guarantees that you're going to, be able to trade Ariz and then sign them back. But that really is more a function of the teams that trade players away are usually not in position to go sign them back in the offseason. They either don't have the money or they don't view themselves as a competitive team. it's not because it can't be done. I mean, the Cubs did it with Aroldis Chapman. They traded him to the Yankees or the Yankees traded him to the Cubs and signed him right back. It can be done if you really, really loved Luis Arraez. But right now, what he represents is a avenue to get appreciably better. And I get it. The prospects are still prospects, but you're talking about top tier prospects in the back half of the minor leagues, generally AA, AAA, guys that are going to be up within a year or two. To me, that's far less risk than the draft pick that you just made with Flora, even though he was a first-round pick. You're still taking him out of college. He's 22. You're projecting 5 years into the future. High school kids, you're projecting 7, 8 years into the future. I get it. That's a big dice roll. But to get a guy who's ripping it in the Eastern League and say, we're going to trade for him, and in the next 2 years, he's going to be impacting things in San Francisco, I don't know. I don't see it as quite the wild risk maybe that others do.
808 KNBR, we got a lot of calls, and we got Dalton Johnson coming up in about 20 minutes, so we will filter through them quickly when we come on back. What kind of core are you committed to for the future, and what type of team would you like to see realistically constructed? If you don't want to trade Schmidt and you don't want to trade Eldridge and you're stuck with Adames and Ian Chapman got these no-trade clauses, how can you open up the doors to still committing to your future? It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick was on with Dirty Work yesterday, and Marcus Thompson joined the morning guys earlier to get into their various perspectives on LeBron Watch, NBA offseason, and so much more. You can check out both of those interviews on thesportsleader.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Just don't fight your friends like Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero.
Papa and Silver continues. Now streaming live on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Need the perfect space to sound off instantly? Join the conversation now. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on The Sports Leader.
Man, it was a long night of sports, and that means when I got in the rack, I had to get it done.
Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, Tim Webb, and we'll talk to Dalton Johnson, switching gears over to hoops in just a bit. So if we don't get to you right here, hang tight. We got a lot of baseball talk coming today. So we got the Midsummer Classic, 5 o'clock, carried right here on The Sports Leader. Dirty Work will take you right into it. And we are off and running. All about the young core. Let's go to Chris in Santa Clara. Wants to talk about the future of it all, not just for the players, but also management and the front office. Chris, good to talk to you again. What's going on?
Hey, I think the reality is that for Vitello and Posey, they have one and only one job, and that's to not get fired. I mean, I think we're not being realistic here. That, you mentioned about the 3 years where the Giants, lost all those games in a row. You talked to your season ticket holder there. Well, that was Bochy, who already had 3 rings.
Right.
And even by the end of the second year, the fans were getting a little bit annoyed. By the end of the third year, they were getting, reasonably annoyed. And so Vitello's got a 3-year contract. Posey already is probably starting to feel he's on a short leash. This is not, they can't afford to do development where they're losing more than 90 games. You realize that they would have to go 66-0 to match the 107-win season. That's how far away they are from that 1 year right now. And if they start dropping a lot of good players and they get down to losing 90, 95, 98 this year, do you really think that Vitello has any chance of going beyond a third year? Or is it just going to be, you talk about a reset, you're going to have a new president of baseball operations and a new manager after 3 years. And I don't think that level of instability is good for the franchise.
Well, Chris, you bring up really good points, and actually it's going to lead me to a couple of thoughts I shared, but attaching it to a different perspective I had. So Buster Posey might ultimately be defined by this next crop of players and the draft and everything leading up to the trade deadline. This is a really crucial point for him as president of baseball operations. I said to Lasky yesterday, I go, look, the team right now, a lot of the best players offensively certainly have been the Farhan guys, but guess what? Farhan Zaidi didn't do enough during that time while those guys were developing to where he is still in the position where he is, and so he can get credit, but he's not going to be getting credit for the day-to-day. I would push back on the notion, though, that they can't afford to lose 90-plus games. I think committing to youth and possibly doing those uncomfortable trades, I actually believe that buys them more time. Because the MLB draft is so unique, right? Where Jackson Flora was taken and we're all excited. That also might not be someone we're relying on until 2028. Guys don't come in, Krug, where it's Michael Williams and he's the 11th pick and it's like, cool, right away. Yaxel Lendeborg, we expect him to play right away. The MLB, it's a little bit more of a pipeline and a system they got to go through. So if they finish out the season and they lose 90 plus, and then there's some weirdness where it might be a shortened season next year in 2027, the Giants could go into 2028 where they would not been a winning team up until that point, but that could be a point where they're starting to commit to the next crop of players that might ultimately define this operation. I actually believe that would buy them more time. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, let's just take what the guy just said. He said, if they lose 90-plus games, the fans won't show up. Really? In 2017, they went 64-98. In that season, they drew 3.3 million fans. In the next season, after their 98-loss season, they drew 3.1 million. So what are we talking about? I mean, and then last year, they drew 3 million again. So, I mean, and they haven't won a playoff series since 2016. Or no, they haven't won a playoff series since 2014. 2014. It's been over a decade since they won a playoff series. Coming off of their last almost 100-loss season, they still drew 3.1 million fans the next year. So, and last year, as bad as they were in this, cycle of 500, perennially 500, they drew 2.925 million last year. So, I mean, the fans are there. And the thing is being supported. I don't know. I mean, it's really an interesting thing. I mean, I think it's a really interesting discussion because Giants fans are smart and they're in it for the long haul. They're not Johnny-come-lately kind of, we're just here for the 5 minutes and we're going to be gone in 5 minutes. They're Giants fans today, tomorrow, yesterday, and into the future. When you have that kind of devotion and you're filling the park to the tune of 3 million fans, why wouldn't you sell off some of these pieces and try to build a team that can run with the Dodgers? You haven't finished second. You finished first in 2021. You haven't finished second since 2016. The rest of the years, it's third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah.
Do you want more third, fourth, and fifth for $1,000 for a family of 4 to go to a Giants game? I don't mind paying the $1,000, and I think most people in this market will pay the freight. They just want to see this thing going towards something.
Yeah.
Not an endless array of Farhan nothing moves, not 500 till the cows come home. They want to see something built along the lines of a franchise that consistently can compete with the Dodgers in the West. I don't think that's asking too much, and I think this is the perfect time to build. And I understand the people that are out there saying, I'm out there every night, and I love watching Lee, and I love watching Arise. I get it. But those guys will fetch a ton. And to me, if you're really thinking about building a World Series champion, you got to get that big haul when it's available to you.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to make things get a little bit worse and a little more painful before they can ultimately get better. And to Chris's point about losing 90-plus games, if you're going to do that consistently with Arise and Nevers and Adames and Chapman and Webb and not really commit to shaking anything up, that's a lot more problematic than if you lost 90 games and you're committing to, Bryce Eldridge, Casey Smith, Jung-Hoo Lee, Johnny Level, Bo Davidson, Parks Harbor, all these other guys we talk about. If that's the new core you're focusing on and you're going off a losing team, then you could say, hey, that's more of the makeup of a rebuild. And by the way, for Tony Vitello, yeah, he's got to be able to do well enough and have a good relationship long enough to be able to stick around and see that through. He's the type of manager that we've said from the beginning you would think is much more apt to build to spearhead a rebuild and to be the one to lead a little bit of a younger core. So for those we didn't get to, hang tight. We appreciate you hanging out. 808 KNBR. We'll talk to Levi Weaver and get back into some of the baseball stuff in that noon hour. Dalton Johnson is out in Vegas at Summer League. So, Crew, you want to talk about a team that is a little bit old and needs to start turning the direction to some youth? Well, the Warriors can't go into that full rebuild thing. I'm not saying it's apples to apples, but certainly they're going to be relying on the number 11 overall pick. That's Jaxson Lendeborg. Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, one of our favorite guys to talk to. He will join us next on the Sports Leader.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular program.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Good to change gears here for a moment. Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger. We've been into a little bit of NBA Summer League. Yeah, we're kind of at that point in the year where we got MLB All-Star Game, we got the World Cup. Just a little bit of everything, getting ready for NFL training camp. It's all going to start speeding up soon, but we're trying to live nice and easy. And that's why we bring in one of our friends, one of the easiest guys to talk to, Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, having a great time out in Summer League. Dalton, you staying away from the Vegas heat? What's up?
I am staying from the Vegas heat. My room was a nice 65 degrees. I've been in here more often than not. I can tell you that much.
Understandable. Well, let's just start with Charles Bassey. I know that's who you wrote about recently. Yeah. What kind of role is he preparing to have this season? I know the roster's still incomplete, but Horford's back, Porzingis is back, Draymond Green in all likelihood is going to be back after the opt-out. They can all be expected to miss a handful of games, and now Quentin Post has gone to Memphis because they didn't match the offer sheet, so they need regular season guys, and Charles Bassey, during that Steph absence, proved that he could be a regular season guy.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, Draymond Green talks all the time about 16-game players, right? 16-win players as far as, but this team's badly 82-game players, and that's what Charles Bassey is. He's someone who can be, you know, you take a baseball term, it can be an innings eater for the Warriors as far as down low. We know, obviously, the age of Al Horford, the injury, the health, whatever you want to call it, concerns of Kristaps Porzingis being a much older 31 than you would think. So Charles Bassey is someone who is right in the prime of his career, and he's been relatively healthy, and he plays also a much different style than those guys, which I think is really important. Obviously, the Warriors have been looking for stretch five, stretch big men for a long time, and that's why they were so drawn to people like Al Horford and Kristaps Porzingis. But Charles Bassey is that guy who's going to get down low. He's going to set just, you know, body-rattling screens. And the big thing for him is that he built chemistry with Steph Curry right away. His first game was in a Warriors jersey was Steph's first game back from runner's knee, and the chemistry was clear. And then the next game against the Kings, they're both off the bench, and he has a 14-point, 12-rebound double-double. And it's just the generating easy offense that this team so desperately needs. It's a kind of a goofy stat, but it's really stood out to me how far dead last the Warriors were in dunks last year. And it just kind of shows their lack of athleticism. And Charles Bassey in 5 games had the same amount of dunks that Al Horford had in 45 games. So it's those little things and that kind of difference between their games that I do think makes a big-time impact for these Warriors.
Let's talk Lendeberg for a second. You know, it's funny. Anybody who wants to make any point in the summer is right? If you want to say, oh, Lendeberg's like, you know, he's awesome, he's amazing. Yeah, you can point to these summer league games. And then the people that want to be like, no, they can go, hey, Marco Bellinelli lit it up for 44. Anthony Randolph has a statue in Vegas somewhere for how he played in Vegas or how he played in the summer league. There are guys that just light it up in that summer league deal, open floor. Usually it's not bigs. Usually it's guards. I've heard people being very critical of Lendeberg, saying that he's not a good defender. What can be gleaned from summer league as it pertains to Lendeberg? What can we say definitively about him based on what you've seen?
Yeah, I think definitively, like the feel for the game, offensively especially, obviously has really stood out to me. You talk about kind of, you know, these guys that put up big-time points, big-time numbers. Obviously, you mentioned the guards, right? Because that's a lot of times in summer league, you see guys just trying to get theirs. They want to beat guys off the dribble. They want to turn into a one-on-one showcase. And that has not been Yaxel Lendeberg. And that's what I think has really stood out to me is the fact that he's able to play in this team concept offensively while still putting up points. And whether that means using his NBA-ready frame, that's 6'9", 240 pounds, and playing a little bully ball down low, or obviously the three-point shot that we've seen that's really opened eyes. When his feet are set, that three ball is going down. And I do not think it's a fluke. Look, he's not going to shoot whatever it is right now, 65% or something from three-point range, obviously. But when he gets his feet set in the Warriors system, which still generates a ton of open threes, The problem was last year, they just didn't make them. Obviously when the roster didn't have Steph Curry and everything, there's a reason that they finished, I believe, 20th in three-point percentage.
Yeah.
But Yaxel Lindenberg's three-point shot is for real. And I even think about the three that he made against his Michigan teammate, Adai Mara. In the right wing, a jab step, a fake, just created a little bit of separation and then buried the three over a guy that's 7'3". That has really stood out to me offensively. The passing has really stood out to me offensively as well, too. And then when he's out in transition, is he a super athlete as far as what we perceive athleticism with just run fast, jump high? No. But he's easily a good enough athlete, and it's that strength where when he gets downhill, he's either going to throw it down or he's going to find somebody or get a finger roll like he did last game as well, too. So it's just a feel for the game and the kind of easiness that it is offensively right now that's really stood out to me as a clear Warriors system fit as well, too.
Talking to Dalton Johnson of NBC Sports Bay Area, kind enough to join us from Las Vegas with a little NBA Summer League. So here's where I'm at with Summer League, which is if someone's looking really good, I don't put too much stock into it in terms of drawing conclusions that they'll fit right away and be a star. But if someone's looking lost or overwhelmed, then that might be more of a cause for concern. Now, Yaxel Lindenberg, for the most part, has passed those early tests, but you also did note that there have been times where he's been caught off guard defensively a little bit. So where in particular would you say he's been lacking defensively, and how much of those early concerns do you think can be solved with some Draymond Green education?
It's the awareness that I think has stood out to me. And the beauty, I will say, in Yaxel Lindenberg that we're going to love, that you guys are going to love, is his honesty in these interviews. I mean, he's been almost too honest, to a team where he's saying that it's been hard for him to lock in, especially in the second halves when the Warriors are up by 20 points against some of these former Michigan teammates. He's out having a lot of fun out there. But at the same time, it's kind of like, man, it's Summer League, but in the NBA, you can't be having these lapses of defensive awareness if you're going to have Draymond Green next to you in the same locker room. The good thing about Yaxel when it comes to that stuff is he's very, very coachable. I've talked to his JC coach, talked obviously with Khalid Robinson a lot about that. And Khalid even talked about it yesterday at practice. He had Yaxel Lindenberg off to the side going over film, and he said he's exactly what you want out of a young player that wants to get better and better, where he asks questions during film. He's really listening during film work as well, too, whether it's in a group setting or individual. So I think that the side-to-side lateral movement isn't going to be like, a top-notch cornerback in the NFL by any means. He doesn't have the loosest hips. But I think when you look at having a Draymond in the locker room with an Al Horford, a Kristaps Porzingis, that's going to go a long, long way because he really wants to be around veterans and he wants to learn. So I think that he's going to be able to use his strength to his advantage with that. If you're going to be able to guard 1 and 2s, probably not. But the fact that even in college, he's shown that he can go from being a 4-5 at UAB to then a 3 at Michigan, obviously with the help of Morez Johnson Jr. and Adai Mara. That's a big, big help. That's where I'm going. I love the versatility there, but I don't know if he's going to be a lockdown on-ball defender. I think that he's going to be a really good weak-side shot blocker. I think he's going to be a really good help defender. And I think it's that awareness, once you get out of the Summer League setting, that's going to tune up a little bit for sure. I think right now it's a little bit of immaturity and having fun in Summer League where you got to go, okay, man, the best defenders, they don't have an off switch. They are constantly on. And in the NBA, you can't just flick it on and off like you're playing a low mid-level team on a weekday at Michigan where you're going to win by 30 points. So those are the little things right now. But I would say that the positives are coaches in his past and his present have really raved about how coachable that this guy is.
Dalton Johnson joins us on the Yuma guest line as we talk the Warrior basketball. Warriors back on the hardwood in Vegas at 4 o'clock today. You can catch it on ESPN. They take on the Grizzlies. Dalton, my brother sends his boy to Gonzaga, so I watch a lot of the Zags so I have something to talk to my nephews about. And I was super fired up when the Warriors signed Graham Ike. And I don't know, Ike was maybe one of the best players on one of the best teams in college basketball. And I get it. He's 6'9". He's kind of ground bound. He's a 5. He doesn't have a lot of offensive game. But the last summer league game, 18 minutes, he had 11 points and 8 rebounds and a couple assists. Has Ike looked like anything? I saw a little bit of him missing around the bucket, but what do you think of his NBA prospects?
I like Ike. There's a reason that they targeted him so. I mean, immediately after the draft, got him on that Exhibit 10 contract. He'll be in training camp. I think he's someone that's going to keep pushing for a two-way with that empty slot right now. You know, the main guys that are on the two-way right now, it could always change. It's such a fluid thing. Would be LJ Cryer, Malachi Leones. There's an open spot right there. You know, they haven't decided exactly what they're going to do with the second-round pick in Lizzie Jones, but I like Graham Ike. You know, I mean, you mentioned all the things right there as far as he's really tough. He's not a 7-foot center by any means, but he's strong. He's really, really vocal defensively, and that's what I love is his presence down low as far as getting guys in the right position and asserting his dominance down there as well too. He does have good touch with that lefty finish around the basket. He's not someone that's going to typically, you know, step behind the 3-point line by any means. But he's also he has his eyes open. He's a good passer out of the post. You could see him operate in out of split action and all those type of things. So whether he's on a two-way or whether he's continuing to develop in Santa Cruz, he's someone who definitely has a lot of fans within the building, no doubt about it, when it comes to the Warriors. Graham Ike has had a strong performance this summer.
So, Dalton, the season's far out, and the roster is possibly incomplete as we all wait on LeBron James and everything to fall out with that decision. But looking at this roster, is it realistic for Steve Kerr to limit the amount of lineup variations that have cost them some wins early on in the past few seasons? Like, I would say that would be my biggest criticism of this coaching staff, just being that it's taken a little too long to figure out a norm for a team that can't really afford to coast in the regular season anymore. Now I look at the roster, seeing how everybody has pretty much come back, and I'm like, well, with all the guys that are going to miss a handful of games, are they going to be caught in the same tornado of constantly messing around with lineups as guys try to figure out what works for them?
Yeah, I mean, that's a concern, right? I mean, that's even the joke around here. We've been able to talk to a handful of different Warriors people, whether it's coaches or, you know, people in the front office, and we've heard multiple times the same kind of joke. Basically, well, so much for getting younger, right? You know, and it's going, and we're seeing a team that's pretty much running it back, waiting for a certain 40, 41-year-old, of course, and they can't put themselves in the same upstream hole that they did last year. You know, their whole thing last year was that they're a team that's built for a possible run in April, May, June. But you better be able to get through October, November, and December, and not all of a sudden open your eyes when the calendar flips in January and go, oh, we're a 10 seed in the Western Conference, and it's really hard to climb that ladder. I mean, guys, even when they won 12 out of 16 before Jimmy Butler's injury last year, they didn't climb up the standings at all. They cannot be in that same hole. That is the concern right now, you know, and it's going, okay, how much pressure is that going to put on somebody like a Yaxel Lindenberg and some of these other young guys? And I keep going back to the first press conference when Steve came back, when Steve and Mike spoke, where Mike Dunleavy was more about, hey, this isn't really a roster issue. We need to just clean up some internal stuff. We heard the word turnover, 43 times in 15 minutes? And then Steve was different. He said, we got to get younger. We can't keep having these guys who can't play back-to-backs. I need more time to practice. And right now, with the offseason, that's been the complete opposite. So I don't know. I wish I had the perfect answer, and I think Steve wishes he had the perfect answer as well, too. Mm-hmm. But they just simply cannot put themselves in the same hole as last year because they have to be able to get these on-paper wins that they did not have early in the season last year. Those are the games that they cannot put themselves in the same kind of spot that they did a year ago. So you're right. The concern is real, not just from me, not just from you, but within certain parts of the building as well at Chase Center too.
LeBron had a pretty good year statistically last year. The Warriors also hired Frank Vogel. The two of them won a title, if you want to call it that, in the bubble in 2020. You know, some people don't think it's legit, whatever. Is the Vogel hire about pitching LeBron? Is that, I mean, I'd heard that LeBron couldn't stand Vogel. I had heard that LeBron got Vogel fired. Is Vogel an asset or a liability to the Warriors, pitch to LeBron?
I certainly don't think it's a liability, but I also don't. I'm not trying to look too far into it as a big asset. And everyone that I talked to here, same thing. They're not going, oh, well, we got Frank Vogel. That means clearly like the LeBron's on the way. And I think for them, they clearly needed some new voices. And Steve's entire duration here, he's always done, and especially as it's gone further and further, done a really good job of setting up smart people around him. And we obviously saw the departure of Terry Stotts and Jerry Stackhouse, and you knew that you were going to need to get some fresh voices on the bench, especially at the front of the bench, and getting a defensive mind like Frank Vogel around Steve Kerr. To me, it's nothing but a positive. So I'm not trying to look too far into it. Yeah, he coached LeBron. Yeah, he coached AD. And yeah, he was also fired from that same team as well, too. But Frank Vogel is someone who's definitely respected on the defensive side. I really want to see what kind of wrinkles he can bring to this Warriors defense. He's someone who has really done well with these two big lineups. And you saw, obviously, after the trade deadline, when you brought in someone like Kristaps Porzingis, the Warriors were able to do that a lot more often, whether it was playing KP and Al Horford together or Draymond and Porzingis. Obviously, Bassey believes that he can play with either one of those two guys. So as the league continues to get bigger and bigger and kind of go back in time with that, I think an addition like Frank Vogel, who has really good experience with Anthony Davis and with these kind of two big lineups, that I think is more so how I'm looking at it, is going, okay, what is the little switch, the little wrinkles that Vogel can bring to the defense? And that's more so what I have my eyes on, is using two big men and having more lineups that just kind of fit what today's NBA is and what today's Western Conference is. You can't have the same kind of small ball that the Warriors have done in the past.
Yeah.
They can't play 3-on-5 when it comes to offense. They have to be able to match up with the size defensively, and that's where Vogel's past and his insight, I think, is going to play a big role for this team.
Dalton, always good catching up with you. Protect that voice of yours, because I know summer's for a lot of travel and fun and screaming and weddings and soccer chants and all sorts of things. So go bear that Vegas heat and enjoy the hotel room, and we'll keep following you on NBC Sports Bay Area and everything you put out. So whether it's Charles Bassey, Yaxel Lendeborg, or like the 27 LeBron rumors we're going to get in the next 2 days, they're all going to refute one another. We'll be here for it. So you're the best, man.
I will stay hydrated. Thanks. I appreciate you guys as always.
Absolutely. Dalton Johnson,
thanks, brother.
NBC Sports Bay Area. You can give him a follow at Dalton J_Johnson. We will continue with some hoops sound when we come on back while we're on this topic. There's been a lot in terms of the Summer League, and then we got another little fighting incident, only this one doesn't quite involve the Golden State Warriors. But Draymond still had to talk about it on his podcast. He and Udonis Haslem are back beefing. Never a dull day, as they like to say. By the way, stay tuned, because we do have our Bay FC tickets we will be giving away a little bit later, July 29th, 7 p.m. Bay FC takes on Gotham FC, and it's their first ever hip-hop night. So come hang with Bay Area legend Mr. Fab and others. It's Papa and Silver with Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I drove my car into a beach once.
Krug, was that a result of Michael Scott and the GPS? Turn right. It's taking me into a lake.
I drove my car into a beach once.
God, I wish I could forget that moment.
So give me the context. Like, how did that happen?
Well, it was a long, long time ago in a beach not that far away. I think it might have been Baker's. And I forget exactly how I did it or why I did it, but I would advise against it. Let's just say that. I'd advise against it, especially unless you want to bald out your tires trying to get out of there.
Good excuse for a car wash. Mine's looking pretty gross. That's the one problem having a black car is that if you leave it out and it's street parking in my neck of the woods, then it gets kind of gross pretty easily. So, yeah, I won't take it to a beach, though, not without my four-wheel drive that I totally don't have. Okay, got a couple of sounds I wanted to play. This first one yesterday. Oh, sorry. I jumped the gun because Tim wants me to let you all know that officially we are giving away tickets. Don't call right now. It's later. But we got to do the full contest tease. BayFC's first hip-hop night is here. It's going down at PayPal Park on Wednesday, July 29th at 7 p.m. as BayFC takes on Gotham FC. Pull up early for an exclusive poster giveaway, then go dumb with Bay Area legend Mr. Fab at halftime. A fan favorite for a reason. The themed evening will also come to life with classic lowriders, breakdancing, live DJs, and more. Add in world-class soccer, great food, and summer vibes, and you've got a match day you won't want to miss. Be there. Tickets available now at bayfc.com. Stay tuned for the official giveaway. This is why we have Tim. He keeps me in check.
Brother. Great job, brother.
Going full ADHD as we hit the midpoint on a Tuesday. A nice little all-star week and a good chance to bounce around with a little bit of everything. Also a good chance for LeBron to really relish in the news cycle. Shams, what do you have as far as the latest from NBA Summer League? I guess he's inching closer to a decision, so stay tuned. Here it is.
Kev, there's no exact timeline yet, but we are inching closer to a LeBron James decision. All the information that he could want is in because all the teams have made their pitches. General managers, owners, presidents of teams have made their contact. They've continued to be in touch with agent Rich Paul this week. Players have reached out to LeBron James, recruiting him. And yes, the voice notes have all been listened to. The rosters are set. The decks are all laid out. The leaders here are Cleveland, Miami, Philadelphia, Golden State, and Minnesota. And what we know is LeBron James has made it clear privately he wants to be in a situation where he can compete for a championship, but also join a culture, a team environment that he feels like he can uplift. And the fact that money is not the driving factor here means that he is able to take his time because we have offers that we know from with LeBron James that range from minimums to exceptions to salary space. So we'll see when he's ready to make his decision.
All right, so no disrespect to Shams Charania. He's just doing his job reporting. But, Krug, I'm going to say it very simply. I learned nothing.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's such a narcissist. I mean, what the heck? I mean, seriously. I mean, even his agent's like, he's got all the information he needs. I mean, he just loves the attention. Just absolutely craves the attention. There's a report. I don't know if it's a report, but there's somebody saying on Twitter that Draymond Green told LeBron when they were golfing in Puerto Rico that he would be willing to play this year for free if LeBron chose the Warriors. I got to think that LeBron is going to choose the Warriors because, I mean, think about it. He's making a movie. Who's going to want to watch LeBron goes back to Cleveland? Probably not that many people. But if you put LeBron with Steph, I think more people want to watch that movie. I also think that LeBron, didn't want to leave L.A. I think he got kicked out of L.A. And so I think in proximity to L.A., I mean, I think he would like to live in L.A. and just fly up here for the games and not interrupt his family life and what he's got going in Southern California with his media projects and movies and all the different things that he's working on. So I think proximity to Los Angeles is a big deal. I think playing a brand of ball that he wants to play with guys that know how to play the game. for a coach that he wants to play for. I mean, Kerr is going to kiss his butt and, coach him up, and he coached him in the Olympics, and there's a relationship there. He's not going to grind LeBron's gears and make all these demands. You just know that. So I just think when you check all the boxes, to me, if I was him, I'd rather go play with the Knicks and in the Garden. But you know what? It doesn't even sound like he's on there. The Knicks are even on the list. So of the teams that I heard there, LeBron to the Warriors seems like the most likely.
Yeah, it's a good point on how it ended with the Lakers. It was very much a mutual breakup, but the Lakers also took the first step, and really that first step was going back to the Luka Doncic trade, which caught LeBron by surprise. And how often has a decision for a team within the building, whether it be personnel-based, whether it be staff-based, when in LeBron James' career has something not been run by him? And that was the rare exception, and that started the whole breakup here. So I agree with you that I think he wanted, in a perfect world, to stay on the West Coast, but the Lakers sort of took that first step in saying, hey, man, we're going to pay Austin Reeves all this money. Let's just make it so you can either retire or you can go and play your 24th season elsewhere. I'll say this. I still want LeBron to choose the Bay. It improves the watchability of a basketball team. It improves the talent level of a basketball team that absolutely needs it. We had a lot of fun back and forth on this one where from the jump I said, dude, I don't care. Play the hits, whatever. I want the storyline. I want the unlikely finish to a career. And I want 2 top 10 players in the history of the sport teaming up at the very end for 1 year. It doesn't really change anything for Steph. We don't have to see him play in another jersey. Has your opinion changed? Because I know that you were very much like, don't do this. You're old. But I'm asking you that because now we've gathered the information where free agency came and went, the draft came and went, and the Warriors are effectively running it back, minus Kuminga, insert Yaxel Lendeborg. And other than that, it's pretty much the same old squad with a bunch of guys off the table now.
I mean, they're not going to win. All right. So Joe's got an opulent, expensive arena.
They're not going to win. They're not going to win as in a title.
They were the 10th seed.
Yeah.
What do you think they would be with LeBron?
I think that the floor certainly gets raised to where we're talking about a team that can get into the playoffs. I don't know if it even makes them out of the play-in tournament because I just can't trust the availability of too many people on the roster. But I can see them getting in as a 7-8 seed. That's probably where I have them, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to lose all of the back-to-backs. They're going to be fodder, cannon fodder, every team in the league on the back-to-backs. Porzingis not going to play. Horford not going to play. Draymond not going to play. Steph not going to play. LeBron's not going to, So Charles Bassey sure as hell better be good because you know what? He's going to have to carry the load on these back-to-backs. So they're going to lose all those back-to-backs. So then I just think that they're probably like a 6, 7, 8 type seed. I think it would take a prayer in hell to get them into the conference finals. So is that worth it to offset Joe's losses? Maybe. I don't get it. I'm not. And as far as where is he going to choose? He's done Cleveland, been there, done that. Miami, been there, done that. There's no way he's going to go subject himself to Philly fans. Come on. No way. No way. And after living in Southern California, you're going to move to Philadelphia for the winter and deal with those angry fans. It's the angriest fan base in the world. And then Minnesota, where you're going to park in your car, you got to plug in your car. It's so freaking cold. So there's no way. He's going to go to the Warriors because it's the path of least resistance. And, it's going to give us a handful of really entertaining nights, but that's it. It's not leading towards anything. It's not building towards anything. It's just kind of delaying the inevitable. So I don't know. I was kind of hoping that the Warriors would get some younger bodies around Steph and start to turn the page on this thing. But the arena that Joe built is so fancy, so expensive. And it was Gary Radnich's first comment, by the way, when we toured those bunker suites when they were showing us the arena. He's like, your team better be good. That was Gary's first takeaway. And Gary was a genius. He's like, your team better be good. Because he could see how fancy the arena was, how expensive the arena was, and he knew how expensive the tickets were going to be, and the food, and the entire experience. A great timeout is an expensive freaking timeout. So you're going to have somebody compelling to get people to come. And, I think that's what Joe's thinking is like, let's just try to get LeBron here and we'll get people in the building and there'll be some great nights and we'll sell tickets and there'll be a little buzz. I mean, but people with the Warriors have said to me on the record, off the record, we're done winning. And I take them at face value when they say that.
The one thing I would say about Philly, because I made the same point last week, that does he really want to go and subject himself to that fan base? Like, even if it's just a year, they'll turn on you pretty quick. Now, internally, they have probably done the most to improve the makeup of their team among the teams that are on the list. And yes, I know Miami went and got Giannis. They also gutted their entire bench and even part of their starting lineup with that, to where it's like, that's very durability dependent. Like the Warriors, Miami might not present as much of an opportunity for him to coast in the regular season. That's also been a play-in perennial in the recent years. Even though one of those years they ended up, losing a game, winning it, being the 8th seed and going all the way to the finals, a la Jimmy Butler. Minnesota is another team where they made a move for LaMelo Ball. I don't know if I can confidently say, Krug, that was the right move. This has been a team that's been knocking on the door. Clearly, they're trying to shake things up to get over the hump. They do have a true number one star in Anthony Edwards, but now you got Ant, you got LaMelo, two ball-dominant guards in a backcourt. Does LeBron really want to live in Minnesota and go be a number 3 over there? So now we're talking Cleveland and Golden State. I think Philly's an intriguing one, even though there are a lot of reasons why I wouldn't say it makes a ton of sense. I just look at it as, look, this is a team that, with LeBron, probably 6, 7, 8 seed. I think you're about right. Without him, it's entirely dependent on how many games you can get out of Steph Curry, because we saw the dark side of what life after Steph Curry is going to look like. Doesn't mean that every player on this team is bad, but it also means that if you're Brandon Pajemski or Guy Santos or Will Richard, you can't get quite as much open space as you would even if a shell of Steph Curry was out there on the floor. And so Steph gives you he gives you the fair delusion that you can win on any given night, any meaningful game. Even if it was that Clippers game 9-10, I mean, look, that might have been part of the reason why Steve Kerr came back. But then there's also the reality of, like, when he's not there, you saw how it looked for 2.5 months, and the only reason they got a shot at the play-in is because you had 5 teams below them in the Western Conference, Krug, that were actively trying to make their season worse for the sake of the draft. And now that setup has all changed too. So Western Conference isn't getting any easier if your guys are going to have to miss a handful of games like they did this last season.
Well, and on one angle, I think it fits in that I think Steph needs to play a few more minutes off the ball and fewer minutes on the ball as he gets older, and he's getting older fast. And LeBron loves to be on the ball, even at this age, even at this stage of his career. He's not the on-the-ball player that he used to be, but he still likes to have the ball in his hands. So I think that could fit nicely with what Golden State has going, where LeBron has the ball in his hands a little bit and Steph can play off the ball. But, I mean, to what end? I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, it just, to me, I was hoping this would be a year where Golden State would get Steph off the ball a little bit and put the ball in the hands of a young guard. I was hoping that they would somehow wind up with like a Kingston Flemings, somebody like that who you could introduce as a young guy who's going to play on the ball, and maybe Steph could play off the ball with Flemings. But obviously they didn't do that. They went for Lindenberg. I think Lindenberg's going to be a really nice player for them. I was really happy they got him. But, Steph's still slated to play a lot on the ball. Maybe if LeBron's there, LeBron plays on the ball a little bit and Steph recreates himself in a few minutes where he's playing off the ball. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I don't, once again, to what end? Where is this really going? And it just, to me, the upside just seems very, very limited. So yeah. I'm not a fan. I was hoping that they would, lean into a very deep draft and maybe find a way to get an extra pick or two and add some youth to the roster. But, they're still kind of paralyzed with this. How are we going to play out the twilight years of Steph Curry's Hall of career? And it's paralyzed the organization. I mean, they haven't been able to figure out how to do it. the two timelines thing, and it could have worked if they had been better personnel wise, but then their failings on personnel decisions kind of eliminated the two timeline approach. So it's just it is what it is at this point. Steph's not going to win any more rings. I guess it will be interesting to see if you could get LeBron and Draymond and everybody playing at a really high level. Could they get to a conference finals? Could they get to a second round?
Yeah, but then that also brings in the question of durability throughout a playoff series, right?
Right. But at least in the playoffs, you've got days off between the games.
True.
I just think in the regular season, I mean, they're not going to be worth I'd love to see what their record's going to be on the second half of back-to-backs. I mean, it's just they've got literally half the team won't play on back-to-backs. I mean, how are you going to win?
Well, that's why I asked Dalton Johnson about guys like Charles Bassey. It's like, seriously, we're talking about Charles Bassey like in July before the season is even approaching training camp? And it's like, well, yeah, they need regular season players. We can talk about 4 out of 7, 16-game players all we want. They got to find a way to get there, and the Western Conference isn't going to be giving them many wins where this is 2018, 2019, where they can just coast and give their role players a bunch of minutes and know they're still going to win in the mid to high 50s or even in the 60s. So a couple sounds from Draymond Green when we come on back. Levi Weaver is going to join us at 12:30, and then we'll get back into the baseball and Giants side of the discussion. We have a poll up on YouTube right now. What should the Giants do with Luis Arraez? Option 1, keep him. Follow your heart. Option 2, trade him. Follow your head. 62% in favor of trade him. If you didn't get to talk with us earlier, we'll get to that around 12:45, 12:50. Draymond Green, Levi Weaver, and Giants baseball all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Eat shit, Derek.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Steve Moskowitz here with us on a Tuesday talking about the ERC. Steve, if I want my employee retention credit, how can you help us today?
A lot of ways. You have listeners that have literally been waiting years for the money. And what most of them don't realize is not only are you entitled to the principal, but they're entitled to the interest. And interest now will be a big chunk as well. There's multiple ways for us to hurry them up. That's what we want to do for you. And we want to do it now while it's still good law, because twice before the Congress has whittled away, taken parts of ERC away to save money. I don't want them to do it a third time. And there's a way to do it, and we've done it for other clients. Or if you got a letter from the IRS saying, you don't qualify, no ERC for you. A lot of those letters are wrong. We have to appeal them. Or if the government wants the money back, they're doing an audit. That's the big 3 in ERC. 1, you're just growing a long white beard and haven't heard from them, waiting some more. Or they told you you're not qualified for an audit. We step in, we do everything for you. We have a free consultation. We have a lot of experience. We explain everything to you in our free consultation. And then if you want us to, we do everything for you. You never talk to the IRS. The only thing you do have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
There you go. Give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and he can get you your ERC money today. See if you're qualified. Again, that's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the sports leader.
You seem like a Pinot guy.
Yeah, I'm more of a Cabernet man myself. Got a nice bottle of Cab that I'm just saving for the right time. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger, Tim Webb hanging out with you. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union.
Hi.
That's right. No ADHD this segment. For you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. And we're going to talk to the Athletics' Levi Weaver coming up in a bit. By the way, little World Cup date. Well, we're going to talk about teammates and now opponents fighting. Penalty kick. Spain just got taken down in the box. We are scoreless in the 21st minute. Oh, it's about to get spicy to see if they can take an early advantage here on this this peppered-in edition of the World Cup date. So we'll keep you posted on all of that. Did want to hear from Draymond Green on his podcast. So Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero got into it. A physical altercation where Adebayo struck Hero at Summer League. The two former members of the Miami Heat. Now Hero has gone to Milwaukee in the Giannis trade. And here's what Draymond had to say about Udonis Haslem's comments. He's like, well, he went off when I got into it with Jordan Poole. Keep that same energy, bro. Draymond, take it away.
And it really bothered me.
was Udonis Haslem. And the reason it really bothered me is because, man, everybody can have an opinion, and your opinion is what your opinion is. But, I saw Udonis Haslem get into it with guys on teams that was younger than him before, a la Jimmy Butler. I had seen that before, and then he came out and he like, that's ridiculous. You get into it with your young guy. I can't believe you did that. And it really bothered me because I was like, damn, man, like, so this dude ain't never been in, and this dude ain't never been in practice where somebody get into a fight. He ain't never got into a fight in practice. Maybe not. He been in Miami the whole time. Maybe they don't have fights in their practice. The heat, what is it? Heat culture or heat wave, or maybe they don't have fights. Like, it really threw me for a loop because, I don't really care what most people say, but when I have respect for certain guys, it does matter when you have respect for guys. And so when I saw that, I was just like, damn, man, this dude doing what everybody else doing, acting like he. And so when I first saw this, I was like, damn, this is two young guys Udonis Haslem raised. And yeah, they not on the same team no more, but if you raise this young guy in the light of what you were saying about me, and now he punches this other young guy that y'all kind of co-raised, are you going to have that same energy?
All right, so I get what Draymond is saying. First of all, the Poole punch, that thing, it's been played out in the sense that he's since been traded. Poole's career has suffered. He went to Washington, then New Orleans. You feel bad for the whole thing. And ultimately, the Warriors sided with, I wouldn't say Draymond, I think they sided with Steph and his first choice at having a pick-and-roll partner and all that. I do think, Krug, and I'm saying this as someone that's never been part of an NBA locker room, there is a difference between having to have an incident like that happen where you then got to pick up the pieces and do a full season together, as this was days before ring night in the case of the Warriors, than it is when it's after a trade, two former teammates in a summer league, and you don't have to see each other every single day of the season.
Well, basically what Draymond's saying is it's like you went at me for hitting Poole, but you're not going at Bam for hitting Hero. Isn't that kind of his point?
Yeah.
And Bam is obviously a star on the Heat. So to go at Bam would be a bad probably move for Haslem. Overall. So, but I hear what he's saying. I mean, he's saying there's just some inconsistency there. If you're going super hard at me, going at Jordan Poole, why are you not going at Bam for going at Tyler Hero? But, it's always dangerous when you're comparing things like that because there's all kinds of different factors and variables and who knows exactly how the thing came together. I'm sure there's some nuance if we talk to people around Bam and Hero, and there was probably some nuance as well around Draymond and Poole. And when you have that kind of nuance, I don't know that you can just compare scenarios like that as easily as Draymond is trying to today.
Yeah, it just doesn't make that situation any more right. I get what he's saying about not wanting to have a double standard held and Udonis Haslem being someone that he respects, but if these are two young guys he raised, then you don't know necessarily what the conversations are behind closed doors. And maybe it's better that in the perspective of Udonis Haslem, you're not so outwardly publicizing your feelings and comments on the situation when you probably have a better interest in dousing the flames on it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a basketball executive now. He's the vice president of basketball development for the Miami Heat. So, he's an executive. And in a players' league. So it's like, be careful when you go at star players in a players' league. So, I mean, and I guess Haslem kind of clapped back at Draymond for saying what he said. I didn't see how he clapped back, but I'm hearing that he actually did say something. Haslem wrote, I see some things just don't change, LOL. You was on a sucker SHIT 4 years ago when you swung on Jordan Poole, and you on a sucker SHIT now. I usually don't engage, but since you went so far left to get my attention, here it is. If you think your big 32-year-old, three or four rings at the time, having ass swinging on a 23-year-old Jordan Poole at the time is the same, then you are even more delusional than I thought. First of all, Bam is 28. Tyler's 26. Okay, whatever. They're all adults. Yeah. Neither one of them got it all figured out yet. Maybe I was giving you too much credit at the time because I thought you did. So that's why I commented. So there you go. So whatever. NBA beef.
NBA July drama. It's our favorite, right?
Yeah, seriously. If you didn't have beef, you'd have nothing to talk about at all.
Everybody on your feet for manure.
Amen.
Thank you, G-Rad.
We will talk to Levi Weaver of The Athletic coming up, and this is the old baseball season, even if it's the nice midsummer classic, getting a break for a few days. Game is tonight, 5 o'clock on the Sports Leader, and then we will get back into our conversation of the early part of the show. What do you really do? Who are you really building this thing for? What needs to be proven in these final 66 games, whether it be Buster Posey, Tony Vitello, anyone who has a stake in the future of this franchise? Talk to Levi, and then we'll continue with your calls and thoughts. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the sports leader.
Good to be with you on this Tuesday. Greg Silver, Larry Krueger with you, and we're talking all things Giants baseball, a little bit of Warriors Summer League. Now back to the baseball side of it with the Midsummer Classic today, and it's been a bit since we caught up with our friend of The Athletic. Levi Weaver writes the daily newsletter, The Windup. Always a good way to start my morning, get a little bit of show prep in, especially this time of year. Levi, good to talk to you again. Thanks for joining us on The Sports Leader. How's it going?
Hey, it's going great. Good to talk to you guys, too.
All right, well, we'll start with last night. I mean, Jordan Walker would not have been my pick for the home run derby. I think I was going to say maybe a little Caminero, a little Murakami as an outside the box. I didn't think the one to be taken down, Kyle Schwarber, would be a guy that had an OPS in the 500s just 1 year ago. What did you think of the way it all played out, the format, the Netflix of it all? Give us the full review as we've been breaking it down.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we should have known Caminero wasn't going to win because that's who I thought was going to win, and I have never once in my life picked a home run derby winner for some reason. I thought it started off a little awkward. You know, Netflix had some growing pains with their opening day presentation where it was just like, geez, do you guys realize what sport you're broadcasting here? Is it WWE or is it baseball? It makes me sound like an old man to say that, but it kind of started in a similar way. I thought the Will Ferrell sort of just sort of freestyling over the introductions was so awkward. We couldn't really hear it. When we could hear it, it was, no offense to Will Ferrell, that seems like an impossible task to try to improvise over home run derby introductions. But while there are still growing pains for Netflix, some of the camera angles were, when it very clearly wasn't going to be a home run, they didn't even bother showing where the ball went. I thought that the derby itself rescued it. That was, by the time it was all said and done, I was more entertained than I have been watching a home run derby in years. I thought the new format could have really gone either way. One thing that I liked about it, and not often do I say things in advance that I feel like make me look smart, but I said it ahead of time. I love that this format really sort of is a microcosm of baseball in that it's not over until it's over. With the timed format, if you're 10 home runs behind and there's 15 seconds left, guess what? You're done. Like that's a timed thing. And it played out exactly that way last night. Jordan Walker did not look like he was going to win and then hit home runs on his last 6 swings. And in fact, that 15th swing with the magenta ball, if you hit that one out, you get to keep swinging until you don't hit a home run. And he did it. It was a come from behind walk-off home run. I mean, how much more baseball? Oh, sorry, that's my dog. How much more baseball does it get than that? So, but it could have gone so much worse, but I think it went really well. And the Derby sort of like justified the change in format. And it's hard to mess that up from a broadcast standpoint if you've got a good product to work with.
I'm there either way, right? I'm watching it. I watch it every year. I'm probably not I'm not who they're trying to attract. I'm already there. You cover the sport. We're doing a radio show on a flagship station of one of the teams in the league. So we're all have a vested interest in this thing. Do we have any knowledge as far as impact on the public? Like, how many people watched off Netflix compared to how many people watched previously when it wasn't on Netflix? Is this amateur draft being moved to the to the All-Star break, trying to have like this big baseball celebration? Is it working? Are more people engaged? Or are we just critiquing it, but we're already engaged? You know what I'm saying? It's like, are they making breakthroughs with the fans they haven't reached in the past or not?
I don't know. I haven't seen the numbers yet for how it went last night. I do think that the better the home run derby, the more people are going to talk about it. And the more people that are talking about it, the more interest it's going to get, next year. People will be like, oh yeah, home run derby. I remember that being an exciting thing last year. Baseball's in a weird transition period when it comes to broadcast things though, right? Like we've seen the sort of demise of the regional sports network. They're still trying to figure out how regular season games are going to be played. And you have this blackout issue that the league is trying to solve. And now it's, if you want to watch your favorite team, you've got to have 5 or 6 different subscriptions because you got your local broadcaster and your Apple TV and ESPN and Peacock and now Netflix. And it's not in a great place as far as that goes. I will optimistically say that it's a transition period, and at some point these things will, the old contracts will expire. The league will. I think that they recognize it's a priority. They need to fix the blackout issue that they've had and make it simpler for people to watch their teams. So this is probably a little bit emblematic of that. I thought that the draft was a disaster. Good for the league for getting on NBC for the first 10 picks, but then after 10 picks, now you got to go to Peacock and MLB TV. And then after the 40th pick, now it's only MLB TV and the MLB network, or, it's like having to bounce around to stick with it. So it feels like it's in a transition period, all of it. I've never been a proponent of moving the draft to July. I think that makes things needlessly complicated for front offices who would, I'm sure, like to be turning their attention to the trade deadline a little earlier, but they're having to focus on scouting and drafting. And is the guy going to sign? And now it's the All-Star break. And now the trade deadline is just a couple weeks away. Instead of doing it when the college season ends, it's June. And I think the thinking of the league at that point was, let's move it to the All-Star break so that we can get a little more focus. We can turn it into a real TV event like the NFL and NBA does. And I think that was just ill-advised. It's not the NBA. It's not the NFL. Both of those leagues do their draft in the off season when there's nothing else going on. And also the people that get drafted, your first round pick in either of those two sports is going to ideally make a big impact on your team the next year. That's just not baseball. And we're seeing more young guys get to the big leagues faster. We're getting closer to that as a sport, but it's just not. And so rather than try to shoehorn that in and make it something that it's not, I think the league is really putting a lot of effort into something that's never going to be what they're hoping that it is. What I would love to see, if you want to focus on the future of the game, the stars that are coming up, who's going to be on your big league club later this year or early next year. Why is the Futures game being played at Sunday at noon while there's a whole slate of MLB games on?
Seriously. I thought that the same thing.
Move it to Wednesday at prime time, right? Like there's nothing else going on in baseball on Wednesday. And I recognize that you're now taking away the one day that there's not anything, that there's a break. That's understandable. But if you want to have this big TV event to promote the future of the sport, it's not the draft for baseball. It just isn't. It probably never will be. Put the Futures game on when there are no other big league games happening. Turn the attention to you've got a home run derby, and all through the derby you can be like, don't forget, we got this Futures game coming up Wednesday during the All-Star game. And don't forget, tune in tomorrow night. The Futures game, the future of the sport. Look at all these great prospects that are coming up. The casual fan doesn't. You and I care about the draft. Hardcore draft sickos care about the draft. The casual fan doesn't really care as much. They'll check in and see who do my team get first round, who is this guy, but they're not going to watch it. But fans do care about, this prospect I've been hearing about for a couple of years. Man, he's getting close to the big leagues. We get a chance to see him compete against these other prospects. Heck yeah, I'll tune into that. So I don't know. I'm just a guy who writes a newsletter. Maybe these are dumb ideas. Maybe there are reasons they don't do it. But I think there's definitely room for growth and improvement.
Hey, we always like our Jags, our Just a Guys. That's what we're doing right here on the radio. And we're talking to Levi Weaver of The Athletic, who writes the Wind-Up. Not just a guy, not just a newsletter. I would highly encourage you all to go check it out if you're not already subscribed. On the notion of the San Francisco Giants, I want to get your league-wide perspective as you keep tabs on all of it. A lot of our discussion after this first half is like, look, they're 41-55. The plan that they had set out for this season has not worked. Doesn't mean that they can't pivot and try to build something that will set them up for success whenever there's baseball in 27, certainly in 2028. How willing should Buster Posey be to make uncomfortable and maybe unpopular moves, at least as it could stand in the short term? I'm talking about things beyond just trading Robbie Ray and Luis Ariz, who are on expiring deals.
Right. Are you talking about eating the Rafael Devers contract?
Yeah, eating contracts, seeing if you could get Chapman or Adames to waive a no-trade clause. Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos, guys under team control who are younger and cheaper. Could you look to see what you could get for those guys? I mean, really just everything that could be categorized as more outside the box.
Yeah, I mean, I think just this is a little bit of an exaggeration, but not much. I think anything that's not bolted down to Bryce Eldridge's locker should be up for trade. I think that if they were in the American League, they might still have a shot at a wild card spot because the AL is just so bad this year. There are a lot of AL teams that when I talk to those radio stations, they're like, "Well, what should the Houston Astros do?" I'm like, "Man, I don't know. They're like a half a game out of a playoff spot and they suck." It's a little more clear with the Giants. They should be selling. They should be gearing up towards the future. I am not yet in the Tony Vitello experiment was a failure camp. I think that is a growing, and they had to know this when they brought him in, given the situation. It was going to take some time for him to figure things out. I think that it's probably too early to pull the plug on that, given the amount of money invested and just, that's an experiment that needs some more time. But yeah, I think Posey should be willing to trade just about. There really shouldn't be very many untouchables as they look toward the future. They've got an opportunity to trade a few guys, especially if they're willing to eat some contracts.
The All-Star game used to be, a specialty in that we didn't see the AL against the NL, and it was like, hey, how is this NL hitter going to fare against this awesome, AL reliever? And it seems like all the way through the 70s and 80s, we always had some great matchups. I'm looking at the starting lineups for tonight. Who would you say is the biggest star in tonight's starting lineups for either the AL or the NL? If you had to say, I mean, Ohtani's not starting for the National League. Obviously, he's the biggest star in the sport. Trout is one of the longstanding stars. He's starting for the American League. He's a name guy that everybody knows and has for years. But what do you think? Who's the biggest star that people will be watching tonight?
That is a good question. Because you're right. A lot Judge is out. Ohtani is out. I mean, Kyle Schwarber is playing at home, so that's a big one. And I think that he's had enough big moments in the sport that's a name that people will see. I mean, Bobby Witt Jr. is a perennial all-star or a perennial MVP candidate. I think that he's worth tuning in for. Yordan Alvarez is having a phenomenal year, so he's worth watching. In the National League, I mean, Juan Soto's still in the starting lineup, even though he's maybe not having the best year of his career. Freddie Freeman has had enough big moments. He's still a name. He's still a guy. So there are stars that are playing. You're right, and I think this year more than previous years, there are a lot of. I wrote an article about this week that you could make a lineup of guys who aren't playing in this year's game that would maybe be better than either lineup. And if they were fully healthy, which, Ohtani's not, Judge isn't. So you can't make injuries illegal. So they should try that, but so far they haven't. And so it is a little bit disappointing to not see the league's biggest stars. Jacob Mizorowski isn't going to pitch. I would love to see him, as we did last year, on the mound. you got these guys that are Paul Skeens isn't pitching, even though he's not having his best year. He's still out. So I do understand that sort of frustration of wanting the best players or the biggest names, the biggest stars in the lineup. It's also worth noting, and Skeens said this in an interview yesterday where he was like, "Man, I pitched for the Pirates on Sunday and we won, and that's more important to me." And it's, if I'm available, I'm not going to say no. I would love to pitch in the game, but my priority is, the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's the team that pays me. That's the team that I play for, and we're trying to make the playoffs. And so for me, the perspective that I'm sort of maintaining this year is that, like, is it the best that it could possibly be? No, but it's still the best all-star game out there. The NBA and NHL seem to change formats every other year. The NFL is playing flag football for theirs at this point. That doesn't even count hardly as an all-star game. It's still the best all-star game. We are still seeing a spectacle. We get the in-game interviews that we don't get as much, or at least not on the local broadcasts. And so just remembering that it is an exhibition game is good for me. And it's like, it's still fun. And if I start to take it too seriously and start to, like, demand that it be the best that it could possibly be, then yes, there's going to be some frustration. If I'm able to just sort of sit back and go, yeah, but you know what? It's the All-Star game. It's fun. We get to see these guys having fun with each other. We get to see guys interact that don't really interact in this casual atmosphere all that much. It's still a good spectacle. It's a good exhibition game. And if we keep it in that perspective, I think it's still far and away the best all-star game in sports.
Levi, throughout my childhood, the National League dominated the All-Star game. And I think that really goes back to Willie Mays and the way that the National Leaguers in the 60s kind of thought of the game, and they dominated the game throughout the decade of the 70s. The AL, I think, has had more of the upper hand in recent years. But this year, I'm looking at the interleague numbers entering the break. NL's 237 wins to 196 losses. They got a 547 win percentage in the head-to-head interleague battles this year. Is the NL the superior league?
Oh, this year for sure. Like, no question. It's, I alluded to this earlier. There are teams in playoff positions right now that should be considering, if the standings weren't a factor, should be considering selling and rebuilding for the future. I live in Texas. The Rangers are one of them. The Rangers are not a good team. They're not going to win the World Series. Right now, they're winning the AL West, and they're, I think, 2 games over 500. It's just a weird confluence of events. I don't think there's any reason right now that the AL is so mid. You look team by team. Yes, there are reasons. The Tigers have had a slew of injuries. The Astros have had a bunch of injuries and are underperforming. There are teams that have underperformed. There are teams that have been injured. There are teams that are in this weird rebuild thing. The White Sox aren't good, but they're so much better than they used to be, and that's good enough for this year. I don't think there's one sort of common theme playing together why all the AL teams are so mediocre. I think it's just a weird confluence of events that they're all kind of hitting a mediocre season at the same time. And so, yeah, right now, is the NL a superior league? For sure. Do I read into that and say that there's a reason for it? I really don't. I think it's just sort of dumb luck that all the AL teams are having this type of season at the same time.
Levi, real quick before I let you go, and we appreciate your time, what's going to happen with Tarik Skubal? Like, should we all just accept that everything sucks and expect the Dodgers to make the move for him?
I mean, last I heard, the Rays are interested. Wouldn't that be fun?
Oh, it'd be so much better.
Yeah. But the thing is, man, the Tigers got off to such a bad start, and Skubal was injured, and it was like, well, now they have to trade. Just sit because he's going to be a free agent. And if you lose him for nothing and finish, third in the AL Central, then you really drop the ball. But since the 1st of June, they've been one of the better teams in the league, and they're now threatening for a playoff spot. And so I don't know that I could tell you one way or the other what they're going to do. I think it'll come down to the deadline. If they keep playing like this and they are within a game or two of a playoff spot, then I think it's probably is it the wise move to go chips in and try to go win it this year? Maybe. maybe there are like two good teams in the AL. So if you get in, sure, you could make it to the World Series, especially if you've got Tarek Skubal and a couple guys you picked up at the deadline. If they fumble a little bit or just play 500 ball between now and the deadline, then I think you have to trade him because you can't get nothing for him.
Right.
But do I know which way that's going to go? I don't. I think the one thing that I don't think we'll see them keep him, but not add. I don't think they're going to just stand pat.
Levi, I appreciate your time, and we'll be keeping tabs on all of that. Of course, reading the windup in the daily inbox. Thanks so much for coming by. Enjoy the All-Star game, and we'll catch up with you at some point down the road.
All right. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon.
Levi Weaver of The Athletic. Go and check out the windup. And before we get to anything else, right now, we will take a winner. Caller number 10, 415-896-5627. To win 2 tickets to see Bay FC take on Gotham FC at PayPal Park in San Jose, July 29th. It's furnished by Bay FC, and you can find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. Again, that's 415-896-5627. Give Danny Dunn a call in the back. We'll pick this up when we come on back and get back into the poll of the day. Krug, if they want to lean into the youth timeline, how much should Buster Posey push the limits of comfort and popularity? It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Even with the crowd booing him down the home stretch, Jordan Walker wins the home run derby, edging out Kyle Schwarber. So congratulations to the St. Louis Cardinal. And what'd you think of the format? 808-KNBR to join the conversation. And other than Bryce Eldridge, who would you want to see represent the San Francisco Giants in future derbies? Join the conversation anytime between now and 2.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa, it's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Sometimes you got to manage your load.
The Larry Krueger drops continue as he is hanging out with us. Just about an hour to go. Then we'll get it over to Dirty Work. It'll be Copes, Rod Brooks, Dan Dunn, taking you right up to the start of the All-Star game at 5 o'clock, carried right here on the Sports Leader.
Bacon.
I don't know what in the world that one was, but I love it. I'm here for the Tim drops. We got to be more of a drop-friendly show, and that's what it's all about here. 808 KNBR. We're also a listener-friendly show, and I have some good news, Krug, because the rumors just never stop. Shams, the latest on ESPN, didn't include the Warriors in terms of the teams that it's getting narrowed down to now. So I think it's Cleveland, Miami, and Philadelphia, which means that things are looking good for Golden State, because that means something else is going to come out in the next hour where it's like, well, actually, I'm hearing from a different source that it's definitely the Bay Area, because he wants to stay in the West Coast and have his base in LA. So, hey, buckle up and hold on tight. Not getting announced during the World Cup, I'll tell you that much. Spain with a 1-0 lead at halftime. You end up placing any bets on this one?
I did. I took France.
Okay.
So I'm down. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. I took France. France looks really, really good to me. But I'll say this about Spain, and I don't know jack about soccer, so I won't try to pretend that I do. But it does look like Spain is just, they play seemingly with as much urgency as almost any team I've seen in this tournament. I mean, they seem like they are playing with tremendous urgency, where when I feel like I'm watching Argentina, I feel like their urgency kind of comes and goes. And I don't, when they fell behind against Egypt, they looked incredibly urgent, but they didn't look all that urgent at the beginning of a couple of these matches. So I don't know. Spain to me looks very, very, passionate, dialed in. I mean, they look like they want it. I think France is a little bit more talented.
France has looked like the best team to me and many others, so I would agree with you. I think it's a long way to go for them to try to equalize this thing and maybe take it. Spain has just done their thing where they're passing the ball around, keeping possession, then they'll score the late goal when they need to decide it. Argentina has been the cardiac team of this tournament, where they are just scraping by the skin of their teeth, what it feels like, and even when they crank it up late, they have another gear to kick it into. Sometimes it takes a second to get there, and they got the worst odds of the remaining teams. And then England, they just keep wonderwalling their way. Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, when you got two guys like that can score at will, that's going to be a fantastic contest. So personally, between the semifinal matchups, a lot of people are saying this one might be more of a deciding factor. I think I'm more intrigued by the actual watching of the one tomorrow between England and Argentina. So we'll have to get you with a little bit more bets getting going as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Our poll on the sports leader, KNBR, is where you can find us. What should the Giants do with Luis Arraez? Appreciate the YouTube chat for hanging out with us. Always talking some good cup during the games going on. Option 1, Krug, keep him, follow your heart, 41%. Option 2, trade him, follow your head, 59%. Tim, we still got Rick and Hayward hanging out with us. Rick and Hayward has been our patient waiter on the phone line. So, Rick, if you're still with us, talk to us. What do the Giants have to do? You're on the sports leader. What's going on?
Hey, Greg. Hey, Larry. Good to talk to you both. Well, I'm a season ticket holder like one of your last callers was. And so I tend to look at this as you need something to draw fans to the ballpark and keep our interest and not just abandon the team. Yes, I've been a season ticket holder since 1984. Mm-hmm. So not a full anymore. I'm a partial, but still I'm going every year. And I can tell you right out that about 40% of the season ticket fan base is corporate. Therefore, they're more fickle to jump in and jump out if those tickets aren't being used. That being said, when you mentioned, Larry, do you remember 16, 17, and 18. Well, I can tell you that the fans were going because Bruce Bochy, and that there was still hope on that team because they had names in the roster. I mean, they had guys like Longoria, Crawford, Panic, Belt, Posey. They had pitching. This year, if you look at the bullpen and you look at what the ownership did with this bullpen, and I'm not kidding. I don't think Posey had a choice here. I think ownership told him that at $200 million, you stop because we can't go any higher than that. If the Giants had any bullpen, let's just say they saved 9 of the 12 blown save opportunities, which is 75%, which any good bullpen can save 75% of those save opportunities. This team would be 50-46 and only a game and a half out of first place. I'm sorry, a game and a half out of the wild card. But you can't rebuild this thing because the fan base will just bolt. And Larry, when Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi were running the show, it was 2.4, 2.5, and 2.6 were the attendance figures. It only jumped back up because what did the Giants do? They brought Buster Posey back. They jumped 300,000 in 1 year. So, and my thought on additions or subtractions would be they're going to have to pay 13 arbitration eligibles with $154 million of players' payroll that they're owing people, 8 guys next year. So they're going to be looking to unload probably their most expensive arbitration eligible player, which would be Elliot Ramos. If you look at that, you have a replacement in Victor Barricado, and then you can go out and sign Luis Arraez to an extension because, believe me, no player wants to come play at Oracle Park if they have a choice because their numbers will go dead. And, if you're not trying to win a championship, players are looking to make their own value go up. And Oracle Park does not do that. So you're not going to get a player to come. It's the cold, it's the ballpark, and it's not a tax-free straight. So those are all against getting players to come here. And I honestly think that if Luis Arraez gets a chance to walk and gets traded for prospects, he will not come back. And this is a player that the Giants desperately need. They need somebody in their lineup who is a contact first, hit the ball, get on base, generate movement on the bases.
Well, I guess, Rick, my question is, I understand the value of a skill set of Luis Arraez, but what's the advantage of holding on to him if you're not able to make other uncomfortable trades? Like, if you want them to hold on to Luis Arraez, then would you say you're more open to seeing if they could get something for Elliot Ramos, as you mentioned, or even Jung-Hoo Lee, Casey Schmidt, Logan Webb? Like, they're going to have to do something because just keeping it the same core, Arraez is a great skill set, but it'd be all for what if he could just theoretically leave in the offseason, and how many more wins is it going to generate in a meaningful way this year?
Look at it this way. If they kept Luis Arraez, signed him to an extension, and you got me off track here, but here's my thought on those paying off players, paying bulk amounts to get rid of players. They had to pay Blake Snell this year $17 million. That cut into their payroll. Do you not think that Greg Johnson is going to look at that if they have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars to get rid of Adames, get rid of Devers, get rid of Chapman? That's not going to weigh heavy on who they're going to be able to grab moving forward. They don't have the players in the system right now to replace those players.
I hear you, Rick. I don't know. I think
mean,
they eventually they do, though. And I appreciate the call, 808 KMBR.
I think Rick's too concerned about the owners. I mean, seriously. Yeah. I mean, they bought the team for $100 million in 1992. $100 million. It's worth like $5 billion in 2026. And I know it's a paper gain, but that's a ridiculous gain. That means that the people who bought this team probably have made more money on their purchase of the team than they made in their life to get all the money to have money to buy the team originally. I mean, show me an asset that grows from $100 million to $5.8 billion over the course of 30 years. Pretty rare. It's pretty rare. So I hear what you're saying. The attendance was lower. But, I mean, at the end of the day, should that really rule the day? Should it really rule the day that the Giants draw $2.9 million as opposed to $2.7 million? Tell me why anybody who's not an owner of the franchise should care at all about that. I mean, why should I care about that? Why should you care about that? Why should the fans care about that? That's an ownership care. And sorry, I can't really I can't cry a bunch of tears for the owners. Their $100 million assets worth $6 billion. So, I mean, I get it. They're going to draw less fans if they trade away Arise. They're going to draw less fans if they trade away Logan Webb. But you know what? You got to decide when you're going to compete and when you're going to win. You haven't won for a decade.
Outside of 2021, when, a lot of fans were like, well, they're not winning in our way. Well, guess what? Winning also is a nice draw for a lot of casual fans, too.
That 21 season was the biggest aberration in the history of Bay Area sports. The 21 Giants won 107 games. They were 500 the year before. They were 500 the year after. They've been 500 basically ever since until this year when they're woefully below 500. But, I mean, that was the aberration. It was an incredible year. It was a magical year. But, that's the exception, not the rule. The reality is they haven't been a competitive franchise since like 2016, and they haven't been a winning franchise in the playoffs since 2014, and it's 2026, and they're rich. And we're sitting here. You're going to come on KNBR and tell us about attendance? I don't care about attendance. It doesn't. My year is not incredibly better in 2025 because the Giants drew 2.9 million as opposed to 2.6 million in 2024. I'd rather have Buster running the show instead of Farhan and his, parade of nothingness trades every single day. I like this regime better. I like, Buster's plan better, even if it's not working. I still like his plan better. But, I mean, seriously, I mean, you're telling us that we should care about 300,000 in ticket sales? Why should any fan care about that? I'd love to know. I mean, unless you have a piece of the team, I don't see why any fan would care about that.
I would say in response to Rick, too, I respectfully disagree on the notion about rebuilding. I believe you can rebuild and fans will show up. You're also stuck with at least two everyday players, Chapman, Devers, Adames, likely all three going into the rest of this season. So you can rebuild while still having your veterans. You could still have Jung-Hoo Lee. You could still have a young marketable star in Bryce Eldridge. And here's the deal, Krug. You have all those guys. You also need pitching. Go get some for Ray. Go get some for Arise. For the same reason, I would like them to reconsider maybe seeing if you could get multiple arms for Logan Webb, although if they view him as the leader and the ace, I understand why you would want to keep a player like that as well. We've heard and played out both sides of the argument. This is a team that needs pitching. They have a lot of talent. And if Luis Arise, who, yes, his skill set is very valuable, but if that can generate multiple pieces to fill the many holes that we've seen through the first 96 games, to me, it just becomes a no-brainer. You have to consider taking advantage of this time, because if you don't and you're too stubborn, well, guess what? That's not also living in reality that you're 14 games under 500 at the All-Star break, and you're right there sitting there with the Rockies and the Mets as biggest disasters. And I guess Rockies, it's not fair to call a disaster. They had a different standard last year. You and the Mets, biggest disasters in the league. I think that's fair.
And don't go for like packages of 9 players or 5 A-ball players. Trade each one of these guys and get one big-time prospect. I mean, people are like, oh, I wouldn't trade Luis Arise. I'd trade Luis Arise tomorrow to the Dodgers if they offered a good enough prospect. I don't really care where he goes as long as you're getting something awesome in return. The Dodgers have some big-time prospects, including James Tibbs, who the Giants had once upon a time. They also have this Mike Sirota, who's in the futures game over the weekend. Outfielder looks good. They've got another outfielder named DePaula, who's a big time guy, ripping it up in Double-A. If they're willing to trade you one of those big time outfielders, I'll drive Luis Arraez, to LA myself. I'll bring him to Dodger Stadium. Target one guy. Like Milwaukee wants a pitcher, right? Get him Logan Webb. They've got a shortstop named Jesus Made, or Made, I believe. I forget. He was in the futures game yesterday. Big power hitting shortstop who can play third and second, I believe, and maybe even left field. That guy's a big league hitter. I'd move Logan Webb if I can get that guy. I'd move Jung Hoo Lee to the Phillies if I could get Gage Wood, starting pitcher that I can plug into my rotation as one of my top of the rotation starters. I'd trade Luis Arraez to the Dodgers if I could get a great outfielder back. I'd trade Chapman to the Yankees if I could get a Spencer Jones or somebody like that who I could plug in right away.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, just because you're trading guys doesn't mean you have to pick up guys in rookie league or low A who are going to be in the majors in 2029. You could get, if you just limit your ask to one guy who's, Double-A or higher, who you think could impact your situation by next spring training, I think that's the route you go. But I would trade anybody to anybody for, if I could, as long as I'm getting the price I want in return. And I think that's the approach that Buster and Manassian should take.
808 KNBR, if you could have Larry Krueger take you to any airport at the trade deadline, which one would you pick? Insert your 3 letters on the text line. We'll be back with more. And we got the poll. What should they do with Luis Arraez? Follow your head, follow your heart. And who among the major leaguers do you see as part of the next core? Aside from Eldridge, of course. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Derek.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
It's so damn hot. Milk was a bad choice.
Actually, yesterday was much worse. I think over in my neck of the woods, it was like 79, which is about as warm as it gets usually. Krug, how bad was it in the creek yesterday?
Dude, it's hotter today. Yeah, I would say it's got to be. Yesterday was hot, though. Yesterday was, you know what we've had the last couple of days? We've had kind of like that East Coast. Spain's going for a third goal here. And they
my gosh.
No, he's offsides, maybe. But yesterday, the last couple of days, it's been like East Coast humidity. It's like the humidity is nothing's. It's bad when it's hot, but if it's hot and sunny, it's not that bad. When it's hot and kind of the air's gone and it's like, there's no wind and it's overcast, then that's kind of like the Midwest and the East in the summertime.
Yeah, our mid-game cup date, that goal was offside by Lamine Yamal, but during our break, they did score a second one, and for the first time all tournament, France looks human and vulnerable, although remember in the World Cup final in 2022, one of the weird winter tournaments, they were also down 2-0 late, and then Mbappe had 2 goals in over 3 minutes against France, and then they ended up going to extra time and all that. Wow, that was awfully close. Anyway, that's what we got going here. So 808 KNBR, did want to hear from Luis Arraez, and he talked about how much he loves working with Ron Washington, says, that is my grandfather. Take a listen.
It's mean a lot, especially Ron Washington. I tell him when he was with Alana Brace, I say, hey, one day I want to work with you. And then now God give me this opportunity, and I go there every single day. He got really good energy every day, and then when I saw Ron Washington, I say, okay, he's my grandfather now. He helped me a lot. But man, I'm a blessing. I just I wanna say thanks to the San Francisco organization. They give me a big opportunity to improve my defense, especially second base. And then Rainer Olmedo, he worked hard with me in my off season.
So Luis Arraez, it's no secret that he loves Ron Washington, and Ron Washington, of course, known for turning Marcus Semien into a legitimate defender. Now, Luis Arraez is right up there with some of his finest work. I'm telling you, we all got conned into believing he couldn't play defense, and then I'm looking at this, and I'm like, Krug, you told me the left side of the infield that was paid a bunch of money is the ones that are racking up the errors. The right side of the infield's looking pretty good, and that was including Casey Schmidt, who had to start the year at first base, and then it was Devers and a little bit of Eldridge, and Arraez has been that one stable piece all along. I bring up this cut because if, in fact, Luis Arraez does have that deep appreciation for San Francisco, they allowed him to play second base, he wants to continue working with Ron Washington. Well, if ownership is that in love with his skill set and Luis Arraez is that committed to wanting to win with this organization, then you have to accept that you can try to get him back in this offseason. It doesn't mean it's a guarantee. There's always a risk that it doesn't happen. We just saw the whole Tyler Rogers saga, and he got priced out by the Blue Jays. Luis Arraez, with the year he's had, sure, teams are probably going to offer him more money. This isn't going to be a guy sitting around where you can just go 1 year, $12 million at the end. But if ownership really wants to spend the money for a guy who has a valuable skill set, they should go and do it. It absolutely is still the right thing to try to get something Case in point, look at Camilo Duvall last year. And I know Duvall was a much more of a train wreck than Arraez is right now. How's that going for the Yankees right now? Not so good. Like, is he going to get released? And then you're glad that you have Jesus Rodriguez, who just got an RBI double. You're glad that you got Parks Harbor. You got guys in that deal. Take advantage of trying to get something that could theoretically help.
Yeah, I mean, we all can see that Arraez is a hell of a player. And, I mean, I was super thrilled when they got him. And it's funny because if you go back to my tweet, I think there was like 7 or 8 people who were just like, dude, you don't stick to football. You don't know anything. It's like, why? Because the guy had a couple of down years defensively. It was like suddenly defense means everything and offense means nothing. This guy's a batting champion. This guy's a multiple-time batting champion. Plus, I mean, he puts the ball in play. I don't know about you guys, but I enjoy, watching something besides a strikeout and a walk. And this guy hits line drives all over the yard every night. 2-hit Louie, as Kruk likes to refer to him. He's fun as heck to watch. And I guess that there's a lot of people listening go, why do you want to trade him? It's not that I want to trade him. It's that the Giants have to build. And they have enough money. If they want to trade him, get some premier prospect, and then turn around and sign him in the offseason, it's just money. And now that Ron Washington's here, and now that he's experienced what it's like to be here, and he had such a great year here, if he wouldn't sign back here, what does that say? I mean, it's like, well, if you trade him, he won't sign back here. Why? This guy's been around forever. He's been on a bunch of teams. He's going to play where he's going to play. Last I checked, most of these guys sign where the money is. So if the Giants come correct with a lot of money in the offseason, they'll probably get him. So, but right now,
what are they, 11th in payroll, number 5 in revenue?
And I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times though are you going to decide to not win and not trade at the trade deadline? You didn't win when you kept Bumgarner. You didn't win when you kept Rodon. You didn't win when you kept Snell. You didn't win when you kept these guys. You could have traded these guys in for meaningful pieces that would help you win right now, but you didn't find it necessary to trade in any of those guys. How are you advancing yourself if you're not willing to kind of play that game within the game and trade veterans for top prospects? So now you got some guys that are really coveted that other teams want, that you're going to be able to get probably a top 20 prospect, a top 10 prospect. And I get it. The prospects don't always work, but I mean, was that reason never to trade for any? Because there's a failure rate to some of this stuff. So I don't know. I mean, my whole thing is by the time the Giants are ready to compete for a playoff berth or a World Series berth, is Luis Arraez going to have that same value? Probably not. So I think you got to take advantage of the value that he has. Get what you can for him. If you love him so much, sign him back.
The single worst thing Buster Posey can do as president of baseball operations is to be passive at the trade deadline. Being overly passive with a team that's 14 games under 500. And let's say they go on a little bit of a run here. I know, Tim, it's the JD fear that always comes that the Giants are going to put together a little bit of a streak. They haven't won 3 in a row. All right. Like, let's just say they get a little hot with Seattle and Kansas City and the Angels before you get to that week of Milwaukee and San Diego leading into that trade deadline. Okay. Still, you have to be aware of where you're at. And the single worst thing he can do, Krug, is to be overly passive at the trade deadline. Everybody outside of Bryce Eldridge should be listened to. Doesn't mean you need to be reckless. But for all we can criticize Buster Posey, and believe me, there's a list of things we can make that have not gone to plan. He has been willing to make moves. He has been active. He did it at last year's trade deadline. That was probably the best thing he has done in his tenure so far. He ended up drafting for a need in going and getting 2 pitchers in the first round. You could talk about going out and getting Luis Arraez as the one move in the offseason that worked really well. The problem is other ones did not, and you had to go and get some pitching. Buster Posey will be active. He traded Patrick Bailey when he had an OPS in the 300s despite being a 2-time Gold Glove catcher. So being overly passive is not something he's done at any point. I believe that's the ultimate thing that could burn him despite how any season ticket holder or fan might feel about the team and the notoriety of guys of what they want to go watch. You know what people really want to go see too? They want to go see a competitive baseball team. Giants haven't been 500 one time this year, and we're talking about this at the All-Star break.
Yeah, I mean, and also, the A's will pick up guys in the offseason that they know that they're gambling are going to have a good first half so that they can trade them. The Giants sign guys to win, and when they don't win, they don't know what to do. And it's like, okay, you're not winning. Okay, you're outrunning the Rockies. Okay, so you're not winning. So now you didn't sign Luis Arraez to trade him in the middle of the year. You signed Luis Arraez to try to make it to the playoffs. It didn't work. So what are you going to do? You're just going to pack it in and be like, oh, well, we'll just hold him. Or are you going to turn him into something significant? I mean, that's what the A's would do, and they've built their roster up pretty good. They got a pretty good-looking little lineup right now. Now, they just fired their pitching coach. But they got a pretty good lineup of young players that they've developed in recent years, and these guys are you could argue greater than the players the Giants have developed. So I just think, yes, the Giants sign these guys to win, but they're not winning, and I think they got to pivot to to a sell mode and start thinking about building this thing around the big guy, Eldridge. He's the guy. I mean, he came out of nowhere this year. I thought he was going to spend the whole year in the minor leagues. He not only is in the majors, he belongs in the majors, and he consistently gives the Giants like the best at bat of almost anybody on the team. He knows the strike zone. He's got a plan. He knows what he's doing. So, I mean, he's clearly the piece to build around. You've got that foundation piece. Now just build around him.
You have a young asset, a young player, a young future hopeful star. That is a no-brainer of somebody to build around right now. The two teams we've gotten into today, Krug, it's the Giants and the Warriors, and they could not be on more opposite ends of the spectrum. Yeah, the Warriors are old. They did not make the postseason last year. You know what? Their best player is still a guy that's going to be 39 next March. Okay? And it's not even close. So unless he asked for a trade, you're not going to go and do that. Meanwhile, do you have a young foundational piece that you feel like you can confidently build around? No, you have some nice young complementary players who I wouldn't say are all-star caliber, but you don't have that one guy that's like, this is our player that we're going to go and build around. They don't have Dylan Harper, for that matter, or a Stephon Castle or anyone like that we're looking at in San Antonio or OKC or some of these teams with great young talent. Well, the Giants, they have not had it work with the veterans who have underperformed and helped. Part of the reason why they've dug themselves into this hole, now it's also opened up opportunities for Casey Schmidt to get everyday play at 5 different positions, for Bryce Eldridge to get more everyday play, and the young guys are delivering. This is what teams try so hard to get to be forward thinking. You have that guy, and he wears number 8.
Yeah, no question. And it's like he's going to be here for years to come. And you've got a fan base that's engaged. They're excited. They love coming to that park. You know, they're going to be there. I mean, I know the Giants owners, I think, haven't had the belief that they could rebuild and the fans would still be there for them. They're of a belief that if they try to rebuild and the fans get a whiff of it, that everybody will tuck tail, take off, go find something else to do with their disposable income and never to return. And I just don't believe that's the case at all. I think Giants fans love the venue. They're wed to the product. They just want it. They want it. And it's a sophisticated fan base. These are fans that understand, that sports is a cyclical type thing and that you're down, but then you're up. I mean, look at the Giants. The Giants down period was right after, 05, 06, 07, 08. Well, guess what? What were they doing? They were stacking their deck, and then by 09, they're getting back on the canvas, and by 10, they're winning the World Series. So I just think that they've got a real attentive fan base, and they've got a foundation piece player. Just have confidence that the fans are going to be there to support this franchise when they come out of this thing and they're no longer a 500 team, or they're actually a winning team that can win championships again.
I got a couple of points I want to make off of that notion right there, but we're a little bit overdue for our unsponsored KNBR hydration break. So we'll be back in a few minutes as France looks to fight for their life, down 2-0, 74th minute against Spain. Trip to the World Cup final on the line. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader. All right, well, Tim is giving Krug betting advice in the back. Are you telling him to live bet France right now? Okay, that's a risky one. The DraftKings Sports app is up, and he can do it. One trophy, one champion. DraftKings got you covered in every single one. Whether you're catching the early kickoff or the late kickoff, and we're now down to the point in the tournament where it's just one game per day. So you got tomorrow, the other semifinal. You got the third place game on good old Saturday, and then you've got the final once every 4 years. That's coming up on Sunday. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. So whether you're catching that early kickoff, well, I already went there. My bad. Lost my place. New DraftKings customers. Sign up with code TheSportsLeader. All capitals, one word. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends this Sunday, July 19th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Papa and Silver continues. Now streaming live on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Need the perfect space to sound off instantly? Join the conversation now. Filling in for Greg Papa, It's Larry Krueger on the Sports Leader.
Yes, I know. It's hard to believe that somebody who looks as bad as me actually works out.
Krug, I got this thing where every time I'm talking about my day, the day before or the weekend or whatever, and I go to the gym, I always just pepper that in there just so people know when I do exercise. You know, kind of a big deal when it happens. But I know you're a guy that goes to the gym. You talk about lifting, and sometimes during the football season, we do our Monday hits with you, and you're like, yeah, it's got to be fun today. I'm in between sets on the bench.
Well, you know what? Every now and then, you know, a blind squirrel finds an acorn every now and then. You know, you got to go. You got to do it.
You got to do it. By the way, Timothée Chalamet is in the crowd for Spain-France. He's wearing his France jersey, of course. He doesn't look that stressed. Like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Knicks championship is good for France losing this game and probably not making the next 2 World Cups.
That guy's just a professional sports fan at this point. He's just taking in everything he possibly can take in. Once his Knicks won, I mean, it's like that, you know, he can do no wrong. I bet you he probably doesn't care at all on this.
Well, I got to say, though, when it came to the Knicks, what I admired about him is that he was just a sports fan who happened to be famous and could afford the courtside seats. But, like, Kylie Jenner went to the Met Gala, and he's like, I'm not going to that. Knicks are playing in the finals. Like, the guy has his priorities straight. And, you know, it's moments like that where you're like, hey, he's in the 1%ers, but maybe deep down he's one of us too.
He's got his priorities correct. At least we can say that.
Yeah, as he should. So you know, Giants trade deadline. Do they have their priorities correct? I also wanted to throw out the question about Tony Vitello, and maybe this is something we can get into a little bit more tomorrow. We are going to talk to Kyle Haynes and Keith Law, so it'll be a lot about development and youth. We'll also catch John Shea fresh off his airplane, as he'll be covering the All-Star game a little bit later tonight. You know, Tony Vitello was asked about the first 96 games and what the lesson he can take to carry into the final 66. And he's like, look, I want to come up with some kind of creative answer or maybe something funny, but really it's just a matter of going through this grind for the very first time. You talk about the changes, but you haven't really lived it. And the 96 has got to feel all the more heavy, all the more strenuous when you're not winning games, and the Giants have kind of been behind the 8 ball for the jump. Let me just ask you, Krug, and this is a good question for the listeners and fans as well. In the final 66, what would you like to see from Tony Vitello? And I'm not phrasing that question in a way of like he's the one to blame and this is all his fault. But if you're going to commit to a new direction and maybe lean into a little bit more youth in the final 66, this is a guy that built up a program full of 18 to 22-year-olds at Tennessee into a national powerhouse at the college level. So what is it in the final 66 that you would like to see from Tony Vitello that would give you more confidence moving forward?
I just don't want to. I don't need a lot. Okay, I don't need a lot. Give me no mutinies, no players that try to fight the manager. You know, just nothing really irregular. You know, I'll say this. I mean, I'm looking at the Giants' numbers. They're 24th in runs scored. Okay, they're not a good offensive team. They're 21st in home runs. But they're 28th in stolen bases. They only have 35 steals as a team. So they have no power. They have no speed for the most part. But the numbers that bother me the most, they're 30th in walks.
Mm-hmm.
They've only drawn 240 walks, but they're 24th in Major League Baseball in walks allowed. They walked 361. They've only walked 240 times. They're minus 121 in walk differential. Then I look at the fielding. They're 28th in fielding percentage and 28th in errors. I mean, that's just bad ball. You're giving way more free passes than you're getting. You're not stealing bases. You don't have power, and you don't pick up the ball. So, I mean, what are we talking about? You're 22nd in ERA, so it's not like you got an awesome pitching staff either. It just I don't know that I had high expectations for Tony, but I thought they'd be a livelier group that was better on the margins, and they're not better on the margins. 30th in walks, 24th in walks allowed, 28th in steals, 21st in home runs, 24th in runs scored, horrible fielding. I mean, what would you say you do here? I mean, what are we supposed to like? That that he's somewhat verbose in his post game and pre game, so we get little sound bites. I mean, tell me what I'm supposed to like. I mean, I don't get it. I'm not. I mean, I kind of threw it out as a throwaway year when they went with the college guy who had no previous experience. The Giants were 17th in runs scored and decided they needed Harrison Bader in his outfield defense. The Dodgers were second in runs scored and decided to spend $60 million on Kyle Tucker.
Hey, in a twisted way, at least Kyle Tucker's not having a great year, and we learned that Jung-Hoo Lee can play right field pretty well.
Yeah, but Kyle Tucker's starting to heat it up.
Yeah.
And God knows the Giants could have used Kyle Tucker. Well, they could use anybody because they're 24th in runs and 21st in home runs. So, I don't know. No power, no speed, no, walking way less than you walk your opponent, horrible fielding. It's like, what would you say you do here? It's really perplexing. I don't hate Tony. I went to spring training. I had a chance to talk to him. I think he's an interesting guy. I don't think it's fair to hold his feet to the fire on this 2026 Giants team when you got rid of 3 key relievers in Doval, Rogers, and Andy Rodriguez and replaced them with, wait for it, nobody. And shockingly, you don't have a good pen.
Hey, Sam Hentges started the year hurt, and Jason Foley is finally going to get his shot in the second half.
Oh, well, why don't you tell me that? Championship. Foley's in the fold. I'll start making my World Series plans.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you're right. The Giants hardly did anything well for the first couple of months.
You do here.
Yeah, no.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, what's this about? I mean, is it about? I'll say this: the Giants marketing team. I said it a month ago, and I'll say it again. They should park in the players' lot, and the players should walk across Lefty O'Doul Bridge because the players aren't holding up their end of the bargain. But man, they're on pace to draw another 3 million fans. So I mean, their marketing people are premier.
Tim, hit me with that one more time. Oh, he doesn't have it. I was going to say, what did you say you do here notion? Like, that really is it, though. The first couple of months of the season, the Giants did not really do anything well. In fact, they did most things poorly. And then when some of those individual performances started to turn around or certain areas started to heat up, well, we were talking about a team, Krug, that was more or less 500, even when the offense in particular really got it going. So that kind of tells me, like, that's the ceiling of this team when you don't really have a bullpen and your pitching staff has been wildly up and down. Webb was great for a month. Robbie Ray's been pretty good most of the year. And then outside of that, it's been largely disappointing. So when you don't have the pitching to help a lineup that you knew was going to be an offensive-led team anyway, well, still, like, that is the ceiling of a 500 team. So in terms of, for me and Vitello, I would like to see more variety to managing the bullpen. I'm not judging him on managing the bullpen in most instances because you just haven't really had the pieces to work with. But something that Lasky and I got into yesterday was, he goes, I want to stop using the word closer. You're not getting Randy Rodriguez back this year, and you're certainly not buying a closer at the trade deadline. We can say that with confidence. But why don't you just be a little bit more experimental with guys who have the hot hand, or maybe not trying to throw guys 3 days in a row or even 2 days in a row? Like Caleb Killian, for example, when he's on the second day in a row, it's wildly different than when he goes out there after a little bit of rest. I also just think while defined roles is something that is ideal for a bullpen, that's not really a realistic outcome for what you're looking at in the final 66. Naming Caleb Killian the closer and being like, well, he's our guy for the ninth, it's nothing against Killian. He was a minor league invite to spring training. But Krug, we've seen that whether it be Wynn or Killian or Dylan Smith in the rare opportunities or Eric Miller, they don't have anyone that you're going to securely go out there, is going to go out there securely in the ninth and then grab it by the horns. It's okay to be a little bit more experimental down the stretch and just figure out where guys might fit. If your hopeful closer, Randy Rodriguez, you learn that, hey, maybe it was more elbow fatigue in the injury, why he started hitting his bumps in the road after the All-Star break last year, than the mental side of being a closer.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the closer is that you got to win the games you can win, right? And you got to be able to close out the games you can win, and they can't do that. So, I mean, it was frustrating the other day. Killian came in and it was just like a little bloop, a little bleeder, a little bunt, and all of a sudden it's bags loaded. And it was just like, what is going on here? And it wasn't like anybody was really driving the ball off him, but they had the bags loaded, nobody out, and he coughed it up. He got nobody out. Tony had to go to the pen and pull him out. So I mean, they're in a bad way right now. And it would have been, this would have been a year to try to invent a closer. And it's like my bigger complaint on Tony is like, you had this kid Barucki. They picked him up on February, whatever. I mean, he was literally a guy they picked up 2 weeks before opening day. They're like 10 games into the year, and he's pitching high leverage innings, in the 7th and 8th of close games. And it's like, you just picked this guy off the scrap heap, and now 10 games into your season, he's out there in meaningful high leverage situations. Like 15 days after that, he's being DFA'd. I mean, it's that kind of wild, out of nowhere, promoted into a meaningful role, banished. It's just like, what are we doing? I mean, where's the consistency? Where's the proven track record? And that was just, they kind of were left short in the pen. They were left short in the rotation. The back of the rotation's very, very forgettable. So, it's just not it's not a great club. They could have spent more. Buster, Larry Baer said, hey, Buster could spend whatever he wanted on his pen. We didn't get a closer because Buster didn't want to get one. Well, I don't know. That seems a little disingenuous. You're telling me Buster had a limitless budget to go get a closer and he just chose not to? Or did he have a pretty stringent budget and he didn't have a closer out there that he could get? I mean, are we really supposed to believe that the Giants' lack of having a closer is just because of Buster's choice? I find that hard to believe. I know, but Larry's maintained that they had a budget for anybody they wanted. Well, but you got nobody? I mean, it's like you had a budget for anybody you wanted, but you didn't get anybody. I mean, it's kind of hard to believe.
All right, well, France is fighting for their lives here, still down 2-0 and aggressively pursuing a goal. We'll wrap up the show when we come on back. Maybe if we got a little time, we'll do a little Macklin Celebrini sound. Dude, the kid is the cover of NHL 27. The future and the present is teal. It's Papa and Silver with Krug on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Amick was on with Dirty Work yesterday, and Marcus Thompson joined the morning guys earlier to get into their various perspectives on LeBron Watch, NBA offseason, and so much more. You can check out both of those interviews on thesportsleader.com, the app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Just don't fight your friends like Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love reggae. I've always been a reggae fan.
Yeah, Krug and reggae go together like oil and water or something like that. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Wrapping it up. Greg Silver, Larry Kruger, Tim Webb with the... We'll get into some more stuff tomorrow. Macklin Celebrini and the cover of NHL. We could play that sound on the Wednesday show. Good thing about a week like this, Krug, is that everything we didn't get to today, it'll be there waiting for us. Colin Cowherd right now, by the way, FS1's in the studio, giving us top 10 NFL QBs. Guess where Brock Purdy ranks?
Not the top 10.
You got it. Love you, Colin.
Wow.
But come on, I'm going to wear a backwards hat in rebellion. It's time for Dirty Work.
He's a hater, man. He's a hater, man. He never likes the Niners, ever.
Yeah, he loves Shanahan, but outside of that, it's they're so old, and I'm like, hey, can you just let us be happy and enjoy what we got? Yeah, this is gonna be good. You know, Rod Brooks is getting set to join Copes for Dirty Work, and I was just made aware of the take that is so spot on as we were talking about England soccer. Congrats to Spain, 2-0 win into the final on Sunday, and that is because of what the Knicks did, finally winning a championship. Get ready for how it's going to come with Cowboy fans starting to believe. And I didn't think about it until right now. Dude, that's spot on. We're about 3 weeks away from just insufferable energy becoming more insufferable. And I guess I'll just accept my fate because we'll probably do a lot of football segments together.
Well, we're going to do a lot of ball, a lot of football for sure. And we'll see. Are the Cowboys going to be the team that comes out of nowhere and picks up Brandon Ayuk? I get the sense I could see the Cowboys. That'd be a very Cowboy-like thing to do.
It'd also be a very Brandon Ayuk thing to do to then just turn on another team, the Commanders, treating them as his former team, and they'll be like, dude, you went into stalker mode. I don't want any of this. So, yeah, a lot of football coming your way. Krug, you're the best, man. We got 3 more shows, so I'll let you get to it and get a nice break from me. I'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
You're a pro, man. Always a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, let's thank Dalton Johnson, Levi Weaver, our 2 guests today, and a big thank you to Tim. As always, Copes, Rod Brooks, Dan Dunn will take it away as you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Viva Spain!
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now, they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot. Oh, boy.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
I'm just trying to get the meat. It's dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you for a bit of a shorter show, an abbreviated show today with you till 5 o'clock because the 2026 MLB All-Star Game will be heard in its entirety right here on the Sports Leader. Mike Hollers, KNBR 104.5 and 680. We are going to be joined by Susan Slessor at 2:50 today. She'll join us talking some Giants baseball. She's out covering the All-Star Game. She's talking collective bargaining and salary caps and Luis Arraez batting titles and extensions.
Maybe the All-Star Game isn't your thing, but you might want to watch it and enjoy it. Chances are we ain't going to get one next year.
Are we? I mean, we'll get into that, but because I don't really... Anytime collective bargaining becomes a thing, it's super hard to project where anything's going to land, especially when something's been proposed, like the owners have already proposed, trying to get way ahead of it, talking salary cap and salary floor. Right. And anytime they talk salary cap and salary floor to a league that doesn't have it, the players know, well, this just stands to benefit the owners and for us to make less money overall. Our salary is incredible and exorbitant. Yeah, that's not really the point here. Somebody's signing those checks every year, which means somebody's making lots of money off of that. If the owners are proposing something just on principle, I'm generally against it. Right. That said, we had the lockout in 2020. Was it 2021?
I forget.
Dude, everything post 2020 throws me off completely. Okay, I think it was 2021. I think we just started late. that season. Because 2020 started, we did the 60-game season. Yeah, 2021 started with, like, we had, like, the pod seating in the ballpark where you could sit in, like, groups of 2s and 4s. But the lockout was, like, a thing that we kind of knew was coming, and there was also some COVID stuff that went into that, so it allowed for a shorter CBA to be signed and for the players to negotiate for, like, sort of under the parameters of what happened with COVID.
So it ran from December 2nd, 2021 to March 10, 2023.
It's a pretty
2022.
It's a pretty light lockout in terms of lockouts.
Very much.
Because it was only a few months long, and they just missed a few weeks of spring training. They're talking now like this one may be like are we going a half season type of deal?
The Major League Baseball Players Association, they've ripped Major League Baseball's salary cap ad campaign, as you mentioned. The owners trying to get in front here because it's all about posturing. It's all about negotiating publicly.
We came to the table.
Exactly.
We wanted to talk to them about a deal because the owners want to make the players look bad because the players are the only faces we see.
Right. Get out front early, make the players look bad, negotiate publicly before you have to go in there and negotiate privately, which is when the real negotiations happen. But I just want to mention this word here because the war of words has already started. So, again, the owners have come out saying that the salary cap is something that's needed. The Players Association, they're ripping that ad campaign as perverse. Not terrible.
Perverse.
Not incorrect, not misleading. Perverse. If you are already going with perverse, it's going to be a long work stop.
And it sounds like it's going to be ugly.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll talk to Susan about all this. It's going to be an ugly one. And this is like where the Giants, in terms of what they could do at the trade deadline, because Rod, like everybody else, when I hear something like this, I'm like, how does it affect me? You know what I mean? And it's like, it's only trickled down to my baseball team and what's going to make me happy. You know what I mean? How do the owners in this lockout potentially affect me, Adam Copeland? And it's that Buster Posey could have some pieces here at the deadline as expiring contracts. Like, if I look at what the Giants have that we know is likely to be traded in Luis Arraez and Robbie Ray, I'm like, okay, in baseball in 2005 or in 07, you could probably get a pretty damn good prospect if you were like a high-end prospect for a rental player. Baseball doesn't operate in the same way now. They just don't give you their number one prospect. However, if in a season where teams are unlikely to acquire lots of money or players who are under contract for multiple years, it's why Tarik Skubal's like a name that's out there. I don't think he's going to get moved because he's going to be under contract for next year. You're going to have to go to arbitration or deal with that whole thing. Nobody wants to add a large sum of money. It's also why I think Chapman is going nowhere, in addition to all the other factors. That said, if you've got a guy like Robbie Ray, who's at a pretty reasonable price tag for the remainder of this year, and Luis Arraez, who's cheap by all accounts for what he's going to offer you, you may have two of the top players that teams could acquire because of position and ability for a potential playoff or a potential World Series caliber team or a playoff caliber team. I just think that the value of players who are on expiring deals right now may be better at the deadline this year than in previous years. I also don't think any controllable pieces are getting moved.
I'm in complete agreement. Get it done.
Yeah.
Stop whistling past the graveyard. We all understand what the situation is. And I think within that clubhouse and within that organization, if they're being real about it, they know what the situation is. Move on those two guys. Listen, man, Luis Arraez has been an incredible story. I'm not a sappy individual, but that picture I saw today from the Giants Twitter account of Luis Arraez sitting in his hotel room with his wife and his daughters, and they're all.
You see his daughters' faces; they look like they're spitting images of him. It's the cutest thing.
I want to be the hard dude all the time. But I saw that, and I was like, oh, like just what a wonderful, wonderful story.
Yeah.
Now let's talk business.
Yeah.
What can we get for that dude who's as hot as fish grease right now? And listen, and what's awesome about Arraez and what I think increases his value is that we all knew that he could handle a bat. All right, the dude wakes up and he already has 2 strikes on him, and he's cool with that. Okay, he plays a very, very good brand of second base.
Yeah,
he's not a defensive liability. So now you got a dude who's plus there with a bat in his hand, and you got a dude who is going to give you more than a reasonable effort at second base. He's never going to be more valuable to you than right now. But the Giants had to be realistic about their position. And even if they're not realistic, cold hard facts is you way under 500.
Yeah.
And that miracle second half of the season, that's actually less than the official second half. That magical second half ain't happening. Start to move these pieces. Start to think about the future. Be smart about it. Be realistic about it.
Yeah, and the thing about second base, too, is it's such a, I don't want to say like undervalued position, but it's not a position that if you're a successful team, you need high production out of it. It's sort of like catcher. Like if you're getting great offensive production from your catcher, it's kind of found money, right? The shortstop position has evolved. It's not like the 70s where you can be a 240, 250 hitter and a great defensive guy. Like you've got to be a better productive player. And the best athletes on the field now are frequently center field and shortstop. Used to always be center field. Now it's oftentimes shortstop. So you've got to be able to produce, and that's a more high value position. But if you have value there, and usually teams that are looking to add a piece like that are teams that maybe have somebody that's okay, but there's not a lot of great ones. Right. It's like Jeff Kent was such a unique, like third base type of player at second base.
That's how he got to the Hall of Fame.
Dude, 377 home runs. I don't know what took so long. Like Mazeroski's in with a two. I mean, it's baseball Hall of Fame. I don't know. I mean, Belichick's not in the first time. You know what I mean? In the NFL, in the pro football. So
I mean, it's still a relationship business.
Yeah, it is.
It's just people still have to, on some level, like you, along with respect what you have done on the field.
Plus, it's only $600,000 after Obama takes it. I mean, the end of Survivor with Jeff Kent, one of my all-time favorites. I'm a World Series Game 7 loser. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you. Susan Slusser going to join us at 2:50 from Philadelphia. We'll talk to her about what's going on with the Giants at the deadline, with Luis Arraez at the All-Star game. Will we see Logan Webb tonight? Sounds like he's not going to pitch in the All-Star game. We will have that for you live right here on The Sports Leader at 5 o'clock. We are giving away still 2 tickets to go see the San Jose Earthquakes Saturday, July 25th in San Jose. How about this at PayPal Park? You can get the official rules for this contest at thesportsleader.com. Listen for the cue to call when you hear it. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You'll win 4 tickets to see the Quakes and the Galaxy. Excuse me, I said at PayPal. It's at Stanford Stadium on Saturday, July 25th. You know whose birthday that is, Rod?
No, could you tell me?
Yeah, it's actually Santiago Casilla's birthday. Did you know that? It's not. It's a true story, dude. Yeah. Oh, you were thinking Guillermo Mota.
I was.
Dude, no. Casilla also, dude. Yeah.
Okay.
One of the great members of the Core Four. You can celebrate his and Guillermo Mota's birthday if you're caller 10 when you hear the cue to call for the Quakes and the Galaxy. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Home Run Derby goes down last night. Bro, it was all set up for Schwarber to win. All set up for Schwarber to win. Didn't get it done. One of the great Jordan Walker, incredible run there.
Yeah, man.
6 straight home runs to walk it off and send everybody in Philadelphia home upset. Schwarber, though, talked about his top power hitters of all time. He did his Mount Rushmore of power hitters. I started thinking about mine. We'll get into some of this because it's like, I think of great hitter of all time. Like Willie Mays has to be one of the great power hitters of all time, 660. But that's also average combined with power, with everything else he did. We'll get into this. The best power hitters of all time and Kyle Schwarber's list. Plus, we got more on Luis Arraez, Susan Slusser at 2:50. Dirty Work on a Tuesday on the Sports Leader.
It's not even $1 million. It's $600,000 by the time Obama takes it. I'm a Game 7 World Series.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Walker swings deep into the night in left field, and Walker walks it off.
Oh, my.
4 in a row.
What a performance.
Schwarber gives him high fives. The Philly fans are all leaving. Jordan Walker, the home run derby champion. Amazing.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you. Home run derby last night. Jordan Walker upsets Kyle Schwarber, the hometown favorite. Now, I'm to the point, I think I said this to you yesterday, I don't think the derby's for me anymore. Like, I don't think they don't make it for me. Mm-hmm. It used to be for me. Yeah. Now it's not for me anymore. If I'm going to have a gripe, it's about how they show, like, the display of it on television. Why do we get close-ups of the hitters? Why am I not seeing from behind the pitcher anymore? I lose all perspective.
Here's what's been proven time and time again, and Netflix has a chance to fix this. They don't know how to broadcast sports.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
We have taken for granted the job that ABC and now ESPN has done over the years. How Fox changed the game.
Yeah.
Okay. And how Fox is so good at broadcasting all manner of sports. CBS, how good they are broadcasting golf, which is a very difficult sport
really good
to broadcast.
Yeah.
Really
the best at it.
Really good. NBC, I think, is right there with Fox in terms of their production. Their camera work is the best in the business. Netflix, they don't have that pedigree. They don't know how to do it. They know how to make a spectacle of it, like they did with opening day at Oracle.
Or like they did with Tyson. And really, that's what it is. It's like, I don't need the Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
It's not a boxing match.
Right. They know spectacle, like when they've done the Christmas Day games. But even then, once you get to the games, those games are produced, I believe, by CBS.
Yeah, somebody else
which is why they look like normal football games. But once you get outside of the football game, the pre and the post game show, it's all hyperbole and it's all theater. Netflix does not know how to broadcast sports. Yeah. And the more we watch sports on Netflix, the more we all understand they don't know what they're doing. And until Netflix is made to feel uncomfortable about that, you're going to get what you have gotten from Netflix. And I think they felt a little bit uncomfortable about it was just too much on opening day. And, even Elle Duncan, who's the face of Netflix Sports, she was kind of brash at the beginning. And even she said, after one of the head honchos at Netflix said, all right, maybe we went a little bit over the top. But they're all about making these moments, supposedly. They never talk about actually broadcasting a game. And when you don't broadcast the game or the event, whatever it is, you know who gets mad? And we could get real pissy and indignant? Sports fans.
Yeah.
As I point 2 thumbs at myself.
Yeah.
All right? Don't
just give me my game.
Show me the game.
Just give me stop.
You can, and see, this is the thing that Fox figured out at the beginning after a couple of missteps when they got football back in 93, 94, I forget what it was. They tried to be all bells and whistles and change.
We're going to do it different. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. XFL it.
And then people were like, but you're not showing us the game.
Yeah.
And Fox got smart. And they still did the bells and whistles and the innovations like the Fox box and with the score and the time and all that kind of stuff. But then they just started focusing on the game. Yeah. If you focus on the game, you can pretty much do anything you want because we as fans, we're finally getting what we want, which is to watch the damn game.
Well, can that happen with Netflix, though? Can they make that evolution because right now the way they have it is just a buffet of events, right? Mm-hmm. Like they have, to your point, some big football, the Christmas Day game. But again, are they producing then, Beyonce at halftime? That's them, right? That's what they're putting on. They're putting on that show, which is fine. That's what they're good at. But the NFL's not going to let something get in the way of the field product because if you mess with the NFL and the game, those are the fans that will be the most, I say we will be the most unruly about not getting the product that we want. The home run derby is a little bit different. The problem with doing the baseball game or opening day and whenever they're going to be next year in Milwaukee or Boston or wherever they do it again next year is that it's really only pissing off those fan bases.
Yes.
Right? It's such a niche sport and not niche. It's more regional.
Yes.
Is what it is. And so it's same as when a game's on Apple TV and we don't get it. It's only the Giants fans and the Reds fans that night that are pissed. Nobody else cares because nobody else is watching. It's not for everybody else, but the opening night of baseball, they wanted it to be a spectacle. It used to be a thing in Cincinnati, the big opening day to start the season off, the first professional team, and you had that whole tradition. But I don't know if Netflix will evolve because the reason Fox has evolved is because they have a whole football package. Now it's all about who did you get to call your games. Thursday night Amazon has a broadcast package. They're getting every Thursday, so the broadcasters will always be involved in who signs what contract, who gets what games, Monday Night Football, and all that. I don't know that Netflix hits that evolution. They can call it Netflix Sports, but they don't really have one product.
And the head honcho at Netflix, or one of the head honchos anyway, has said publicly many times that they don't really even desire to get a football package or a baseball package or a basketball package.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
They just want events, which is why you get what you got with the home run derby. Which again, it doesn't matter. All right, it's a meaningless exhibition.
Right, it's an event. It's not the same thing.
Right,
yeah.
Right, but it once again proves that Netflix is just about the events and not about broadcasting sport. And even if it is a meaningless exhibition like the home run derby, if you still are not giving people what they want from a broadcasting angle, you're going to tick some people off.
Yeah. You can't mess with football. I love the NFL's like, no. You can pay us, but we're still going to produce it the right way.
Well, that's the smart thing to do.
You have to do it that way.
You have to do it that way.
Here's Kyle Schwarber, who lost the home run derby last night. Interesting. You might be. Well, they went through. Was this on the actual game broadcast, Danny? Do you know where this came from? This audio?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, I might have been with Pat McAfee. I can't remember where he did this. Anyway, give us Mount Rushmore of all-time power hitters ahead of the Derby.
Kyle, you're one of the best home run hitters in the game right now. If you were to pick a Mount Rushmore of best home run hitters ever, who are the four you're picking?
Ever. Wow. Why you guys gotta ask such hard questions? I mean, Bonds, Aaron, Judge has got to be up there. And I'm just going to throw out a wild card because I want to. I think it'd be fun. Adam Dunn.
Interesting. Adam Dunn, one of my favorite power hitters when I was a kid, but he was more like Dave Kingman, right? Like he was like home run or strikeout, and he mashed the ball. He had to have over 400 home runs or close to it. But that's where it gets weird for me. Is I'm like, greatest power hitters, is it guys who were pure power? Like that's all they did? Because the greatest players ever, you put Griffey on that list. He's over 600 home runs. I mean, Bonds is number one, far and away. Aaron has to be there, 755 and never had a 50 homer season. Plus,
just
all around
20 years of line drives.
Just 20 years of 40 homers plus. And to about like 500 doubles or whatever it was. Just all he did was rip it. And he could steal bases and he could play the field. Like Aaron doesn't get enough love as like being up there as one of the greatest of all time.
You know who he is? He's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
That's exactly where I was going.
People do not talk about Kareem the way they need to talk about Kareem.
And what's he have, 4 or 5?
Yeah.
He's got rings, too. Like, he was the all-time leading scorer until LeBron.
Same thing with Hank Aaron.
Yeah,
it's wild. We need to talk about Hank Aaron.
We don't do it
like
enough.
the legend that he is. Anyway, as you were saying.
Yeah, the other one, too, is Frank Robinson. But, I mean, that's a whole other beast. Another guy, 586. But when you're talking, like, pure power hitter, there are guys like that, like Richie Sexton, guys who had 40 homers a year. Not like 500 home run hitters, but Mark McGwire was a pure power hitter. Like, that's what he was. I know Juice is part of it, and that's part of the legacy of the game, but he was a 500-plus home runs, 580 or something like that, 586, and was pure power. I would go Bonds. I don't know why Babe Ruth wasn't in his top. He has to be.
He has to be.
He was hitting more than – there was a guy named Home Run Baker who was hitting 9 a year. He led the league with 11. They were like, home run Baker. He's the king of the bomb. And then here comes Ruth with 60.
He has to be. He changed the game.
And then you're debatable on the fourth. I mean, for me, I'd probably go Pujols.
That's what I was about to say.
He's close to 7, isn't he? Or did he get to 7?
His run to 700 was the quietest run to 700 home runs.
He limped there.
Well, yeah, he barely got there. I think he only finished with, 703, 705, something like that. But it was the quietest run up to 700. But when he was in his heyday, like I saw him play a game at Oracle where he hit 2 home runs and it was the easiest thing he'd ever done. People don't talk about how good he was.
Yeah.
So to me, it's, if we're just doing a true Mount Rushmore, which only has 4 heads, 4 faces on it, it's the top 4 guys in home runs.
Is it Bonds,
it's Bonds, Aaron, Ruth, and Pujols.
Yeah.
Everyone else is coming in 5th.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's just a simple case of numbers.
Pujols he had one of the most incredible starts to go from the Mark McGwire era to Albert Pujols in the way they did. Remember he came up, he was playing third base in 01. He had a month of April one year in 03 or 04 where he hit 19 home runs in the month of April.
Crazy.
I mean, he was the most incredible power, and he was really lean when he got here. Yeah. And he always had that same sort of crouchy, hands up stance. I mean, he's one of the easiest big power hitting home runs. And the other guy that comes to mind for me is just straight power, Reggie Jackson.
Yeah.
He was a dude who was just, all he did was hit home runs and strike out. He was pure power.
Yeah.
Reggie was one.
A-Rod.
A-Rod was at 696, I think, is where he was at. A-Rod has to be there.
Does he?
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. It's weird. I really don't like I like going Sosa over A-Rod. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He forgot how to speak English and then he got white. That was weird.
Sammy Sosa?
Yeah, Sosa.
Yeah.
That's the whole.
And
the whole thing's weird with Sosa.
Now he's back to us.
Yeah, the whole thing's weird. The other one I love, Manny Ramirez, was another right-handed power one that I love. But he was just a straight hitter. He was he could hit 35 homers or 45, and he did 340 doing it no matter what.
Jim Thome?
Jim Thome was a good one. Yeah. What Tom and I used to talk about, the most imposing hitters you'd have to face, Yordan Alvarez.
Yes.
When Yordan comes up, you're like, that guy's too big in the box to have to face. Big Poppy, but Jim Thome is a good one. That's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, you know what? I completely and totally forgot about David Ortiz.
David Ortiz is a big one, too.
Yeah. Wow.
Because they don't have true DHs anymore. I mean, I don't know where Ohtani's going to fall in all that.
I mean, he's just in a different category.
Actually, he hit his 300th home run.
Quietly.
300 on his way to a Cy Young or something like that, dude. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627.
Why couldn't he be a Met? So I wouldn't.
I can enjoy it more.
Reflexively dislike him. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying is, dude, Ohtani being an Angel, I don't think we appreciate or look back.
We didn't.
At how great Ohtani the Angel was to enjoy. Because I watched so much Angels ball, and it was the most harmless thing you could imagine.
It was completely benign.
No
it's
guilt,
all
nothing.
Artie Moreno's fault.
Oh, dude, exactly.
That cheap SOB is all his fault if he would have just kept him as an Angel.
Or sold the team like he was supposed to. Or sold the team. Somebody would have made it
much better place.
And wait, Mike Trout just wasting away down there.
How much more enjoyable would it have been as a non-Angels fan and your team, maybe not having the best of seasons, to be able to actually enjoy Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani doing fantastic things on a team that, if as a Giants fan, obviously you have a dislike of, but it's not as intense of a dislike as it is of the Dodgers.
Dude, based on how things have gone now, if I could go back in time and be like, dude, if I could have any impact or butterfly effect on making sure he stayed in Anaheim, I'd buy a rally monkey. You know what I mean? I'd be out here banging. I'd be beating Reggie Sanders with a thunder stick in his back. Right in the right field.
We would go find a real monkey.
We name it Shohei.
If we're going to try and change the course of history,
we're doing everything.
Let's not go half-assed. Let's go get a real monkey.
Dude,
I know a guy. Okay?
Who knew how good we had it with Ohtani there, dude? Now he's going to hit he's going to hit 500, 600 home runs. You're telling me he's not hitting 200 more? The one year he didn't pitch, he stole 50 bags and he almost hit 60 home runs. That's unbelievable. He became the only 50-50 guy.
And all the Giants had to do was offer him a measly $1 billion.
Yeah, dude, that's it. Dude, for the rest of our lives. That's fine, dude. Whatever. Man. I won't be here for that. Whatever.
It ain't my money.
808 KMBR. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's our money. 808 KMBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627.
I would have contributed to the let's give Shohei Ohtani $1 billion to keep him way away from the Dodger fund.
Yeah.
I would have done that easily. You know what? Here's $5.
They were already really good. Then they got him, and we're like, oh, dude, they're exactly what we thought would happen. Third Thanos reference in 2 days.
My stomach
that's
hurts.
It. I know, it's terrible. Dog, we'll pay Mookie $300. What, Freddie Freeman's out there? We'll get him too. Dude, everybody. They just all go there. Why don't we talk about the guy that came here and won't be here anymore, Luis Ariz. Luis Ariz is going to be in the All-Star game tonight for the Giants. How about this? Like, I don't think it makes any sense for them to give him a contract extension at this juncture. I think if they decide after moving somebody else, maybe this offseason, and who knows what happens with the potential lockout or the CBA and all that, maybe it makes sense down the road. I don't think there's any way you get around trading him at this juncture. However, he's making demands like, if I go somewhere, it better be to play second base.
I mean,
would you appease that if you had hopes of bringing him back? We'll talk about that next.
You got to advocate for yourself because maybe no one else will.
Yeah, no trade. It ain't up to you, bro. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here talking about one of the best places to eat in the Bay. One of the best places to eat in North Beach. One of my favorite places for many, many years. That's right. We're talking Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach. It's the gold standard. I've been eating Tony's Pizza like Tony the guy, Tony Gimignani. Pizza that he makes. Been eating it since I was like 9 years old out in the East Bay. Now you got to try it in the city and all over the Bay. Tony Gimignani is a world champion. Every style that they do is to a T. It's spot on. Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, grandma style. Whatever you're into, it's perfection. I'm big on the New Yorker. I love the Diavola pizza. I want spicy. It's got some sausage on there. It's got a nice kick. Also, you got to try the other menu items. The fried chicken sandwich is fantastic. Who loves pizza and wings? Nonna's famous wings are great. And the penne alla vodka pasta, that's next level stuff. Here's the best part. You don't have to be in North Beach to get Tony's Pizza. He's got locations all over the Bay, including inside of SFO. So you can grab a world-class slice before you fly or hit up Slice House all over the Bay Area, including inside Chase Center, Oracle Park, and Levi Stadium. If you've never been, you got to make it happen. It's Tony's Pizza Napolitana. Go hungry, and trust me, you're going to leave happy.
Did anyone order me a plain cheese?
Well, yeah, we did. But if you want any, somebody's going to have to barf it all up because it's gone.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader. In for Depop today is Rod Brooks on The Sports Leader.
All right, All-Star game tonight, 5 o'clock. 2 Giants represented in the 2026 All-Star game. Luis Arraez, who I assume we will see at some point out at second base. And, of course, Logan Webb, who I'm not convinced. We'll talk to Susan Slusser about it, but we're hearing he's probably not going to pitch in this All-Star game.
Good.
Yeah, keep him out of it. Why bother? Anyway, the Luis Arraez trade talk is heating up, obviously, because of what he's done this year, how good of an asset he's been for the Giants. And so funny, Rod, do you remember the reaction when he was signed and how so many people were kind of like, all right, or he's not going to help, not that big of a deal? Wasn't like there were people who were kind of opposed to the signing.
Yes, and one bit of opposition to the signing I understood. The other bit I thought was comical, and I'll start with the latter first. Okay. Well, all he does is hit for average.
Okay, yeah.
Listen, I understand that we look at the game differently now, all right? Yeah. Pitcher wins means nothing.
They're antiquated.
All right? Yeah, ERA doesn't mean what it used to, all right? It's about whip. I understand that we're looking at offense differently. On-base percentage is maybe a truer metric. But you ain't never, ever, and I said you ain't never going to get me to a point where I'm not going to appreciate someone who puts the ball in play and gets on base due to that ball being in play 30% of the time he steps into the box. I'm never going to look at that and go, that ain't impressive.
Yeah.
All right.
Remember, everybody, he doesn't walk a lot. Nobody's walking a lot. Nobody does.
Because he doesn't. Nobody on the Giants walks a lot, and he doesn't want to walk.
No.
Because he get hit.
He hits.
All right.
Yeah, he doesn't swing and miss.
You get paid to hit. You don't get paid walks. I still don't think they're paying guys based on base percentage.
No.
So put the ball in play, get on base. To say that wasn't worth it, I found that to be weapons grade stupid. Now, the part about his defense was a legit point. Where are you going to play him? You going to play him at second? I don't know about that. He's proven everybody wrong so far. And I think we've gotten enough sample size this season to go, all right, he can play second base.
He's excelled. Like, he's not just serviceable. He's, like, really good.
I was just about to say, he could do it with some flair.
Yeah.
All right?
He's been some nice plays.
You want him at second base. So I thought before he got here, that point about defensively, where you going to play him, is he going to be good no matter where you play him? I thought that was legitimate. The fact that he is still hitting 300 plus, and you're getting good defense out of him, it's like I said, it's been a hell of a season for him.
I also think that for him, the second base thing, and I'll get to this comment or this quote that he had to Susan Slusser or to the media, and she's going to join us in about 10 minutes here. He said this at All-Star Week or at the media session. I think part of this, too, is guys are very aware of what their legacy can be and what their future can be. And the guy I think about who I first became aware of this with as a kid was Tim Duncan, who classified every single year as a power forward, not as a center, not because he wasn't 7 feet tall, and not because more often than not he played the center anyway after David Robinson left. He was the power forward with David Robinson. But then you've got Shaq in the Western Conference. You got Yao Ming in the Western Conference. You've got all these powerhouse dudes. And who started at power forward every year in the Western Conference All-Star game?
Tim Duncan,
because he classified as a power forward. I think about this when it came to Bryce Harper, when he was coming out of college and he went to JC at 15 or 16 years old, decided to come. Remember, he wanted to be a catcher. Buster Posey could have played any position in baseball, opted to be a catcher because it's easier to find yourself in an all-star game if you're an effective player at an underrepresented position.
Yes.
If I'm Luis Arraez and I'm looking around, I'm going, I win the batting title every year. I'm going to come damn near tops in the league in hitting every year, maybe tops in hits every year. I'm going to put together for this generation what in 1985 would have been a Hall of Fame quality career.
Without a doubt.
But because I play first base and designated hitter,
which are power positions,
who am I compared against? Right. I'm compared against Rafael Devers. I'm compared to Nick Kurtz. I'm compared to Shohei Ohtani. Like, I'm never going to succeed. So him saying, if I play second base every year for the remainder of my career, and I win 2 to 3 more batting titles, and I win 5 or 6 of these things, and I lead the league in hits, and I get 2,500 career hits, I'm going to the Hall of Fame as a second baseman.
Brother, you're spot on. You see the vision, and athletes who are very well compensated for what they do.
Yeah.
But they don't have a lot of control over their careers. Unless you have a no-trade clause, you could be traded at any moment to any place. And if you have the ability to exercise some measure of control in terms of who you are or how you're perceived as an athlete, you'd be silly not to do that. So Arraez saying, and let's see if he's able to I don't want to use the term get away with it, but if he's able to see this through, for him to say, no, I'm a second baseman, I'll paraphrase it, for him to say I'm a second baseman, I understand where he's coming from because that's his attempt to exert some amount of control over a situation where if the Giants decided to trade him 5 minutes ago, he's going to have to go where they tell him.
Yeah.
So if he could go where he wants, not where he wants to go, but if he could continue to play second and have that control for the rest of his career, why would you not advocate for yourself in that regard?
And it's sort of a moot point even for him to, and I'll read this quote for you. Luis Ariz says, this is a business. They asked him about being traded and his name being mentioned a bunch. He also mentioned, by the way, he came to San Francisco thinking it was going to be a playoff team. He said, I look around still and I say, we've had a lot of injuries this year, and I think he couldn't pinpoint it either. And Logan Webb couldn't really pinpoint one thing he said, but looking around, he goes, we have a lot of talent. Yeah, we can. The bullpen. We know.
And by the way, they can too.
They can too. They're just not going to say it. Yeah, the bullpen, dude. But Luis Ariz like, yeah, we got some good players. He didn't mention anybody in the bullpen, by the way. He just was like, yeah, Rafael Devers and Willie Adames. He's just mentioning guys. But he thought this was going to be a playoff team. He said, this is a business, so whatever team wants to give me an opportunity to help, I want it to be at second base. I don't like going back to first base. I prepared my mind. I prepared my body only to play second base. 100%, I'm staying at second base. So he's saying if you're going to trade me, and here's the thing, he's earned the right to say that at this point because if you trade him to a team, he's likely going to be the best second base option you have anyway, based on what he's done with the glove and with his bat this year. Would they ask him at times to fill in at DH or to move over? I don't know. And when you're in a playoff hunt, things get a little wonky. If there's an injury, who knows how this thing plays out and how they want it to go. The bottom line is, if I'm him, there's no reason at this juncture of the season at all to sign an extension.
Yeah.
Unless you really are concerned about what happens this offseason with free agency.
And I think you have to be concerned because a lockout is coming.
So I wonder how that affects a guy like him who is not going to be overpriced, but is going to want a 4 to 5 year deal, I think. No. Right? And is going to be deserving of it.
No, and I think his point of view, the quote you just read there, I think that's all reasonable. I really do.
Yeah.
I don't see how anyone, I'm not saying you are, but I don't see how anyone could read that quote or hear that quote and go, really? That seems a little hot-headed. Like, no, it's all reasonable to me.
No, if it was like if it was before the season, we'd be like, that's why he signed a 1 year deal with
slow
somebody
roll, dog.
who wanted to give him a chance.
What you talking about?
Yeah, he's like, no, I demand I do that. And you're like, all right, let's see. Whoever gets you is going to get you. But I think whoever trades for him is trading for him to upgrade second base. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. Real quick, I just want to play one clip from him here because I like this one. Let's go to the second one, Danny. This is Luis Ariz talking about how he's improved at second base and his relationship with Ron Washington. Here you go.
It's mean a lot, especially Ron Washington. I tell him when he was with Atlanta Braves, I say, hey, one day I want to work with you. And then now God give me this opportunity, and I go there every single day. He got really good energy every day. And then when I saw Ron Washington, I say, okay, he's my grandfather now. He helped me a lot. But man, I'm a blessing. I just I wanna say thanks to the San Francisco organization. They give me a big opportunity to improve my defense, especially second base. And then Rainer Olmedo, he worked hard with me in my offseason.
Man, it sucks so bad that this is the situation they're in because this is exactly the guy everybody wants to be here for the remainder of his career. This is the guy that I've loved this guy as a player from afar for years.
Oh,
and he was here, and
when he was with the Padres, I always thought he looked really good in Giants uniform.
And I thought they misused him, and they did.
And they did.
And now he's like, dude, I'm happy to be here. They give me an opportunity. That you want a guy who wants to be in your building, and they're just not good enough because they effed up too much around him in their construction to be able to keep him.
From here on out, I will no longer say Ron Washington's name as I just did.
Yeah.
It will no longer be Ron Washington. It will be Ron Washington.
Ron Washington.
It must all flow together like a river.
Or he's my grandpa now.
Yes.
I like it. All right, we'll take a quick break.
Everybody loves
Ron that,
Washington.
Dude. Yeah, who doesn't, dude? Luis Ariz does. When we come on back, we'll catch up with Susan Slessor. She covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She's out at Citizens Bank for the All-Star game. We'll talk to her next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker won the home run derby yesterday. Walker hit 6 consecutive home runs in the final at Citizens Bank Park to edge the hometown favorite Kyle Schwarber. What's your Mount Rushmore of power hitters? Let us know on the YouTube chat or give us a call, 415-808-KNBR.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you. Susan Slusser is out in Cincinnati, out at Citizens Bank in Philadelphia, getting ready for the All-Star game. It gets going at 5 o'clock. We'll have it for you right here on The Sports Leader. She joined us on the UMA guest line. Susan is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. Susan, what's going on? How is Philadelphia?
It is kind of steamy here, but it's fun. You know, this is just such a good event all the time. You know, it's tough to complain about covering an All-Star game, even when player availability is in the bright sun and extreme heat.
Yeah, it looked pretty bright out there. What number All-Star game is this for you? How many have you covered? Do you know?
I'm not sure because for a lot of years with the Chronicle, John Shea did most of them, but sometimes I was like the second person depending on the A's contingent that year. So I've kind of lost track, but I'm guessing dozen-ish. You know, also when I cover the Rangers, like handfuls here and there.
It still has that vibe, though. It's the All-Star game, and while it has had its ups and downs, it is always warmly welcome. It is robustly attended. Players show up. And while the quality of play might be different now than it was, you know, back in the day, I mean, today's the anniversary of Pete Rose trucking Ray Fosse. It's still a game that has that place in America's sports psyche. You know, it kind of just has that through line that just won't quit.
Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, there's always going to be something that happens in this game that's either something you've never seen before, or it's just a truly like impressive athletic performance of some kind, or something flat out weird and funny. Like it runs the gamut. We could see anything, and you know the best of the sport on display. It's just never going to disappoint. Even the final score could be anything, but you're going to see something fun, and the guys just have fun. And why not? This is a blast. Everyone wants to be here.
Yeah, really, really cool. I mean, it is the like sort of spectacle night for Major League Baseball because it is such a regional sport. It is the night where everybody pays attention to one game, which is pretty cool. Some stuff I want to get into with you, Susan, just about what's going on with the Giants as it relates to the All-Star game. Luis Arraez was there. We were just listening to some of his comments. Boy, I said this is so frustrating as a Giants fan to hear him say, you know, Ron Washington is my grandfather now. And like the photos of him and his family. And I'm like, this is the guy that every Giants fan wants to be here. But because of the circumstance, because of the situation, just it isn't practical for him to remain here after the deadline if there's a team that would give anything up for him. He's saying he only wants to go somewhere that he plays second base. I don't think that that's going to be a problem for him. How do you see his value playing out around deadline time versus when he gets to free agency this offseason?
I mean, anybody that has a need in the infield, and I hate to say it, look, he has a no-trade clause. If a team wants him as a DH or a first baseman and they have the best offer, that's probably where he's going to go. I hope that's not the case. There are definitely teams that look like they have some needs. The Rays, the Padres, which would be interesting, who have needs at second and would love him at second. I don't know why you wouldn't want to put him at second. He's played Gold Glove level defense there. And you're right, he's just wonderful. He's been such a great story. This one is, I mean, it's one of the toughest sort of trade deadline figures I've covered. Like, he's absolutely fantastic in every way, and he's so fun to watch play. He's just a lovely human being, and you know, is what his country's gone through, and just there's so many layers of this where you go like, this is a guy you'd want to stay here at least through the rest of the season. But he also kind of, after betting on himself, kind of deserves to go out on the free agent market and see what he can get. And it's probably going to be more than what the Giants would offer him in an extension. The Giants have young players coming. That, you know, it kind of looks as if maybe they're going young in the second half. In that case, they need to go out and get a haul of prospects. And he's the guy who's going to probably bring in the most, just because, I mean, the talent level is just so good, especially now that you add that defense to it.
No surprise that Scott Boras is towing the hard line when it comes to not trading Matt Chapman. Scott Boras is just doing what Scott Boras does, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, first, there are a lot of, again, this is a pretty nuanced, potentially, conversation. I mean, among other things, Chapman is hurt right now. He and his wife just had a baby. He's got a no trade. Guys get no trades for a reason, and clubs find them to that, knowing that they're doing. I mean, this is not a not imposed by Scott Boras. The teams have to agree to it. And when you agree to it, that's a pact. So there are a lot of reasons teams potentially wouldn't necessarily be looking to add an injured guy, but also reasons. Matt Chapman loves the Bay Area, and the Giants at times have had difficulty attracting free agents to the Bay Area. Matt Chapman has just, I mean, he's second to none really in his love for the Bay Area. He's been very consistent about it. He remains the best defensive third baseman in the league by the metrics. He still is. So he's giving us something even with a slow start to this season, but we've also seen stretches where, you know, his offense looks right back to where it was. Health is the main thing for him. I don't think he's the guy that they most need to trade of the big contracts, but to me, that's probably Adames, who has not done all that much either, but he also has a no trade. I think potentially they could, you know, there's some other things they could do there, but you know, I don't know. I don't think either one of them with the no trades necessarily is going anywhere. And Devers has that big contract. Writers kick around a lot of stuff this time of year, and you know, the Yankees need a big bat. Potentially, how fun would that be if somehow the Giants could spin Devers to the Yankees, and then you get that whole Red Sox subplot right there? That'd be kind of fun. I don't see it necessarily, but, you know, some of the Yankees writers are like, hey, would they move Devers? You know, depends on how much the Yankees would pick up. If they picked up all of it, I would think so.
Yeah, so would I. Talking to Susan Slusser, covers the Giants for the Chronicles. She's with us on the UMA guest line. The All-Star game starts tonight at 5, and we'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. I'm really intrigued as to how this trade deadline may play out, Susan, because of the pending potential lockout that I think everybody feels like we're heading towards this offseason. I think back to like 2009 at the deadline. The Giants, like, they had 88 wins that year. They didn't make the playoffs. But Brian Sabean made a trade for an injured Freddie Sanchez, traded a good prospect in Tim Alderson for him, and then they had their second baseman for the following year and the year after. I think they knew that was going to be a light market, so they kind of got ahead of that. Is there a scenario like that this year for the Giants as it relates either to the lockout or just that they need more pitching going into next year on the starting and bullpen side? Joe Ryan's a guy with like a mutual option. Just is there a name out there or a player out there that they could potentially buy on this time or maybe this season that would be here for this year and beyond?
Well, agents will always say, you know, look, they don't pay players during a work stoppage anyway, so it should not affect your off season. We saw that the last CBA. A lot of guys signed right away before there was a lockout for that reason. Now, some teams might be looking ahead and going like, hey, we might not have any income here for X amount of time. And we do have a lot of expenses that are still going on. You've got your minor league operations. You've got all your other stuff. The only thing you are not paying during that time is the major league payroll. And baseball teams are an expensive endeavor overall. It's not just the payroll, of course. So maybe teams go like, hey, we can save a little money now. But if you're going into a lockout situation, maybe that's the time to spend. You're not going to be spending it right then anyway. So it's almost like free player to add. So I hope it doesn't. Joe Ryan is obviously a guy I think they should pursue vigorously. He grew up a Giants fan. He's a two-time All-Star. He's a terrific pitcher. That would be outstanding.
We were talking about Tony Vitello yesterday, just kind of having a wide, encompassing conversation about his first half of a season as a Major League Baseball manager. I'll just ask you pointedly, what do you think he's gotten right? What do you think that he has 100% added to the value of the Giants in terms of the product on the field? And what do you think that he is, for lack of a better way of putting it, yet to grasp or has yet to fully pick up on in terms of being a manager?
Well, I think he gets an incomplete, but I would certainly say that for kind of almost everybody. We're at mid-season. The season has not gone the way everyone wanted. It is really tough to point at a first-year manager and say, more was expected of this team. This is your fault. I mean, that certainly the front office knew they were hiring someone with zero pro baseball experience at all. So for me, I don't think that this is one that you go, well, clearly, Vitello's not up to the task or anything like that. Sure. That's not the case. Sure. He is a sharp guy. He's incredibly enthusiastic. The players genuinely seem to like him. Mm-hmm. I think there probably have been some communication snafus here and there. That is not uncommon for a first-year staff period or, just anywhere, really, any organization. These things kind of happen, maybe a little bit more than the norm early on, but that's something that was absolutely expected. So I don't know. It's really hard to say, how much Vitello has had to do with the wins and losses. It's almost always down to personnel, right? Sure. It's the roster construction, number one, and then it's the player performance. I mean, those two things go hand in hand.
You and I are sort of the same mind in terms of Vitello and how he is quickly related to and has been a guy that the players are cool with. Because even though things have clearly not gone the way that everyone had hoped, everyone still seems to be pulling in the same direction. They still seem to be following a guy who is in his first go-round as manager. I haven't heard of anything, whether it's been public or definitely been public, and haven't heard anything that's been grumbled in terms of, well, we don't know about this guy. I get a sense that all of the players are like, no, he's cool. This is the guy that we want to play for, but they all understand what their flaws are at this point and maybe beyond.
I think that's fair to say. I have not heard a negative word about Vitello. I think the players all very much would like this to have been a much more successful season, obviously. And I think they would like for there have been less weirdness and less drama. Mm-hmm. Some of those things are out of everyone's control. But again, those things are not necessarily, they're certainly not Vitello's fault. It's just been one of those years. It's been particularly strange. And it would be nice, I think, for everybody if the second half was a little bit more drama-free.
Yeah. Susan, have you heard anything on Robbie Ray or any potential suitors for him, what his value could look like?
It's tough to gauge value, but he is a guy that certainly is going to be coveted. He's a very reliable, very experienced starter who knows what he's doing. His results have been erratic, especially lately, which might cut down on the value, but nobody really knows the market until the market emerges, right? So when we start seeing some top-notch pitchers get moved, I think we'll have a better idea what teams may or may not offer for Robbie Ray. But this is one, and I hate to say it with a rise, you kind of got to move free agents to be this time of year if you're not in contention. It's almost malpractice not to. Look, if you want to re-sign them, you can do that. There's no reason you can't re-sign them. There's no penalty for it. And if guys like it, they absolutely could. If guys don't, they might not have signed an extension anyway. I don't think that was ever going to be an option with Robbie Ray. But he has been a good soldier for the Giants. He was an all-star. He was in last year's game. Really a terrific guy. And he's had some very nice moments for the Giants. So I would think he will get moved. I think there will be a big market for him.
And we're hearing Logan Webb not going to throw in this game tonight. Is that the expectation?
He keeps saying he's emergency only. I don't really know what that means, but I think that means he is not slotted for an inning right now.
You can't be another Giants pitcher that's had a less than stellar All-Star game if you don't pitch in the All-Star game.
Yeah, that's it. Nails it. Yeah.
I'm an idea guy, Susan. That's what I do around here.
Can't have it happen, right?
I see. Well, he pitched in each of his last two, so I feel like maybe he doesn't need to, but he did mention, look, he pitched in the WBC. He winds up with a knee injury. Health is important. He hasn't pitched in a while, so he could if need be. I don't think that's necessarily the wrong way to go, but gosh, I'd love to see Logan pitch in another All-Star game.
Me too, but I think we will anyway. And look, these don't count towards your innings total, so let's eat them in the second half. I'm good with that too. So Susan, always appreciate the time. Enjoy the game. Should be a fun one tonight in a hitter's ballpark in a hot one. So have a nice time, Susan.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Good stuff there from Susan Slusser. How many All-Star games you been to?
I have been to.
Did you go 07 when it was here?
Went to 07 when it was here.
Ichiro inside the park, right?
My first. Well, I don't know if I can count this one as an All-Star game because I went to the Home Run Derby. But when the All-Star game was in Houston in 1986, as a kid,
in the Astrodome,
I went to the Home Run Derby in the Astrodome.
Oh, that's
and
pretty sick.
I saw Darryl Strawberry hit that ball into the speaker that was hanging. 150 feet above the floor of the dome. I saw it. I was there.
Did he win it?
I think he did. Yeah. I think he did.
That's pretty sweet, dude. Yeah. That's a pretty cool. The only one I've been to was in 2012, coincidentally, in Kansas City. Was Matt Cain started, Buster started behind the plate. I thought I was going to get to see La Russa's last game managed ever because remember he retired after 11, winning the World Series, comes back, but then he ruined it. Came back with the White Sox, so I lost that fan merit badge. Anyway, You get the Melky Cabrera wins MVP.
That's
right.
right.
Pablo hit that bases loaded triple off Verlander.
right. Yeah,
that was
yeah,
the one,
yeah.
dude, where you saw him in the game. It was also Bryce Harper's first, Mike Trout's first, and Chipper Jones' last.
Wow.
Which was kind of cool. So that was a fun one. That was good. It was like the All Giants All-Star game. So, yeah, I get up for the All-Star game. I know that, have they not announced next season's because of a potential lockout? I don't know. I thought they used to announce a couple years out.
Doesn't it have something also to do with the Olympics in L.A.?
Oh,
that if the players play in the Olympics and it'll be here.
I just failed at my job. I meant to ask Susan about this, and I completely forgot. I even wrote it down, and I forgot to ask her about that.
No, I'm
yeah, call it. Yeah, Danny, get Susan back on the horn, dude. I got to ask her, hey, Susan, one more thing. She joined us here on the UMA guest line. Are they going to get to, because they want, basically the players want to play in the Olympic Games, right?
Yes.
That's what it is. Because I think baseball in general has now been removed from the summer games.
Mm-hmm.
But every time a country hosts, that's one of my favorite Olympic rules, by the way. The host country gets to add a game or a sport. I think that's where breakdancing came from in Australia.
Oh, God.
Did they add breakdancing?
No, but that was
that already in?
It was in France.
Oh, that was in France, right?
But it was the Australian chick that screwed it up. Yeah,
Yeah, that's my Ray Gunn. Was that her name?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, man, what a disgrace.
We should never forgive Australia for that.
No, we haven't. And, dude, I'll tell you what, I was just there in February, March, dude. They're pissed about it still.
Well, you know what?
They're
Good,
mad. Like,
good.
the community there is hot.
Like, it was one thing for you to push Yahoo Serious on us. I'm so glad you got that reference. I'm so glad you got that reference. And you might be the only person to get
Nobody's
that
gonna
reference.
get it, dude.
But that's good enough for me.
Yahoo Serious,
But they should feel bad for that and feel bad for that chick attempting to break dance.
Yeah, because that was all a scam. But yeah, basically, I think Japan added baseball when they had it.
Yeah,
that was it because they're a big baseball country. And then we've added baseball back and softball. I think you do them both, baseball and softball. But the major leaguers want to play in the Olympics like a dream team.
And you know what? The World Baseball Classic, it works. If you could get a little bit of that in the Olympics, I'm cool with that.
I mean, the most watched moment in the history of baseball was Trout against Ohtani in the WBC final. I mean, that was when I was watching that. Like, in a car with my buddy on our phones, and he wasn't even a baseball fan.
riveting.
I mean, that was. And by the way, every pitch would have been a pitch clock violation. Every single pitch would have been a pitch clock violation. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you Tuesday afternoon here on Dirty Work. We're only with you until 5 o'clock tonight because we got the All-Star game. We're carrying it for you right here on The Sports Leader at 5. When we come on back, is there really a LeBron update? There's not. Now they're saying, hey, he could be leaning towards the Warriors. Here's what I would ask, though. If we're going a different angle on this, when does hope become harmful to an organization? The Warriors have had a lot of this. We'll get into this next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Sound right, boy.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
It sound right, boy.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. In for Depop today is Rod Brooks on the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you till 5 tonight. A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 503, Rod, all over your Yahoo Serious reference, dude. Says, shout out Young Einstein, dude. He said, dude was just the down-under version of that weasel Pauly Shore.
The weasel.
He's giving me a semi. 510 checks in, says, speaking of the Astrodome, does Rod still have home plate?
Hey, why y'all trying to make the spot hot? I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that a thing? I didn't even know this story.
You know what? I used to date a lawyer, which makes me a paralegal.
Yeah.
And because of my extensive knowledge with criminal law.
Of the law, yeah. Well, you got to know it.
I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations has passed.
Okay.
So I'm free and clear. Yes, I actually own. I acquired a home plate from the Houston Astrodome.
Whoa, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah. Was I authorized to go into the Astrodome?
Nobody
and
asked.
remove it?
We didn't ask any questions about
You
what
know
I
what?
said. I didn't ask it. You don't have to offer it. I would advise you I would advise you just as a friend and co-host. Like, you don't have to answer
This is
questions
why I
that
would
weren't
make
asked.
a terrible criminal, because I was about to put all my business in the street.
You just have. That's sick. That's dope. You gotta from. So what year is it from? When did they close the Astrodome?
They
moved to
think
Safeco in,
99 was the last baseball game.
I think Safeco was 2000 or 2001, right? 2000 maybe?
Enron was 2000.
But Houston, I don't know why I said Safeco. Enron, yeah.
2000.
Enron, which is Minute Maid.
So I think the last baseball game was I'm sure the last baseball game was 99. It was sitting there because, and I'll tell you why my acquisition of it was so important to me.
Yeah.
Okay. How I got it ain't nobody's business. The night of the last baseball game at Candlestick, I was working for then Fox Sports Net, which is now NBC Sports Bay Area, part of the post-game coverage. Game ends, and they dug up home plate at Candlestick.
I remember that.
And by helicopter.
They flew it. I watched this on TV. I watched this whole thing. They
Took
flew
it to
the
then Pac Bell.
And it wasn't even done. It was still like a construction site still. They put it in the ground.
And I was like, that's cool.
Yeah.
Fast forward years later, I'm in Houston for reasons that ain't nobody's business. I'm in the Astrodome for reasons that ain't nobody's business.
Yeah, don't worry why they're watching a ball game. Yeah, whatever.
And I noticed that home plate was still there. And the Astros had long since moved out of the dome and were at whatever they were calling what is now Daikin Park at the time. And I was genuinely upset. Because why didn't the Astros do this?
Some cool honor, even if you're not using the same
because
one.
That home plate, it saw Nolan Ryan no-hitters.
Yeah.
J.R. Richard, Mike Scott, the 86 Astros. Randy Johnson there for a brief time.
Craig Biggio squatted behind that plate.
Craig Biggio. Jeff Bagwell. We keep, Cesar Cedeno. We keep going on down the list. I don't want to bore people with, history of Astros baseball. But I thought that was a significant piece of Houston sports history that deserved to actually be given a damn about.
Yeah.
So I acquired it.
And you still own it to this day?
Sitting on my front porch.
That's the coolest thing. That is the coolest thing. So you honored it, yeah. Ron put it in a helicopter, flew it to his house, and put it in the ground, dude. Just like the Giants with candlesticks.
I put it in a duffel bag because I'll tell you the story. I was the Niners sideline reporter at the time.
Yeah.
And they played a game against the Texans. I think this was 2006.
Mm-hmm.
I did a story about the Astrodome for NBC Sports Bay Area, and was in the dome, saw the plate, and I took it. Like I said,
awesome.
and I still genuinely get ticked off about it.
Yeah.
So I put it in a duffel bag, and
how thick is it?
You know what?
Because they're deep.
Home plates. Surprisingly thick and heavy.
Yeah, it's bigger because it's like anybody who's never seen a pitching rubber not in the ground.
Right.
If you ever watch them,
you don't realize how big of a slab it is.
It's not the shape you think it is either. Like it's like looks like it's got a mouth almost, and it goes down to the ground and it sort of hooks in.
Yeah.
Home plate is a weird shape too. Like, and I've only seen youth league or smaller ones.
I feel like it's about maybe like 5 to 6 inches.
Oh yeah,
thick, and there's weights.
Yeah.
In it to
It's
keep
heavy.
it anchored into the ground. Now, my dumb ass thought, well, the plate's not that thick.
It's just a piece of paper.
Because it's like it's like the iceberg. You see the tip of it sticking out of the water, and then below the water, there's like a bunch of iceberg. Well, that's basically what a home plate is.
Right.
So once I started digging and I couldn't get it out, I was like, oh, this is going to be a problem. But by that time, I was pot committed. So
you were digging yourself.
Yeah.
What'd you dig with?
I just found some tool.
Some tool. That's
yeah,
over there.
because the Astrodome is not in good shape.
No.
There's stuff all over. So I found a digging tool, like early man, and I dug it out and
sticking a rock and he's wedging it, dude. Yeah.
And I'm not making this up.
It's incredible.
Went to my parents' house. My mother gave me a duffel bag, and I didn't sneak it on the Niners charter
you just brought your bags, man.
But I brought it with me.
Yeah.
Back, and I'll see if I can find a picture of it.
I would love that.
I'm covered in red dirt.
That's clay. That's like that.
Yeah.
It's special like baseball mud.
Matter of fact, I think I had to get rid of the shirt. I couldn't get all the clay out. But So there's a story.
Oh, I love that, dude. That's incredible. That is incredible. There's one Astrodome home plate. And one man that we know may or may not have it on his front porch. We were just mentioning real quick about the breakdancing. By the way, Tim Webb checked in. Thin Tim texted me and said the All-Star game is scheduled for next year at Wrigley. How about that? That's a pretty good one.
Okay.
Too bad we won't have it because the lockout.
Right.
But it is cool that it's scheduled. The thought about the 2028 Olympic Games in LA having the All-Star game in San Francisco. The thought was that then there would be close in proximity to then compete in those Olympic Games.
Okay.
If they wanted to do that, which would make a lot of sense. And you could do it. I think they're trying to figure out, could they do the schedule? And this is something they'd probably figure out in this next CBA. Could you organize the schedule the way hockey does with like an Olympic break right in the middle of the season? Could you reconfigure the schedule, play more games before, whatever?
It'd be good for the sport.
It'd be awesome. Look how big the international game has been for the United States hosting the World Cup and how hyped everybody was around that. Even Olympic hockey winning gold over Canada. Yeah. Just in the winter, that was great. Unfortunately, the Australian breakdancing team did not win gold in France. Here to talk about it, Josh. Josh is in Saratoga. He says, I'm Australian. I'm still upset about that breakdance thing. Josh, what's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, Coach? The dirty work. Love it. Appreciate you guys.
Hell yeah, dude. What's going on, Josh?
You know how to say that in Australian? That's the hard yakka, mate.
The hard yakka?
That's what the dirty work means in Australia. Hard yakka.
Hard yakka. I like that, dude. Hey, you'll like this, dude. I was just eating some Arnott's. What did I have? Some some chocolate Scotch fingers, dude. That's an Australian cookie, an Australian biscuit.
Yeah, dip them in the milk.
I literally just had one during the break, dude. Yeah. So you're still upset about this breakdancer, huh?
Mate, how long has it been? 2 years, and I'm still getting memes about that. It was, as an Australian, we're a very proud sports nation, and that was an absolute travesty. So how do we reconcile that?
I think that's one that just kind of goes down. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you just got to wear it. Sorry.
We got Tanya Harding and all that. So you guys just got Ray Gun. That's your deal, man. We got Jeff Galooly.
Yeah, we Balfour, Longley, Bogut's, all the great stars, and then we got Reagan. So.
Reagan.
Well, I mean, the trick is to never have it happen again. Yeah. That's the thing.
Well, I think, Josh, right? Like, I remember reading up on this. It was a whole, scamming thing. Like, she, was it head or her husband became the head of, whatever the Breakdance Federation was for Australia, and she had, kind of, been teaching a class on it but didn't really know how to do it and finagled her way in. Is that what happened?
I'm not really too sure, and I don't really know if I want to know about it ever again.
Come on, man. You got to be a proud Australian. You got to be able to shame the Australians who make you look bad, dude. That's the side of it. Anyway, go ahead, dude.
Hopefully they take it off for 28.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be a problem for you guys. Josh, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much. Yeah, that's a tough deal. Trying to think what's our low point. You know what I mean? That's a weird one because that's a.
Have we gotten there yet?
I don't know. We're working on it. We're still digging. Much like the Giants in the second half, we're still looking for it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Nothing like that really. I mean, Reagan. I like that he called her Reagan. Ronald Reagan.
Our low point. Oh boy.
Said Luke Longley, Glenn Balfour, Bogut. We got Reagan.
There's probably one I'm missing that should be easy.
I mean, because we all prop up the U.S. Olympic hockey team, 1980. You know what I mean? The Miracle.
I mean, I think you nailed it. Harding and Kerrigan.
That's probably it.
I mean, because it was a uniquely American thing
for sure.
For one competitor
to
physically attack the other,
to try to knock her out,
or to use someone else as a proxy. To actually do the attack so she could have some plausible deniability. And then what did we end up doing many years later? Making a movie about Tanya Harding and making her a sympathetic figure in the movie. Yeah. If that ain't the most American stuff of all time.
And on the eve of the opening ceremonies, I watch it. Every Olympic Games, I watch it.
like people watch It's a Wonderful Life every Christmas Eve. Every Winter Olympics, you watch I, Tonya.
It's my diehard for the Olympic Games. Yeah, dude, I watch I, Tonya just to really get in the spirit. People are like you don't watch Miracle? No. I watch that at the end. I watch this to get me going. I watch this to really get into the mood for what America's about.
So you don't watch the Jesse Owens story?
No, later. The Jackie Robinson story where he plays himself. I always imagine him reading that script. He's like, this isn't really.
That's not how it went down.
No, they said some other stuff.
No,
these weren't the words they used when I was down in Sanford. That's not what happened. Adam Copeland and Rod Brooks hanging out with you on a Tuesday. Let's get into some of this LeBron stuff here. Is chasing superstars irresponsible team building and is hoping for a superstar. Is that harmful? Does it become harmful? We'll talk about that next. Then we got a sound soiree for you and the MLB All-Star Game at 5 o'clock on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes. The World's Game doesn't end when the tournament does. On Saturday, July 25th, your San Jose Earthquakes take center stage at Stanford Stadium for the 105th California Classico against the LA Galaxy. It's NorCal against SoCal, Timo Werner against Marco Reus. It's a rivalry built on history, pride, and unforgettable moments. It returns to one of the biggest stages in the Bay, celebrating America's 250th. The first 10,000 fans through the gates earn a custom Quakes Americana jersey presented by El Camino Health. Then after the final whistle, stay in your seats and keep the night going with the biggest summer fireworks show in the Bay. It's the Quakes and the LA Galaxy, Saturday, July 25th at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium, presented by El Camino Health. The tournament may be over, but the summer of soccer is still alive in the Bay. Secure your seats today at sjearthquakes.com.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader. In for Depop today is Rod Brooks on the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Every day, man. More LeBron angling this way. Now this team's a favorite. Now this team's in front. Now it's a done deal with Cleveland. Now I'm hearing rumors about somebody else. You had a perfect question yesterday, I thought, to Sam Amick, Rob, where he said, is this good for the league? Like that we're just doing this? And I think it's fine considering where we are in the offseason and how few free agents are left. Like, I don't think that's that big of a deal. But it's already, for me, gone from fascinating to exhausting.
Yeah, fatigue sets in pretty quickly with this kind of stuff. Yeah. The longer it goes, because one of my angles with that question to Sam yesterday was not only is it good or is it neutral or is it great for the league to have one person, and I'm not saying that LeBron is doing this maliciously, but to have one person sort of sucking all the oxygen out of the collective room, if you will. But the longer this goes on, and people are just like, just make a decision already. Is it good to have this drawn out to where it could get to a point where you would have some people go, I just flat out don't like this, or they ignore it, or things of that nature. I just, again, I think more than anything, it probably doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But you did get to a point where you're just like, just make a decision.
Yeah.
Because people, maybe you don't want it quick and tidy, but you just kind of want to move on with your sports life, if you will.
Well, and I don't really get the impression. I mean, I sort of get the impression that they've maybe missed out, the Warriors have, on like plan Bs and Cs while waiting for LeBron. But I also don't really get the impression that plan B and C were really.
I was about to say that, right.
They weren't really legit plans that were going to help you all that much. It was just kind of like, well, if they're there and he doesn't sign, then we'll make an effort. But they weren't really pieces. Otherwise, they would have gone out and got those guys. Right. Like they did with Porzingis to make sure they had that asset. They were like, this is significant. We need to make sure we've got a plan B here or somebody to play the center position. So what Shams and ESPN are saying is LeBron's still deliberating. No decision's been made. ESPN's constantly listed the Warriors as one of the legitimate finalists because of Steph and Dre and Kerr and all that in the championship infrastructure. I guess what I'm wondering here is like, is it more of a fan thing or can it be a weight on the organization as well? Where I don't think the Warriors I don't think it's a bad thing to be always in on superstars. Mm-hmm. I think it's a good thing to always be in on superstars and then maneuver when you have to or decide that's not the right move. But to always be a team that's at the table is a good thing. What you don't want is to be a team that's always at the table and never landing like the Giants, right? Where the Giants were in on even as far as Giancarlo Stanton via trade. They were in on Bryce Harper. They were in on Ohtani. They were in on Aaron Judge.
You don't want to get used.
You don't want to get used. And the Warriors, because of their legitimacy in Steph Curry, have never really been that team. They've always been in on the big-name stars. That said, they've waited around for a lot of names that we know they've loved and have not landed any. Like, they would have wanted KD a second time. And he said, no, I'm not going there. So they got Jimmy Butler. PG-13 was one they tried to get. That wasn't all in their control because there was a contract involved there and what they could offer him and where he was going to be traded.
I think that worked out for the best.
I think so, too. But still a guy they were looking at. Giannis. Yeah. Lauri Markkanen, even a name that was out there, and he had a pretty damn good season last year. Not that they would have had the pieces to even acquire him or been gutted to go get him.
There was a certain loud voice within the organization that made it known that Lauri Markkanen wouldn't be the choice that he would make.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. So I guess what I'm asking is, does it ever get to a point where it can be harmful waiting for these guys? Is it irresponsible to team build around superstars?
It depends on the guy. LeBron, to me, is worth waiting on.
Yeah, I think. Well, and you don't have a lot of other options.
Right. Giannis, to me, is worth waiting on. We're just going to throw these names in the boat. Trey Murphy is not worth waiting on.
Doesn't move me. Yeah.
Doesn't move me.
I like him. He's a good player, but I don't think that changes much of this team's chemistry.
It depends on the person. It's if she's pretty, you'll put in some extra motivation to try and keep going after her. If she's mid, you're like, I ain't gonna really trip on it.
There's plenty of mids.
Right. Yeah. There's mids everywhere.
Yes, mids
as
everywhere.
far as the eye can see.
Yeah, dude, yeah. Throw a rock into a
sea
crowd,
of mids.
Yeah. That's it, dude. So yeah, I guess it really does just depend on the player. I guess I wonder too, like if he doesn't choose the Warriors. And by the way, real quick on a sidebar, do you think does he really not have his mind made up?
No, I think he knows.
He has to know.
I think he knows.
Right? He has to know.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way he's gone this far. Like, all the cards have been laid out and pretty steady for a while. So I think he's got to know.
He knows.
Is it a referendum on the Warriors if he doesn't come here?
Well, yes, because I think it'll be that just there wasn't enough for LeBron to be there. I don't think it's not a referendum on Steph.
It basically tells us what we already knew.
That they don't have enough around Steph to really make it attractive. Like, if he chose Miami over the Warriors, and if you're a Warrior fan that was desirous to have LeBron, I think that you'd still have to look at that and go, I kind of get it. I understand it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I would look at that too. Like, if from a pure basketball standpoint, that's a really good place. For him. If he wanted, like, if I were Miami, I'd be like, dude, if we could get him too.
But there's certain, interpersonal things. You referenced it yesterday. I'd forgotten about it. That didn't end well between Pat Riley and LeBron.
His relationship stuff, right?
Can that relationship be mended? Is it even worth it for LeBron to do that? Maybe LeBron is trying to, jam a sharp stick into the collective eye of the Heat by having them be a part of this deal. For him to just completely and totally pivot to the Warriors, his initial choice. Who knows? I thought from the beginning when this whole thing started that the Warriors were the obvious example, and I have not moved from that. I am fully expecting for him to be a member of the Golden State Warriors. Nothing is shaking me from that.
I kind of still feel that way too. My question now, though, is because this all hinged initially on, and I want to say we were doing a show together right around the time this was making news, was like they were going to go after Anthony Davis in hopes of getting LeBron to come. Like, had they done that, I'm kind of the mindset like, yeah, they probably would have landed LeBron.
Yeah.
Or maybe he would have made that decision by now. But then maybe there was a standoff of like, okay, maybe the Wizards don't even want to make this move, so it's not up to us to get. You got to make two teams. Somebody else has to get involved in this, maybe a third team.
I still think you can bully the Wizards into doing it if you want it bad enough.
I think you could too. I also think the Warriors are smart.
Give me that AD, punk.
Yeah. Well, I think they're and then they went out and they added Ayton, right? They're adding other pieces. They're looking either like they want to compete or they're shoring themselves up. Right. So I wouldn't be surprised either way if they got LeBron, if then they turned back around and said, we're still going to go after AD. I do think it behooves them to not make that move until they know LeBron is showing up.
Yes.
I do not think you want to be in the AD boat without LeBron.
Oh, no.
Because there's no guarantee.
No.
Even if that would guarantee it, I think you want it the other way around.
No.
And you want to go from there.
I think the Warriors, and this is just my own personal opinion, I think the Warriors are fully confident that LeBron James is going to be a part of the mix this upcoming season.
Kind of get that vibe, too. Like Steph's attitude, Dre's, like, yeah, of course.
Like, okay, you see it.
They kind of seem chill about it.
You see it. And unlike the Giants, I don't see the Warriors. I've never seen them, and I definitely don't see it in this instance being used as patsies.
I don't think so. And it's harder to do that in basketball anyway because it's all about where money slots. And because LeBron, that's what makes this all so perplexing is because it's not about, like the Ohtani sweepstakes. You're like, whoa, who's going to offer him this? Judge, are they going to give him the 9th year? Like, that ain't the situation here.
Mm-hmm.
This is like the money. Imagine that, dude. The money don't matter.
Yeah, but because he's only going to make, what, $15 million?
Only, yeah, right. Only.
Yeah.
But you guys are making like 70 now. You know what I mean? That's insane. You got guys making like 60, 70 a year.
What if LeBron has to go to his wife and like, okay, honey, listen, signing with the Warriors, only going to be for $15 million. We're going to have to make some lifestyle changes around here.
Yeah, dude. Are you kidding
Listen,
me?
baby, I don't know about that vacation in Italy next year.
He's like, I'm losing money playing for you guys, man. I got to get a place up there, man. I'm losing money.
My wife is going to kill me when I come back and tell her I'm only making $15 million.
Signing with the Dubs. I'm giving stuff away, man. It's incredible. Let's go to Aaron. Aaron is at the gym. Wants to talk Dubs and LeBron. What's up, Aaron, from the gym? What are you working on today, Aaron?
Leg day today.
All right. That's dirty work, man. Leg day on a Tuesday. Way to get after it, bro.
It is. Y'all got me feeling like it's Black History Month all over again.
All right, Aaron. Okay.
I got to check my calendar. See, it's Juneteenth, man.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Today's my last day. They couldn't do a whole week.
No, it's me and white guys the rest of the week, actually. They only give us 2. They're like, we can't make it a majority of black shows. Otherwise, then it's a black station. You know how that goes. Aaron, it's like in Glory Road. Remember, they're like, you can play 1 at home, 2 on the road, and 3 if you're losing by 20 or more. But not all at once. Anyway, Aaron, you want to talk Dubs and LeBron? What's up, brother?
Yeah, I think, I don't have a problem with the Warriors chasing after stars. I don't think that's really where they made the mistakes in the past few years. Really, to me, you got to look at who they've drafted over the past couple of years to kind of see, really they've had a couple of key opportunities to get some good guys and they've just missed in the draft. going back to the year with drafted James Wiseman. I mean, you had guys like LaMelo. I think Anthony Edwards was part of that draft, if I'm not mistaken. It might have been the year after.
He was number one, yeah.
You get my point. Yeah, like these are guys, like there were so many guys that you could have gotten. Franz Wagner.
Yeah.
But then, you pick up. We all know how that saga ended. So I think, it's good to see the Warriors chasing after stars. I don't think that's really the issue. I just think that what they built around the core with Steph hasn't been good the past couple of years. The young guys, the young talent that you surround the Steph with haven't really played to, the potential that he could be playing to. And had to rely heavily on.
Yeah, if they would have got the draft picks correct, we wouldn't be having this conversation. This is completely and totally about the 2 timeline thing didn't work. We messed up bad on that. We got a couple more years of Steph. Let's go on the opposite side of the pendulum. Let's swing the other way.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was different because it's funny how it feels that way because they went vets heavy with older guys in the championship window. Mm-hmm. It's just that the core was young enough to be the core.
There you go.
Right? Then when the core became the vets and still had to be the anchor and the nucleus of what the team's hope for success was, you can't keep adding Jermaine O'Neals and Boogie Cousins and guys at the back ends of their careers. There wasn't just find your European this year. Where's my Jonas Jerebko? Or my Omri Casper,
right.
You know what I mean? It didn't work the same.
Those guys become luxuries.
Yeah,
and you can't have any pudding if you don't eat your meat. You got to those young guys. You got to hit on those draft picks. They have to be your rocks, your cores, the stable parts of your team. Then you get to add those luxury pieces. Now you don't have that opportunity, so now you have to go and you have to show some leg for a guy like LeBron. It's just the position that they're in. But for me, I think it's worth it. If it's cool with Steph, it's cool with me, and it should be cool with all of you.
Also, we're going to have a winter and a fall. Don't you want this going as soon as the Giants end? Don't we want LeBron?
Sure.
Please give me this. Don't give me another year of the same stuff we just had. I don't want all that. No. I want to be talking LeBron and Steph and Draymond and whoever else they can make happen. And then wait and see what happens if Jimmy gets healthy. If they get LeBron and he's like, well, that's enough, then that's your 4, and then we're waiting for February.
There you go.
You know what I mean? 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. Dude, I told you last night I had played a makeup softball game.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, so get this. So we're playing a softball game like 3 weeks ago. And the game, it was supposed to be an 8:50 at night start. So there's a 7:40 and an 8:50. Our game starts late. What I didn't realize was, like, if your game starts too late, I guess, at some point at, like, 10:15, the lights just turn off at the field over at Jackson Playground. So we were losing by, like, 5 runs in the top of the last inning, top of the 7th. We score 6, come back and take the lead by 1. But we go to the bottom half now, and the ump goes, hey, we got, like, 3 minutes. The lights are going to turn off. I'm like, what do you mean we got 3 minutes? He goes, yeah, I showed up late. The first game started late. So they get the bases loaded with 1 out, and they're down by 1, and then the lights shut off. So we're waiting, like, 3 weeks to find out what's going to happen. They tell us we have to show up and replay the game, but not the whole game. They tell us you got to play from the score is going to revert back to the inning before. So we have to, so we're like, hold on.
So you got to score 6 runs again.
We got to score 6 again
That's
to
crazy.
do that? No, so get this. We get there and the umpire goes, no, that's ridiculous. We're not doing that. We're picking the game up exactly from where it left off. So I was like, wait, what? So we get there we have another game yesterday at 8:50, and then we have this game at 7:45. So we think we're going to play at least an inning.
So you could just change the rules arbitrarily.
I guess.
I mean, it's great for you, but that's wild.
So, by the way, this is, I'm pretty sure, exactly what happens in baseball now. Like, when they do a stoppage, I don't know if they still revert back. They might pick it up from where it gets rained out.
I think they do, yeah.
Which is really the way you should do it.
Well, that's why I was so confused when you were telling me the story after the show.
Well, the league rules online said that. It said that's what they were going to do, and the umpire was like, no. I don't know if they've adopted the rules. They haven't changed the website, which would be a San Francisco rec thing to do. No shade to I'm sure the many people who are making the softball thing happen. But
that would be wildly on brand.
It would be on brand, dude. You can't get a call back for anything. It's impossible. It's impossible to get information. And by the way, I love it. I play in this league
government
3 times a
bureaucracy
year.
in your rec league softball.
That's how it is, dude. Bureaucracy. This is what Ron Swanson hated in Parks and Rec, that I got to deal with this. So, and by the way, the commissioner of the league is on one of my other teams. Like, and you can't reach him. What's up, Adam? Can't get a hold of you, though, huh? So we get there, and the ump is like, oh, man, I don't have time to do a whole inning. Here's the issue. He goes, I'm supposed to ump that game over there right now. He goes, so we're not going to play a full inning because otherwise that game's going to start late. And then our second game that he's supposed to ump was going to start. It was a whole mess. So he goes, we're picking the game up from exactly where it left off. Bottom of the 7th, we're up 1, bases loaded, 1 away. So I'm like, okay. We're like, all right. So we stand out there, dude. First pitch, ball, second pitch, base it up the middle. Dude, the game lasted. One guy timed it, 28 seconds. We're like, what is this? What is this? We came out here an hour early for that, so we're like, well, guess to go back to the Yankee then, back to the bar for another, go get another pop until it's time for our other game in an hour. We get back to the bar, dude. There's a guy holding this big old potato sack looking thing. Had 2 words on it. It was 2 words in an acronym, Rod. He doesn't even know what I'm talking about. It was an NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
We do it next on the Sports Leader.
Nice.
Let's roll, man. I'm done with the woods. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's get the f*** out of here.
Okay, let's go. No, it's not working. The battery's dead.
Wait. What do you mean it's dead?
What do I mean? The battery's dead. The battery's dead.
What do you mean the battery's dead?
How can I explain this to you differently? The battery is dead. It ceased to live. It's deceased now. The car needs a battery to start, so...
How did this happen?
Well, we clearly fell asleep with the battery on, and...
Oh, man. Talk radio?
Yes, talk radio.
So boring, man.
Okay. Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Pineapple Express, man. Always delivers. Let's go. Tired of the woods. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks, hanging out with you for about another hour or so. 5 o'clock, we got the 2026 MLB All-Star Game going down from Citizens Bank Park in Cincinnati. I keep saying that. In Philadelphia. I don't know. One of those red teams. In Philly at Citizens Bank Park. Luis Arraez out there. Logan Webb only in case of an emergency. I imagine that means if the game ends up in a tie in Milwaukee in the 11th inning, then Logan Webb will be available to go. Why don't we get into this? Have you done an NBA grab bag before, Ron?
I have not.
It's this big old potato sack looking thing. One of the few things that we still here at Cambio and Cumulus pay a subscription for. Not the Chronicle, not the Athletic, not SF Standard, but they do allow us to receive this big old potato sack looking thing. It's got a couple words stenciled on the side. We dive into it every week. We call it the NBA grab bag.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
It's the NBA grab bag for Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. And as always, the NBA grab bag starts on the gridiron, Rod. Aaron Rodgers' last rodeo. How about this? The four-time MVP and Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback has confirmed that the 2026 NFL season he's confirmed this will likely be his final season, referring to his, quote, last rodeo on a recent Instagram post. To prepare for this milestone, Rodgers organized a pre-training camp bonding trip with his teammates, 6 of his offensive teammates, including DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman, Ben Skoranek, Roman Wilson, Mason Rudolph, and Pat Freiermuth. The retreat featured activities such as horseback riding, paddle boarding, and a campfire gathering, emphasizing team chemistry and camaraderie. Aaron Rodgers' final goal is to make his 2023 season memorable, fostering strong connections with his teammates to enhance on-field performance. Did the banana boat have any impact on court performance? I'm looking for camaraderie for a team outside of the game.
First off, that sounds boring.
Yeah, dude, what are you doing? Hey, dude, we went to a dude ranch for this camaraderie?
I mean, it just sounds like it's another reason for Aaron Rodgers to go out in the woods and do psychedelic drugs.
Yeah, dude, exactly. That's exactly it.
But, I mean, to me, it's all fugazi because this team bonding is going to do nothing but just lead to the normal Aaron Rodgers of just, him cussing out and MFing his teammates when they don't run the right route or they don't catch a ball that he's thrown. So, I mean, listen, he's still, he's probably still going to get stabbed in the shower by one of his teammates.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's going to finish the season.
Statistically, he wasn't terrible last year. But I don't think they're doing anything.
Man, the last vision I have of Aaron Rodgers is that Texas defense just tearing the frame out that boy.
Yeah. He didn't look good.
He looked like, what am I doing out here with these young killers?
I can't believe McCarthy went this path. Like, what is McCarthy's deal? Where's he going?
I mean, but when you think about him, what's their better option?
I mean, this was it. I'm saying, not that I thought they should have turned around and traded a draft pick for Mac Jones.
Yeah.
They could just get him for money next offseason if they want.
Right.
But I thought that he's there to develop a quarterback ideally, and they don't really have one outside of Aaron Rodgers. My other question for you, and this is just really anytime we bring up Rodgers, it's just a doorway for me to ask the question, is his wife real? Because it's one of I think it's the biggest fraud in sports nobody's talking about, Rod. I've been bringing it up every chance I get. Derek won't get into it with me. And don't you worry. I'll be asking Kerry Crowley. I'll be asking Ted Ramey. And I'll be asking Rick Tittle this on Friday. Do you think Aaron Rodgers' wife is real? 808 Cambiar. I'm not buying it. For the guy who dated like Olivia Munn, he's out here with Danica Patrick. He's out here with some of the Shailene Woodley. Like Shailene Woodley's got all these big movie star women he's dated. And all of a sudden, he's married and everybody's got a camera. We got UFO videos now. We don't have Aaron Rodgers' wife. I'm not buying it. Not for a minute. I think it's completely made up.
You make a compelling point.
Danny's with me. Every time I talk about it, Danny believes it more. Nobody else wants to have a firm ground. But here's my thing: like, if I get sued for it, then we have to go to what's it called when you
Discovery.
Discovery. There we go. See, that's why you're a paralegal.
I'll say this: if Aaron Rodgers is under the impression that he's going to get himself a nice farewell tour in his last rodeo, you are sadly mistaken.
Yeah.
Like Draymond Green said to Paul Pierce. They don't love you like that.
Yeah, they don't love you like that, man.
You ain't Kobe. Okay? They don't love you like that.
He's right. He wasn't. He's right and he wasn't. That's it. Enjoy Brooklyn. Enjoy the Barclays Center or whatever, dude. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
This is one that I was waiting to get Rod Brooks' take on this, dude. Piles of garbage from Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. Ready for this? Have sold out.
What?
Yeah, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got married at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, just an intimate venue.
A bunch of garbage from the venue and from the event was being sold in garbage bags at $25 a bag. You know, a New York-based artist. Why is it an artist? Get out. That's not. Come on. That's a sanitation worker. Justin Gignac. Who is known for his long-running New York garbage project, combed the streets just outside of the famous Madison Square Garden where the couple's nuptials were held and carted away trash and debris from the event. He then packaged some of the discoveries into several tiny transparent acrylic cubes, sealed them airtight, and listed them online for $25 a piece. He also created larger boxes if you wanted more trash, Rod, at $100 each. According to AFP, the smaller cubes sold out in less than 24 hours. He sold 50 items, making a total of $1,250 off of Kelce and Taylor's garbage, bro.
I'm going to say this knowing that the Swifties are a mighty and at times merciless army.
Yeah, you say it respectfully. Yeah.
Y'all ain't never beaten the allegations.
No.
Of just being flat out weirdos. Y'all care about this lady in her life way too much.
Yeah.
Let me look at the camera. Y'all care about this lady in her life way too much. I should say this to the happy new couple, Mazel Tov, and I hope your first child is a masculine child. Now to the Swifties, y'all stop being weird. Stop being. She's just a lady.
Yeah.
Okay. We can have debates, or maybe not even have debates.
Oh, you don't think these are Chiefs fans? I'm sorry. You.
Oh no. Well, I mean, you want to talk about zealots? You know what?
Oh, you think this isn't the Chief super fan who was Robin Banks? That wasn't him.
This is the nexus of two overly zealous fan bases getting together to just make a mecca zealous fan base between the Swifties.
Yeah, dude. Gotta go on your voyage to Madison Square Garden and get your Chiefs, your trash.
Yeah, they're just so weird about that lady, and I'll never understand it.
And here's the thing: by all accounts, an amazing person, a great woman, great stuff to her fans, treats her fans great, thought for her own music and all that. But I will agree, there is a Venn diagram of the guy who's buying bathwater from a woman on OnlyFans and the people who are buying trash from Taylor Swift. There's a middle section there that is the same logic.
It's wild how much they care about this woman and what she does.
Yeah. And in that Venn diagram is Tim Webb talking Sophie Rain, by the way. I know he's listening. One time we brought her up. We're like, "There's an OnlyFans model since she made more than Jason Tatum." Tim's like, "It's Sophie Rain, dude." We're like, "All right, Tim. Okay, relax on the name. Relax on both of them, Timmy. All right, bro. All right, hold it down." Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about this? Charles Barkley, the NBA Hall of Famer and sports broadcaster, recently confirmed that he declined an invitation to Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding at Madison Square Garden. He explained that his decision was not personal toward the couple, but stemmed from his general personal policy. Charles' general personal policy, quote, "I don't go to weddings or funerals." And he anticipated that the event would be a, quote, crap show. Barkley emphasized that he prefers to spend time in more relaxed activities such as playing golf rather than attending formal gatherings. I gotta tell you, just somebody being who they are all the time I dig it. I dig it. I wish I could. You know what I mean? I wish I could have that kind of, I don't know, fortitude, whatever it is, to be like, you know what? No, I don't do that, and I'm not doing that.
I dig it. That's a life ethos that hopefully I can adopt and get away with it.
Yeah.
Because, the less weddings and funerals I have to go to, the better.
You live long enough, and people just start accepting it. Also, he knows this is all a celebrity event. Charles ain't going to that stuff.
I mean, I'd find it weird that they decided to get married in Madison Square Garden. Like a smelly 75-year-old basketball arena. I mean, it hosts basketball, hockey, concerts, dog shows, I don't want to get married in that.
Yeah, it's not exactly. And how about Adam Sandler's there doing the wedding? You see that?
No,
he was. Dude, he officiated.
I hope he wore a suit. You know what? If he did the nuptials in the Cajun man voice,
yeah, that'd be. Yeah, we did it.
Prestidigitation.
That'd be great if he did any kind of riff on that. And then they had Paul McCartney out there performing at the wedding. I want to hold your hand. He's like, I haven't done this since I was in Ed Sullivan. He's out there singing. It's incredible. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
bag. You a Ted Lasso guy? Did you watch Ted Lasso?
Nope. I watched the first season, and I have strong opinions about Ted Lasso.
Oh, can I? Like, you went off the top?
It was just a little bit too sugary sweet. I could feel my teeth hurting at times. But
Sure.
let me tell you what really bothered me about it. He's from Kansas City. Why does he have an accent from the Deep South?
Yeah, he does. He does.
Never understood it.
No.
Never understood it.
Doesn't make a It's kind of like in Thor, where you've got Thor's from Australia, but his dad's Anthony Hopkins.
Right,
You're like,
right.
what's this about?
Yeah.
How come he's Australian?
Yeah. So
That's
I'm familiar with Ted Lasso, but I tapped out after the first season.
Well, do you know the character Danny Rojas?
Yes.
Football is life.
Yes.
Is what he always
Yes.
says. His real name is Cristo Fernandez. How about this, dude? He officially made a pro soccer debut. His dream was to play professional soccer. He was signed by the El Paso Locomotive, best known for portraying Danny Rojas. He officially stepped onto the professional soccer pitch last night for the USL Championship Club, the El Paso Locomotive. It was this past Saturday on the 12th. Entered as a substitute in the 79th minute against New Mexico United in a USL Cup game wearing jersey number 91. Team lost 2-0. He received a yellow in his brief appearance. I like that his football is life. He's the happiest dude ever. He's coming out. He's just slide tackling.
Winning their studs up.
Yeah, dude. I'm getting on the score sheet. I'll tell you that. You're going to see my name on that final score.
And you know what? No snark. Good for him.
He really was the most athletic, and I think he really did have a football background or a soccer background.
Yes.
Like he was an actor, but I think he did do a lot of stunt stuff and athletic stuff. And I'm sure part of it is being a name, but they're a pro team. They signed him.
Good for him.
It's a roster spot.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool. Moving on in the
Better
NBA.
than some streamer getting that opportunity.
Oh, dude. Well, dude, didn't what's his name do that as well? Usain Bolt, didn't he get signed by a soccer team in a
That
lower
does
division?
sound familiar, yeah.
Kind of like when J. Cole went and played basketball somewhere in Europe.
Yeah.
He's signed in China or something. I was like, all right, good for you, bro. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Prime Video. Amazon Prime Video has officially released their first trailer of its new documentary, Novak Djokovic, The Wolf in Winter. Okay. It's directed by Last Dance's Jason Hire? I don't know how you say his name. The film features unprecedented access with reviews from Rafa Nadal, Andre Agassi, and more. 24 Grand Slam titles, an Olympic gold medal, 248 record weeks at number one. Novak Djokovic has rewritten the record books, redefined excellence in professional tennis. Yet for all he's accomplished, he remains one of the more complexing and polarizing figures in modern sports with not a lot of access given to him. It debuts exclusively on Prime Video August 20 worldwide. I'm a big tennis fan. I'm intrigued by this. He's not a guy who's ever given a lot of access and is to call him one of the most polarizing, certainly in tennis, the most polarizing.
You know, in tennis, you were an either-or guy. You were a Connors guy or you were a McEnroe guy. Or maybe you were a Borg guy. You didn't mess with any of those dudes. You were either an Agassi guy or a Sampras guy.
Yeah.
You were either
Federer, Nadal, or
Jokic. Or Novak
Djokovic.
I was a Federer guy.
Same.
But I am intrigued because you can't deny that dude's greatness. His
Djokovic.
longevity and it's real easy in golf and in tennis. You just look at the number of Grand Slams.
Yeah.
How many?
24.
That's wild. It's wild.
What did Sampras have? He was like 17 or something, wasn't he? And we were like, that's.
We'll never see that
I'll
broken.
never see that again. Because I think August he was at 14 or something.
Don't even talk about it.
What are you talking about? No, like Sampras got blown by 3 dudes. By 3. And it used to be in tennis, too. The cool thing about tennis was you used to get like Juan Carlos Ferrero. It was like he was the clay court specialist.
Right.
Like, oh, you got to go to. And that's how Nadal kind of started.
Yeah.
And then he emerged as like. And same with Federer. It was like, is
Can't
anybody
beat him on
ever
grass.
going to beat him on grass?
Right.
And he was unbeatable. But I did like that element of the game, and Djokovic just kind of blew it all up. But it's, again, those guys have to be as good as they are to propel the others alongside them. Tiger never really had that.
And in this recently completed Wimbledon, I know Sinner won, but
Yannick Sinner?
Yeah, but Djokovic, he was in the semis. Did he make it to the semis? I think he did.
And what's his name? I'm blanking on the dude who he just beat. Anyway, in the Wimbledon final, we got U.S. Open around the corner as well, right? And then one more here. We mentioned this yesterday in the NBA Grab Bag. Netflix has discussed adding live channels and streaming bundles to their homepage. Streaming bundles will include selling subscriptions to other services through the Netflix app. Live channels would include ones that constantly stream movies and TV shows from the same genre. So what I would, which by the way, it's already on like Amazon. They've got that. Where you can just go to the Law and Order channel and it'll just play Law and Order on a loop. What I would ask you is like, is Netflix now, because of what we just mentioned earlier with sports and adding these streaming channels that are going to constantly play, are they behind the curve for all these other networks? Like, did streaming pass up Netflix? Because they focus so heavily on their own content forever that then everybody else kind of did the same thing but launched their own stuff and then packaged and bundled together.
You know, it seems like over the last couple of years they're constantly playing catch up.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't really know exactly who they are and what they want. And while Netflix is still a very valuable company and still making a ton of money, they're not making as much as they did only a short year ago. So I think they're trying to maybe not desperately gain some sort of a solid foothold, but they are looking at a variety of options that they didn't necessarily have to look at a couple of years ago.
First and foremost is raising the subscription fee. They love doing that, dude, every chance they get. Danny, should we get into this now? Should I just do this now for you while we have time? It is time now. It's your cue to call. How about that? Caller 10 right now to 415-896-KMBR. One winner, caller 10, is going to win 4 tickets to see the Earthquakes and the LA Galaxy at Stanford Stadium on July 25th. That's Santiago Casillas' birthday. The prize is furnished by the Earthquakes. Get the rules at thesportsleader.com. Caller 10 right now, 415-896-KMBR. 4 tickets to see the San Jose Earthquakes and the LA Galaxy at Stanford Stadium on July 25th. All right, Danny's standing by to take that cue to call, or take the call from the cue to call. By the way, we didn't even mention this earlier. France out of the World Cup.
Yeah. Spain. Defense wins championships. Spain defensively, they're so good to where they can wait you out and score a late goal, as they have done in the knockout rounds of this tournament, win 1-0, and they're fine with that style. Or if they get an early goal, as they did today on a penalty kick, once it was 1-0,
that was kind of it.
Everybody knew it was over, including France. And a lot of people thought, and I understand the line of thinking, that France would be able to put up at least a couple of goals because of all the firepower they have offensively. But Spain has shown throughout this tournament, really throughout over the last couple of years, throughout qualification for the World Cup, defensively, they control the midfield. They're good at the back line, world-class goalkeeper. And when they got up 1-0, it was a wrap.
Can defense be your calling card in a tournament like this?
Oh, yeah,
like
absolutely.
Because
it is for them.
I mean, because they don't need to score a lot.
All they need is one.
Yeah.
All they need is one. And they are that good where they can score very early in a match and see that all the way through. And even if you get an equalizer, that might be the only goal you get, and they'll just wait you out and beat you 2-1.
How much of that, like I always wonder this too, teams that are comfortable, we talk about like the Giants building their bullpen and being able to shrink a game. Teams that are comfortable playing with a small lead. Mm-hmm. Like that's a real thing in soccer.
In them.
Right.
There's no panic.
You've been here before.
I'm sure you've heard the term park the bus. This is Spain is not necessarily a park the bus team where they just throw everybody back there and they're just trying to tie a knot in the bottom of the rope and hang on. Like you'll see that from England where they'll just be like, we're just going to defend and we're going to defend like our life depends on it because it does. Great players and great teams are comfortable doing the uncomfortable. And it's very uncomfortable, and teams don't like to do it, to have to play defense, to always be on the defense. But when you can get comfortable with it and you embrace it and that becomes your ethos as an individual player, or in this case with Spain as a team, you're like, okay, that's fine. Like I forget the match, but it was one of the knockout rounds where they scored in the 90-something minute.
Yeah.
93rd
minute or something like that.
That was it. But that's the game they want to play. They'll wait you out, get that 1 goal or 2 goals, and then they're done. Or they'll get that early goal and then just slowly strangle the life out of you. France could never get them out of their shape. They could never get them out of what they wanted to do defensively. And France, the coolest, hottest looking, hottest team in the tournament, France today was the one who looked very uncomfortable.
Flustered, yeah.
Flustered. Why? Because Spain was just giving them all they wanted. midfield all the way back.
Argentina, England tomorrow in the other semifinal, right?
Yeah.
What's the best matchup now for Spain? In terms of a
They don't
viewing?
care. They don't care.
No, I mean for us for viewing pleasure. Well, how do you see the best matchup?
I mean, I would love to see
England,
Spain. Nah,
I don't really want to see England there.
No, I want England to lose because I'm a hater.
Yeah, what are you rooting for the colonizers? Come on.
I mean, to me, Spain, Argentina.
Yeah.
And Argentina has been getting by the hair of their chinny chin.
They have to. There's been magic there at the end.
An Argentina team that knows how to win, clearly. They've won in this tournament, and they won the World Cup 4 years ago. Obviously, Messi is still a box office draw. They're more than Messi, but the real easy way to put it in this hypothetical yet possible Spain-Argentina matchup is one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest of all time, is still playing at a high level. Can he break down a very good Spain defense? I'd watch that. And even if you get Spain-England, best team in world football now, Spain, going up against England, who hasn't won a World Cup since they hosted it back in 1966. Either way, it's going to be good TV.
I mean, the thought of Messi maybe getting 2 on the way out
would be outstanding. When there was a thought that he wouldn't get
never
any.
get one. I
He
mean,
would never
there was
win
talk
one.
was like, will here Ronaldo ever get one?
Yeah.
I mean, 10 years ago, that's what we were talking
And
about.
Ronaldo went out crying like a chump.
Yeah, well, that's kind of how he came in, too. That's kind of how he came in with United at 17 or whatever it was. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks hanging out with you on a Tuesday afternoon. How about this? A quick jump into some football before we get you a sound soiree and then out to the All-Star game at 5 o'clock, which we'll carry for you right here on The Sports Leader. The AP put out its ranking of the top 5 NFL coaches. Kyle Shanahan is number 4. You might be surprised at who comes in above him. We'll talk about that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and it's a good thing he is because we've got tax questions every single day, especially, Steve, when it comes to things like the ERC. What should we know this afternoon?
Today, if you've been waiting forever to get your ERC check, Employee Retention Credit, there's multiple ways for us to hurry the government up. And that's what we want to do, because twice before the government has sliced away pieces of ERC. I don't want to see them do it a third time. Right now, it's still good money, plus interest. Plus, if you get a letter from the IRS saying you don't qualify, no ERC for you, a lot of those letters are wrong. We have to appeal it. Or 3, if we're being audited and they want the money back. The bottom line is, whether you just haven't heard and you're waiting some more, or if you were told you don't qualify, or if you're being audited, call us. We have a lot of experience with this. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do everything for you. The only thing you have to do is just pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks with you until 5 o'clock tonight when the 2026 All-Star Game gets going from Philadelphia at Citizens Bank Park. But the quick check into some football stuff here as the Associated Press, I guess they did a little poll system here with their eight of the Associated Press NFL writers, and they ranked based on first place, second place, third place. They did like a whole ranking of the NFL coaches, the current NFL coaches. Number one, do you have a guess? It's pretty easy. Andy Reid.
Yes. Andy.
Number two is Sean McVay. This is where I was a little surprised. Number three, Mike McDonald came in at number three.
Oh, boy.
Head coach of the Seattle Seahawks.
Came in, made an immediate difference, and they're Super Bowl champions.
Second season in Seattle, and they're Super Bowl champions. Number four, Kyle Shanahan, which is also crazy that you've got three of the top five coaches, or top four coaches
in the same division.
In the same division. There may be three of the top four teams or three teams at the top of the NFC.
And what do the coaches in front of Kyle Shanahan on this list have that he does not possess?
A Super Bowl ring.
Yep.
And the one right behind him, Sean Payton, is listed as number 5 with a Super Bowl ring. I guess my question when I look at this list is, what are we actually ranking? You know what I mean? Like, there's no denying that football coach has more impact on the success of the team in on-field play than in any other head coaching role. Like, I think basketball's right there, and baseball's probably third. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Baseball, at least you can call things that'll happen. Guys still have to do it, same as in basketball. And the execution, I'm not sure exactly what the impact is, but they can hear you on the court as to on-court coaching. Football, you're calling the plays and designing the system. But what is it that we're grading when we rank best NFL coach? Because when I look at, like, where do I give confidence in a matchup, I'm coaching quarterback. That's how I go. Mm-hmm. That's what I go by. If you're giving me coaching quarterback, I'd probably have McDonald right behind Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
With Sam Darnold and himself. But if I'm going coach quarterback, I'm pretty much the same. I'm probably Reid, McVay, Kyle with their quarterbacks.
But I think, to me, just initial glance, it's Super Bowl victories. Out of the 5 guys on that list, obviously Reid has the most. Out of what, he's got 2, or does he have 3?
He's got 3 now.
3. Okay,
he has 3.
3.
Well, just been to 5, right?
McVay's got his, but he's widely thought of as and just think about the iterations of the Rams we've seen since Sean McVay has been there. Like to be able to have basically 2 different styles of football team and be successful with them in a fairly short amount of time. I mean, if that doesn't say a lot about your coaching acumen, and also it helps when you have a GM like Snead who's very aggressive and also very good at his job. Those 2 guys together are a powerhouse. And what is disappointing and I should say dismaying for Niner fans is that, boy, you sure hope that they don't have a similar situation going on up there in Seattle where general manager and coach are
in lockstep and know exactly how to make this thing work. Well, and that's the thing is, I would say that for a while we thought that was going on here too. Like, would you say that?
Yeah.
Would you say Sean McVay and Kyle have had mirroring? While McVay has ended up with the Super Bowl ring. I mean, his version of Jimmy G is a better version of that, but he went to a Super Bowl and lost with Jared Goff.
Yes.
You know what I mean? They did the whole F them picks thing, and the Niners have really never gone that far. But
they've just effed up some picks.
They've just effed up picks and then still found. It's more like inexplicable that they were there with Debo at running back in 2021, right? You're like, that's what we forget is they were 3-5 or whatever in 2021 and rattled off those games, finished 10-6. You know what I mean? So it was systematically and stylistically different. But in the way the Niners have built it, it's for the most part been the same system.
Yes.
The Rams have built it completely different twice.
Yeah, out of necessity. And that's not a very easy thing to do at all. You know, I love when NFL people, all right, coaches, players, personnel directors, whatever, when they talk about Kyle Shanahan, it is always positive, and it's always from a point of reverence in terms of how good he is at calling a game or, you know, seeing a game plan through or being a couple of steps ahead or being able to suss out a weak point or a weak player on a team and continually attack that point or that player.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing about Kyle Shanahan is that he will find a mismatch and he will absolutely hammer that dude.
So that's what I was going to say.
Relentlessly.
Yeah, you go down this list for like the top 10 coaches in the league. I think we could find something that maybe that's what I'm like. What are we really ranking here? Like Dan Campbell is probably the best motivator of all those guys, or one of the best motivators. We know he's a CEO type head coach, right? That's the way Sirianni is, where he's like he's not calling the plays, but he's dictating how things operate. I would say read like the resume, the history, 5 NFC Championship games in Philly, and he's been to 5 Super Bowls alone with the Chiefs now. He's won 3 of them. He lost to Brady and he lost to the Eagles the last time out, right? If you were going to go Shanahan, though, I'm with you. That's a schematic innovator.
Yes.
It's a guy who looks at the scheme and says, where are my weak points and pressure points? And we've talked to him about that, where he goes, yeah, it's you looking at a defense and them looking at you and trying to counter what each other do. But if you find a weak point or you watch enough tape, everybody thinks they can find whatever that little linchpin is that you can hit on that.
And you can attack that with obvious weapons like Christian McCaffrey or a Brandon Ayuk that was pre-problematic, or you attack it with Debo Samuel at running back, or an unknown at the time or an unheralded at the time Brock Purdy. Or you just have a legitimate crazy person at tight end who is just very good at not only being an inline blocker, but actually catching passes, and a willing inline blocker and a very good pass catcher. You can use him in a variety of ways. You know, as I was saying earlier, hearing NFL people talk about Kyle Shanahan is always from a place of that's a bad dude at his job. But you have Niner fans who don't have an appreciation for how good Kyle Shanahan. I'm not saying he's perfect,
it's perplexing,
but they don't have an appreciation, or they can't appreciate how good he is because he hasn't won the big one, and he is not being held accountable. Do you notice that everybody else in the NFL big ups your coach? Even people that have to deal with him multiple times a year,
they don't want to.
They big up your coach, but you have, I think, a small group of Niner fans who are unfortunately very loud in their lack of appreciation of the value that Kyle Shanahan brings to your football team. I find that odd.
I do find it odd too, but it's also the nature of the football fan. It's also the nature of what have you done for me lately? And I think watching 2 coaches in your division go and win it around you, I think I understand it. I get why they do that. I'm just like, you look around and you go, if you had an expansion team and you got to draft a coach, what's the ranking in which the coaches get drafted? I would bet Kyle goes higher than 4.
Oh, yeah.
I would bet Kyle goes top 3.
Absolutely.
It's probably Reed, McVay, and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
That's probably the order they go in. And maybe you go Kyle number 2 and McVay number 3. I don't know. I'm just like, you give this opportunity to anybody else. And the fear I've always had with Kyle and the way fans talk about it is, do you want to be the Eagles to Andy Reid? And you go, well, we got 2 after that. And Andy Reid's been to 5 and got 3, right? Like, I don't want to end up in that situation.
Nope.
Where I think, like, and this is the thing, is it's a dumb argument in my mind to say, do rings really matter? Of course they matter. That's what we're playing for. But when we're talking about the best coaches, like, was Mike Tomlin not a good coach anymore? I don't know that he wasn't a good coach anymore. He was certainly consistent. I think he got a lot more out of less than what other coaches would have gotten.
He never finished under 500.
But because he only got 1 Super Bowl ring, it was, well, he's not winning it. He hasn't gotten it done yet.
Yeah.
He hasn't gotten it done again. I don't think that's the case. I think in football, it's a war of attrition. And I think if you get to that final game, you get to those final four, there's nobody who's outworking somebody else. It's just a matter of, do you have it on that day, and did your work matter enough, or did you read enough of what you needed to read? There's never, I mean, this year was a mismatch, but it's usually not anymore as lopsided as it was in the 90s or prior to that, right? Like, it really isn't. The quality of teams, it does feel like it can go in either way. We don't get 7 and 8 and 10-point spreads in the Super Bowl.
Nope.
It just doesn't happen. So for me, it's like, do rings matter? Of course. In the ranking of a coach, like, is McDonald a better coach than Kyle because he beat him a bunch this year and they had a much better team? But put Kyle's best team against that, I don't know. The ring is the end-all goal, but it's not for me the ranking end-all in terms of who's the best.
I mean, for me, it's pretty simple. If Kyle Shanahan is out of a job, how long is he out of a job?
10 minutes.
Minutes?
Yesterday?
Seconds.
Yeah, dude, no. Yeah. He's got one lined up when he leaves, yeah.
The New York Giants would push John Harbaugh off of a cliff to get Kyle Shanahan as their head coach.
Yeah. It's
all right.
This is all by way of saying I still want Kyle Shanahan to be here. By the way, he's going to surpass Bill Walsh or tie Bill Walsh for the longest tenured Niner coach?
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's incredible.
And of course, that doesn't make him a better coach than Bill Walsh by any stretch of the imagination.
Is Doug Peterson a better coach than Kyle Shanahan because he won one? No. It's not the way it works. It's not the end-all, be-all. It's the overarching goal and the end goal, but it is not the defining
Is
factor.
John Harbaugh a better coach than Kyle Shanahan?
Oof, he's not according to this AP list.
No.
He's not. No, I don't think so either.
No, I think we're talking two different coaches.
Exactly.
I value.
They're both great at different things.
Absolutely. John Harbaugh is kind of the overseer, the CEO, the delegator, and I'm fine with that kind of coach. But for me personally, in today's NFL, if I got a coach that is a schematic advantage guy offensively, I'm taking that.
Yeah.
Now you can look at McDonald in Seattle and go, well, give me that guy, but on defense. All right, if that butters your toast, I'm cool with that.
We're talking science versus emotion,
There
right?
you
We're
go.
talking these are numbers and this is math, and I can say if I get these pieces, I can make that happen.
Right.
And by the way, we've seen the Shanahan system work for generations now, right? So we know that from a base standpoint, this is going to work out. I don't know that everybody's going to get motivated by the same guy. Not everybody gets their heartstrings pulled the same way.
That's kind of the Mike Tomlin thing.
That's it.
After a while, it just ran its course.
Yeah. I do wonder for Mike McDonald this year, like, are we watching a peak? Do we just see a peak that's going to be hard to maintain, or are we watching the start of, like, he has all the makings of a guy who can get this done and can build this. But did we, like,
I'm curious to see
know
if
what I'm
that defense plays at or near the extraordinarily high level they played last year.
Speed and velocity and violence.
If they can maintain that, then they got something cooking.
Yeah.
When it starts to go sideways offensively with their quarterback situation, what's going to be their answer? What's his answer to that?
I don't know. That's where I wonder, like, we've seen it long enough now for McVay where we're like, oh, that's who this guy is. This is who Sean McVay is.
Mm-hmm.
He can do it here. He'll probably take time off at some point, and he'll probably come back at some point and be a head coach. So I don't think he's going to be a 30-year dude with the Rams. I think he's going to go do TV, make a bunch of money, and then come back at some point and do the Gruden thing or whatever it is. But because of I think he's an offensive genius. I think Kyle is a schematic innovator who can figure out anything in any situation. And I'm waiting to see what McDonald could become, and hopefully it's not those things on defense.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
Hopefully it's not. Hopefully this was the peak, but it doesn't feel that way at like 38 years old.
Hopefully that new owner they got is very meddlesome.
Yeah, didn't he come from the Niners group?
Yeah.
Was he like a Niners minority?
Mm-hmm.
Minority
just
owner?
paid damn near $10 billion for the Seattle Seahawks.
Minorities ain't what they used to be. I'll
No.
tell you that.
He is no longer a minority owner.
They're
He
majorities
is
now.
Major.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. How about Barry Bonds on the home run derby last night? We'll talk about that next in the Sound Soiree, only here on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader. In for Depop today is Rod Brooks on the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland and Rod Brooks. The MLB All-Star Game starts in about 25 minutes at 5 o'clock, and we will carry it for you live right here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. By the way, this segment is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for you, for community, for 75 years. Join RCU today at redwoodcu.org. All right, why don't we get into it? Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed in today's Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, July 14th, 2026. And it starts last night.
I don't know what I did.
Yeah, you look like you were trying to get something going. You got it in, you got hyped on it. We're going to start with Barry Bonds, who couldn't be bothered to compete in the 07 All-Star Game at AT&T Park, but Netflix forks over some cash. He's like, where do you need me? What desk you want me on? Here he is talking about last night's home run derby. Did your kids like it? Did they watch? I know you're someplace baseball
They
now.
didn't even think about it.
Didn't even care.
No, they don't watch stuff anymore. They just find the highlights.
The highlights, dude. They always say kids are watching on their phone. I'm like, they're not watching the games
at all
on their phone. They're watching the highlights and the recaps of it. So they just watched that swing that nobody could tell went out of the park either. Yeah, they saw the same stuff we did. Well, Barry Bonds saw it up close and personal. He said, best derby ever.
Barry Bonds, legend, 6 derbies. What did you say to me after what you saw from Jordan?
I thought that was the greatest home run derby I ever seen. I had to match 3 home runs to get to win 11 home runs. Amazing. What got me was this, Jordan, You were so calm, and you used your hands well. You never cared how far the ball went. You actually used your hands well as a contact hitter and just hit the ball. You were just fluent. And it was probably the most amazing. And for me to say it, brother, I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen a lot of home runs, but to come back from 11 with only 15, we're talking only 15 swings. Brother, you got my trophy too, bro. You got my trophy too, and I'm going to start getting some guns.
Hey, man, if Barry Bonds is just gushing about you as a hitter.
That's enough. Yeah, that's better than winning.
Even if it is an exhibition, if Barry Bonds is going on that way about you, that's impressive. Because and I don't say this in a negative way, but Barry throws compliments around like manhole covers.
Yeah, dude.
Because he's Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. He couldn't stop himself. He was just so
he was
so
sort of
praiseworthy.
About that. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah. That was interesting. He was kind of giddy. Now, here's the thing I will say, and I know people were coming at Barry last night. He's not great live. He's really not great on the fly, and I don't think he's great at explaining what he means in those situations. You got to watch have you seen the Greg Maddux documentary?
Yes.
And Barry's in that, dude.
Yes.
And that's one of the they go back and forth, and it's a cut between Maddux talking. I just got chills thinking about it. Maddux is talking about facing Barry in a bat and how he was just impossible to try to get, right? And it's so cool how they get Barry's walking through an at bat where he's watching the video, and Maddux he's recorded the same thing, and he's going, I threw him a changeup here. He spit on that. That was pretty good. And Barry goes, yeah, I was on that fastball early, so it'll probably throw me off speed. He goes off speed again outside. And Barry's like calling every pitch. When he's in the zone talking about what his science is and what he knows, he's a savant.
Yes.
It's like hearing anybody talk math or science or whatever their brilliant ancient Greek mythology, whatever their experience or their expertise is in. Barry talks hitting and talks the approach in a bat or how a pitcher's psyche is working against him in a more unique way than I've ever seen. I just don't think this is his sweet spot.
I mean, listen, Barry Bonds ain't a TV guy.
No, that's not
and
it.
that's fine. And he's not a cheesy cat like Alex Rodriguez.
Oh, no. God, no.
All right?
No.
And that's fine. The little we get from Barry Bonds, even if it's not perfect in terms of presentation on TV, I don't care, because the sound we just played, that's pretty cool to hear Bonds talk so praiseworthy of a young hitter. And watch it, because I saw the video along with the audio. To watch that young guy, just like Barry Bonds is saying this.
This guy's he's just a name to this kid. He didn't watch him play. Yeah.
So to have that happen, like that's worth him being a little rough around the edges.
That wasn't the point, right?
Netflix is paying for the name Barry Bonds. I think that's good enough.
I would have rather seen Michael Irvin give me what he thought about me. Let me tell you, young fella. Let me tell you, young fella. Moving on, we got another one from Barry here. He's talking about the difference in the era he played in versus today. Talks about a mound dispute that he had with, do you remember Ricky Batalico?
Yes.
The reliever. Here's Barry talking about that era.
Barry, you actually did something here in Philly that you had never done before in your career. What was that exactly?
Trying to.
Well, you did. You were 4 for 4 this day. You stole a base when your team was up 9-2, and then what happened?
Yeah, hell yeah. Oh, he plucked me. Oh, there.
Calico hit you, and you charged the mound. You'd never done it.
I never really had to do that. I think in that situation, what happened was we were having so much success up with him at that time, and I kind of felt it. I think when I got up there that something weird was going to happen. You know, he hit me, I charged the mound, we handed it out there, and then I think a couple of days later we said, hey, sorry about it, just part of the game. And we were always able to brush things off in that era.
Yeah, still to this day, he swears, like, it just got away from him. But you didn't.
No, it didn't. It did not get away.
That did not get away.
So
That's what they say. He's a good pitcher and he's a good man. In that situation, it was part of the game of baseball during that time, and I accepted. He accepted what happened, and we moved on from that.
You squashed.
That's it, too. That's the way it used to be, man. Yeah. We can still, like, be, he's a good man, dude. He's all right. But, yeah, that's what happens. You got to protect your guy in some situation. And, by the way, Barry's like, yeah, I was 4 for 4. I swiped the bag of 9-2. Of course, he was supposed to hit me. You got to do it in that situation.
Those days are long gone in Major League Baseball.
By the way, back to that same Greg Maddux documentary. There's a cool story in that one, too, where this is one of my favorite docs I've seen recently, where he's coming up with the Cubs, and he's really young, and it's in, like, his first year, I think, with the Cubs. And he might have been up and down a little bit at that point. And they're in a game. I forget who they're facing, but Andre Dawson had gotten drilled in the face. And he's like bleeding, and he had to leave the game, and it was bad. And then he tried to go fight somebody. There's like a whole big brawl that happens. A bunch of guys get tossed, and Maddux is in the dugout waiting. Now, they're losing at the time. The Cubs are like 3-1 or something, and it's like the 5th inning. And he had been told, Maddux was before the game. How about they used to do this? You don't get a win today, you're going back to AAA. They told him that. And so Maddux knew, I'm not going to get, like, I'm going back to the minors, right? So after that, the catcher goes to him while this brawl's happening on the field, and Maddux goes, I got to go drill the first guy that we see. And he goes, you do that, they're going to throw you out of the game immediately, and you won't get the win. It's like the 5th inning. You won't get the win. We're losing. You got to give yourself a chance. And you're going to get sent down. He goes, I can't do it. I got to look out for my guy. He goes out there, and Maddux first pitch puts one of the dude's ribs, immediately ejected, after the game sent back. About 2 weeks later, he went down for like the minimum. He comes back like a week and a half or 2 weeks later, and there was a game during his first start back where all the vets were out that day, and Andre Dawson walked in, ripped up the lineup card, and rewrote all the vets' names into the lineup and said, he had my back. We're all going to go out there. We're going to give him our best today.
And hey,
I was like, that's a cool old school baseball thing.
Yo, man. And if the Hawk got your back,
oh, dude, you
can do
set.
anything.
That's what I meant. Dude, and the Hawk, dude, he got hit. It was bad. Yeah. Dude, he's bleeding from his face and his mouth, and he's taking swings at guys, man. Like, he's out there going.
Andre Dawson was a real man playing baseball.
Yeah,
also
man.
had one of the all-time great Jerry curls.
Oh, dude, they don't. Yeah,
all-time great Jerry curl.
Can you imagine, dude, a dude rocking
Pascual
the Jerry
Perez
today?
looked at Andre Dawson's Jerry curl and was like, that is a great Jerry curl.
Let your soul glow. Love it, dude. Mr. Harandy Watson. All right, moving on to the Sound Soiree. How about Mike Trout? Mike Trout reacts to the idea of how many swings before a fan could hit a Jake. This is a big thing now. You dug in against Jacob Mizorowski, who's throwing 105 miles an hour. How many swings would it take before you could get a hit off of him?
A hit?
Yeah.
Like an actual.
Maybe it's a.
Or are we talking like some semblance of contact?
I think he's talking about get a hit off Mizorowski. Here's what Trout says.
Make contact, foul ball? I don't know.
Contact.
I mean, you would have to think they would get lucky, maybe. Or just straight, they know a fastball's coming?
Just make contact.
Just make contact? I'm saying minimum 100.
Minimum 100?
Yeah.
Brandon Marsh said 1,000.
Yeah, minimum 100. I mean, I don't know if that's even just a fan from the stands. That'd be something different, huh? If you pulled somebody from the mid-game or something. Hey,
don't you think that's the next thing the All-Star Game should do, just to make look what you guys do
I'd
even
watch
more
that.
than impressive?
Just pull some random fan out of the stand. I mean, It'd be interesting.
It's a great idea.
It'd be great. Yeah, it'd be interesting for sure.
I endorse that idea, dude. That's where you do it at the All-Star game, and do it like for a guy who's because they never want a guy to actually pitch. As well as going to have to bring his best stuff. You know what I mean? That'd be incredible.
I can answer the question. You're not making contact.
No,
you're not. You're not making contact.
105? No.
The average baseball game attending human being could not get started fast enough to touch 105 in any way, shape, or form.
You played you may have played Little League. That's all of your experiences. You stopped at 12.
You
Here's
are
the guy.
You are not going to disturb just a piece of fuzz on any. I got a baseball here in my hand. You are not going to touch a stitch on this baseball when somebody is throwing 105.
And it's got a cut on it, dude. It's
you ain't touching 95.
That's what I mean. It's like take 10 miles an hour off 95. I don't think the average fan is touching 95.
And here's the thing. Here's why you're not going to hit it. Because you will never see it.
No. You'll never know where to swing.
You'll never know when to get started. Like I said, you can't get started fast enough because you will never see that thing come out of his hand.
Yeah.
It just, by the time your senses catch up with it, your eyes and your ears and maybe your sense of smell, by the time you catch up with it, you're already hearing the pop of the glove behind you. So the answer to that question is the average fan ain't touching it.
I saw a guy swing and miss in a slow pitch game last night. It happens every week.
Yeah.
Like, I've done it. And I'm like, it's like, again, it's coming so slow. You're swinging hard or whatever. You pull your eye up. That's my point is if you can swing and miss at like a 13-mile-an-hour floater, there's no way an average fan is touching 98, let alone 105.
No way.
There's no way. I'm not buying it. I even watched like Pat McAfee does that thing. He dug in against Kershaw one time last year and did like an actual at bat or a couple few at bats against him. And he told him a couple times what was coming. And he waited for a fastball. Like nobody's striding. The guy was a pro athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, he's even more athletic than the average fan, and it ain't happening. There's no way. I'd take the over on 100. I'd go closer to 500 too.
I'd take the over on 1,000.
Yeah, it'd be a lot.
It's never happening. You're not even going to get lucky.
Too bad Ms. Rousey couldn't pull after 86. You know what I mean? I stress in. He's going to watch the arm.
I mean, I hope this doesn't happen, but $105 ain't sustainable, right?
That's what I used to think. But like Aroldis, he's a reliever too. It's different. A reliever can maybe sustain that for a little bit longer, but 105, like there's no way.
Your UCL is not going. It can't handle that over and over. I know he's not throwing 105 every single pitch, but.
He's not built like Skeens either. Like
But
Skeens are a little
throwing
bit
that
different.
hard, I mean, I worry about Paul Skeens. I worry about all these guys that just
They're all gonna
because
get it,
it's about throwing as hard as you can from the beginning of the game for as long as you possibly can.
Brutal.
No one pitches anymore.
No.
Everybody just throws.
Yeah.
I know I sound like a grumpy old man.
It's true, though. That's what Barry's argument is always, is we used to see guys who were like, I know people will crap on this. You can't tell me it's harder to hit now. And Barry's like, dude, I would see a guy who threw 100, and I'd see a guy who threw like 88 with movement the other way. And the strike zone was way bigger and different back then. Like, it was a much different approach. It's more uniform now.
Oh, without a doubt. The whole game is
way
more uniform. Yeah.
Everybody does the same stuff.
Yeah.
NBA, same thing. Football has probably the most variance of the three, just based on system to system.
Not in college football, though.
No. That's all the same now, especially with the NIL stuff. Moving on here, a little football sound here. Jeremy Fowler. We were talking yesterday about Aaron Donald and a potential return to the LA Rams. Here's Jeremy Fowler talking on, is it ESPN or NFL Network? ESPN's Jeremy Fowler on Aaron Donald leaving things open for a return.
Last I've gathered, he has not made a firm decision yet. The working out of the facility was interesting, but I've told he's done that off and on for the last few years. That's not necessarily a new thing. He's kept a really tight relationship with the Rams organization since he retired. So it kind of feels like the door has always been open.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see. He is not dispelling the rumors whatsoever. You know, I've talked to some teams who wonder, like, is he going to be a midseason sniper and come in week 10 or week 12? And I'm not so sure. I mean, Les Snead told me recently, the GM there, that Aaron Donald's a principled individual. If he's going to do it, he's got to be all the way in. He's got to know he's going to be his dominant self. So if he gets to that point, then I could see the trigger pulled and he's out there at some point.
That's what I think it was Matt Mayoko said to us yesterday. Is that right? Where we both said, yeah, we were thinking week 10, 11, 12, somewhere in there. And Matt said, I've heard that, like, if he's going to come back, he's an all or nothing dude. Like, he's going to know he has to be in. Now, you can tell me he's worked out there for years and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. This is the hottest these return rumors have ever come up because of the Myles Garrett acquisition. Right. If he's out there working out now, working hard before training camp and OTAs happen, before training camp happens in preseason, I do wonder and question how much he's thinking about this because he's not dispelling.
As great of a football player as Aaron Donald is, and as incredible shape as Aaron Donald is in, how long is it going to take for him to get in football shape after being off 2 years?
I don't know. You got to start now.
I mean, the idea of him being ready for week 1, like, why would he even get on a plane to go to Australia if you don't have to?
Yeah, it's a long flight. I've done it.
For what?
Yeah, I've done it. It's long. It's long. And they don't even have Yahoo Serious on demand. Like, can't get like, he's not even there, dude. Yeah. I'm with you on that. Like, I wonder though if he mentally committed and was like, I won't be ready week 1, but I would by week 3. But he's with the team working now. Mm-hmm. If he signed and was like, I'll be ready by this week, and you play it like an injury, that's still a different mentality than like, all right, we're into the season. Let's see how I can go by week 11. I do wonder then if like he's looking at if he were going to return, if this is his ramp up to be like, am I good enough to do this?
Right.
And maybe that's really part of it because he's one of the greatest players of all time. He's got to know he can do it at the level he expects.
100%.
Right? Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks with you. That's your Sound Soiree for Tuesday, July 14th. We are about 7.5 minutes from the MLB All-Star Game. We'll carry it for you right here on The Sports Leader. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and sign off. A little note to self and the All-Star Game only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Cardinals outfielder Jordan Walker won the home run derby yesterday. Walker hit 6 consecutive home runs in the final at Citizens Bank Park to edge the hometown favorite Kyle Schwarber. What's your Mount Rushmore of power hitters? Let us know on the YouTube chat or give us a call, 415-808-KNBR.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
All right, putting the show to bed on a Tuesday evening. Adam Copeland, Rod Brooks, Danny Dunn hanging out with you as the 2026 MLB All-Star Game is getting underway. The introductions are being done right now on the baselines, and Luis Arraez and Logan Webb were just introduced. We'll get you out to Citizens Bank Park here in just a minute. Why don't we put the show to bed? Danny, you got a note to self for us?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self, as our guy in Josh in Saratoga said, dirty work in Australia and the hard yakka.
Yeah, he said dirty work in Australia. We call it the hard yakka, mate. We're doing the hard yakka. I like that, dude. We'll have to go with that. Rod, you got one?
Sounds
Note to
borderline
self.
dirty.
Yeah.
Note to self, you don't have to confess to potential crimes on a 50,000-watt radio station.
You don't have to. But again, if it's after the statute, I mean, dude, then that home plate from the dome is yours, my man. That's all you.
Come and take it.
I love that story, Rod. That's one of the coolest things you maybe have ever done. I didn't even know that. That's super cool. Note to self.
Note to self.
We only got Rod for 2 days this week, so we'll call it a 2/5 compromise for me and Rod on Dirty Work. Yeah. Had to leave Rod with that one on the way out, dude. Yeah, I know it's me and white guys the rest of the week. It's a 2/5 compromise. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Tuesday. Hope everybody enjoys the All-Star Game tonight. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the Dirty Work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KMBR and KMBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. The 2026 All-Star Game starts right now.